001 The mother of the campus belle, isn't failure a constant thread woven throughout the tapestry of life? Chen Mo tilted his head back, draining the last bottle of liquor, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the inky night sky. The treacherous betrayal of a business partner. A lifetime of effort, culminating in the bankruptcy of a company the goddess pursued for 2 decades, her number unreachable post-collapse. Left with nothing. The tragic experiences of Chen Mo's 30-plus years flickered in his mind as he slipped into unconsciousness. To perish from alcohol poisoning, perhaps that could be deemed a form of liberation? His awareness dulled further until he knew nothing but oblivion. Time lost all meaning. Suddenly, a mature, alluring woman's voice pierced the silence with a panicked scream. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open. The first scene that met his gaze was one that ignited fervor within him. A man confronted a woman clad in a form-fitting black suit. Her figure was voluptuous and mature, especially accentuated by the tailored trousers she wore, radiating the essence of a refined woman. Such an enchanting, sophisticated Ladino wonder men were ensnared by her allure. She possessed an irresistible charm, captivating men of all ages. Wait a moment. She looks somewhat familiar? Su Qingxue? Her mother? Pursuing the mother of the campus belle for 2 decades? But wait, how can her mother look so youthful? What is going on? Chen Mo gazed in disbelief at the mature beauty rebuking a greasy middle-aged man. Could it be I am dreaming? Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The middle-aged man had provoked the ire of the belle's mother, who struck him across the face. This slap ignited the man's fury. He pointed at her, cursing, "Su Yun, you're overstepping. I'll ruin you, help! Someone, please!" Su Yun cried out desperately. Help! Her beautiful eyes locked onto Chen Mo, brimming with vulnerability. Despite Su Qingxue's less than admirable nature, her mother had always treated him well. Moreover, she had successfully forged her own path in business, proving to be an extraordinarily capable woman. To see her in such distress was unexpected. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo swiftly picked up a brick from the roadside. The greasy man seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively turned, his hand reaching for Su Yun's mature form, freezing mid-motion. He regarded Chen Mo, whose demeanor was devoid of emotion, particularly alarmed by the brick in his grasp. Engaging in a brawl with such a reckless youth was daunting. This is merely a domestic dispute. It does not concern you. The greasy man attempted to brush Chen Mo off. Unfortunately for him, Chen Mo was well acquainted with Su Qingxue's family situation. Her mother, Su Yun, had always been single. Many men desired her, yet none could win her heart. Chen Mo? Su Yun recognized him, given that their homes were merely 2 streets apart, and Chen Mo frequently appeared alongside Su Qingxue. Yes, Chen Mo replied, raising the brick in his hand. Upon realizing the two were acquainted, the greasy man panicked entirely. Seeing the brick raised, he cursed under his breath and fled. Halfway down the street, he turned back to shout, "Su Yun, you're fired. Stop pretending to be high and mighty, bang. Get lost." Chen Mo hurled the brick, interrupting the man's tirade. The greasy man fled swiftly, disappearing from sight. Chen Mo then turned to Su Yun, "And Su, are you alright?" Her eyes were slightly reddened as she shook her head, murmuring, "I'm fine, thank you, Chen Mo." Su Yun suddenly gasped in pain, swaying slightly, prompting Chen Mo to catch her. "Aunt Su, what's wrong? My ankle. I twisted it." "Ah." Su Yun's finely sculpted brows knitted together. She wore a pair of black high-heeled shoes not too tall, but perfectly suited to her professional attire. Perhaps unaccustomed to the shoes, she had twisted her ankle in her haste. "Can you walk?" "No, I can't." Su Yun attempted a step, shaking her head in pain. Chen Mo glanced around. It was nighttime, with few cars or pedestrians. There was no other option. He crouched before Su Yun. Seeing the handsome young man before her caused an inexplicable flutter in Su Yun's heart. She took a gentle breath, softly saying, "I'll manage on my own." Yet, as she stepped out, she lost her balance and gasped, "Ah!" Chen Mo was quick to react, catching her as she fell against his back. Su Yun's attractive oval face flushed as Chen Mo realized he could no longer hesitate. He stood up, carrying her swiftly forward. The distance to Su Yun's home was approximately 3 kilometers. An awkward silence enveloped them. "Aunt Su, may I ask how old you are, HM?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden inquiry. Why was this young man concerned with her age? A woman's age is often a closely guarded secret, especially after 30. "You must mean to ask about Qingxue's age." Chen Mo had merely intended to ease the tension, casually inquiring while seeking to ascertain the current year. Xingxue is 18 this year. You two are classmates, so you should be the same age, right? 18 years old. This meant he had somehow returned to 18 years prior. In 2023, 18 years ago, so the year must be 2005. Chen Mo's heart raced with astonishment. So much transpired in this year: the death of the man who adopted him, taking the college entrance examination, confessing to Su Qingxue only to be rejected, the family business. Sold at a loss after a decade, and then entering university. His future trajectory was largely set in this year. Chen Mo? Chen Mo. Suyun's voice brought him back to reality, her breath brushing against his ear, infused with the subtle fragrance of a mature woman. Ah. Yes, Xingxue and I are the same age. By the way, you two were going to school to collect your admission letters today, correct? You must have passed, right? Yes. I did well. Chen Mo's results were commendable, and he owed some gratitude to Su Qingxue to be worthy of her. He had worked diligently, resulting in both being accepted into the same university. Yet, what would it matter, even if they attended the same university? He would still be the devoted admirer, while she remained indifferent. Even if he eventually won her affection, it would be reluctant at best. Such a life was one Chen Mo wished never to relive. He resolved to distance himself from Su Qingxue, to sever ties with the backstabbing brother in partnership, and to extricate himself from those who caused him grief. With this newfound opportunity to start afresh, he vowed to live freely, unencumbered by the past. Ding. 002 escorting the campus belle's mother home. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden chime echoing in his mind. An employee system? Employee System, a platform designed to assist the host in recruiting talent, dominating the business realm, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Recruit talent? Indeed, by enlisting exceptional employees, the host can reap substantial rewards. Chen Mo's heart raced. The system answered his thoughts instantaneously. The system is attuned to the host's intentions. This is a fundamental function. Chen Mo. Next, the system will introduce the varying rewards based on the recruitment of different levels of employees. Different levels of employees? Yes, employees will be assessed on 5 criteria: appearance, physique, charisma, capability, and potential. Employees scoring below 60 will receive no rewards. Scores between 60-69 yield a bronze-level employee reward. Scores between 70-79 yield a silver-level employee reward. Scores between 80-84 yield a gold-level employee reward. Scores between 85-89 yield a diamond-level employee reward. Scores between 90-94 yield a master-level employee reward. Scores between 95-99 yield a grandmaster-level employee reward. A perfect score of 100 grants a king-level employee reward. Listening to the classification of ranks, Chen Mo felt as though he had returned to the days of playing 101 in King of Glory. What kind of perfect individual could possibly attain a score of 100 as a secretary? Unaccountably, Chen Mo's heart brimmed with anticipation for such a person. So, little Chen, are you attending the same university as my Qingxue? Well, it doesn't matter if you're not at the same university. You two have shared many years together, deepening your bond. You can keep in touch during the holidays. Su Yun, thinking that Chen Mo had been disheartened, couldn't help but offer gentle words of comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Mo received the first task from the system. Beep. May Life Mission, please recruit your first secretary in life. Secretary rating must be above 60, reward, 10,000 points, host, Chen Mo age, 18 education, high school physical ability, 6 points average charm, 6 points average skills, none reputation, 99 wealth, 1 yuan ranking 678,532 in Xingyang. County Secretary, none. Chen Mo glanced at his personal information, raising an eyebrow slightly. Evaluation of 1 yuan, and he ranked over 670,000 in the entire county. Beep. Achievement task, become the richest person in Xingyang County, reward, 10,000 points, title, richest person in Xingyang County, title, attribute, charm, 50. Points can be exchanged for any goods in the system mall. Chen Mo had a basic understanding of this system. With such a powerful ally, he suddenly felt filled with hope for the future. Little Chen, Auntie has arrived. Su Yun's voice pulled Chen Mo back to reality. He glanced at the old building. Aunt Su, you live on the 4th floor, right? Yes. Little Chen, I can walk by myself. Aunt Su, now that we're here, please don't be shy. Allow me to do this good deed to the end. Chen Mo carried Su Yun on his back and stepped directly upstairs. Fortunately, it was getting late, and the surrounding neighbors were home, having dinner and watching television. Su Yun's beautiful oval face was buried in Chen Mo's neck, fearful of being seen. Chen Mo hurried upstairs. With each large step, Soo-yun felt her face flush. Her mature body was uncontrollably warm, especially with the youthful hormones emanating from Chen Mo. She momentarily felt as if she had returned to her own 18-year-old self. Ah, we have arrived. Chen Mo stopped at the first door on the 4th floor. Little Chen, thank you for your help, Soo-yun said softly as she took out her keys and unlocked the door. The living room inside was illuminated, and there were people at home. Little Chen, come in and have some water, Soo-yun said warmly, looking at Chen Mo standing at the door. Aunt Sue, I'm fine, I should head home. Look, you are sweating, come inside, wash your face, and have some water. Soo-yun felt guilty if she let Chen Mo leave like this. If it weren't for Chen Mo's appearance, she might have truly fallen prey to Zhou, the bald man. Moreover, he had carried her all the way. He must be exhausted. Faced with Soo-yun's enthusiasm, Chen Mo could no longer refuse and only assisted her into the house. Qinxue, hurry, come pour a glass of water for Chen Mo. After entering the house, Soo-yun's ankle still ached, forcing her to sit on a chair as she called for Su Qinxue. Mom? Upon hearing the voice, Su Qinxue emerged. The moment she saw Soo-yun and Chen Mo beside her, her brows furrowed, and her eyes naturally revealed indifference and impatience. Chen Mo, what do you want at my house? I've told you, it's impossible between us. Could you stop being so shameless? Coming to my house, how annoying. Su Qingshu's tone was icy, pointing at the still open door. Please leave immediately. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback but then shook his head, revealing a relieved smile. She was still the same. However, at this moment, he was no longer the Chen Mo who had been reduced to dust in front of Su Qinxue. What are you smiling about? Su Qinxue felt that her authority had been offended by Chen Mo's relieved smile. Now, leave. Qinxue, what are you doing? How can you speak to Chen Mo like that? Soo-yun was astonished by Su Qingshu's rudeness, and upon realizing it, she immediately reprimanded her. Chen Mo is not here to find you. Not here to find me? Ha! Then who is he visiting at this late hour? Your mother? Qinxue, you really are. Aunt Su, I apologize for the intrusion. Chen Mo, disinterested in explaining, turned and left, not wishing to have any further entanglements with Su Qinxue. Hey, little Chen Mo sigh, that child. Soo-yun watched Chen Mo's departing figure, filled with a sense of solitude and melancholy. In an instant, her heart ached for him inexplicably. Mom, don't be fooled by him, I know his intentions well. Su Qinxue, that's enough. Soo-yun glared at Su Qinxue, her anger boiling. You. Really, without knowing the full story, you scold Chen Mo. Do you know why he came to our house? Your mother was bullied, and he helped me out of a difficult situation. I sprained my ankle and couldn't walk a step. He carried me back, 3 kilometers, without uttering a word of complaint. After all that effort to get me home, I invited him in for a glass of water. Is that too much to ask? And you? The moment you come out, you hurl cold sarcasm at him. Isn't that a bit excessive? One should not be so self-righteous. Su Qinxue was rendered speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. 001 The mother of the campus belle. Isn't failure a constant companion throughout life? Chen Mo tilted his head back, draining the last bottle of liquor, his gaze vacant as he stared into the inky night sky. The fatal betrayal of a business partner. A company built with all my effort, collapsing overnight. The goddess pursued for 2 decades, her phone now unreachable after the downfall. Left with nothing, these thoughts swirled in Chen Mo's mind as he lost consciousness, reflecting on the tragic experiences of his 30-plus years of life. Dying from alcohol poisoning might be a form of liberation, wouldn't it? As his awareness faded, he slipped into a void, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, a mature and alluring woman's panicked scream shattered the silence. Chen Mo jolted awake. The first scene that met his eyes was electrifying. A man confronted a woman clad in a fitted black suit. The woman, voluptuous and mature, exuded the charm of a seasoned woman, especially in her tailored trousers. Such an enchanting figure, it was no wonder men were drawn to her relentlessly. She possessed a lethal allure for men of all ages. Wait, she looks somewhat familiar? Su Qinxue? Her mother? Pursuing the mother of the campus belle for 2 decades? Wait, how is she so youthful? What is going on? Chen Mo stared in disbelief at the mature beauty reprimanding the greasy middle-aged man. Could it be I am dreaming? Slap. A resounding slap echoed suddenly. The mother of the campus belle struck the man, incensed by something he said. This slap incited the man's fury. He pointed at her, cursing. Soo-yun, you're asking for it. I'll ruin you. Ah! Help! Su-yun cried out desperately. Help! It seemed she spotted Chen Mo not far away, her beautiful eyes filled with vulnerability. Though Su Qingxue was not the best person, her mother had always treated him well. Moreover, she later succeeded in her own business, proving to be an exceptionally formidable woman. It was shocking to see her in such distress. Furrowing his brows, Chen Mo instinctively seized a brick from the roadside. The greasy man, sensing something amiss, turned to glance and hesitated as he reached out toward Su-yun's mature figure. He looked at Chen Mo, whose expression was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. The brick in Chen Mo's hand made him shudder. In a brawl, encountering a reckless youth like this was daunting. We're just having a domestic dispute, it's none of your business. The greasy man attempted to dismiss Chen Mo. Unfortunately, Chen Mo was well aware of Su Qingxue's family situation. Her mother, Su-yun, had always been single, surrounded by men who desired her, yet none could claim her heart. Chen Mo? At that moment, Su-yun recognized Chen Mo, given their families were only 2 streets apart. Plus, Chen Mo frequently appeared beside Su Qingxue, making it natural for her to know him. Chen Mo responded, raising the brick in his hand. Seeing they were acquainted, the greasy man panicked completely upon noticing the brick. He cursed and bolted. Halfway through his escape, he turned back, shouting, Su-yun, you're fired. Damn you for pretending to be so virtuous, damn. Bang! Get lost. Chen Mo hurled the brick at him, interrupting the greasy man's tirade. The greasy man fled swiftly, disappearing in an instant. Finally, Chen Mo turned to Su-yun, and Su, are you alright? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head, murmuring, I'm fine, thank you, Chen Mo. Su-yun suddenly gasped in pain, swaying to one side, and Chen Mo quickly steadied her. Aunt Su, what's wrong? My ankle it's sprained. Su-yun's delicate brows knitted tightly. She wore a pair of black heels, not particularly high, but they complemented her professional attire. Perhaps she wasn't accustomed to them. In her haste, she twisted her ankle. Can you walk? No, I can't. Su-yun attempted a step but shook her head, wincing in pain. Chen Mo glanced around. It was nighttime, with few cars and pedestrians. With no other options, he squatted in front of Su-yun. As she looked at the young, handsome man crouched before her, her heart inexplicably fluttered. Taking a slight breath, she softly said, I'll manage on my own. But as she tried to take a step, she swayed again, gasping. Chen Mo was quick, catching her as she fell onto his back. Cough, the warmth gradually spread across Su-yun's exquisitely beautiful oval face. Chen Mo realized they could not remain in this standoff and promptly stood up, carrying Su-yun as he walked briskly forward. From this spot to Su-yun's home was approximately 3 kilometers. An awkward silence enveloped them. Aunt Su, how old are you this year? Su-yun was taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden question. Why is this boy inquiring about my age? A woman's age is a closely guarded secret, especially after 30. You must mean to ask how old Qingxue is? Su-yun instinctively thought Chen Mo had misspoken. Chen Mo merely intended to break the tension, casually asking while trying to ascertain the current year. Qingxue is 18 this year, your classmates, so you should be the same age, right? Su Qingxue is 18. Had he truly returned 18 years back in time? 2023, 18 years ago. This meant it was 2005. Chen Mo's heart raced with astonishment. So much transpired in that year: the passing of old Chen, who had adopted him, taking the college entrance examination, confessing to Su Qingxue only to be rejected, and the family business being sold at a loss after over a decade, leading him to university. His future trajectory crystallized in that very year. Chen Mo? Chen Mo. Su-yun called softly near his ear. Chen Mo snapped back to reality, catching a whiff of the subtle, mature fragrance emanating from her. Yes, I'm the same age as Qingxue. By the way, you two went to school today to collect your admission notices, right? You got accepted, didn't you? I did get accepted. Chen Mo's exam results were commendable, and he genuinely owed it to Su Qingxue. To match her, he had diligently studied, ensuring they both were admitted to the same university. But even if they attended the same university, what would it matter? He would still be the one pining after her, while she remained indifferent. Even if he eventually won her heart, it would be under duress. Such a life, Chen Mo vowed never to endure again. He resolved to distance himself from Su Qingxue, from the brother who betrayed him, from these people. If a second chance had been granted, he would live freely and authentically. Ding! 002 escorting the campus belle's mother home. As the melodic notification sound suddenly resonated in Chen Mo's mind, he found himself momentarily stunned. An employee system, a tool designed to assist the host in recruiting employees, dominating the business realm, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Recruit employees? Indeed, the host merely needs to attract outstanding employees to earn generous rewards. Chen Mo's heart raced. Whatever he pondered, the system instantly answered his queries. The system is intuitively connected to the host's thoughts. This is one of its fundamental functions. Chen Mo, next, let me elucidate that the rewards for recruiting employees of different tiers vary. Different tiers of employees? Yes, employees will be comprehensively evaluated based on appearance, physique, temperament, ability, and potential. Employees scoring below 60 will receive no rewards. Scores between 60-69 yield bronze level employee rewards. Scores between 70-79 yield silver level employee rewards. Scores between 80-84 yield gold level employee rewards. Scores between 85-89 yield diamond level employee rewards. Scores between 90-94 yield master level employee rewards. Scores between 95-99 yield grandmaster level employee rewards. A perfect score of 100 grants king level employee rewards. Chen Mo listened to the classification of ranks, feeling as though he had returned to the days of competing in 101 and the King of Glory. What kind of impeccable individual could possibly achieve a score of 100 as a secretary? Unconsciously, Chen Mo felt an anticipation for such a person. So, Xiao Chen, are you attending the same university as Mai Qingxue? Well, it's not a problem if you aren't. You've been classmates for so many years, your bond is strong. You can keep in touch during the holidays. Su Yun believed Chen Mo was disheartened and gently offered her comfort. At that moment, Chen Mo also received the first task from the system. Ding, main life task, please recruit your first secretary in life. Secretary score requirement, above 60 points. Reward, 10,000 points. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Education, high school. Physical fitness, 6 points average. Charm, 6 points average. Skills, none. Fame, 99. Wealth, 1 yuan. Ranking, 678,532 in Xinjiang County. Secretary, none. Chen Mo glanced at his personal information, raising an eyebrow slightly. A mere 1 yuan valuation that placed him over 670,000 in the county rankings. Ding. Achievement task, become the richest person in Xinjiang County. Reward, 10,000 points. Title, richest person in Xinjiang County. Title attribute, charm 50. Points can be exchanged for any goods in the system mall. Chen Mo had a clear understanding of this system. With such a powerful ally, he was suddenly filled with anticipation for the future. Xiao Chen, auntie has arrived. Su Yun's voice pulled Chen Mo back to reality. He glanced at the old building. Su auntie, you live on the 4th floor, right? Yes. Xiao Chen, I think I'll walk myself. Auntie, since we're here, don't be shy. Let me assist you all the way. Chen Mo carried Su Yun on his back and stepped directly upstairs. Fortunately, it was not too late, and the neighbors were mostly at home, enjoying their meals or watching television. Su Yun's beautiful oval face was buried in the back of Chen Mo's neck, fearful of being seen. Chen Mo hurried upstairs. With each large step he took, Su Yun's face flushed, her mature body uncontrollably heating up, especially with the youthful male hormone exuding from Chen Mo, transporting her back to her own 18 years. Huff, we're here. Chen Mo halted at the first door on the 4th floor. Xiao Chen, thank you for your trouble. Su Yun softly said as she took out her keys from her bag and opened the door. The living room was lit, indicating someone was home. Xiao Chen, come in, have some water. Su Yun enthusiastically beckoned Chen Mo, who stood at the door. Auntie, it's all right, I should head home. Look at you, you're sweating. Come in, wipe your face, and have some water. Su Yun thought if she let Chen Mo leave like this, her conscience would not allow it. If it weren't for Chen Mo's appearance, she might have truly fallen prey to Jotsu. Moreover, he had carried her all the way. He must be exhausted. Faced with Su Yun's warmth, Chen Mo could no longer refuse and stepped into the house. Qingxue, hurry, bring a glass of water for Chen Mo. After entering, Su Yun, still in pain from her ankle, could only sit in a chair and call for Su Qingxue. Mom? Upon hearing the voice, Su Qingxue emerged. As she stepped out, she saw Su Yun and Chen Mo beside her. The moment she spotted Chen Mo, her brows furrowed, and her eyes naturally reflected indifference and impatience. Chen Mo, What do you want at my house? I told you, it's impossible for us, can you stop being so shameless? Coming to my house, how bothersome. Su Kingsu's tone was icy, pointing at the still open door. Please leave immediately. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, revealing a relieved smile. She was still the same her, however. At this moment, he was no longer the Chen Mo who felt utterly insignificant before Su Qingxue. What are you smiling at? Su Qingxue felt her authority was offended by Chen Mo's relaxed smile. Now, leave. Qingxue, what are you doing? How can you speak to Chen Mo like that? Su Yun was taken aback by Su Kingsu's rudeness, and once she regained her composure, she immediately reprimanded her. Chen Mo isn't here for you, not here for me? Ha! Then who is he here to see at this hour, your mom? Qingxue, you truly are. Auntie, I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Mo was too weary to explain. Turning to leave, he wished to sever any ties with Su Qingxue. Hey, Xiao Chen Mo, this child. Su Yun watched Chen Mo's departing figure, filled with solitude and melancholy, her heart inexplicably aching for him. Mom, don't be fooled by him, I know his intentions all too well. Su Qingxue, that's enough. Su Yun glared at Su Qingxue, her heart ablaze. You truly have no reason to scold Chen Mo without understanding the situation. Do you know why he came to our house? I was bullied, and he came to my aid. I twisted my ankle and couldn't walk. He carried me back, 3 kilometers, without uttering a single complaint. Finally getting home, I invited him in for a glass of water. Is that too much to ask? And you? The moment you came out, you showered him with cold sarcasm. Isn't that a bit excessive? You shouldn't be so self-righteous. Su Qingxue was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. 001 The mother of the campus belle. Isn't failure a constant thread woven throughout the tapestry of life? Chen Mo tilted his head back, draining the last bottle of liquor, his gaze hollow as it pierced the inky night sky. The treacherous betrayal by a business partner. A company built through unwavering dedication, now crumbled to bankruptcy. The goddess pursued for 2 decades, her phone now unreachable post-collapse. Left with nothing. These thoughts cascaded through Chen Mo's mind, a grim reflection of his 30-plus years of tragic existence, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness. To die from alcohol poisoning, perhaps that could be deemed a form of liberation? His consciousness blurred further until it faded into an abyss of nothingness. Time became irrelevant. Suddenly, a panicked scream from a mature, alluring woman pierced the air. Chen Mo's eyes flew open. The first scene that greeted him was one that ignited a fervor within him. A man confronted a woman clad in a fitted black suit, her mature, voluptuous figure accentuated by her tailored trousers, exuding the essence of femininity. Such an enchanting mature woman, no wonder men were drawn to her. She possessed a lethal allure that captivated men of all ages. Wait. She looks somewhat familiar? Su Qingxue? Her mother? He had pursued the mother of the campus belle for 2 decades? But hold on, how could her mother look so youthful? What is happening? Chen Mo gazed in disbelief at the glamorous matron who was vociferously reprimanding the greasy middle-aged man. Could it be? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed. For reasons unknown, the mother of the campus belle struck the greasy man across the face. This act incited the man's fury, as he pointed at her and shouted, Su Yun, you're overstepping. I'll ruin you. Ah! Help! Su Yun cried out. Help! Her enchanting eyes, filled with desperation, seemed to find Chen Mo in the distance. Despite Su Kingsu's flaws, her mother had always treated him kindly. Moreover, she had later achieved entrepreneurial success, proving herself to be a formidable woman. To see her in such distress was shocking. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo seized a brick from the roadside. The greasy man seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere and instinctively turned to glance at Chen Mo, freezing as his hand approached Su Yun's curvaceous form. He beheld Chen Mo, whose expression was devoid of emotion, particularly struck by the brick in his hand. The prospect of engaging in a fight with such a reckless youth sent a shiver down his spine. We're just having a domestic dispute, it's none of your business. The greasy man attempted to brush Chen Mo off. Unfortunately, Chen Mo was privy to the family dynamics of Su Qingxue. Her mother, Su Yun, had always been single, surrounded by suitors, yet none had claimed her heart. Chen Mo? At that moment, Su Yun recognized him, as their families lived merely 2 streets apart. Furthermore, Chen Mo frequently appeared in Su Kingsu's vicinity, making him familiar to her. Chen Mo replied, raising the brick in his hand. The greasy man, realizing their acquaintance, panicked. Cursing under his breath, he turned and fled. Halfway through his escape, he glanced back, exclaiming, "Soo-yun, you're fired. Damn you for pretending to be high and mighty." Bang! Get lost! Chen Mo hurled the brick, interrupting the middle-aged man's tirade. The greasy man vanished in an instant. Turning to Soo-yun, Chen Mo inquired, "Sue, Aunt, are you all right?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head, murmuring, "I'm fine, thank you, Chen Mo." Soo-yun suddenly winced, her body swaying, prompting Chen Mo to catch her. "Aunt Sue, what's wrong?" "My foot, I twisted my ankle." "Ah." Soo-yun's delicate brows furrowed tightly. She wore a pair of black high heels that, though not exceedingly tall, complemented her professional attire beautifully. Perhaps unused to them, she had stumbled while rushing. "Can you still walk?" "No, I can't." Soo-yun attempted a step but quickly shook her head in pain. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings. It was already nighttime, with few vehicles or pedestrians. There was no other option. He crouched before Soo-yun. As she gazed at the young man before her, an inexplicable flutter surged within her, causing her to inhale sharply. "I can manage on my own." Yet, as she took a step, she swayed dangerously, letting out a startled cry. Chen Mo reacted swiftly, catching her as she collapsed onto his back. Cough. A blush crept onto Soo-yun's exquisitely beautiful face. Aware that prolonging this situation was unwise, Chen Mo rose, carrying her with purposeful strides. The distance from this spot to Soo-yun's home was approximately 3 kilometers. An awkward silence enveloped them. "Aunt Sue, how old are you this year?" Chen Mo's unexpected question took Soo-yun by surprise. Why was this boy inquiring about her age? A woman's age is a closely guarded secret, especially after turning 30. "You must mean to ask about Qingxue, right?" Soo-yun assumed he had misspoken. In truth, Chen Mo intended to alleviate the tension, casually asking while seeking to ascertain the current year. "Qingxue is 18 this year. You two are classmates, so you should be the same age, right?" 18. They had indeed returned 18 years into the past. It was 2023, which meant it was now 2005. Chen Mo's heart raced with astonishment. A multitude of events transpired during this year: the passing of his adoptive father, the college entrance examination, his unsuccessful confession to Su Qingxue, the family business sold off at a paltry price after years of operation, leading to his entrance into university. The trajectory of his future was largely determined in this very year. "Chen Mo? Chen Mo." Soo-yun's voice, close to his ear, snapped him back to reality. He was suddenly aware of the subtle fragrance emanating from her mature form. "Ah. Yes, I am the same age as Qingxue. By the way, you two are going to school to collect your admission letters today, right? You must have passed, right?" "Yes. I passed." Chen Mo's exam results had been commendable, and he indeed owed thanks to Su Qingxue and his desire to be worthy of her. He had studied diligently, gaining admission to the same university as her. Yet, even if they attended the same university, what did it matter? Each day, he played the role of an infatuated admirer while she remained indifferent. Even if he eventually won her heart, it would still be a reluctant victory. Such a life, Chen Mo had no desire to relive. He resolved to distance himself from Su Qingxue, from the treacherous brother-in-arms, and from those who had wronged him. Given this opportunity to start anew, he would live freely and authentically. 002 escorting the mother of the campus belle home. As Chen Mo listened to the sudden chime resonating within his mind, he found himself momentarily dazed. An employee system, a tool designed to assist the host in recruiting employees, dominating the business realm, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Recruiting employees? Indeed, the host merely needs to recruit exceptional employees to reap generous rewards. A thrill coursed through Chen Mo. Whatever he contemplated, the system promptly addressed. His inquiries: the system is attuned to the host's thoughts. This is its fundamental function. Chen Mo. Next, I shall elucidate the rewards associated with recruiting employees of varying levels. Employees of differing tiers? Yes, employees will be comprehensively assessed based on appearance, physique, temperament, capability, and potential. Employees scoring below 60 will receive no rewards. Scores between 60-69 will yield bronze-level rewards. Scores between 70-79 will yield silver-level rewards. Scores between 80-84 will yield gold-level rewards. Scores. between 85-89 will yield diamond level rewards. Scores between 90-94 will yield master level rewards. Scores between 95-99 will yield grandmaster level rewards. A perfect score of 100 will yield king level rewards. Listening to the classification of ranks, Chen Mo felt as though he had returned to the days of competing in 101 and King of Glory. What kind of flawless individual could possibly achieve a score of 100 as a secretary? Unaccountably, anticipation swelled within Chen Mo towards such a person. So, Xiao Chen, are you attending the same university as my Qin Shui? Well, it's alright if you're not at the same university. You two have been classmates for so many years, your bond must be profound. You can keep in touch during the holidays. Su Yun assumed Chen Mo was feeling disheartened and gently offered her consolation. Meanwhile, Chen Mo received his first task from the system. Ding. Main life mission, please recruit your first secretary scoring requirement, above 60 points, reward, 10,000 points. Host, Chen Mo. Age, 18. Education, high school. Physical fitness, 6 points average. Charm, 6 points average. Skills, none. Fame, 99. Wealth, 1 yuan. Rank, 678,532 in Xinjiang County. Secretary, none. Chen Mo glanced at his personal information, raising an eyebrow slightly. Evaluation of 1 yuan, and he ranked over 670,000 in the entire county. Ding. Achievement task, become the richest person in Xinjiang County, reward, 10,000 points, title, richest person in Xinjiang County, title, attribute, charm 50. Points can be redeemed for any goods in the system mall. Chen Mo gained a fundamental understanding of this system. With such a powerful ally, he was suddenly filled with hope for the future. Xiao Chen, auntie has arrived. Su Yun's voice pulled Chen Mo back to reality. He glanced at the old apartment building. Aunt Su, you live on the 4th floor, right? Indeed, Xiao Chen, I think I shall walk myself. Aunt Su, since we're here, please don't be shy. Let me help you to the end. Chen Mo carried Su Yun on his back and stepped directly up the stairs. Fortunately, it was not too late. The neighbors were at home, enjoying their meals and watching television. Su Yun's beautiful oval face was buried in the nape of Chen Mo's neck, fearful of being seen. He hurried up the stairs. With each large step, Su Yun felt her cheeks flush. Her mature body was uncontrollably warming, especially the youthful hormones emanating from Chen Mo made her momentarily feel as if she were back at the age of 18. Phew, we've arrived. Chen Mo stopped at the door of the first apartment on the 4th floor. Xiao Chen, thank you for your trouble. Su Yun said softly as she took out her keys from her bag and opened the door. The living room was lit, indicating that someone was home. Xiao Chen, come in and have a drink. Su Yun said warmly, looking at Chen Mo standing at the doorway. Aunt Su, it's alright, he'll head home first. Look at you, you're sweating. Come inside, wipe your face, and have some water. Su Yun felt guilty if she let Chen Mo leave like this. Had it not been for his presence, she might have truly been taken advantage of by Zhou Tzu. Moreover, he carried her all the way. He must be exhausted. Faced with Su Yun's enthusiasm, Chen Mo could not refuse any longer and supported her into the house. Qinxue, quickly, pour a glass of water for Chen Mo. After entering, Su Yun, still in pain from her ankle, could only sit on a chair and call for Su Qinxue. Mom? Su Qinxue emerged upon hearing the voice. As soon as she stepped out and saw Su Yun along with Chen Mo, her brows furrowed, and her eyes naturally revealed indifference and impatience. Chen Mo, what do you want at my house? I've told you, it's impossible between us. Can you stop being so shameless, coming to my house? How annoying. Su Qinxue said coldly, pointing at the still open door. Please leave immediately. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback but then shook his head with a relaxed smile. She was still the same her. However, at this moment, he was no longer the Chen Mo who had once felt utterly insignificant in front of Su Qinxue. What are you laughing at? Su Qinxue felt her authority offended by Chen Mo's nonchalant smile. Now, get out, Qinxue, what are you doing? How can you speak to Chen Mo like that? Su Yun was astonished by Su Qinxue's rudeness and immediately reprimanded her. Chen Mo isn't here for you. Not here for me? Ha! Then why is he here so late? Looking for whom? For Mom, perhaps. Qinxue, you really, Aunt Su, I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Mo, weary of explaining, turned to leave. He wanted no further entanglements with Su Qinxue. Hey, Xiao Chen, Chen Mo sighed. The child Su Yun gazed at Chen Mo's departing figure, feeling a surge of loneliness and melancholy, inexplicably pained for him. Mom, don't be deceived by him. I know his intentions all too well. Su Qingxue, that's enough. Su Yun glared at Su Qingxue, her anger flaring. How can you criticize Chen Mo without understanding the situation? Do you know why he came to our home? I was bullied, and he helped me out. I twisted my ankle, unable to walk a single step, and he carried me back, 3 kilometers, without uttering a single word of fatigue. After finally arriving home, I invited him in for a glass of water. Is that too much to ask, and you? You come out hurling insults and mockery at him. Isn't that a bit excessive? One should not be too self-righteous. Su Qingxue was left speechless, her face flushed with shame.
003, only 3 matters to attend to. Chen Mo departed from Su Qingxue's residence and descended into the old alley. The streetlights in the alley cast a dim glow, elongating Chen Mo's silhouette as he turned around 2 street corners, arriving at an antiquated street bustling with numerous small shops. At the heart of the street stood a 3-story old building, the ground floor of which housed a retail store that had been in operation for 18 years. The sign above the entrance boldly proclaimed Old Street Supermarket, a business that shared its inception year with Chen Mo himself. 18 years prior, the elderly Chen Hanzhong and his wife, Yi Shuhui, opened their retail store. On the day of the grand opening, as Yi Shuhui swung the shop's door wide, she discovered a swaddled infant at the entrance. Her heart raced as she hastily approached to pick up the bundle, finding a serene baby boy within, his bright, sparkling eyes gazing up at her. In that moment, Yi Shuhui's heart, brimming with maternal affection, was utterly captivated. The arrival of Chen Mo brought immense joy to the elderly couple, who had been married for over 20 years without a child. Thus, Chen Mo thrived under their doting care. However, tragedy struck just 2 months before Chen Mo's college entrance examination when the elderly Chen passed away. Yi Shuhui, bereft of the will to manage the sprawling store of nearly 300 to 400 square meters, contemplated selling it. Chen Mo recalled that the store had been priced quite low, a decision Yi Shuhui later regretted, not for the price itself, but for relinquishing the place that held the bittersweet memories of her and Chen's struggles. "Isn't this little Mo? Returning so late, your mother is waiting for you," called out a middle-aged man descending from the upper floors, a beaming smile on his face. He appeared honest, yet his eyes betrayed a shrewdness that could not be concealed. His name was Fu Limin, Chen's father's right-hand man, who managed the store's inventory, a position considered quite lucrative. Chen Mo later learned that during the transfer of the business, Fu had underreported the stock and miscalculated prices. At that time, Yi Shuhui had lost interest in the accounts, allowing him to report whatever figures he pleased. Chen Mo lamented that his focus had solely been on how to please Su Qingxue. Given a chance to relive his life, he vowed that this advantage Fu Limin would no longer be able to exploit, nor would he allow Yi Shuhui to experience further regret. Recalling the love of the person who cherished him dearly, Chen Mo hurriedly ascended the 4 steps to the 3rd floor. The door to their home stood ajar, revealing a weary-looking woman at the entrance. Yi Shuhui could always discern Chen Mo's footsteps. Whenever she was home, she would open the door for him in anticipation. This familiar scene tugged at Chen Mo's heartstrings, reminiscent of the time after his graduation when Yi Shuhui passed away, leaving him bereft of the chance to see her waiting for him at the door again. Observing her, an indescribable emotion welled up within him, prompting him to rush forward and embrace her tightly, whispering, "Mom, little Mo, what brings you back so late?" She inquired. "Nothing. I just wanted to give you a hug. My silly boy, come inside and eat something. By the way, why are you so late? Where have you been wandering?" Yi Shuhui resumed her familiar mode of gentle reprimand, until her eyes fell upon Chen Mo's acceptance letter. "So, Shanghai University? How wonderful!" she exclaimed, joyfully clutching the acceptance letter and embracing Chen Mo tightly. "Mom, let's eat first." "All right." Chen Mo took a seat at the table, a smile gracing his face as he watched Yi Shuhui fuss over him, serving him dishes while chattering away. "What are you staring at? Eat." Yi Shuhui playfully tapped his chopsticks. As it turned out, he was indeed quite hungry. Chen Mo dove into his meal with fervor. "Slow down, don't choke. Have some water," Yi Shuhui advised, gazing at him with a warm smile. After taking a sip, Chen Mo casually remarked, "Mom, I ran into Fu Limin downstairs. Why is he coming to our house? Yi Shuhui's expression dimmed slightly. Your mother is considering transferring the store. Chen Mo set down his chopsticks, looking earnestly at Yi Shui. Mom, why do you want to sell the store? Is it because of father? Yi Shui paused, her chopsticks halting midair. Before replying slowly, that's part of it. Additionally, the store's business is not as prosperous as it once was, and after all these years of managing it, I am quite weary and wish to rest. Chen Mo nodded, attentively regarding Yi Shui. Mom, please hold off on selling the store for now. I still have 2 months before university starts. How about you let me manage it during this time? Yi Shui looked at him in surprise. You want to give it a try? Yes. Chen Mo had previously shown no interest in the store's affairs. Today, however, he felt it was time for him to step up as he had turned 18, an age signifying adulthood, and he needed some experience. Selling it now wouldn't make much difference in just 2 months. Yi Shui placed a piece of meat into Chen Mo's bowl, contemplating before saying, then you can give it a shot. Since the passing of Chen Mo's father, Yi Shui had adopted a more open-minded attitude towards everything, which is why she had so readily considered selling the supermarket in her previous life. Chen Mo grinned widely. Thank you, Mom. You should eat some meat too. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. That night, Chen Mo fell asleep late, fearful that upon waking, he would discover it had all been a dream. The following day, he awoke early, opening his eyes to find himself still in the old house, a profound sense of reassurance enveloping him. At 7 o'clock, he hurriedly dressed and stepped out to wash up. The store typically opened at 8. Yi Shui was somewhat surprised to see Chen Mo awake so early. Since finishing his exams, he usually rose around 10. Mom, just take me to meet everyone, he said. All right. Yi Shui was genuinely curious to see how her usually carefree son would manage the store. After finishing his morning routine, Chen Mo followed Yi Shui downstairs to the shop, which had yet to open. Gradually, the staff began to arrive, totaling 7 individuals, 2 cashiers for attendance, and 1 manager, Fu Limin. Ms. Yi, you're here, greeted a plump middle-aged woman with a cheerful smile. Oh, little Mo is here too. What would you like to eat? Suaping, please gather everyone, Yi Shui commanded, radiating the presence of a boss. Before long, the staff congregated by the cash register. Fu Limin wore a delighted smile. Assuming Yi Shui had come to announce the store's impending sale. Once everyone was gathered, Yi Shui directly stated, I have an important announcement. From now on, you need not seek me for matters regarding the store. Everyone paused in confusion, then looked at her in astonishment. Ms. Yi, what do you mean? Wang Suaping asked anxiously. Having only completed elementary school, she struggled with literacy, and securing this job had not been easy. The wages were decent, amounting to nearly 1,000 yuan monthly, which was significant in this county. The prospect of losing this job was daunting, and finding another one like it would be a challenge. Boss, we promise to work hard. Please don't fire us. Another chimed in. Yes, we rely on my salary to support our 4 children. Observing the apprehension among the staff, Fu Limin confidently interjected, Ms. I isn't going to dismiss you. Yi Shui stepped aside to allow Chen Mo to take center stage. From now on, all store matters will be handled by Chen Mo. If you have any concerns, direct them to him. The staff stood in stunned silence, their gazes shifting from Yi Shui to Chen Mo, particularly Fu Limin, who wondered if he had misheard. Wasn't this supposed to be an announcement about selling the store? He had carefully hidden his stock. What does it mean for this inexperienced Chen Mo to take charge? Fu Limin pondered for a moment, and then revealed a smile. Wouldn't it be even better to deal with this naive young lad who knows nothing? However, the words that followed from Chen Mo made his expression darken instantly. I will only attend to 3 matters upon taking charge. The women who arrived with the wind. First, all accounts must be submitted to me for verification. Second, all purchase prices must pass through my hands. Third, I shall determine the prices of all merchandise. Before Chen Mo could finish speaking, Fu Limin, standing nearby, flushed with anger. Xiao Mo, what do you mean by this? Nothing much, just standardizing operations. Standardizing operations? It seems to me you are targeting me. Do you think I don't know how long I have been here? Does your mother not know who I am? Fu Limin, fuming, turned to Yi Shui for confirmation. Yi Shui wore a calm smile, but remained silent. Chen Mo replied with composure. Regardless of who you are, everyone must adhere to my regulations. No one is exempt from scrutiny. Fu Li Min sneered coldly, ah? So it appears you are indeed coming for me. Fine, I quit. He tossed aside the purchase order in his hand and turned to leave. Uncle Fu, wait. About those accounts. I will send someone to discuss it with you later. Huh, let them come. I'll be waiting. Fu Li Min scoffed, kicking over a nearby trash can. It is often said that a new official brings 3 fires. Chen Mo's first blaze had scorched Fu Li Min. The others turned to Chen Mo, instantly shedding their elder's demeanor. Xiao Mo, no, boss, whatever you need, just tell us. And we shall ensure it is done beautifully. Wang Suiping said eagerly. Actually, I do have something I need your help with. Chen Mo cleared his throat. Please draft a recruitment notice and post it at our shop entrance. Recruiting? What are we hiring for? The others looked at Chen Mo with curiosity. Chen Mo addressed them. For secretary. Ants, do you know anyone suitable to recommend? A secretary? What are the requirements? They were aware that the shop had always offered good pay, so relatives would certainly be willing to come if given the chance. However, did they really need a secretary? Nevertheless, that was not their concern. As long as there was a salary and it was not illegal, they were indifferent. Chen Mo pondered. First, education. High school diploma. Huh? Just that. The ants gasped in astonishment, as most of them had only completed elementary or at most junior high school. High school graduates were quite rare among their generation. Second, a height of at least 165 centimeters. That should suffice. Oh, and most importantly, it must be female, without even mentioning the third requirement. The first 2 already left the ants at a loss. They considered the people around them and found almost no one qualified. What is the salary? Asked Aunt Zhang, who was in charge of the cash register. At the mention of salary, everyone perked up. Chen Mo thought for a moment. 2,000. 2,000. The ants were incredulous, exchanging shocked glances. 2,000 was a substantial sum. They had never heard of anyone earning that much in a month. Chen Mo continued earnestly. If the work is well done and the individual is capable, the salary will increase to 3,000 after the probation period. Wow! The ants erupted in astonishment. 3,000 a month was indeed staggering. Even Fu Li Min, who had just stormed out, only earned 1,500 a month. Chen Mo's offer of 2,000 to 3,000 was truly extravagant. Yishu Wei, who had remained silent, felt perplexed. Was a secretary truly so valuable? However, since she had decided to let Chen Mo take full responsibility, she refrained from intervening. All right, ants, please help me spread the word. After saying this, Chen Mo went to write a recruitment notice, moved a table, and positioned himself at the entrance of the shop. He placed the notice in front of the table and sat down. Is Xiao Mo really starting to recruit people this early? I still wanted to ask my sister-in-law. Li Ping remarked. Wang Suiping, your daughter graduated from high school this year, right? She inquired, glancing at Aunt Li, who was handling the cash register. Aunt Li looked somewhat anxious. Yes, my girl's in the same class as Chen Mo, but I can't leave work to call her. Wang Suiping suggested. Just take a day off. Xiao Mo will certainly allow it. After contemplating, Aunt Li approached Chen Mo, who was seated at the table, and whispered Xiao Mo. Do you think my daughter Lulu would be suitable? Chen Mo paused for a moment. Lulu? Lulu. Yes. Aunt Li nodded vigorously. An image of a tall, oval-faced young woman flashed in Chen Mo's mind. Indeed, Li Lulu was quite attractive, with long legs and a height close to 170 centimeters. She could be worth a try. Chen Mo hesitated, as he still needed to evaluate her via the system's scoring. Then I will take a day off and ask her to come. Aunt Li looked at Chen Mo with eager anticipation. Chen Mo was also eager to complete the task, for the rewards were quite appealing. Just a reward of 10,000 points was enough to purchase many items Chen Mo desired. He had perused the items in the system store last night. 1,000 points could buy an entire upgraded KFC supply chain. 5,000 points could secure a mysterious body enhancement potion. 10,000 points could even procure various innovative developments for the next decade, significantly accelerating the advancement of the entire era. Chen Mo was in urgent need of completing his first main task. Hey, Xiao Mo, what are you writing so early? Before long, many people began to gather around Chen Mo's table. Most were neighbors from the vicinity. Hiring a secretary? What does this supermarket need a secretary for? Yishui thought the boy was being overly indulged. Wow, a probation salary of $2,000 a month, and $3,000 upon confirmation. The salary instantly astonished the neighborhood's uncles and aunts. After the shock wore off, they began to consider if they had anyone in their family who might qualify. They inquired about the requirements for the secretary position, but upon learning that a high school diploma, a height of at least 165 centimeters, and a pleasing appearance were necessary, they gave up. They couldn't help but nickname Chun Mo the prodigal son. After all, it seemed that old Chin's decades-long enterprise might fall into this boy's hands. As they chatted about the prodigal son, they immediately began sending people to apply. In less than half an hour, over a dozen women lined up in front of Chun Mo. There were younger girls around 17 or 18, older sisters in their 20s, and mature women in their 30s and 40s, all still possessing charm. One could not deny the power of money. Please, everyone, don't rush, one at a time. Just as Chun Mo was busy interviewing potential secretaries, a group of vibrant 17 and 18-year-old female students arrived. Among them, one stood out remarkably, both in appearance and demeanor, embodying an exceptional aura. It was none other than Chun Mo's former goddess, Su Qingxue, 005, the diamond-level secretary. Qingxue, truly, it is Chun Mo. Do we not speak of seeking a summer job? Let's go and take a look. Lulu, how much did your mother say the salary was per month? $2,000 during the probation period, and $3,000 upon confirmation. $3,000. I must give it a try. I heard the height requirement is above 165 centimeters. Well, only Lulu and Qingxue meet that standard. Qingxue, you should go. Chun Mo will surely hire you on the spot. Indeed, who doesn't know how much Chun Mo adores Qingxue? Su Qingxue could not help but reveal a faint smile. Yet the recollection of the preceding night's events cast a shadow over her mood. She lifted her chin, her demeanor icy, and declared, "He wishes to recruit me, yet I have no desire to go. Qingxue, you cannot squander such a splendid opportunity. Chun Mo is practically offering you money, and you refuse it. Exactly. Isn't your mother currently unemployed? How will you manage your university tuition?" Listening to their words, Su Qingxue felt a flicker of temptation. Indeed, her mother had resigned. How would she cover her tuition? This secretarial position offers $2,000 during the probationary period. Working just 2 months would suffice to cover her tuition and living expenses. Should you decline, it is highly probable that this position will fall into Lilu's hands. The words from the girl beside her instantly ignited Su Qingxue's determination. Qingxue, give it a shot, let's go. The girls linked arms with Su Qingxue and swiftly moved into the throng. At that moment, Chun Mo was diligently noting the information of the candidates. His speed was remarkable, aided by the secretary system. Detection, name Zhang Hui, age 28. Rating, appearance 65. Figure 75, temperament 70, capability 64, potential 66, overall score 68. Bronze level secretary. Chun Mo annotated her name with 68 bronze. Scoring above 60 grants entry into the selection phase. Zhang Hui is quite impressive, standing as the highest scorer among the crowd thus far. Of the previous dozen candidates, only 3 had surpassed 60, with the highest being 64. Xiao Mo, our Lulu has arrived. Aunt Li, beaming, approached Chun Mo. Chun Mo glanced up and smiled. Oh, there's so many people. All right, I will queue. Lilu immediately nodded, striding to the back of the line. Why has Lulu returned to queue? Questioned a classmate who had accompanied Su Qingxue. Lilu glanced at Su Qingxue and replied, "There are too many people. We should line up in an orderly fashion together." Su Qingxue cast a cold glance at the throng of candidates, then at Chun Mo, who was busy recording. A flicker of pride danced in her eyes. Given his unwavering deference to her over the years, should she express a willingness to pursue this position, the others would stand no chance. Chun Mo would unconditionally reserve the position for her. Yet Su Qingxue harbored a sense of caution. Would Chun Mo entertain any improper thoughts regarding her as a secretary? However, she reasoned he likely would not dare. Su Qingxue understood her value in Chun Mo's eyes. A single look from her could render him immobile. With her chin held high, she approached Chun Mo like a proud swan. "Aunt Jiang, thank you." Chun Mo smiled as he sent off a mature lady in her 40s. Upon raising his gaze, He was met with Su Qingshue's approach, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. He then resumed his task of recording the next candidate's information. Su Qingxue reached Chen Mo's side. He smiled at the woman before him. Miss, I have your name. Please? Lin, correct? And your education level? Junior high. I apologize, but we are not currently hiring for junior high graduates. Thank you, and I'm sorry. Su Qingxue watched as Chen Mo dismissed another candidate, seemingly oblivious to her presence. As he continued interviewing the next, she struggled to contain her rising ire. Chen Mo paused his pen, but did not spare her a glance, stating, "If you're here for an interview, please queue up behind the others. If this is a personal matter, kindly wait until I have finished." What did you say? Chen Mo's demeanor and his words ignited a surge of anger within Su Qingxue. Could he truly dare to speak to her in such a manner? How audacious! With a serious expression, Chen Mo replied, "Did I not make myself clear? Let me reiterate. If you are here for an interview, please join the queue in order. Everyone's time is valuable. If it is a personal matter, please wait until I'm free." Su Qingxue inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth. Fine. Chen Mo, did I not merely mention something to you last night? Huh, I never realized you were so petty. Truly disgusting. Having vented her frustration, she turned haughtily and departed. Hey, Qingxue, why are you leaving? Did Chen Mo agree to hire you? Her classmate looked at the visibly upset Su Qingxue with confusion. Su Qingxue retorted with unmistakable disdain. Disgusting. Who in their right mind would want to be a secretary for someone like Chen Mo? The remaining girls exchanged glances, bewildered by the turn of events. What has transpired? Li Lu regarded Su Qingxue's aloof silhouette with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Chen Mo felt a twinge of surprise. Su Qingxue's rating was indeed impressive. Detection. Name Su Qingxue. Age 18. Rating. Appearance 91. Figure 88. Temperament 90. Capability 80. Potential 82. Overall score 86-2. Diamond level secretary. Note, there is still room for improvement. A diamond level secretary. It must be acknowledged that Su Qingxue excelled in every aspect, far surpassing the ordinary. In this county, she truly stood as a paragon of grace. Yet this woman was someone he needed to keep at arm's length, both now and in the future. Chen Mo resumed recording the details of the candidates. Up to this point, not a single individual had surpassed a score of 70, save for the remarkable Su Qingxue. He pondered how substantial her diamond-level reward might be. Chen Mo felt a stir of temptation, but recalling her true nature, he quickly dismissed the thought. His gaze drifted over the crowd, settling on Li Lu. Surely, she would score above 70. As each candidate finished their interview, Chen Mo's notes had accumulated nearly 50 names. Yet, the highest score remained below 70. With a hint of regret, he awaited Li Lu's turn. Chen Mo Li Lu approached, her face radiant, her tone gentle. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. What is your name? Li Lu, 18 years old. Height, 172 centimeters. Education, high school graduate. 172 centimeters. Chen Mo noted, glancing at her long, straight legs. Simultaneously, he envisioned the system's evaluation of Li Lu. Li Lu score. Appearance 78. Figure 82. Temperament 79. Capability 76. Potential 85. Overall score 79.8. Silver level secretary. Note, there is still room for improvement. A mere 0. 2 points shy of gold. Chen Mo could not help but sigh for Li Lu. What a pity. Yet, fortunately, she still had room for growth. With proper guidance, she would soon reach the coveted 80 points, attaining the status of a golden level secretary. 006 recruiting a secretary to turn the tide? Very well, I shall return home and await news. After Chen Mo registered Li Lu's information, noon had already arrived. Time truly flies. Fortunately, there was an awning outside to shield from the sun. There were still a few people in line. Chen Mo felt it inappropriate to conclude the process at this moment, considering the others had waited for quite some time. However, the scores of the individuals behind him were not particularly high, with the highest overall score merely reaching 62. Perhaps a sip of water would suffice. As he contemplated, water was unexpectedly offered to him, causing him to pause momentarily. Upon looking up, he saw it was Li Lu. Thank you. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Mo smiled as he accepted the water, noticing the cap was already unscrewed. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he gazed at Li Lu. "Sister Lu, you aren't contemplating taking a shortcut, are you?" Li Lu's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly clarified, "Who would take a shortcut? It was my mother, who asked me to bring this to you." Chun Mo smiled silently and nodded. "In fact, upon careful consideration of all the candidates, your score, in various aspects, is currently the best." Li Lu bit her lip, afraid to let her smile show, her bright eyes fixed on Chun Mo, waiting for him to continue. "This afternoon, I will inform you immediately if anyone else arrives." Chun Mo concluded, raising the water bottle in gratitude. Li Lu felt a tinge of disappointment within her. Nonetheless, Chun Mo's approach was reasonable. After all, making a decision after merely a morning's deliberation felt somewhat hasty. Yet deep down, Li Lu herself was uncertain about her capability for the position. The probationary wage was merely 2,000 per month. The responsibilities would undoubtedly be challenging, wouldn't they? Meanwhile, Yishui came to summon Chun Mo back upstairs for dinner. "Lulu, how'd it go?" Aunt Li rushed over as soon as she saw Chun Mo ascend the stairs. Li Lu slightly shook her head. "Did they not select you?" Aunt Li's voice inadvertently rose an octave, as if she were discussing a marriage proposal. Unable to contain herself, Aunt Li reprimanded, You, what a waste. Not getting the job, yet still insisting on buying water for them, pressing your warm face against their cold backs. Quickly return and prepare dinner for your brother." At this moment, Chun Mo, having reached the second floor, quietly observed the unfolding scene below. The image of Li Lu handing him water lingered in his mind. Her bright, clear gaze was utterly enchanting. As he watched her slender figure depart, her swaying ponytail appeared particularly lively and charming. "What are you still gazing at? Come upstairs for dinner." Yi Shuhui's voice called from above. "All right," Chun Mo replied and hurried up the stairs. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a table laden with fragrant dishes, and he could not resist diving in. "First wash your hands, you little glutton," Yi Shui chided, swatting his hand playfully. Chun Mo chuckled, washed his hands, and promptly sat down to eat. "How did the interview go today?" Yi Shui casually inquired, pretending to be indifferent while eating. She had been observing from upstairs all morning, unsure of Chun Mo's intentions in hiring a secretary. After taking a bite, Chun Mo looked up at Yi Shui and asked, "What do you perceive as the current issues facing our supermarket? What might be the causes?" This inquiry prompted Yi Shui to contemplate, her expression turning thoughtful. "Business isn't as good as it used to be. The likely reasons are the opening of 2 new supermarkets nearby, along with several new small retail shops." Chun Mo regarded her with a smile. "What solutions do you propose?" Yi Shui furrowed her brow and shook her head slightly. She and her husband ran their business on the principles of honesty and fair pricing, lacking any sophisticated commercial strategies. Chun Mo, feeling confident, declared, "Then watch as I turn the tide for you." Yi Shui looked at him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Recruiting a secretary to turn the tide? Chun Mo simply nodded. After dinner, he pondered how to revitalize their supermarket. Attracting customers necessitated drawing in more foot traffic. How could they entice people to willingly visit their store? He contemplated several strategies. First, promotional activities, the most direct and effective short-term approach. Second, during these events, implement a membership system and loyalty points. While technology was not yet advanced, a paper-based point system could be employed, albeit with a bit more effort. Third, creating synergy. For instance, a plaza must offer a comprehensive array of products, entertainment, dining, and shopping, to sustain adequate foot traffic. These elements mutually influence and drive consumption. When people come to enjoy themselves, they inevitably engage in additional spending, whether on food or shopping. Chun Mo resolved to follow this line of thinking, alternating between these 3 strategies. The first 2 could be implemented simultaneously, while the third would require sustained effort and long-term planning. As he ruminated, he gradually drifted off to sleep, having been quite exhilarated the previous night and lacking adequate rest. The sweltering summer heat in the afternoon made it difficult to resist the encroaching fatigue. When Chun Mo awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He quickly donned his shoes and prepared to head out, only to hear Yi Shuhui's low voice outside the door. "Xiao Mo is still resting. Let the candidates come for interviews tomorrow." Chinamo felt a surge of gratitude and opened the door, calling out, Mom. Ah, you're awake? Finally, little boss. People have been coming for interviews downstairs, and we've had to run up and down several times. The person who came upstairs was another staff member from the store. Her eagerness indicated that she likely had relatives coming for interviews. Chinamo smiled. All right, let us head downstairs. However, before he descended, Yishui handed him a bank card. The card was opened in his name and contained 50,000 yuan, meant to support him in managing the supermarket over the next 2 months. Yishui herself was preparing to go on a trip with her old friends. Chun Mo accepted the card and, upon going downstairs, discovered a considerable queue of people, approximately 20 to 30 individuals. News of the prodigal son recruiting a secretary had evidently spread throughout the nearby streets, drawing many eager candidates. As Chun Mo entered the interview area under the awning, he addressed the crowd, "Please remain calm. We will proceed one by one." He hastened the interview process, but noticed many applicants were not up to par. If you do not possess a high school diploma or are below 165 centimeters in height, please do not waste your time waiting. Thank you. Many people, upon hearing this announcement, left the line with expressions of disappointment. Nonetheless, since Chun Mo announced he was hiring a secretary, there was a noticeable increase in foot traffic at the store compared to usual. This was one method of attracting customers. As evening approached, Chun Mo noted the time, realizing the store's closing hour was set for 9 o'clock. He contemplated adjusting the operating hours, watching the sky grow dimmer. He completed the final interview and heaved a sigh of relief. At last, it's done. Is there still an interview? A gentle, melodious voice inquired from the front desk. As Chun Mo organized the materials, he instinctively replied, "I'm sorry, no more interviews." Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a familiar and stunning visage. She possessed a beautiful, captivating oval face, exquisite features, and a pair of lovely eyes that radiated the warmth of a mature woman. Her attire was notably formal, a fitted suit that accentuated her figure, with tailored trousers highlighting her curvaceous waist and hips, exuding an allure of femininity. It was Su Qingxue, the campus belle, her mother. Suyun, 007, the school belle's mother becomes a secretary. Chun Mo glanced at Suyun, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Suyun had offended that bald boss yesterday and had been dismissed from her job. With Su Qingxue preparing to attend university, the financial burden of tuition and living expenses weighed heavily on her. Unemployed, Suyun felt immense pressure. She had spent the day searching for work, but found nothing satisfactory. Either the pay was too low or the jobs too exhausting. Originally, she had intended to buy some groceries and check on Chinamo, especially since Su Qingxue had been rather rude to him the night before. She wanted to apologize on her behalf. On her way, she heard that there was a high-paying secretary position available. Upon arriving, she was surprised to find it was with Chun Mo, leading to the current scene. Chun Mo put down the documents in his hands and looked at her. "Su Annie, are you here for an interview?" Su Yin waved her hand awkwardly and said softly, "Since you're not hiring, never mind. By the way, Annie has something to say. Please don't take what Qingxue said last night to heart. I apologize on her behalf." "No need for you to apologize, Su Annie. By the way, how's your foot?" Chun Mo observed her walking with slight discomfort. "Much better." Su Yin smiled faintly. "Thank you for your help last night." "It's nothing," Chun Mo replied. Checking the time on her exquisite wristwatch, Su Yin said, "It's getting late. I should be going." Just as she turned to leave, Chun Mo called out, "Su Annie, wait a moment." She turned around, her autumn-like eyes filled with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Chun Mo said, "Su Annie, please leave your contact information." Su Yin tilted her elegant oval face slightly, a smile creeping on her lips. "Are you still hiring? But don't feel pressured." "Not all," Chun Mo assured, feeling compelled to accept her after being astonished by the system's evaluation of her. Name, Su Yun. Height, 168 centimeters. Education, high school graduate. Su Yun's evaluation, appearance 94. Figure 95, temperament 90, ability 89, potential 90. Overall score, 91. 6. Master level secretary. Note, there is room for improvement. A score of 91. 6. A master level secretary. Higher than Su Qingxue. Chun Mo recognized that her evaluation would undoubtedly be impressive, particularly in appearance and figure. Currently, Su Qingxue was overshadowed by Su Yun. After all, in terms of physique, Su Yun was an advanced version of Su Qingxue, and Chen Mo was taken aback by her high scores in other areas as well, particularly her ability, which reached 89. This indicated her exceptional work performance. Moreover, a high school diploma from that era still held significant value. Su, Andy, what was your previous job? I mainly handle business affairs and occasionally assisted with after sales. One needed to understand a bit of everything to excel in sales, Su Yin replied. Her expression tinged with helplessness as she reminisced about her former job. Do you know anyone in the elevator industry? Elevator? You mean the escalators found in big cities like Yangcheng and Shenzhen? Exactly, Chen Mo nodded. Su Yin furrowed her brows in thought. We don't have that here, but I used to run business and know a boss in this emerging industry. I can help you get in touch with him. Also, please contact a renovation team. Su Yin was puzzled. Why did Chen Mo consider her an employee? Nevertheless, she instinctively took out paper and pen to jot down notes. What do you need a renovation team for? I want to renovate the second floor of our supermarket to create a space for dining and entertainment. So, the elevator is meant to connect the supermarket on the first floor to the second floor for eating and playing? Su Yan's quick thinking allowed her to grasp Chen Mo's intentions immediately. Yes, Chen Mo smiled, extending his hand. Suontie, I hope we can work well together in the future. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before shaking Chen Mo's hand. Shout, Mo. Are you offering me the position of secretary? Yes, when can you start? Su Yan's face brightened with excitement. I can start right now. Please don't rush. Let me explain the terms of employment first. Sure, go ahead. Your position is secretary, reporting solely to me. The probation period is 1 month, with a salary of 2,000. Afterward, it will be 3,000. You'll have 2 days off each week, with working hours from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. ISNT that a bit. Is there a problem? Yes. Suyun replied sternly. What issue could there be? Chen Mo was puzzled, as he believed the compensation was already reflective of future standards. I'm concerned that my working hours are too limited. This doesn't seem prudent. Chen Mo chuckled. Su, Annie, don't think this position is easy. You'll have plenty to keep you busy. Su Yin nodded, her expression hopeful. That's good to hear. Chen Mo. Su Yin, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave? Sure. Remember to come in at 9 tomorrow, Su, Annie. After Su Yin departed, Chen Mo eagerly checked the rewards from the system. Ding. Host has completed the main task. First secretary. Reward, 10,000 points. Master level treasure chest. Would you like to open the master level treasure chest? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo confirmed. Open master level treasure chest. Received a monetary reward of 1 million. Guined Fortunora. Probability of encountering an excellent secretary increased by 90. Gain master level physical enhancement. Received master level business bonus. Popularity increased by 90. As Chen Mo surveyed his rewards, he felt a surge of astonishment. 1 million. This first tangible reward was remarkably generous. In this era, 1 million still held considerable value. The other rewards were equally impressive, especially the physical enhancement, which was something money could not buy. The significance of physical well-being need not be elaborated upon. Chen Mo felt a peculiar sensation coursing through his body, as though every cell within him had undergone a transformation. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, capable of effortlessly defeating a bull with a single punch. Additionally, he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his vision and hearing. With his heightened senses, he instantaneously noticed a tall figure attempting to stealthily slip past him. Li Lu. Only she could possess such height. Li Lu halted, responding with a subdued tone. She had been present for a while, having overheard the entire process of Chen Mo hiring Su Yun. Su Yun was indeed well suited for the secretary position and could assist Chen Mo, at least when Chen Mo mentioned needing a renovation team and installing an elevator. Su Yun immediately understood his intentions. Li Lu felt a sense of amazement. This was something she hadn't anticipated. Previously, she believed Chen Mo was merely idling away his summer by hiring someone for fun. She had underestimated his genuine desire to transform the supermarket. Observing Li Lu's despondent damiano, Chen Mo smiled and said, "By the way, I have good news for you. You'll be starting tomorrow. Li Lu was taken aback. What did you say? Chun Mo met her gaze earnestly. I said, tomorrow, you will be my secretary. You've been hired. Li Lu's eyes widened in surprise, yet a moment later, she shook her head despondently. I can't. Her mother's words from earlier echoed in her mind, each one piercing her heart. You reading has no value whatsoever. Even after attending university, you'll just marry into another family. What is the point? If you marry early, it will save me money. Li Lu murmured to herself, repeating, I am incapable. I am of no use. Chun Mo observed her despondent expression, his brow involuntarily arching, and he asserted with unwavering conviction, if I say you can, then you can. In that fleeting moment, Li Lu's body trembled slightly, and her dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light once more. 008, the secretary's duties ding. Main mission updated. Recruit 3 employees, rating silver level or above. Reward, 10,000 points. The main mission has been updated. I currently have 2 silver level secretaries, so I just need to recruit 1 more. Let's get to work now. I need you to help me keep track of things. Chun Mo handed the information of the secretaries interviewed today to Li Lu. Li Lu glanced at the materials in her hands, a bit dazed as she followed Chun Mo into the supermarket. The first task, inform everyone about the meeting half an hour before they finish work. The second task, starting tomorrow, the working hours will be adjusted to 10 a.m., with the closing time unchanged. The third task, prepare for a store upgrade. Everyone will wear a uniform from now on. For now, that's about it. After Chun Mo finished speaking, he turned to look at Li Lu. Got all? Li Lu held up her recorded notes. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. See, this isn't difficult, is it? Li Lu seemed to regain some confidence and nodded slightly. Just then, Li Lu's mother spotted her following Chun Mo and exclaimed angrily, Lu, why are you still here after delivering the food? Li Lu was momentarily startled, having developed a reflexive response to her mother's voice. I'm just taking notes. What are you taking notes on? What does it have to do with you? Aunt Li asked sharply. Li Lu could only respond quietly. I'm working. Huh? What? What are you doing? Aunt Li's expression was filled with mockery. Having observed the exchange, Chun Mo could no longer remain silent and calmly interjected, Li Lu is my secretary, helping me with work matters. Is that a problem? His words clearly reached Aunt Li's ears. Her previously fierce demeanor slowly froze, replaced by a look of astonishment as she stared at Chun Mo, Xiao Mo. I mean, little boss, are you saying you hired our Lu as your secretary? Yes. After speaking, Chun Mo walked directly into the supermarket. He still had many tasks to attend to. Behind him, Aunt Li's joy was barely contained as she exclaimed, Lu, you really got hired as a secretary? Li Lu weakly replied, that's wonderful. 2,000 a month, and once you become full-time, it will be 3,000. Lu, you are really my precious. You need to work hard and follow the little boss closely. Whatever he asks you to do, just do it. Understand? I understand. I need to record work matters for Chun Mo quickly go. Aunt Li beamed as she watched Li Lu hurry away. Meanwhile, Li Lu quickly caught up with Chun Mo and whispered, thank you. Chun Mo turned to glance at her and waved his hand, calmly saying, don't thank me too early. If you don't perform well, I won't let you become full-time, and dismissal isn't out of the question. Li Lu. A sense of urgency washed over her, especially as she suddenly thought of Su Yun, who excelled in every aspect compared to her. Chun, boss. I'll just call you boss from now on. Or should I call you Chinzone? Chun Mo naturally pointed to the water provided for employees beside him. Give me a cup of water. Li Lu paused, looking at him with confusion. That's part of a secretary's duties, Chun Mo said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Lu immediately went to pour a cup of water and returned to hand it to Chun Mo. Then she softly asked, isn't being a secretary just about serving you water? Chun Mo took a sip of water. Your understanding isn't incorrect. To summarize, it can be expressed in 5 words. A secretary handles tasks. Li Lu did not question it further, as she genuinely had no idea what a secretary was supposed to do. However, after Chun Mo described it, combined with her mother's words about following whatever Chun Mo instructed, she started to grasp the concept. She needed to jot down tasks for tomorrow, find someone to create promotional banners, and inquire about what a promotional banner entailed. Nearly 2 hours later, Chen Mo had clarified most of the matters with Li Lu. She indeed had a significant gap compared to the perceptive Su Yun, but fortunately, she had a quick mind and understood the tasks without much difficulty. You'll lead the meeting later, he stated. Huh? Me? Li Lu looked at Chen Mo with a hint of panic. Of course. Chen Mo remained nonchalant as he took a sip of water, gesturing for her to begin calling the meeting. Li Lu grasped the paper filled with notes tightly and quickly approached Aunt Lin, who was tidying the shelves. Aunt Lin, it's time for a meeting. After speaking, she hurried toward the cashier's desk. Aunt Wang, meeting time. Mom, Li Fang, meeting time. For the first time, Aunt Li was stunned when her daughter called her by her full name. What did you call me? Calling you Li Fang, what else? She replied with a laugh, prompting Aunt Wang to join in with a loud chuckle. The surrounding employees couldn't help but laugh as well. Lulu, what kind of meeting are you calling for? Is your mom making you teach us? Does Li Jia want to be the manager now? Get out of here, our Lulu is now the little boss's secretary, Aunt Li proudly declared, raising her chin. The surrounding aunts were taken aback. They had seen Li Lu following Chen Mo all evening and thought they were just two young people chatting, even teasing that they seemed compatible. Little did they know, Li Lu had already become Chen Mo's secretary. Is it true? I thought you hadn't hired anyone yet. Lulu, can you handle it? As doubts circulated, Chen Mo stated earnestly, I hired 2 secretaries today. The aunts gasped in surprise. Wow, that is 2,000 for each secretary. This prodigal move is quite something. The years of hard work by the old Chen couple may just be squandered by him. Having worked together for years, they had developed feelings for the place, having earned their livelihoods there. With Chen Mo's actions, they genuinely worried that the already struggling supermarket would hasten its downfall, leaving them without jobs. Except for Aunt Li. The others felt heavy-hearted. Li Lu was among them. She would now be responsible for everyone's daily tasks. Chen Mo's announcement left the aunts even more stunned. This meant that Li Lu would be in charge of everyone, their daughter managing her own mother. Just now, when Li Lu called her by her full name, Aunt Li found it hard to adjust. She thought about how it would feel to hear that every day. Aunt Li hesitantly asked Chen, Little boss, are you saying that we will all report to Li Lu from now on? Yes, let Li Lu explain tomorrow's tasks to you. I have to go now. With that, Chen Mo turned and left, leaving Li Lu to face her own mother and the aunts who usually sweet-talked her. Everyone, please listen carefully. Tomorrow, Li Fang, you will be in charge of the cashier's desk. Aunt Li clenched her fists as she listened. 009, Aunt Sue's night visit, as Chen Mo listened to Li Lu's increasingly confident voice from the second floor. A faint smile crept onto his face. Growth is an inevitable part of life, albeit one that often comes at a cost. Upon returning home, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the tightly shut door. A stark reminder that Yishu Hui and her old friends had embarked on a trip, a plan she had long anticipated. The family business was entrusted entirely to Chen Mo's stewardship. Stretching his weary limbs, he acknowledged the exhaustion of the day, but felt a sense of accomplishment. There remained a reward from his secretary, yet to be claimed. Silver-level secretary treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan? Is that all? Compared to Su Yun's master-level reward of 1 million, it seemed rather paltry. Today, Chen Mo had briefly reviewed the supermarket's accounts and discovered that the cash flow barely exceeded 13,000. Yishu Hui had entrusted him with a bank card containing 50,000. If the total were merely 60,000, it would fall far short of realizing Chen Mo's envisioned plaza layout. Fortunately, with Su Yun's master-level secretary reward, the funds were now more than adequate. By the time Yishu Hui returned from her travels, she might find the supermarket unrecognizable. Simultaneously, Chen Mo glanced at his personal information. Host, Chen Mo, age, 18, education, high school graduate, physical fitness, 100 points, perfect, charm, 6 points, average, skills, none, reputation, 22, wealth 1,073 million yuan, ranked 28th in Qingyang County. Title, millionaire, business popularity increased by 10. Secretaries, 2, Su Yun, master-level secretary. Li Lu, silver-level secretary. His data had undergone a marked transformation. A physical fitness score of 100. Was that the pinnacle of human capability? His wealth had experienced a meteoric rise. catapulting him to 28th place. This ranking surpassed Chun Mo's expectations. Yet considering the modest inflation of the era and the small-town setting, such a position was not entirely unexpected. As his mind wandered, hunger gnawed at him. With Yishui absent, mealtime posed a dilemma. Cooking was not his forte. He lacked the inherent talent for it. Gritting his teeth, he prepared rice, rummaged through the refrigerator for eggs, tomatoes, and meat. He decided to give it a try. After several minutes, he sampled the meat from his bowl and grimaced. This dish was unpalatable. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Who could it be? Chinamo set down his chopsticks and opened the door, taken aback by the sight of a slightly breathless, beautiful woman before him. Su-yun, An-su, what brings you here? Is there something you need? I returned home to find contact information and had some inquiries about pricing that I found unsatisfactory. Su-yun's lovely face glistened with fine beads of sweat, exuding the aura of a mature woman. No need to rush. Aunt Sue, please come in and have a seat. Chun Mo took the small notebook from her hands, which contained phone numbers and relevant consulting information. Weren't we supposed to start tomorrow? You're already busy today? Chun Mo poured her a glass of water. It's my responsibility. The sooner I start, the better. As Su Yun accepted the water, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the remnants of the meal Chun Mo had attempted to prepare, the aroma decidedly off-putting. You cooked? Oh, yes. This dish is burnt. You've never cooked before, have you? Su Yun discerned Chun Mo's culinary skills at a glance. No, it seems I'll have to eat out from now on. Chun Mo replied helplessly. A smile flickered across Su Yun's face. By the way, where's your mother? She has gone on a trip, Chun Mo sighed. At that moment, Su Yun rolled up her sleeves. Is there any food left at home? Chun Mo, puzzled, replied. Yes, do you want to cook? I'll whip up something for you. Su Yun deftly gathered the remaining ingredients, eggs and tomatoes. After all, I'm your secretary. Wait, I'm not your life secretary, am I? With a hint of playful charm, she gazed at Chun Mo. Certainly not. That would be beneath your talents. Chun Mo stood at the kitchen entrance, admiring Su Yun's mature and captivating form. Even without her stunning face, her physique alone was enough to captivate countless men. The allure of a mature woman was exquisitely embodied in her presence. Su Yun skillfully chopped the vegetables with fluid precision. This is all part of the job, whatever the boss requires. As she cooked, the enticing aroma of the dish began to waft through the air. All done. Spicy stir-fried meat, give it a try. Su Yun presented the dish to Chun Mo. He took a bite of the meat, his eyes lighting up. Delicious. An-su, your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant. Is it really that good? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with delight at Chun Mo's praise. Absolutely. Chun Mo filled a bowl with rice and dug in hungrily, his appetite insatiable. Before long, Su Yun returned with another dish, tomato scrambled eggs. This plate was a feast for the senses. Though Chun Mo typically avoided tomatoes for their sourness, the vibrant colors compelled him to taste the eggs. Wow, this is also delicious. As long as you enjoy it, make sure to eat plenty, Su Yun smiled gently, watching him eat. This scene resembled a devoted wife serving a meal to her hard-working husband upon his return home. By the way, Aunt Sue, have you eaten? Ah, you haven't eaten either? I'll eat when I get home later. Don't be polite. Chun Mo took his bowl into the kitchen, only to awkwardly emerge with an empty bowl. Aunt Sue, I'm sorry, but I've finished all the rice. Su Yun observed his embarrassed expression and couldn't suppress her laughter, as if she had found a delightful joke. Chun Mo, feigning innocence, replied, Your cooking is simply too good. Su Yun's laughter caused her voluptuous figure to quiver slightly, and Chun Mo couldn't help but smile at her amusement. There was an undeniable charm about Su Yun, the captivating allure of a mature woman. In his previous life, Chun Mo might not have recognized it, but after all he had experienced, he had grown wiser. Though his body was that of an 18-year-old, his soul bore the weight of maturity. Su Yun, both in appearance and essence, radiated the irresistible magnetism of a mature woman. Chun Mo recalled that in the future, Su Yun would achieve remarkable success as a well-known businesswoman in the county, remaining single and the object of many admirers. Fortunately, she had forged a strong bond with an elderly lady whose connections had aided Su Yun significantly, alleviating many burdens. Cough, what are you looking at? Ansu, you are truly beautiful. Chun Mo's sudden compliment left Su Yun flustered, her heart racing at the earnest fervor in his youthful gaze. Uncontrollably, her heart fluttered. The campus belle spent a sleepless night. Ahem. Aunt Su, allow me to prepare a meal for you. It won't take long. Chun Mo swiftly slipped into the kitchen. At that moment, Su Yun felt a slight flush on her cheeks. How odd, to be so flustered by a youthful lad's playful banter. Taking a deep breath, she drained her glass of water, gradually regaining her composure. After Chun Mo finished cooking, he returned to the living room. Aunt Su, regarding the prices you mentioned earlier, what did you mean by that? I inquired with one elevator manufacturer, and they offer various types. If we were to purchase a single escalator, it might be somewhat costly. How much? At their lowest price, including shipping and installation, it's approximately 100,000. Su Yun found the price rather steep, wondering if the supermarket truly needed to spend such a significant amount on an escalator. Chun Mo pondered for a moment. Aunt Su, are there any places in our county that have installed elevators? Su Yun thought carefully before shaking her head. No. Upon his inquiry, she felt a sense of possibility. If this could serve as a unique selling point, it would indeed be worthwhile. However, if it were merely for the supermarket, it might be a bit extravagant. I believe, if the sole intention is to establish a supermarket, such an investment may not be necessary, Su Yun sincerely suggested. Chun Mo smiled slightly. Aunt Su, while I certainly intend to run the supermarket, I also have other aspirations. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat at the sudden endearment of Aunt Su, but there was no time to correct him. The matter at hand was pressing. Fine. As long as you have a plan, what is your budget for the escalator? I should be able to negotiate the price further. I need 2 units, with a budget of 300,000, but they must be of the highest quality. I entrust this matter to you, Aunt Su. Chun Mo looked at her earnestly. Su Yun couldn't help but gasp inwardly. The request for 2 units was unexpected, as she immediately felt the weight of the responsibility. This secretarial role was not as easy as she had imagined. Chun Mo continued to apply pressure. Aunt Su, I need to see the escalators installed within a week. Also, we need to renovate the glass wall on the 2nd floor. Money is not an issue. What matters is efficiency. Everything must be completed within half a month. Su Yun's expression turned serious. I will do my utmost. Although the pressure weighed heavily on her, Chun Mo's assurance that money was not a concern provided her with some solace. If funds were available, the pace would undoubtedly quicken. All right, Aunt Su, let us eat. Chun Mo had already prepared Su Yun's meal without her noticing. At that moment, she was too preoccupied to enjoy her food. What other requirements do you have for the 2nd floor renovation besides the glass wall? Do you need partitions, or should it be entirely open? Are you planning to include entertainment projects? Will there be food on the 1st floor? Su Yun found herself quite busy during this meal. Between bites, she had to jot down Chun Mo's myriad ideas. She marveled at his inventive notions. If his plans were to be executed, wouldn't the supermarket become rather trivial? Su Yun realized the weight of her task. Earning that 2,000 was no simple feat as they continued their conversation. They were unaware that it had grown late into the night. It was nearly 11. Glancing at her watch, Su Yun quickly stood up to tidy the dining table, even washing the dishes in passing. Chun Mo helped arrange the utensils. All right, I must head back now. Aunt Su, let me see you off. Chun Mo followed Su Yun as she stepped out the door. No need, it's fine, she replied. Chun Mo insisted. It's late. If anything were to happen, I couldn't bear the responsibility. You know how fierce Qingxue can be, right? So Yun Biman silent, finding it difficult to discuss the matter between Chun Mo and Su Qingxue. Such feelings must be mutual. They cannot be forced. Even though she found Chun Mo agreeable, she did not wish to pressure Qingxue. Besides, both were still young, just 18, with plenty of time to explore the vast world ahead. Perhaps Chun Mo would find someone even better in the future. Perhaps I should consider getting a car, Chun Mo mused. A car? For whom? Our shared vehicle. If you're going to be running around often, it would be quite necessary to have one. A car? Baining, I'll see it done. Su Yun was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated such a choice. She thought Chun Mo might settle for a motorcycle at best. Chun Mo chuckled, yes. Aunt Su, is this your phone number? Yes. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at Su Yun's residence. Aunt Sue, are your legs all right for the climb? I'm fine. You should head back now. Be careful on the way. By the way, if you're going to be frequently escorting girls home, you really should consider purchasing a car. Suan is satanist late, Chen emo momentarily speechless. After she ascended the stairs, a slight ache in her ankle reminded her that it had yet to heal fully. Watching Chun Mo depart from her window, she felt a curious sensation. She had unexpectedly become the secretary of her daughter's classmate. Upon entering her home, she found Su Qingxue just hanging up the telephone, looking quite displeased. Mom, Su Qingxue greeted listlessly. What's wrong? Nothing, she replied, retreating into her room. She was feeling quite dejected today. The call had been from a classmate who, along with her and Li Lu, had interviewed with Chun Mo earlier that morning. To her astonishment, Chun Mo had chosen Li Lu as his secretary. One audacious move. Was he now pursuing Li Lu because he couldn't win her over? What did Li Lu possess that compared to her? To choose her as a secretary. Su Qingxue found it difficult to accept. The Chun Mo who had once pursued her so fervently had suddenly shifted his affections. Moreover, he was now lavishing attention on Li Lu, who could not possibly measure up to her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her blood pressure rose and her cheeks flushed. She could only comfort herself with the fact that she had never shown Chun Mo any warmth, nor had she ever accepted his advances. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue attempted to calm her emotions. The only solace she found was in the fact that she had also secured a job in the afternoon. However, her salary paled in comparison to Li Lu's 2,000. The thought of Li Lu becoming Chun Mo's secretary, effortlessly earning that amount each month, gnawed at her. All of that should have been hers. Tonight, she found it impossible to sleep. Who was deceiving whom? The next day, at 8 in the morning, Chun Mo was roused from his slumber by a persistent knock on the door. Groggy, he opened it to find a tall young woman standing there, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful and voluptuous mature woman. Li Lu. Aunt Sue, why have you both arrived so early? We ran into each other on the way. Li Lu raplia. She was aware that Su Yun was also Chun Mo's secretary, though Su Yun remained oblivious to this fact. Thus, when Su Yun encountered Li Lu and learned of her role, she couldn't help but feel a slight surprise. I came to inform you that I need to contact the renovation crew and the elevator company. I may not be at the office during the day, Su Yun said, her responsibilities requiring her to be on the move. This was a stark contrast to her previous job, where she had to constantly gauge others' moods. Now, she was the one in control, wielding the financial power as the client. The most crucial aspect now was to ensure quality and efficiency. On sununtai, hold on. I'll accompany you, Chinemo said, realizing he also needed to withdraw some money for a car. Li Lu, do you have any updates? Yes. When are we starting the promotional activities? You need to clarify everything with them within a week. All right, please organize all the promotional items and prices, and ensure the advertising shop gets the promotional signs done promptly. Understood. Li Lu scribbled everything down neatly in her notebook. Aunt Sue, wait for me. Let us go together. Okay. Chen Mo turned back into his room. Only Su Yun and Li Lu were left at the door. Li Lu smiled. Su Yun, and Su. I have to get back to work. Su Yun returned the smile and nodded. Yes, go ahead. As she watched Li Lu depart, her thoughts wandered to her own daughter. However, reflecting on Su Qingxue's personality, she chose to dismiss the notion. Aunt Sue, let us go. Chen Mo emerged wearing a short t-shirt. Su Yun smiled as she assessed him. Once the business expands, you might consider more mature attire. Chen Mo glanced down at his clothing, realizing it did indeed reflect youthful exuberance. I'm not good at choosing clothes. Aunt Sue, could you help me out when you have time? Of course. Isn't that what a secretary is for? Su Yun replied with a smile, her curvaceous form exuding a captivating charm. By the way, where are we heading first? To withdraw some cash. Chen Mo raised his bank card. Su Yun admired Yi Shu Hui's confidence in entrusting such significant matters to Chen Mo. However, recalling Chen Mo's ingenious business acumen, she found it unsurprising. They descended and left the building. The store was still closed, as others would not arrive until after 9. This was Chen Mo's newly established working hours. Together, they walked to the nearest bank, only to discover it hadn't opened yet. It would not commence operations until 9. I'll look for the renovation crew first, Su Yun decided. Unwilling to waste time, especially since Chun Mo had urged her to wrap everything up within half a month. All right, but remember to call if anything comes up. Got it. Chun Mo watched Su Yun's retreating figure, contemplating assigning her and Li Lu new phone numbers, along with work phones. After having breakfast, Chun Mo browsed through the system stored his mind, envisioning a culinary giant that combined the strengths of KFC and McDonald's. This gastronomic powerhouse not only offered affordability, but surpassed the two titans in taste. Unfortunately, in his previous life, the fast food industry had emerged too late, with market shares already divided and limited space to flourish. However, the current landscape was different. The domestic market remained largely untapped. He needed to be the pioneer in this venture. The first to taste the crab would always savor the best. Nonetheless, this endeavor cost him 800 secretary points. His initial 10,000 points dwindled to a mere 200. Chun Mo realized he would need to assign additional tasks to Su Yun, particularly in acquiring fast food production machinery. Wasting the established fast food recipes would be a shame. His strategy remained focused on starting with tangible assets. Naturally, real estate was an unavoidable path. However, Chun Mo did not intend to squander his funds on the county. After finishing breakfast, he headed to the bank to withdraw cash, feeling slightly anxious. Yet, when the teller saw the balance in his account, her surprise was evident as she looked at the young man before her. How much would you like to withdraw? Let us start with 500,000. 500,000. We'll need to prepare for that. The teller seemed unsure how to proceed, as it was her first time handling such a substantial withdrawal. Please expedite the process. Chun Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moments later, the bank manager personally escorted him to the office. After some discussion, Chun Mo left the bank with the cash in hand. 500,000 felt substantial. In this era, the streets were rife with small-time thugs, and the non-mainstream youth were still quite brazen, flaunting their colorful hairstyles and attitudes. They could easily provoke a confrontation if they took a disliking to someone. Yet, Chun Mo, having reached his physical peak, was unfazed. In fact, he was curious to see how many of the non-mainstream youths he could take down with a single punch. Unfortunately, the journey was uneventful. Chun Mo took a ride to the nearest 4S dealership, only to find an array of Japanese cars, with domestic brands nearly absent. Besides the Japanese vehicles, there are also German cars. However, cars during this period were not cheap, often even pricier than they would be a decade later, particularly luxury brands. Chun Mo pondered the possibilities within his system that included an entire automotive industry chain. However, he knew he couldn't rush. He had to take it step by step. First, he needed a vehicle to solve his transportation dilemma. He dismissed Japanese cars entirely, as they simply did not appeal to him. Turning to a German 4S dealership, and expected to encounter the familiar face, Su Qingsue. To his astonishment, she was working there during her summer break. Who would have thought a 4S dealership would hire summer interns? Perhaps her striking appearance played a role? But wait, there seemed to be another reason. The acne-faced young man beside her, Lin Hao, was their classmate and a wealthy second-generation heir. If memory served him right, Lin Hao's family owned a German car dealership. He was, aside from Chun Mo, Su Qingshue's most devoted admirer. With Chun Mo's newfound clarity, it could be said that he was now the top admirer. Su Qingshue's job here was likely a result of Lin Hao's introduction. Hey, isn't that Chun Mo? Qingxue, come here. Lin Hao called out, causing Su Qingxue to notice Chun Mo. Her brow furrowed slightly. What was Chun Mo doing here? Was he following her again? This instinctive thought stemmed from years of being pursued by admirers. Lin Hao, how coincidental. Is this your family's dealership? Indeed. What brings you here? Looking at cars. Lin Hao replied, a smug expression on his face as he scrutinized Chun Mo. Su Qingxue remained silent, her demeanor unreadable. Chun Mo chuckled, yes, just browsing. Do your family's cars have any discounts for old classmates? Lin Hao puffed out his chest, a hint of disdain in his tone. Of course there are discounts. Since we're old classmates, I can give you the best deal, but even if I offer you a 50 discount, you still might not afford it. Really? A 50 discount? Are you serious, Lin? You buy, I'll definitely give you 50 off. Lin Hao declared grandly, sneaking a glance at Su Qingxue. At that moment, he resembled a male peacock displaying his vibrant plumage before a female. Chen Mo wore an expression of difficulty. What's wrong? Sure on funds? How much can your supermarket possibly earn to afford such a vehicle? Lin Hao wore a smug expression, as if he had calculated Chen Mo's financial limitations. This car costs $540,000. Even at half price, it's still $270,000. Is your supermarket worth that much? Chen Mo sighed softly. I cannot compete with you. This car is truly stunning. If it were at 40% off, I would sell my supermarket to purchase it. Lin Hao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Suppressing his inner delight, he encouraged, then sell it. I'll offer you a 40% discount on this car. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with skepticism. Are you truly in a position to make such a decision? Lin Hao retorted, somewhat exasperated. Chen Mo, do you look down on me? Would I deceive you? Chen Mo appeared conflicted. It's not that I doubt your authority as a businessman, but contracts are paramount nowadays. If I sell the store, what if you no longer honor the discount on the car? Lin Hao pondered briefly, his mind racing. Chen Mo's supermarket could fetch at most around $100,000. He could sell the car to him for $216,000, and with the fees for registration, insurance, and taxes, it would amount to roughly $250,000. He would then impose a deadline of 1 day to gather the funds, or else the price would revert. Having spent his childhood navigating the intricacies of the store, Lin Hao had learned a few underhanded tricks. A contract? You don't trust your brother? Very well. I shall arrange for one. Lin Hao swiftly made his way to the manager's office. After about 10 minutes, he emerged with a contract in hand, presenting it to Chen Mo. Here, this was hard-won through my efforts, sealed with the store's official stamp. Chen Mo took the contract and glanced over it. Having traversed various contractual pitfalls in his past life, he easily discerned the underlying traps within. Upon finishing, he displayed a naive smile. Thank you, old classmate. I shall return home to sell the supermarket and gather the funds. You wait for me. Lin Hao beamed with a congenial smile, nodding eagerly. Good. Hurry back. I'll be waiting for you to pick up the car. When your mother returns and finds out you've sold the store, she will surely be furious. Sister lawyer Su Qingxue coldly observed the entire process of Lin Hao attempting to sell a car to Chen Mo. Are you truly going to sell the car to Chen Mo at a 60 discount? She questioned. Indeed, but I fear he may ultimately be unable to afford it. Su Qingxue, despite her ignorance of the intricate details within the contract, was acutely aware of Lin Hao's cunning intentions. He would never allow such a substantial concession to Chen Mo. Misfortune awaited Chen Mo, yet Su Qingxue had no intention of informing him. This was the consequence of his own actions. As the two conversed, Chen Mo returned. Su Qingxue and Lin Hao exchanged glances, and Lin Hao forced a smile. Chen Mo, what brings you back? Chen Mo, holding a bag, displayed a sincere grin. I've gathered the funds. Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Chen Mo opened the bag, revealing bundles of cash. The car, originally priced at $540,000, is now $216,000 with a discount. Let your finance team tally it up. Chen Mo, beaming, beckoned those around him, including several prospective buyers. Lin Hao immediately covered his mouth and dragged Chen Mo into the manager's office. Chen Mo, I was joking. This car isn't for sale. What do you mean? Chen Mo retorted, producing the contract. Lin Hao, glancing at the document, grew ashen and forced a smile. It was all in jest. I was merely teasing you. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. Teasing me? Very well. Don't blame me if I bring people to publicize this matter, and I've already engaged a lawyer. If you refuse to acknowledge this, we can settle in court. Lin Hao's face flushed crimson. The manager, summoned by Su Qingxue, surveyed the scene with concern. Their young master had dug a pit for himself. This young man was surprisingly shrewd and formidable. The portly manager entered with forced joviality. Young man, don't be upset. If there's an issue, let me assist you. Chen Mo regarded him skeptically. Can you make decisions? The manager nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm the manager here. Any issues can be addressed through me. Chen Mo briefly displayed the contract before withdrawing it. Do you understand? The manager, smiling insincerely, nodded. I understand, but selling the car at 60 discount is simply not feasible. Chen Mo's smile remained. If that's the case, I'll ensure people promote this matter. and both the court and the business bureau will be in touch with you. The manager chuckled nervously. Don't try to intimidate me. That contract will be void after today. Chun Mo responded. So, within 1 day, I bring the money, yet you breach the contract? The manager shrugged, resorting to his usual tactics. After today, the contract loses its validity. Who will know if you bring the money today? All right then, don't blame me for being rude. Chun Mo replied, nodding with a smile before pulling out his phone and pressing play. The familiar voice emanated from the device. This contract will be void after today. Who will know if you bring the money today? The manager's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he sputtered. You little brat. Playing dirty. In a fit of rage, the manager lunged for Chun Mo's phone, but Chun Mo, with remarkable reflexes, sidestepped, causing the manager to crash to the ground. I'm not one to force others. If you don't want to sell, we'll meet in court. Who are you trying to scare? Can you even afford a lawyer? Lin Hao, now devoid of pretense, glared at Chun Mo, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, the door swung open. A striking woman entered, clad in a professional fitted skirt suit that accentuated her curves. The white dress clung to her shapely form, and her long legs were clad in nude stockings, complemented by black high heels. She exuded an aura of confidence and authority, her beautiful eyes sweeping across the office. Who is Chun Mo? She inquired, her lips parting gracefully. Chen Montauk blinked in surprise. I am. The woman raised an elegant brow, advancing toward him as she opened the document in her hand. I am your lawyer, regarding the contract fraud in your car purchase. I will be filing a lawsuit at the court this afternoon. Please confirm. Chun Mo took the document, which bore the words, Do you have evidence? With a smile. He wrote, I have recordings and a contract. The woman looked at him with a hint of surprise before radiating confidence. By the way, according to business management law, if contract fraud is proven, severe cases could lead to the closure of the establishment. Please be advised. Having stated her piece, she turned to leave. The plump manager, who had been lying on the floor, weighed the pros and cons and quickly scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth. Wait. Chun Mo and the lawyer exchanged glances, both detecting a glimmer of cunning in each other's eyes. Within an hour, all paperwork for the car was completed. Hey, Lin Hao, aren't you providing any maintenance for this car? Chen Montauk remarked, vaving dismissively. Get lost, just get lost. Tisk, treating a client like this. A 1 TB returning. Lin Hao, humiliated and fuming, kicked the wall in frustration. The loss from this sale felt like a stab to his heart, and he dreaded returning home to face his mother's wrath. The lawyer, driving a luxurious 8th-generation E-Class Mercedes, departed the dealership under the scornful gazes of the staff. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Lin Hao. He believed himself clever, yet he couldn't fathom how Chun Mo had discerned the loopholes in the contract so astutely, recording everything flawlessly and ultimately hiring a lawyer. It felt like a meticulously orchestrated scheme. As this realization struck him, a chill ran down his spine. Chen Montauk was terrified resourceful. Meanwhile, the lawyer pressed the accelerator, the car speeding forward. Ah, this is indeed a splendid ride, Chun Mo remarked, turning to the lawyer. By the way, may I ask your name? Don't be formal. I'm Shin Bing, she replied, extending her hand gracefully. Chun Mo, he said, shaking her hand. I heard you're Su's boss. Chun Mo cleared his throat, responding sort of. He had approached Su Yun earlier to assist him in finding a lawyer, and Shin Bing seemed quite capable. All right, now that the matter is settled, I'll take my leave, Shin Bing said, pulling over to the roadside. Chun Mo glanced at her alluring silhouette and said, Wait, I haven't compensated you for your services yet. Shin Bing raised an eyebrow, waving her hand dismissively. No need. I haven't done much. Just let Aunt Sue treat me to dinner sometime. You could drive, right? Yes, Chun Mo confirmed. Having recently acquired an A1 level driving license in the system for 1,000 points. All right then, goodbye. Shin Bing waved and gracefully exited the vehicle. Her retreating figure exuded an air of confidence and allure, a true embodiment of a commanding woman. After Shin Bing departed, Chun Mo took the driver's seat. The system's driving license elevated Chun Mo's driving skills to their peak. He drove to purchase 2 mobile phones for Su Yun and Li Lu for office use. He wondered how Su Yun was faring with her tasks. Chun Mo dialed Su Yun's number. After a prolonged ringing, the call was finally answered. Hello, Mr. Chun. Has Shin Bing arrived? Su Yun's mature and melodious voice came through. Yes, she has arrived. The matter is settled. She didn't charge me any fees, but she asked me to treat her to a meal sometime. That's good. I've already sent the decorators to the store, and I'm preparing to head back. Where are you? I can pick you up. Huh? You really bought a car? Su Yun sounded slightly surprised, having assumed Chun Mo was merely boasting. I'm currently at the bus station on Baifu Street. All right, I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Chun Mo pressed the accelerator. The Mercedes of this era was particularly eye-catching. Beads of perspiration glistened on Su Yun's delicate oval face. As June approached, the weather in this southern town had become exceedingly hot. Su Yun was bustling about, her clothes soaked with sweat, though her black trousers concealed it well. Su Yun had always dressed conservatively, perhaps due to her striking appearance. Both her face and figure drew much attention, compelling her to dress modestly. Little did she realize that her conservative attire accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure even more. Many men around could not help but gaze at her. A woman like Su Yun inevitably became the center of attention wherever she went. Waving her hand near her face to cool down, she noticed a brand new, dazzling black Mercedes speeding towards her. The car instantly captured the attention of the group waiting at the bus stop. It came to a smooth halt right in front of her, eliciting sighs from onlookers. Recognizing that such a woman was indeed not someone just anyone could match. Good women deserve good steeds. Su Yun glanced at the car, hesitating, uncertain if it was Chun Mo. It was only when the window slowly descended, revealing Chun Mo, that she stepped forward, somewhat shyly opening the door. Her long, voluptuous leg gracefully entered the vehicle, followed by her settling into the passenger seat. Please fasten your seatbelt. Chun Mo gestured toward the safety belt beside her. Su Yun pulled it out and clicked it into place. I've contacted 3 renovation teams and compared prices. The one run by Mr. Zhang near the South Station is the most affordable. They will come by this afternoon, and you can negotiate the final price. As soon as she entered the car, Su Yun commenced reporting on her work. She had hardly paused all morning, and the afternoon promised no respite. With tasks ranging from purchasing elevators to various machinery Chun Mo required. She was certain that for the next fortnight, rest would be a luxury she could not afford. Chun Mo felt fortunate to have chosen Su Yun as his secretary. Her competence was indeed remarkable. From now on, use this phone for work. Additionally, all transportation costs, meal expenses when traveling, and accommodation expenses can be reimbursed, he informed her. Su Yun regarded the phone. It was a necessary tool for her job, given the numerous contacts she needed to manage daily, which incurred significant phone bills. Added to that were travel and dining expenses, which could accumulate to a considerable sum. Chun Mo parked the car in front of the supermarket, instantly drawing numerous gazes. Aunt Lee and Aunt Wong from inside the supermarket peeked out. As Chun Mo and Su Yun exited the vehicle, they expressed astonishment, remarking, "It's the young boss. And who is that woman?" They remained unaware that Su Yun was also Chun Mo's secretary. However, Li Lu calmly interjected, "She is also the boss's secretary. She is responsible for the renovations behind our store." Aunt Lee hesitated, wanting to say more. As women, they felt a tinge of jealousy and admiration for Su Yun's figure and beauty. Li Lu briskly approached Chun Mo and Su Yun. Chun Mo handed her the phone, saying, "From now on, use this for all work-related communications." Li Lu momentarily froze upon receiving the phone, while those around her cast envious glances. The treatment for a secretary was indeed markedly different from theirs. Allow me to introduce. This is Secretary Su, who will oversee all matters within our supermarket. Su Yun was taken aback by Chun Mo's introduction. Wasn't she supposed to be in charge of business affairs? How had she suddenly been placed in such a prominent position? In the ensuing hours, Su Yun, Li Lu, and Chun Mo operated at a whirlwind pace. Su Yun finalized the renovation details and prepared for the significant task of purchasing elevators. Chun Mo planned the layout of the renovations, making changes on the fly, while Li Lu managed the supermarket's promotional events. Each played their role diligently. Over the following 7 days, the supermarket underwent visibly remarkable transformations, with changes occurring almost daily. Observing the alterations, Chun Mo couldn't help but marvel. The renovations involved 3 construction teams working simultaneously. The first floor was being transformed into a fast food establishment reminiscent of KFC, with a conspicuous GKD sign already mounted. Specializing in fast food, burgers, and cola, such offerings were novel in this era, although the concept was similar. The system-enhanced fast food with its secret recipe gave GKD a distinct advantage in both taste and pricing over KFC. Meanwhile, renovations on the second floor were in full swing, awaiting the installation of escalators. A series of custom machines were delivered to the supermarket's entrance, items that Chun Mo and Su Yun had gone to procure, including claw machines, standalone KTV booths, and trendy arcade games. The spectacle of Chun Mo's endeavors naturally attracted considerable attention. Among those observing was Fu Limin, the former supermarket manager, who had resigned. He passed by the supermarket repeatedly, his gaze filled with disdain. "This extravagant display will be the end of him," he often remarked to others, eagerly anticipating Chun Mo's downfall. In the meantime, Chun Mo recruited 4 employees to manage GKD's service operations. His primary goal was to fulfill the second main task. With funds nearly depleted, only 20,000 remained, and he had exhausted his secretary points. Recruit 3 employees, at least silver level or above. Regrettably, Chun Mo had yet to encounter any candidates meeting the silver rating criteria. Where could he find a 3rd employee? The image of the astute lawyer, Shun Bing, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In terms of appearance and ability, her rating would undoubtedly exceed the silver level. The pressing question remained, would she be willing to serve as his secretary? 014, the startled Su Yun. But would Shun Bing, as a lawyer, willingly accept the role of her own secretary? A legal secretary? Su Yun is not merely a secretary. She manages numerous responsibilities. Chun Mo is determined to wait for the opportune moment when Su Yun can invite Shun Bing out. However, it is certain that she has no time at present. During this period, Su Yun is the busiest person, tasked with an overwhelming array of duties. She must complete the training of the newly hired GKD staff. Chen Montak, Su Yun, and Li Lu, along with 6 other employees from the supermarket, are all involved in experiencing GKD to determine if any improvements are necessary, especially since the grand opening is tomorrow. For dinner tonight, the boss has invited us to dine at the adjacent GKD, as conveyed by Li Lu. Everyone is excited and curious. They have always wondered what Chun Mo plans to do next door, having heard rumors about food being prepared, yet they have not seen any chefs hired. Otherwise, they would have been eager to interview for the position. After all, who does not know that Chun Mo is a spendthrift? Generous with his employees? Let us proceed. Led by Chun Mo, the group enters the GKD establishment. For servers stand ready for service. "Hello, welcome to GKD." The 4 servers cheerfully exclaim in unison, leaving Aunt Lee and her companions pleasantly surprised. When did they ever receive such treatment? Chun Mo does not step forward to place an order, for here, no one has the experience to do so. Other customers lack this familiarity as well. This highlights the essential guiding role of the servers. "Hello, may I take your order?" We can also recommend some delicious options. The young cashier, just 18, named Linyu, who has navigated life since graduating junior high, enthusiastically offers her assistance. She is particularly diligent in mastering the service protocols. Linyu smiles as she hands the order slip to Aunt Lee, who, upon receiving it, realizes she cannot quite decipher it. "Please recommend something substantial," she requests. "If you seek a fulfilling meal, we highly recommend our delectable chicken burger." Though Aunt Lee and the others are unfamiliar with burgers, they certainly understand chicken. "Then we shall have one." "We will have one as well." Each of the aunts orders a burger. As the cashier, Aunt Lee astutely inquires, "How much is one burger?" Linyu replies with a smile, "A chicken burger is 7 yuan. The price is not cheap, yet it is certainly not exorbitant." However, enticing Aunt Lee and her companions to make a purchase may prove challenging. Naturally, this fast food establishment primarily caters to younger individuals or busy professionals like Li Lu and Su Yun. Aside from burgers, would you like anything else? We also offer refreshing iced beverages, chicken nuggets, potatoes, chicken wings, and chicken legs. Just a burger will suffice, Aunt Lee straightforwardly states. They do not indulge in frivolous ordering simply because Chun Mo is treating them. Add a cup of cola and a few chicken nuggets, potatoes, and chicken wings. Chun Mo interjects. All right, boss, Linya responds, immediately beginning to print the order slip upon hearing Chun Mo speak. The speed of service is impressively swift, which is indeed essential. Hello, your meal is ready for collection. Aunt Lee and her companions gaze at the neatly arranged burgers, colas, and napkins, feeling inexplicably elevated in status, a sensation that brings them comfort. As they sit down with their meals, they curiously unwrap the burgers, inhaling the appealing aroma. Taking a bite, they find the flavor delightful. The taste has been systematically refined to suit local palates. Aunt Lee and her companions nod in approval. This is truly delicious, and there is chicken in it. This ice cola is refreshing to the core, so delightful. Aunt Lee and her companions engage in excited and curious discussions. At this moment, Li Lu and Su Yin also become intrigued. Having been hungry prior, their appetite intensifies upon hearing the praises. Chun Mo smiles and encourages, Aunt Su, Li Lu, feel free to order whatever you desire. Li Lu scans the menu and declares, I would like a spicy burger, along with chicken wings and a cola. Very well. Please hold on and take your order number. Lin Yu, now somewhat more familiar with the process, hands Li Lu the printed order slip. Suyon, Kams to Chen Mo. Could you help me place an order? Naturally, he's the most knowledgeable about what is delicious here. If it does not taste good, you cannot blame me. Agreed. Su Yin nods decisively, showing her trust in him. 2 chicken burgers, 2 portions of fries, 1 serving of chicken wings, 1 serving of chicken nuggets, and 2 cups of cola, please. Certainly. Please wait a moment for your order number. We collect our meals with this order number? Su Yin asks as she accepts the number from Chun Mo. Indeed, if your number appears on the display, it signifies that your meal is ready for collection. Oh, that is quite convenient. Meanwhile, Li Lu observes Su Yin and Chun Mo engaging in light-hearted banter and cannot help but feel a tinge of envy. She genuinely admires Su Yin, having learned much from her. Order number 7 and 8 are ready. All right, finally, Li Lu and Su Yin can indulge in their meal. Their hunger has reached a critical point. Quick, let us taste it. Chun Mo watches as the two unbox their meals and take a bite of their burgers. Su Yun's eyes brighten as she nods approvingly. This is quite good. Li Lu enthusiastically agrees. It is truly delicious. Chun Mo squeezes ketchup onto a paper plate, dips a fry into it, and offers it to Su Yun. Try this. Su Yun raises an elegant brow, then, with a hint of smile, accepts the fry and takes a generous bite. This flavor is even better. Li Lu, you should try this. Li Lu is immediately captivated and dips a fry into the ketchup. Wow, this is tasty. The two women, as if discovering a new world, share the fries, depleting the serving in no time. Indeed, fries hold immense allure for women. Aunt Lee and her companions are drawn in by the sight of Li Lu and Su Yun enjoying their fries. None of them had ordered fries. Li Lu, let me have a fry. Aunt Lee reaches out her hand toward Li Lu. Chen Montak Chakos. Let us order 8 more servings of fries and burgers for you to take home. The group cannot help but cheer with delight. At this moment, people are easily satisfied. With hearts full of joy, they pack the burgers and fries to share with their families at home. Tomorrow is the official opening. Everyone will report to work on time. All right. They all respond with smiles, waving as they leave. As Chun Mo exits the store and closes the door, he notices that Su Yun has yet to depart. Aunt Su, why are you still here? Su Yun pulls out a stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag. This is the leftover money from purchasing the machines. Chun Mo accepts the money with a smile. Aunt Su, you have worked hard these past few days. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Su Yun looks at Chun Mo with curiosity. What is it? Chun Mo opens the car door. Please get in. Su Yun hesitates for a moment, then follows him into the car, wondering what could be so important that it requires a private conversation. There is nothing overly significant, merely to congratulate you on your early transition to full-time status. This month's salary will be 3,000. ISNT the probation period. 1 month? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I am quite satisfied with your performance, hence the early transition. Thank you. I thought. Su Yin lets out a relieved sigh. Chun Mo quips, what? Did you think I would discard you after using you? Su Yun's smile carries a hint of bitterness. A little, considering my past experiences. Those men are blind to her capabilities, perceiving only her exterior. Yet, when they find themselves unable to possess her, they erupt in anger and humiliation. Take, for instance, that greasy bald man from before. It is entirely normal for Su Yun to feel sensitive. The sensation of having one's abilities acknowledged is truly delightful. She softly murmured, "Thank you, Chinemo, Chinemo," taken aback by the significance of his affirmation to her, offered a slight smile. Su-e, it is getting dark. Let me escort you home. 015 The role of a good secretary Chinemo was driving, escorting Su Yun home. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the streets were nearly deserted. In this small town at night, entertainment options were indeed scarce. The car glided smoothly to a halt beneath Su Yun's building. Suant. Chun-mo turned to find that Su Yun had unexpectedly fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Her ample bosom rose and fell gently with each breath, exuding the allure of a mature woman that enveloped the car's interior. Chun-mo gazed at her exquisite profile, momentarily reluctant to awaken her. After all, Su Yun had been working exceptionally hard during this period. The tasks he had entrusted to her had been executed splendidly. Hiring her as a secretary had proven to be a wise decision. A stray lock of hair had fallen across Su Yun's cheek, imparting an air of disheveled beauty. She let out a soft hum, slightly shifting her body towards Chun-mo. The strands of hair on her face increased. Chun-mo hesitated for a moment before gently reaching out to smooth away the unruly hair. However, just as his hand was about to touch Su Yun, she seemed to sense his presence, suddenly opening her eyes in surprise, staring at his outstretched hand. Huh. Chun-mo's hand froze in midair. Feeling somewhat awkward as he stammered, "Su-aunt, please don't misunderstand. I merely intended to help you with your hair." Realizing her hair was indeed a bit disheveled, Su Yun delicately tucked the loose strands behind her ear, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh. It then dawned on her that the car had come to a stop. "Have we arrived?" "Yes. Thank you," Su Yun replied, opening the car door and gracefully stepping out, her long legs carrying her straight up the stairs. It wasn't until she reached the second floor that she paused, listening to the rumbling sound of the car below, gazing downwards until the vehicle vanished from sight. After returning home and finishing his shower, Chun-mo lay on his bed, reviewing his information. Host, Chun-mo, age, 18, education, high school graduate, physical condition, 100 points perfect, charm, 6 points average, skills, none, reputation, 101, title, business novice, assets, 118, 000 yuan, ranked 25th in Qingyang County, title acquired, millionaire, 10 boost to business popularity, business novice, 3 boost to business popularity, secretaries, 2, Su Yun, master level secretary, Li Lu, silver level employee. His reputation had increased and he had acquired a new title. Although his cash flow was only around 200,000, his total assets had risen by several tens of thousands. His rank within the county had improved by 3 places. However, he pondered that the accumulation of capital was still too slow. Chun-mo contemplated whether to venture into real estate or the online domain. Each had its own advantages, making it a difficult choice. Perhaps he could pursue both. Nevertheless, for now, he needed to hire more secretaries. Completing the system's main tasks would ensure smooth development moving forward. A woman's face suddenly appeared in his mind, Shun Bing. As the night passed, the next morning, Chun-mo was deep in slumber when a series of knocks interrupted his dreams. Bang, bang, bang. Chun-mo groggily awoke, threw on a short t-shirt, and opened the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a startled exclamation. "Ah!" The shrill cry jolted him awake. Su Yun stood before him, her face flushed, one hand shielding her eyes. Confused, Chun-mo asked, "Su-aunt, what's wrong?" Su Yun's heart raced, her mind replaying the moment Chun-mo had opened the door. The young man, was he so fiery in the morning? Her heart raced as she bit her lip, her voice softening. "You haven't dressed properly." "Not dressed properly? How could that be?" Chun-mo thought, glancing down and realizing his oversight. Oh no, he had merely donned a pair of shorts, completely exposed. In the morning, such a situation was typical for any man, particularly at his age. Feeling awkward, Chun Mo turned and hurried away. Su Yun watched his retreating figure, letting out a sigh of relief. The image of Chun Mo opening the door replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to redden once more. Before long, Chun Mo emerged from the bathroom, looking tall and youthful, radiating an aura of sunlight. Su Aunt, what brings you here? Is something amiss? Today is the GKD opening, and it's almost 9 o'clock. I overslept. Chun Mo lightly slapped his forehead, and together with Su Yun, they hurried downstairs. Fortunately, with Su Yun at the helm and Li Lu managing the other affairs, everything seemed to be in order. Outside the GKD store, a crowd had already begun to gather. Today marked not only the opening of GKD, but also a promotional event at the supermarket. The flyers distributed the previous day had proven effective, attracting many eager customers early in the morning, most of whom were drawn in by the supermarket's promotions. The system's popularity boost was certainly advantageous in this regard. As the supermarket doors swung open, customers rushed in. Today, everyone had their hands full. Most patrons entered the supermarket, while a handful of curious young people ventured into the adjacent GKD. This was how popularity was cultivated. GKD required the supermarket's foot traffic to thrive. And in the future, the supermarket might rely on GKD and the entertainment options on the second and third floors to sustain its own popularity. This formed a virtuous cycle, mutually reinforcing. Chun Mo entered GKD himself to gauge the feedback from the first wave of customers. Throughout the morning, nearly 30 guests had visited, many of whom initially came for the supermarket promotions but were intrigued enough to try GKD. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Some even took their meals to go. Chun Mo felt a surge of confidence. GKD was set to succeed. As afternoon turned to evening, GKD not only stabilized, but saw an increase in foot traffic compared to the morning. The word of mouth was spreading rapidly. Among the patrons were returning customers who had dined there in the morning and returned for another meal. The pace of GKD's rise exceeded Chun Mo's expectations. As the first day concluded, everyone appeared fatigued, yet the financial summary left them astonished. The supermarket's revenue had skyrocketed to 10 times the usual amount. Meanwhile, GKD's first-day earnings exceeded 1,000 yuan, totaling 258 yuan. After deducting costs and labor, the net profit was nearly 40%, approximately 500 yuan. Such profitability was remarkable. While this was partly due to the supermarket's promotional traffic, Chun Mo believed that as long as the positive reputation continued to grow, future revenues would never dip below today as figures. Before the end of the workday, Chun Mo gathered everyone and announced, "Thank you for your hard work today. This month, everyone will receive an additional 100 yuan bonus." Really? 100 yuan? That's fantastic. Truly the best boss ever. Long live the boss. May he never perish. As the night deepened, Aunt Sue, would you care for a drink? The excitement over the $100 bonus had everyone in high spirits. Chun Mo observed as they cheered, wishing their boss eternal longevity, and couldn't help but smile. Although the day had been tiring, the prospect of the bonus infused them with renewed vigor. Everyone departed with reminders to prioritize safety. Chun Mo's gaze lingered on Su Yun, who had yet to leave. "Aunt Sue, where's the elevator now? It should arrive tomorrow, just in time for the completion of the stairs. We can install it in the coming days." Have all the other machines arrived? Almost all of them are here now, stored in the warehouse. Shall we take a look? Sure. Together, Chun Mo and Su Yun made their way to the warehouse behind the supermarket. Typically used for storing goods, the once spacious area was now brimming with equipment. Upon opening the warehouse door, darkness enveloped them. "Where's the light?" Su Yun's voice trembled with a hint of fear. "It seems to be on the left." Chun Mo replied as he moved in that direction. Before he could turn on the light, a sudden exclamation erupted from behind. "Ah!" Su Yun had caught sight of a large rat scurrying past her feet, illuminated by the dim streetlight outside. With a startled scream, she instinctively dashed towards Chun Mo. He instinctively embraced her as she ran into his arms, and they both froze, gazing at each other, acutely aware of their shared breaths and heartbeats. Beep, beep. A car horn from the street outside abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere, jolting them back to reality. Especially Su Yun, who quickly extricated herself from Chun Mo's embrace, murmuring, "You. Go turn on the light." Regaining his composure, Chinemo switched on the warehouse lights, and the ambience between them became somewhat awkward. Su-Yun steadied herself and began to show Chun-Mo the machines that had been delivered over the past few days. This is the claw machine that arrived today, and this one is from yesterday. Those others are also from today. Tomorrow, the elevator will come, along with some games and karaoke machines. Do we need to rent another warehouse? After inspecting the machines, they exited the warehouse and locked the door together. Su-Yun turned to Chun-Mo and softly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Aunt Sue, allow me to drive you home." "No, thank you. Did you not hear Aunt Lee mention that a woman was robbed on her way home last night?" "Robbed?" Su-Yun's heart skipped a beat as she regarded Chun-Mo with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, they say if a pretty woman encounters trouble, it could be. Just think about it, Aunt Sue." Chun-Mo's earnest gaze met hers. Su-Yun remained silent, feeling a flicker of fear within. It wasn't vanity. Encountering ill-intentioned individuals could be perilous. "Let's go, Aunt Sue." Reluctantly, Su-Yun climbed into Chun-Mo's car. The journey was swift, and in under 10 minutes, they arrived at her home. "Thank you, you've worked hard," Su-Yun said softly as she opened the car door. Before stepping out, she glanced back at Chun-Mo, advising, "Drive carefully on your way back." Goodbye," Chun-Mo replied before heading home, feeling fatigued after the day's events. Once home, he washed up and lay down in bed. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from Su-Yun. "Here are all the costs for the elevator purchase. Please hand over all invoices to Li Lu for verification." Glancing over the details, he noted the total for both elevators was just over 280,000. This was a price Su-Yun had negotiated for quite some time. Received. After reading, he replied, "Good, are you still awake? Just finished washing up and lay down." A moment later, another message came through. "Then, rest early. Good night." "Good night." Chun-Mo set his phone down and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at Su-Yun's home, she stared at the goodnight message from Chun-Mo, feeling a wave of restlessness wash over her. The scene from the warehouse earlier replayed in her mind, and she closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed. In the following days, the Old Street supermarket buzzed with activity, matching the bustling crowds of its promotional debut. This exceeded Chun-Mo's expectations. Meanwhile, GKD's reputation continued to flourish, drawing an increasing number of young patrons eager to experience something new. With advantages in taste, service, and pricing, GKD quickly became the favored gathering spot for the youth in the county. This trajectory aligned perfectly with Chun-Mo's predictions. With the second and third floors now operational, the influx of young visitors was bound to grow. During lunchtime, another batch of machines arrived, and Su-Yun was in charge of receiving them. Simultaneously, the staircase leading from the first to the second floor had been completed for the elevator installation. By today, both elevators have been installed, significantly reducing manpower needs. After several days of hard work, the entertainment facilities on the second and third floors were finally completed. The second floor featured various arcade games, claw machines, and karaoke rooms. On the third floor, aside from Chun-Mo's bedroom, everything had been renovated, but he had yet to decide on its purpose, choosing instead to assess the second floor's performance first. At last, the work was done. Chun-Mo stretched, feeling exhausted. Su-Yun wore a relieved smile. "Just 2 weeks, and I've managed to complete the task you entrusted to me." Chun-Mo, realizing this, smiled back. "Aunt Sue, you've worked hard. It was nothing. Earning a salary for work is only fair." Su-Yun appeared at ease, confident in her earnings, knowing her efforts were well-deserved. To celebrate the completion of their work, "Shall we indulge in a late-night snack?" Chun-Mo felt hungry. It was already past midnight, and he had digested everything from dinner. At this hour, no shops in the small county remained open past 10. Moreover, there were no proper establishments for late-night dining. "By the way, didn't we receive a batch of hot pot-based ingredients today?" Hot pot. In the living room of Chun-Mo's home on the third floor of the supermarket, a pot simmered with rich red broth, pieces of beef swirling within, releasing an enticing aroma. Chun-Mo fished out a piece, blowing on it to cool before taking a bite. "Slow down, don't burn yourself," Su-Yun gently reminded him. "Here, have some." Chun-Mo placed a piece in her bowl and then rose to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the fridge. "Aunt Sue, would you care for a drink?" "Just a little." Su-Yun found herself inexplicably agreeing. Chun-Mo opened a bottle of red wine, Yet there were no elegant wine glasses at home. He took 2 ordinary glass cups and placed them on the table, filling each with half a glass. As he finished pouring, a faint smile graced his lips. "What is so amusing?" Su Yun asked, lifting her glass, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chun Mo raised his cup in response, saying, "While most pair red wine with steak, here we are enjoying it with hot pot. Isn't that a tad peculiar?" Su Yun chuckled softly. "Well, there is no rule that insists red wine must accompany steak. The essence lies in the company with whom one shares a drink." Her beautiful eyes sparkled like autumn waters as she took a delicate sip, leaving a faint imprint of her crimson lips on the glass. Chun Mo followed suit, noting that although the wine's flavor was rather ordinary, the combination of fine wine and enchanting company was particularly delightful. "Thank you, Chun Mo," Su Yun said, raising her glass and downing the contents in one swift motion. Before he could register, her glass was empty. The effects of the wine were evident on Su Yun's flawless oval face, now touched with a hint of rosy hue. An alluring charm seemed to emanate from her as she lightly tucked a strand of her long hair behind her ear, showcasing the grace of a mature woman. "Take it easy, Su Yun. Don't drink too much," Chun Mo cautioned. Su Yun smiled sweetly. "Other men hope I drink more, wishing to see me intoxicated to the point of oblivion. Yet here you are, concerned about my sobriety." Chun Mo replied with a calm smile. "It's not your intoxication I fear, but the toll excessive drinking might take on your health." Su Yun paused, the thought warming her heart. It had been long since anyone had genuinely cared for her well-being. "Don't worry, my capacity for alcohol is boundless." Chun Mo smiled back, even with a great tolerance. "Moderation is key. A pleasant state of inebriation is all that is needed." He poured her another half glass. "Quite right," she acknowledged, taking a sip and looking at him earnestly. "You give off the impression of someone far beyond 18. "Oh," Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "You resemble a mature man, exuding an aura of composure, confidence, and an enchanting nonchalance." Su Yun's captivating gaze bore into him, a rarity for her to be so forthright with a man. Perhaps the wine had loosened her tongue. "You too, Su Yun, radiate the elegant confidence of a mature woman," Chun Mo remarked. "Is that so?" Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Women, after all, seldom resist flattery. Yet, she had grown weary of compliments regarding her appearance over the years. Chun Mo's praise, focusing on her inner qualities, felt sincere. Indeed, she replied playfully, "The words of men are often deceptive." Chun Mo interjected instinctively. Su Yun, unfamiliar with such modern phrasing, chuckled softly, then nodded in agreement. "That's true. Please eat, or the beef will overcook," Chun Mo urged. As Su Yun gestured towards her glass with enchanting eyes, "All right, pour me another." Her demeanor, slightly flirtatious under the influence of alcohol, added to her allure. As they continued to drink and savor their meal, time slipped away until it was past 1 in the morning. Su Yun, having consumed a fair amount of wine, bore a charming flush on her perfect oval face. She slowly rose, her gaze wandering. "I should head home now." Chen Montauk, having drunk less than Su Yun but enough to impair his judgment, knew he couldn't drive. Yet, he couldn't bear the thought of letting her walk home alone, vulnerable to the night's dangers. "Su Yun, why not stay here tonight? Rest a while," he suggested. She shook her head slightly. "No, I must go." She tried to move towards the door, but Chun Mo, perhaps too forcefully, pulled her back into his embrace. "Ah!" Su Yun found herself startled, pressed against him, her senses overwhelmed by his masculine presence. Chun Mo's breath brushed against her face, igniting a warmth in her cheeks. As his hands encircled her waist, his gaze fell upon her enticing lips, drawing him closer. With the distance between them diminishing, Su Yun's heart raced, her hands instinctively tightening around him as she closed her eyes. The world around her faded, her thoughts muddled by the wine, and she momentarily wished to surrender to this intoxicating moment. But then, the image of Su Qingxue flashed in her mind, snapping her back to reality. She gently tapped Chun Mo's shoulder, her voice sultry yet pleading. "Chun Mo, please don't." Chen Montauk heightened, looking into her eyes filled with turmoil. "We can't," she insisted. "You're Qingxue's classmate. It's not right." "Su Qingxue?" Chun Mo felt a surge of unrestrained anger. In his past life, he had devoted himself to her, only to be met with cold indifference when he faced ruin. Now, reborn, he refused to let her interfere with his happiness. Su-yun, he said, his eyes glistening with emotion, I do not care for her. My affections lie with you. The confession sent a jolt through Su-yun. Her heart nearly skipped a beat. You like me? But how can this be? I'm older than you. And what of it? Chen motive den es nicht gage mit Hirsch. I simply prefer the mature. Su-yun was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the boldness of his words. There was a complexity to her feelings for him, a mix of attraction and the reality of their respective roles as mother and daughter as classmate. Convincing herself otherwise felt insurmountable. Forgive me, Su-yun. I've had too much to drink and acted impulsively. You should sleep in my mother's room tonight. It's unsafe to return home at this hour. Chun Mo turned and retreated to his own room, leaving Su-yun with a swirl of mixed emotions. As Chun Mo lay on his bed, fatigue enveloped him, the effects of alcohol lingering. He reflected on Su-yun, aware that she was not a woman who easily succumbed to temptation. Her pride and self-respect were paramount. Despite her growing fondness for him, she resisted the pull of the moment, showcasing the strength of a woman who had remained single all her life. In a daze between dreams and wakefulness, he barely noticed when the door to his room creaked open and a mature, alluring figure stepped inside. A masterful secretary has appeared. A woman approached Chun Mo, and he soon felt a towel gently wiping his face. After this brief encounter, she departed. The following morning, Chun Mo gradually awoke, inhaling the delightful aroma of noodles. Has my mother returned? He rose and stepped out of his room, only to behold a mature and voluptuous figure emerging from the kitchen, balancing a bowl of noodles. Ansu, you're awake? Please enjoy the noodles. The supermarket will be opening soon, Su-yun said, placing the bowl on the table. All right, Chun Mo replied, before heading to freshen up. Upon his return, he noticed that Su-yun had already left. He quickly devoured the noodles and hastened out the door in search of Su-yun. The stairs had been entirely replaced by an elevator. Chun Mo activated the elevator and rode it down from the third floor to the first. He could sense a collective excitement among everyone. The results of their hard work over the past month were about to materialize. Today marked the grand opening of the second floor. The promotional activities at the supermarket had commenced, and the flow of customers was stabilizing. The opening of the second floor was anticipated to usher in a significant influx of visitors to both the supermarket and GKD. In recent days, Chun Mo had been overseeing the renovations, the arrival of machinery, and the recruitment of new staff. A total of 10 new employees were required for the second floor, and the criteria were slightly elevated this time, particularly regarding age. Candidates had to be under 40. After all, the second floor would showcase contemporary novelties, which younger individuals would likely adapt to more swiftly. Chun Mo also hoped to recruit a secretary during this process. However, he was disheartened to find that none of the applicants had scores exceeding 70. Could it be that there are no exceptional women in our county? Should I seek out Su Qingxue? Chun Mo was resolute in his disbelief. Upon descending the stairs, he was greeted by cheerful faces. Boss, good morning. The staff from the second floor had gathered. Chun Mo's reputation had risen significantly. Even the women from the first floor supermarket now addressed him as boss with respect. He opened the elevator to the second floor. Everyone was eager to experience it, as none had ridden this elevator before. Chun Mo smiled and said, Since today is the weekend, we might see a larger crowd. Everyone, please bear with it. Not at all, a chorus of young women replied, waving their hands. For this recruitment, Chun Mo had hired exclusively females, ranging in age from 18 to 35, encompassing both young girls and young mothers. It wasn't a strict preference for women. Rather, the male candidates had been rather unconventional in appearance, which was less than ideal. Of course, many of the female applicants were also unconventional, and Chun Mo had dismissed them as well. As someone with experience, he found it hard to appreciate such styles. At that moment, Su-yun approached, her curvaceous figure epitomizing a mature woman's allure. With each step, she moved with grace, captivating both men and women alike. She came to Chun Mo's side and said, Everyone is ready. Chun Mo nodded slightly and then quietly asked, Aunt Su, Have you had your noodles? Suyin responded with a soft emma, and then strode to the entrance. Open the door. As the supermarket doors swung open, a throng of customers surged in, the crowd far exceeding previous promotional events. Additionally, the influx of young people was significant due to the weekend, precisely the demographic Chunmo aimed to attract. Please remain calm and be cautious as you enter the elevator. Safety is paramount, Suyin announced through a megaphone, attentively guiding the bustling crowd. Many eyes were drawn to the mature beauty, her commanding presence and striking figure impossible to ignore. Lilu, admiring her idol, quickly joined in to help maintain order. Having spent time with Suyin, she had developed a deep respect for her poise and composure, often viewing her as a role model for the future. Suyin had imparted valuable lessons to her, fostering a bond that resembled that of a mentor and apprentice. Chunmo was pleased with this development, as Li Lu's desire for growth was commendable. As the crowd swelled, Chunmo joined in the effort to maintain order. The turnout was exceeding his expectations, as the array of new and unfamiliar items on the second floor held immense appeal for the visitors. Excuse me, are you still hiring? A melodious voice rang out beside Chunmo. Turning to look, he was momentarily taken aback by the girl's pristine aura. She was stunningly beautiful, her exquisite features flawless, with ruby lips and a radiant smile that seemed to convey a myriad of emotions. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled with curiosity as they met Chunmo's. He nodded slightly. Yes, we are hiring. What position are you interested in? The girl's face lit up with a sweet smile. I would like to apply for a position as a service staff member in the gaming area on the second floor. Please follow me. I'll record your information. Chunmo said, leading her to the adjacent GKD. The establishment was bustling with patrons, particularly young individuals who were becoming increasingly loyal customers. Upon entering, the girl immediately attracted the attention of many young men, her radiant beauty almost blinding. 2 cups of cola, Chunmo instructed, handing money to Linyu for the receipt. All right, Linyu replied with a smile. This was part of the system Suyin had established for better financial tracking. Everyone was required to count the money regardless of who made the purchase. Chunmo took a seat next to the girl, offering her a drink. Here, thank you, but I won't have any, she responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. Chunmo, not wanting to press the matter, said, All right, let's discuss your personal details. The girl looked at him with a mix of curiosity and naivety. Is it just you interviewing me? Chunmo chuckled. Of course, is that a problem? She quickly shook her head. Not at all. Sitting up straight, she introduced herself formally. Hello, boss. My name is Bairuashi. I am 18 years old, a high school graduate, and I am skilled at gaming. That's about it. Bairuashi? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Chunmo mused, feeling a sense of recognition. Simultaneously, a score appeared in Chunmo's mind regarding Bairuashi. Bairuashi's score: appearance 96, figure 94, aura 97, ability 93, potential 98. Overall score 95. 6. Master level secretary. A master level secretary. Chen Montak was astonished. He had not anticipated Bairuashi's score to be this high. Her appearance was exceptional, and her ability rating was equally impressive, with a staggering potential score of 98. She surpassed Su Qingxue by 2 tiers. This Bairuashi was undoubtedly extraordinary. 019, Master Level Treasure Chest, you have been hired. The position is for a secretary, with a 1-month probationary salary of 2,000 and a permanent salary of 3,000. Chunmo yearned to offer her a higher salary, yet he feared it might overwhelm her. Bairuashi furrowed her brows slightly and said, I am not interviewing for the secretary position. I am here for the service staff role on the second floor. Chen Montak smiled. The secretary position entails managing the entire gaming area on the second floor. Bairuashi's expression brightened instantly. Managing the entire gaming area? Chen Montak nodded. Do you enjoy playing games? Bairuashi cleared her throat lightly and raised a delicate finger, saying, just a little. Chunmo chuckled. That's perfectly fine. Enjoying it makes it even better. Bairuashi blinked her bright eyes and asked, So when can I start? It seemed she was quite eager. Chunmo pushed the remaining cup of cola towards her. You can start right now. Bairuashi glanced at the cola, then picked it up with a sweet smile. Of course. Afterward, she added apologetically, Boss, I might only be able to work for a month during the summer vacation. Is that all right? Chen Mo nodded. That's fine. I'll provide you with a labor contract shortly. Even summer workers need to sign one. Bai Ruoshi readily agreed. Great. So can I start working now? Seeing her excited demeanor, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. I'll take you there. Bai Ruoshi followed closely beside him. At that moment, Su Yun happened to descend from the second floor, holding a loudspeaker for maintaining order. Yun Ye, Jin Mo David at Su Yun. Su Yun, with her long and graceful legs, approached with an elegant demeanor. Her every gesture exuded the charm of a mature woman. Boss, what is the matter? Upon her arrival, Su Yun immediately noticed the radiant girl beside Chen Mo. Let me introduce you. This is Su Yun, my chief secretary. Her name is Bai Ruoshi, and she will be managing the entire second floor. Su Yun was slightly taken aback upon hearing Chen Mo refer to her as his chief secretary. He had not mentioned this to her before. Was this a promotion for her? Hello, Yunya. You can call me Xiao Bai or Ruoshi, Bai Ruoshi said politely. Su Yun smiled. No need for formality. Ruoshi, please follow me. Bai Ruoshi nodded and quickly followed Su Yun. Chen Mo watched the two stunning beauties ascend the stairs, and a cheerful notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Main task completed. Hire 3 secretaries, silver level or above. Reward, 20,000 points. Master level treasure chest. Would you like to open the master level treasure chest? The master level treasure chest intrigued Chen Mo. Yes. He felt a surge of golden light flash before his eyes, followed by a series of notification sounds. Congratulations, host. You've received a reward. 5,000,000 currency, skills, photographic memory, master-level vocal abilities, master-level culinary skills, and a 100 increase in commercial popularity. Wow, the rewards were astonishingly generous. 3 skills, 5 million currency, and a 9-tier increase in popularity. This 9-tier increase meant that where previously only 1,000 people might visit the supermarket, it could now rise to 2,000 with the added 100 popularity boost. For any business, this is an exceptional enhancement. Coupled with the previous 90 popularity increase from Su Yun's master-level treasure chest, the total popularity boost reached an impressive 190. Host, Chen Mo, age, 18. Education, high school graduate, physical ability, 100 points, perfect, charm, 6 points, average, skills, photographic memory, master-level vocal abilities, master-level culinary skills, reputation, 225. Title earned, business rookie, assets 255 million, ranked 8th in Qingyang County. Titles earned, millionaire, 10 increase in commercial popularity, business rookie, 3 increase in commercial popularity. Has my wealth ranking risen to 8th in the county? Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel. In this era, possessing over 1 million in assets is indeed a rarity. He recalled his side quest achievement task. Side quest achievement. Become the richest person in the county. Reward. 10,000 points. Title. Richest in Qingyang County. Charm. 50. Would this charm attribute truly be useful? Could it genuinely enhance others' friendliness towards him? Chen Mo was curious to experience the effects of this charm value. However, the prerequisite was attaining the title of the richest person in Qingyang County. He wondered who that individual might be and what their net worth was. It could very well exceed 10 million. While Chen Mo pondered, a group of youthful individuals arrived at GKD, among whom was someone he recognized. The most striking girl among them was Su Qingxue, accompanied by several friends. Alongside the girls were a few boys, prominently including Lin Hao. Lin Hao was the wealthy second-generation heir whose family owned a luxury car dealership. Based on current valuations, that dealership likely boasted assets surpassing 10 million. However, it was rumored that Lin Hao's family was not the sole owner. There were other stakeholders involved, though Chen Mo had not delved into specifics. Lin Hao and his group had heard the new entertainment venue was popular and served delicious hamburgers. All their classmates wanted to visit. Upon their arrival, Su Qingxue and her friends sensed something was amiss. Particularly, Su Qingxue, as Su Yun had not informed her about working for Chen Mo. Thus, she was unaware of the significant transformation the supermarket underwent in the past half-month. The second floor, with its glass walls, exuded sophistication and elegance. The first floor GKD stood out distinctly within the county, radiating an ambience reminiscent of a big city. This allure was particularly captivating for Su Qingxue, who longed for urban life. Qingxue, this is the supermarket we visited at Chen Mo's place last time, right? Remarked one of her friends, glancing around the building in disbelief. Is this really the same place after just half a month? What? This is Chen Mo's supermarket? Lin Hao exclaimed, astonished. Some classmates were aware of Chen Mo's family owning a supermarket, but most were oblivious to its specifics, including its size. Those who did know often lacked clarity on its exact location, such as Lin Hao, who harbored ill intentions towards Chen Mo. After failing to outsmart him previously, he had suffered a considerable setback, resulting in a scolding from his mother. His feelings towards Chen Mo now encompassed not only rivalry, but also resentment for being outwitted. Is this GKD also owned by Chen Mo's family? I'm not sure. It wasn't he here last time we visited. Perhaps it belongs to someone else? Let us go in and take a look. I've heard the food here is delicious. Yes. My cousin came here and brought me some fries that were absolutely amazing. In the bustling atmosphere of GKD, Su Qingxue and her companions entered the establishment. Curiosity etched on their faces as they surveyed the interior. Hello, may I take your order? Lin Yu greeted them with a warm smile. What do you have to eat? They inquired. We have a variety, but I highly recommend our burgers and fries. They are exceptionally delicious, she replied enthusiastically. With a plethora of options before them, the girls found themselves in a delightful quandary. Just then, Lin Hao, with an air of generosity, waved his hand. Order whatever you like. It's on me. Wow, really? Thank you, Boss Lin. The girls beamed, showering Lin Hao with compliments. Our boss is quite generous. He has plenty of money. The boys chimed in, eager to curry favor. Lin Hao glanced at Su Qingxue, a knowing look in his eyes. Qingxue, what would you like? I'm open to anything, she replied, her mind occupied with thoughts of whether this establishment belonged to Chen Mo's family. Sensing her distraction, Lin Hao, having picked up on the nuances of social dynamics from his family, shared her curiosity about the restaurant's ownership. After everyone had placed their orders, Lin Hao produced a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Lin Yu at the counter, his smile unwavering. Excuse me, who is the owner of this establishment? He inquired. Lin Yu's signature smile faltered slightly, her mind racing. The patrons appear to be of a similar age to their boss, Chen Mo. If they were not on good terms, it could pose a problem. Our boss isn't here at the moment. If you have any inquiries, I can relay them when he arrives. Would that be acceptable? Lin Yu offered. I'm just curious about your boss's surname. Lin Hao pressed on. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Our boss's surname is Chun. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Chun? Is it Chen Mo? Apologies, but I don't know his full name. Please excuse me. There are other customers waiting to order, she said, attempting to deflect. Su Qingxue listened intently, piecing together the implications. The supermarket was indeed affiliated with Chen Mo's family. Could it truly be his establishment? Well, it's likely his mother or a relative runs it, someone speculated. I suspect it's someone who returned from a large city and opened a shop here. The group nodded in agreement, their assumptions solidified by Lin Hao's dismissive remarks. All right, let us eat and see how it tastes. If it's not good, well. Lin Hao's words trailed off as a girl who had just taken a bite of her burger gasped in delight. What's wrong? Not tasty? No, it's delicious, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm contagious. As everyone eagerly unwrapped their meals, the praises flowed. This fries is amazing. They chimed, reveling in the fresh flavors. After satiating their appetites, they spotted the soda and each ordered a cup out of curiosity. Sipping their drinks, they headed to the second floor of the supermarket. What is there to do upstairs? Someone wondered. Probably just the arcade games, Lin Hao replied, his expression one of nonchalance. Let us take a quick look and then leave. As they reached the elevator, a wave of surprise washed over them. What is this? An elevator? How do we get up? Lin Hao, well-versed in the workings of modern conveniences, led the way. The group chuckled as they followed him onto the elevator, marveling at the supermarket's amenities. Upon reaching the second floor, their eyes widened at the array of attractions. Look at all those toys, they exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. The claw machines were surrounded by eager players, all vying for the plush prizes within. Su Qingxue and her friends felt a surge of anticipation, and soon they were rummaging through their pockets for coins to play. As they queued at the claw machine, A familiar figure caught their attention. "Hey, ISNT, that Chen Mo?" one of them remarked, drawing the other's gaze. Su Qingxue turned to see Chen Mo walking alongside a stunning girl, whose beauty eclipsed those around her. The girl wore a sweet smile, glancing longingly at the games. It seemed restrained, perhaps feeling the weight of not having any game tokens to play. "Indeed, that S. Chunamo," someone noted. "He doesn't seem like the owner of this place." "He certainly doesn't," another agreed, observing the way the beautiful girl appeared eager, yet hesitant to engage with the games. "Poor girl," they lamented. "Chen Mo seems too stingy to even buy her a game token." As they exchanged barbs about Chen Mo, Lin Hao's expression darkened. He signaled to a classmate, urging them to call out to Chen Mo, "Chen Mo. Over here," they shouted. Chen Mo turned, his gaze landing on Su Qingxue and the others, and he approached with a smile. Bai Ruoxi, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, was preoccupied with a motorcycle game nearby, longing to play but aware of her responsibilities. "Oh, Chen Mo, you're here. Who did you bring along?" she asked, her attention still divided. "This is my friend," Chen Mo replied, gesturing toward Bai Ruoxi, who blinked in surprise at the label. "Why didn't you buy her some tokens to play?" Someone teased. Lu Ji, a loyal follower of Lin Hao, seized the moment to needle Chen Mo further. "Are you unable to afford any game tokens?" He laughed, prompting a chorus of jeers from the group. "Come join us. We have plenty of tokens," he offered to Bai Ruoxi, his grin decidedly lecherous. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi could not help but furrow her beautifully shaped brows, as it was evident that these individuals were clearly attempting to bully Chen Mo. Were they truly trying to entice her with coins? A sweet smile graced her lips as she tilted her head to glance at Chen Mo, her voice ringing out with clarity. "Boss, are these your friends? Are they unaware that you are the proprietor here?" "Greetings, I am a boss's secretary." Her words instantly froze Lu Ji's smile, while Lin Hao and Su Qingxue were momentarily taken aback. The second floor was indeed entirely under Chen Mo's domain. Moreover, this stunning young lady was his secretary. Why on earth did Chen Mo deserve such admiration? The words of Bai Ruoxi left the crowd in a daze. Chen Mo and Bai Ruoxi departed without anyone registering their presence. They struggled to comprehend how Chen Mo could own such a magnificent establishment, especially with such a stunning woman by his side as his secretary. Who was she? None had seen her before. Lu Ji, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked to a few girls. Bai Ruoxi was simply too beautiful. Lin Hao felt a pang of jealousy as he observed her. "How would we know?" One of the girls replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice at his attentiveness towards another female. Lu Ji awkwardly chuckled and pointed to a suddenly vacant claw machine. "Come, let us play over here." The girls perked up at the sight of the machine and rushed towards it. "Insert coins. I'll go first," they eagerly exclaimed. The onlookers directed the first girl as she attempted to maneuver the claw. "Move a bit closer, grab it, huh?" A collective sigh of disappointment arose as the claw released its hold. "Let me try." Soon, another failure occurred. Next. This machine is faulty. It can't grip anything." Just as they were engrossed in their attempts, a student exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, look at the woman next to Chen Mo. What is up?" The crowd turned in unison, witnessing Chen Mo conversing with a statuesque, elegantly dressed woman, exuding an aura of maturity and beauty, their body language suggesting familiarity. "She resembles Qingxue a bit? Is that Qingxue's mother?" "Ansu?" Su Qingxue froze, fervently wishing that Su Yun was not working for Chen Mo, while Lin Hao and the others chatted. Chen Mo and Su Yun approached. "Hello, Ansu." The group greeted Su Yun warmly. She stepped closer, only to catch sight of Su Qingxue. There was no pretense of ignorance, as her heart raced with a hint of anxiety, akin to a thief caught in the act. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo and Su Qingxue were classmates. "Hello, everyone." Su Yun managed a faint smile, but upon meeting Su Qingxue's gaze, she sensed her daughter's astonishment and discontent. "Aunt has matters to attend to. Enjoy your time with Qingxue." "All right, Aunt, you take care." Lin Hao nodded cheerfully. Su Yun shot him a glance before turning to Chen Mo. "Boss, shall we proceed?" "Indeed," Chen Mo replied, and together they descended in the elevator. The scene of Su Yun alongside Chun Mo, especially when she referred to him as boss, struck Su Qingxue profoundly. Could Aunt Su also be Chun Mo's secretary? Why does this kid need so many secretaries, and they're all beauties? Couldn't he possibly have ulterior motives, could he? Shut up, what nonsense are you spouting? That Qingxue's mother. Su Qingxue's face darkened. You all enjoy yourselves. With that, she turned on her heel and left, leaving the others exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Su Yun drove away from the supermarket, heading towards the business registration office for a new company. During work hours, you may address me as Secretary Su, Su Yun stated with a serious tone. Chen Mo remained silent. The two traveled in quietude until they completed their business and emerged with a brand new business license for Dongfang Group Limited. The third floor would temporarily serve as the company's office. The group would be divided into two main divisions, physical and online. Physical and online? Sujung Guidi. Her eyes reflecting confusion. Does online refer to an internet company? She was well aware of the physical aspect, having encountered many new terminologies during her time with Chen Mo. She had even visited a bookstore to acquire numerous books, striving to expand her knowledge. However, much of what Chen Mo conveyed still eluded her grasp. That's roughly the idea, but that part isn't urgent. In 4 to 5 years, the online era will officially commence. Let us focus on the physical aspect for now: real estate, plazas, dining, manufacturing, automotive, mobile phones, computers, and the like. As Chen Mo unveiled his grand vision for the company, Su Yun couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. The scope of Chen Mo's plan was astonishing, leaving her both awestruck and admiring. He was only 18, yet he possessed such a vast mindset. The future seemed limitless. Nevertheless, Su Yun felt Chen Mo might be aspiring for too much, considering that many sectors demanded core technologies. It was not guaranteed that one could excel in a single industry, let alone succeed in such an expansive network. Doubts lingered in Su Yun's mind, which he had subtly expressed to Chen Mo, but he merely smiled, neither refuting nor confirming her concerns. The more she learned about Chen Mo, the more she sensed an enigmatic charm about him, one that seemed capable of achieving anything. Su Yun initially believed that wrapping up the entertainment matters on the second floor would allow her some respite. However, it became evident that the tasks Chen Mo had assigned her were mere trifles compared to the significant challenges awaiting her. Yet, Su Yun relished this feeling of being entrusted with crucial responsibilities. The more challenging the task, the more motivated she felt. Her abilities would be maximized and enhanced under Chen Mo's guidance. Over the weekend, the second floor attracted an immense influx of visitors: children, adults, students, and working professionals, all bustling with energy. The substantial foot traffic also benefited the first-floor supermarket and GKD's business. During this time, Su Yun organized the third-floor office, which temporarily became the workspace for Chen Mo, Su Yun, Li Lu, and Bai Ruoxi. Chen Mo had his own office, while the three secretaries shared another. However, Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi rarely utilized the office, as they were stationed on the first and second floors, respectively. On Sunday night, around 10:30, the first floor of the supermarket was already dimmed, but the second floor remained alight. Chen Mo ascended to the second floor and spotted a lithe figure seemingly engrossed in an arcade game. Bai Ruoxi, he approached slowly, noticing she was playing Three Kingdoms, fully immersed in battling the initial level's boss, Sun Shangxiang. Chen Mo chuckled softly. He had once enjoyed this game as well. Clearing his throat, he softly coughed. But Bai Ruoxi remained oblivious, entirely focused on her game. Amused, Chen Mo fetched 2 bottles of water from the first floor and sat down beside her. Just as Bai Ruoxi defeated the boss, she joyfully exclaimed, "Yes." But then she sensed an unfamiliar presence beside her. Turning slowly, she gasped, "Ah!" Startled, she instinctively placed her hand over her ample chest. "Boss, what are you doing here?" The lights were still on. "I came to check." Bai Ruoxi, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "I'll turn off the lights and leave. By the way, I bought the tokens myself." Chen Mo chuckled. "Why leave? You haven't finished yet. Is it alright if I join?" Bai Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered, "Boss, can you play?" Chen Mo extended his hand toward her and replied, "I know a little." Bai Ruoxi blinked her bright eyes, puzzled. "What do you need?" Chen Mo, maintaining a serious demeanor. Requested, could I borrow 2 tokens? Bai Ruashi, with a hint of hesitation, retrieved 2 tokens from her pocket. Boss, you'll return them, right? Chen Mo inserted the tokens and selected Zhuge Liang, while Bai Ruashi chose Zhang Fei. Bai Ruashi spoke with a certain nonchalance. Boss, if you are unskilled, just follow my lead. Zhuge Liang can acquire the fire sword in this cave. When we face the boss later, you can simply stay back. Chen Montak Unpeatorbit complied with her suggestion, idly indulging in the game, resembling a typical worker. Bai Ruashi played exceptionally well, defeating the second boss, although she lost a life to the third. Subsequently, she guided Chun Mo to collect the ice sword and challenge the boss. The bosses became increasingly formidable, while Chun Mo continued to lounge about. Bai Ruashi began to feel overwhelmed. Finally, during the encounter with the boss Jiao Chan, their health dwindled to a mere thread. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's Zhuge Liang remained at full health, still idly watching. Bai Ruashi could no longer contain herself. Boss, could you please engage her? Chen Mo smiled faintly. All right then. Thus, Bai Ruashi observed as Chun Mo executed his moves flawlessly, defeating the boss without losing a single point of health. Stunned, she gazed at the fallen Diao Chan, her large eyes blinking in disbelief. Boss, you deceived me. Chun Mo shrugged. You never asked, did you? Bai Ruashi was left speechless. After 2 arduous hours of gaming, Chen Mo and Bai Ruashi triumphantly defeated the final boss of the game, Cao Cao. What a thrilling achievement. Bai Ruashi, brimming with joy, extended her hand for a high five with Chen Mo. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Chen Montak smiled, appreciating the efficacy of the master-level gaming skill he had redeemed for 2,000 points, which allowed him to master any game instantaneously and achieve flawless control. Oh dear, it's so late, Bai Ruashi exclaimed, glancing at the time and hurriedly gathering her belongings. It was already past 1 in the morning. I should head back. How will you return? Chun Mo inquired. I have my ways. Don't worry about it, boss, Bai Ruashi replied, and with that, she dashed down the stairs. Chun Mo stood on the upper floor, admiring Bai Ruashi's youthful and vibrant silhouette as she left. Outside, Bai Ruashi made a phone call, and in no time, a car arrived to pick her up. So, she has a car service? Her identity surely holds secrets, Chun Mo mused. Could she be a wealthy heiress seeking a taste of ordinary life? After watching her depart, he turned and ascended back upstairs. After freshening up, Chun Mo lay in bed, contemplating the valuable products in his mind system. It was time to explore something entertaining, perhaps within the realm of the entertainment industry. He perused the classic artistic offerings within the system, feeling it would be a waste not to engage with them. However, the entertainment industry was quite costly, and Chun Mo's capital was insufficient. He decided to take a steadier approach, focusing on online products. The domestic internet landscape was still relatively barren, with ample opportunities for search engines, games, and various software. Additionally, the mobile phone market presented a colossal opportunity, and the era of smartphones had yet to commence. What if he were to initiate this new epoch? Based on the timeline of the original world, the smartphone era would begin 5 years from now, heralded by the launch of a certain popular device. However, acquiring the full suite of technology for phone development would require 30,000 points, and Chen Mo currently possessed only 18,000. He needed to diligently complete system tasks. At present, he had accumulated 3 tasks. Main task: recruit a 4th employee, diamond rating or above. Reward: 10,000 points. Side task: open 3 GKD branch stores. Task reward: 5,000 points. Side task: become the wealthiest individual in the county. Task reward: 10,000 points. The requirements for the main task concerning the female secretary were increasingly stringent. Nevertheless, completing the first 2 tasks would yield enough points to reach the coveted 30,000. Only then could he commence preparations for the mobile phone venture. Chen Mo aimed to accomplish this before the end of his summer break. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The following day, Chun Mo arrived at the office on the 3rd floor. Su Yun sat gracefully in her office chair, adorned in a professional outfit that showcased her mature, career-driven demeanor. At that moment, She was engrossed in writing something. Chinemo knocked on the office door and entered. "Good morning," he greeted. Soo-Yun looked up at him. Chinemo got straight to the point. "Aunt Sue, we need to prepare to open 2 more GKD branches." Soo-Yun appeared slightly taken aback. "Where will they be located?" "It won't be in our county, will it? The population here is limited. Opening another branch would merely cannibalize our own business." With a smile, Chinemo proposed, "How about the city?" Soo-Yun nodded in agreement. "Of course. If GKD is thriving in the county, it will undoubtedly flourish in a larger city." She had intended to discuss this with Chon-Mo earlier, but her workload had kept her preoccupied. "Let us go," Chon-Mo urged. Soo-Yun expressed surprise. "Are we heading to the city now?" Half an hour later, a sleek black Mercedes cruised along the highway. Chon-Mo glanced at Soo-Yun beside him. "Aunt Sue, when will you get your driver's license? It would make our business excursions much more convenient." "Me? Learn to drive? But I don't even own a car. What use would that be?" "The company will provide you with a vehicle," Chon-Mo replied. "Really? What would a secretary need with a car?" Soo-Yun was astonished. In this era, cars were still a luxury. Chon-Mo chuckled. "Aunt Sue, you are my chief secretary. In this role, you are second only to me." Soo-Yun replied, "That sounds a bit odd. By the way, I've considered your idea about the plaza model. Our supermarket might be a touch too small," she said seriously, pulling out her notebook. "To incorporate clothing, dining, entertainment, and even a cinema, we would need at least 1,000 square meters to create a proper scale, wouldn't we?" Chon-Mo nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. Clearly, she had been diligently researching these matters even after work. "Therefore, let South commence our real estate venture with this plaza model," Chon-Mo declared. Suddenly enlightened, Soo-Yun's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chon-Mo. "I see. The plaza can attract substantial foot traffic, creating a commercial hub. With enough notoriety and visitors, our properties will become highly sought after. Moreover, we could develop a series of brands related to real estate, such as hotels." It was as if a new door had opened for Soo-Yun, her thoughts flowing freely. Chon-Mo had to admit she possessed a natural talent for business. This model was indeed the hallmark of future real estate magnates. This approach, unlike those reckless developers who indiscriminately acquired land and erected buildings, was healthier, more competitive, and brand-focused. "What do you think? Am I wrong?" "No, I genuinely believe your idea is excellent." "Really?" Soo-Yun looked skeptical, lacking confidence in her own judgment. Chen Montag Ernest Y nodded, "Absolutely." A smile crept onto the corners of Soo-Yun's lips, and the fragrance of her perfume enveloped the air, pleasingly noticeable. The journey from the county to the city took an hour and a half. Chon-Mo and Soo-Yun headed straight to the city center. They both agreed that if they were to open a new store, it must be situated in the most bustling area. However, selecting a location proved to be quite the challenge. They spent an entire day finalizing a storefront next to the Xinhua bookstore, previously a restaurant that had struggled to attract customers. Fortuitously, the transfer fee for the shop was 30,000, with a 2-year rental contract costing 48,000 annually, translating to 4,000 monthly. Given the location, the price was reasonable. After signing the contract with the landlord, it was already deep into the night, past 11. "Shall we grab a bite?" Chon-Mo suggested as he drove, searching for food with Soo-Yun. In this era, late-night eateries were relatively scarce, even in the city. After a round of searching, they discovered a barbecue stall along a street by the river. They parked and found a table. Nearby, a large group of boisterous individuals, most of whom were tattooed and bare-chested, drank and boasted loudly. The moment they laid eyes on Soo-Yun, their expressions lit up with a brazen, predatory gleam, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Chon-Mo remained unfazed and called to the stall owner, "We'd like 2 portions of beef skewers, grilled fish, pork belly, lamb, oysters, chives, and fried rice." "Aunt Sue, what would you like?" Soo-Yun gently shook her head. "This is enough." "Then we'll stick with this," Chon-Mo said, handing the menu to the owner. Before long, the barbecue dishes were served. After a few bites, the raucous group at the next table, emboldened by their drinks, grew increasingly loud. Soon after, 2 ruffians, one with green hair and the other bald, swaggered over with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. their eyes fixated intently on Su Yun. They approached the two, clutching a bottle of beer in their hands. Two ruffians slammed their beer bottles on the table, their tone laced with arrogance. "Come over and share a drink with us. Let's be friends." Su Yun furrowed her brows and glanced at the two miscreants. She had encountered such individuals before. The saying, "beauty brings disaster," was indeed exemplified in her case. If sharing a drink could avert trouble, she wished to avoid causing any complications for Chun Mo. Just as Su Yun prepared to rise, Chun Mo grasped her hand and replied calmly, "I'm afraid that's not convenient." "Who is this brat?" "Quite the pretentious one." "Huh? Not your younger brother, is he?" The green-haired thug sneered at Chun Mo, lifting the bottle menacingly. "No, please don't." "I'll drink," Su Yun interjected hastily, genuinely fearful that Chun Mo's naivety could lead to dire consequences. In this day and age, no one intervened when ruffians harmed others. "Well, if he is not your brother, then it's all good," the green-haired thug scoffed, but before he could finish, his bald companion swung the bottle towards Chun Mo's head, cursing, "You're asking for it. How dare you act tough in front of me?" "Stop," Su Yun gasped, rushing to shield Chun Mo. However, in the blink of an eye, the sound of shattering glass echoed as Chun Mo seized the bottle and struck the bald thug with it. In a moment of shock, Chun Mo delivered a powerful kick, sending both the bald thug and the green-haired one sprawling. "Stand back, Su Ani," Chun Mo advised, giving her a reassuring glance. Despite her concern for Chun Mo, Su Yun chose not to complicate matters further and stepped aside. At that moment, the other ruffians at a nearby table surged to their feet, brandishing bottles and even chairs. "You want to die?" they shouted, their expressions menacing as they charged at Chun Mo. "Chun Mo, be careful," Su Yun called out, preparing to discreetly call the police. Yet Chun Mo showed no sign of retreat, swiftly brandishing a metal skewer and thrusting it into the arms and thighs of the assailants. They were caught off guard, collapsing in agony as they clutched their wounds. Suddenly, the green-haired thug, who had been previously kicked aside, brandished a knife and launched a sneak attack from behind Chun Mo. "Watch out," Su Yun cried, shoving Chun Mo aside just as the knife struck her lower back. "Ah!" Su Yun gasped in pain, leaning against Chun Mo for support. "Are you all right, Su Ani?" he exclaimed, noticing the blood staining her white shirt. "Curse it," Chun Mo cursed, grabbing a chair and swinging it at the green-haired thug. Causing a crimson eruption, he relentlessly pummeled the ruffians, each punch and kick eliciting cries of agony that echoed through the night market. Onlookers quickly distanced themselves, fearing they might be caught in the fray. Once Chun Mo had subdued the thugs, he rushed to Su Yun's side. "Hang in there, we're going to hospital." Su Yun's face had turned pale, her hand pressed against her wound, blood soaking through. "I can't walk," she murmured weakly. "I'll carry you," Chun Mo declared, lifting her before she could protest. He placed her in the passenger seat, tearing off his shirt to bind her wound, then sped towards the hospital. Unfamiliar with the route, they lost precious time, and Su Yun's pallor deepened. "Stay awake, Su Ani," Chun Mo urged, his voice filled with concern. "I'm so cold," she whispered. "Just a bit longer, we'll be at the hospital soon," he promised. "I want to sleep," she replied softly. Finally arriving at the hospital, Chun Mo carried Su Yun inside, shouting for help. "Doctor, we need assistance." The on-duty doctor, roused from sleep by his urgency, quickly mobilized the nurses. "What happened?" the doctor inquired. "She has a stab wound in her lower back and is losing too much blood. Get her in for cleaning, disinfection, and to stop the bleeding." Chun Mo remained at Su Yun's side, the wound not being too severe, allowing for a relatively straightforward treatment. After the nurses bandaged her, the doctor called for family members to approach. "She has lost quite a bit of blood. It would be best if she could receive a transfusion. However, her blood type is a rare Rh type, and we don't have any in our blood bank. If you're a relative, see if you share the same type," the doctor explained. Chun Mo was taken aback. "I'm Rh type. I can donate." He hadn't anticipated sharing the same blood type as Su Yun. Following the nurse to donate blood, he soon returned to find Su Yun's complexion improving slightly as the blood flowed into her veins. "Thank you. Is your blood the one they're giving me?" Su Yun asked, her gaze laced with a hint of shyness. "I should be the one thanking you. You took that blow from me," Chun Mo replied. Su Yun bit her lip and shook her head. Deep down, she felt responsible for the trouble since the ruffians had sought confrontation due to their attraction to her. Observing Chun Mo's pale face and exhaustion, she noticed the late hour. "Why don't you come up and rest?" she suggested, her cheeks warming. Chun Mo blinked in surprise at her invitation. Su-yun's face flushed, and she murmured, "Rest on the bed." Turning away, she could no longer meet his gaze, while Chun Mo hesitated, contemplating the practicality of spending the night there instead of sitting in a chair. Since Su-yun was so inviting, he decided to accept her offer. Su-yun's heart raced as she felt the weight of his presence beside her. She gripped her clothes tightly, and in the next moment, a youthful figure laid down beside her. He was here. Su-yun stiffened, her body tense. In this moment, Su-yun closed her eyes, her heart racing and her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. "Aunt Su, won't lying on that side put pressure on your wound?" Chen Montag inquirit softly. After a moment's hesitation, Su-yun slowly turned over, and the two found themselves gazing into each other's eyes, their glances intertwining. The atmosphere shifted, becoming subtly charged. "Could you turn away?" Su-yun spoke softly. Chun Mo hesitated briefly before turning his back to her. Su-yun let out a quiet sigh of relief. This felt much better. If the previous situation had continued unchecked, it could have led to a significant misstep. Time flowed silently. Chun Mo periodically checked the blood transfusion progress, and as it neared completion, he pressed the nurse's bell. Shortly after, a nurse entered to remove the needle from Su-yun's arm. "Apply pressure to the site," she instructed before exiting the room. "You should rest now," Su-yun gently urged. "Aunt Su, you should also get some rest," Chun Mo replied. Once they exchanged these words, the room fell into silence once more. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, Chun Mo awoke feeling enveloped in warmth and softness, the fragrant presence of Su-yun beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was holding Su-yun in his arms, her hand resting upon him, their bodies pressed closely together. The alluring sheen of her crimson lips was mere centimeters away, tantalizingly close. Chun Mo, as if entranced, found his face instinctively moving closer to hers. Just as their lips were about to meet, Su-yun opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chun Mo, she momentarily froze, a hint of panic in her voice. "What are you doing?" Chun Mo held his breath, leaning closer into her gaze. Su-yun's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Chun Mo's boldness. Even though she was awake, he dared to kiss her. Her hand instinctively pushed gently against his shoulder, but it seemed ineffective, perhaps due to her lack of strength. They remained lost in their private world. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the doorway, followed by a knock. Knock, knock. Chun Mo and Su-yun hastily released each other, as if caught in the act. "Doctor's rounds." The doctors entered the room, noting the patient on the bed appeared healthy and with a rosy complexion. Bed 21, laceration on the lower back, excessive blood loss. "You received a transfusion last night. How are you feeling today? No discomfort?" "No, I'm much better," Su-yun replied calmly. "That's good. It's best to stay for another day for observation and ensure the nurses change the dressing in a timely manner." "All right, thank you, Doctor," Chun Mo said from the side. "No problem," the doctor replied before leaving the room. The two in the room exhaled in relief. They had almost been discovered. Chun Mo smiled at Su-yun. "Aunt Su, are you all right?" Su-yun, her face tinged with embarrassment, replied, "Yes." Understanding the need to divert attention and ease the tension, Chun Mo suggested, "Shall I go by breakfast?" "What would you like to eat?" "Just some porridge will do," Su-yun responded. Chun Mo nodded and departed the room. Once Chun Mo left, Su-yun instinctively pulled the blanket over her face. "Su-yun, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" "He's a classmate of Qing Shui. He's only 18. The embarrassment surged within her, and she felt a wave of shame for her earlier behavior. Then, recalling something, she took out her phone, noticing several missed calls. They were likely from the police, who had been unable to locate her after the report last night. Su-yun decided she needed to reach out to her lawyer, Shen Bing, for assistance. Meanwhile, Chun Mo descended to purchase a variety of breakfast items. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found Su-yun just finishing a phone call. "Who were you calling?" "Shen Bing. She's coming over soon. We'll head to the police station together. She can help us." "All right." Chun Mo said as he handed her the breakfast he had bought. Eggs, milk, and porridge. Eat up, then we'll change the dressing. She replied. After they had finished breakfast, the nurse arrived to change Su Yun's dressing. Half an hour later, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed at the door. A figure entered, clad in an exquisite professional outfit, a sleek black skirt that accentuated her curves, her long legs adorned with black stockings and high heels. Shun Bing exuded the aura of a top-tier lawyer, the epitome of a sophisticated professional woman. Sister Yun, are you okay? Shun Bing approached Su Yun with concern. I'm fine. Su Yun waved her hand, smiling. Thank you for coming all this way, Bing Bing. No need for formality. We're close enough. Let's head to the police station together. I'll assist you, Shun Bing said, casting a teasing glance at Chun Mo. Boss Chun is quite impressive. Single-handedly taking on 10 without a scratch. Chun Mo cleared his throat. Please don't tease me, Lawyer Shun. If it weren't for Sister Yin taking the hit for me, I would be the one in bed. Shun Bing blinked her beautiful eyes. That is still quite impressive. Having you around means I won't have to worry about dealing with legal ignorance. Su Yun interjected to steer the conversation. Bing Bing. How are such matters typically handled? Upon hearing Su Yun's inquiry, Shun Bing's demeanor shifted to seriousness. There's no major issue. It's generally resolved as mutual combat. If one party feels disadvantaged, they can pursue compensation, but most cases end up unresolved, so there's no need to worry. Su Yun felt a bit reassured and nodded. However, upon arriving at the police station, they discovered that the thugs had not filed a report and had said nothing. Do you need to file a report? No need. Shun Bing waved her hand. The current legal environment offers little recourse against those individuals. Moreover, given the injuries sustained, they likely fared worse. So, I'm not needed here. Shun Bing chuckled as she shrugged her shoulders. Shall we head back then? Chun Mo suggested. Sure, let us have a meal first. Lawyer Shun, I owe you for your help last time, and now again. We should definitely have a meal together. I also have something important to discuss with you. Something important? Then a meal it is, Shun Bing replied with a smile. In a quaint restaurant nearby, Chun Mo, Su Yun, and Shun Bing sat in a private room, perusing the menu. After their meal, Chun Mo broached a significant topic, prompting Shun Bing to lean in attentively. I would like to appoint you as our company's secretary, he stated. Shun Bing paused, incredulous at the suggestion. A secretary? This was an unimaginable proposition for her as a distinguished lawyer. Observing Shun Bing's reaction, Su Yun couldn't help but smirk, curious about Chun Mo's affinity for recruiting secretaries. Please, don't rush to judgment. Allow me to explain, Chun Mo reassured her. Shun Bing narrowed her eyes, awaiting his clarification. Our company is gradually expanding into other ventures, and there are brands, patents, and legal matters that require oversight. I wish for you to take on the role of our legal secretary, overseeing the legal affairs, he elaborated. Rolling her eyes, Shun Bing comprehended the implication. She will be the legal secretary responsible for the company's legal matters. And the salary? She inquired directly. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo replied, your current salary plus an additional 20%. Shun Bing raised an eyebrow, noting that her income as a sole practitioner was likely negative. She sighed, lamenting the current state of legal awareness that limited business opportunities in her field. Su Yun chuckled. Well, it seems you might even have to pay out of pocket. Shun Lawyer, I am not well-versed in your industry standards. Please state your price, Chun Mo encouraged. After glancing at Su Yun, Shun Bing turned back to Chun Mo. 6,000 a month, and 8,000 upon confirmation. Su Yun marveled at the benefits of education, reflecting on how impressive starting salaries could be. Without hesitation, Chun Mo agreed. A pleasant collaboration. Should I begin calling you boss now? Call me whatever you wish, Shun Bing replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Chun Mo's mind was filled with a chime of notifications. Shun Bing rating. Appearance 92, figure 93, temperament 94, ability 92, potential 90, overall score 92, 2. Master level employee. Master level employee treasure, chest acquired. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. Fourth employee, diamond level rating. Reward, 10,000 points. Indeed, Shun Bing's overall rating was impressive. A master-level treasure chest. Moreover, he had just completed a primary task. Would you like to open the master-level treasure chest? Yes. Opening the master-level treasure chest grants a monetary reward of 1 million. Acquiring fortune charm. Increased likelihood of exceptional employees appearing by 90. Increased success rate for real estate development by 90. Yet another stroke of fortune. This time, it bore differences from prior occasions. With these two enhancements, the probability of exceptional employees gravitating towards Chun Mo was bound to soar. Additionally, his assets swelled by 1 million. Assets, 255 million yuan, ranked 5th in Qingyang County. He was ever closer to his goal of becoming the wealthiest in the county. Boss, shall we depart? Xun Bing roused Chun Mo from his reverie. Indeed, he replied, and the trio exited the restaurant. As they settled into the car, Chun Mo turned to Xun Bing. You will oversee the brand registration and intellectual property for GKD. Rest assured, I will handle it all, Xun Bing confidently assured. After over an hour, they returned to Qingyang County. Initially, Chun Mo intended to escort Su Yun home, but she insisted on going to the office. Thus, he acquiesced to her wishes. Xun Bing began organizing documents related to brand registration and trademark matters. As night drew near, Chun Mo noticed the lights still illuminated in the third-floor office. Su Yun remained there, propped up on her hand while reading. He approached her silently, only to realize she had dozed off. Swant? He gently called. Su Yun stirred, her heart skipping a beat upon seeing him. Why not head home and rest? She nodded, gathering her belongings to follow him. As they walked, she felt a sense of unease. Were they heading to his home? It was late, and returning home alone felt unsafe. As Chun Mo opened the door, he remarked, Your wound needs a fresh dressing. I brought the medication. Su Yun hesitated, then softly nodded. Thank you. Her emotions were a complex tapestry. Please wash up first. I'll change your dressing afterward, Chun Mo instructed. Biting Hadib, Su Yun responded, Okay. Unbeknownst to her, the dynamics of their relationship had shifted, with Chun Mo now holding the reins. Circumstances had led to this being her second stay at his home. After freshening up, Su Yun emerged. Her perfect figure rendered any attire enticing. Su, Aunt, perhaps you should change into something else? Chun Mo suggested, gesturing toward her shirt, which was marred by a cut. This one? She asked, eyeing a short tea in his hands. Taking the garment, she retreated to the room while Chun Mo procured the necessary medication and gauze. He knocked lightly on the door. Come in, Su Yun's voice wavered slightly. As he stepped inside, she tentatively proposed, maybe we could wait until tomorrow to change the dressing? Chun Mo, with an air of solemnity, replied. The doctor advised that in this hot weather, we must change the dressing daily to prevent infection. Biting her red lip, Su Yun gradually lay down on the bed. Chun Mo sat beside her, sensing her tension. Gently, he lifted her shirt, revealing her fair skin. He carefully unwrapped the bandage from her lower back and dipped a cotton swab in iodine to gently apply it to her stitched wound. Su Yun let out a soft sound of discomfort. The initial allure was her beauty, followed by an entrapment in her talent, ultimately bound by her character. Su Yun was unaware of the devastating impact of her unconscious actions. Chun Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of emotions within him, as he continued to tend to her wounds and apply ointment. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Yun's lips, a hint of pain evident. With her face buried in the blanket, Chun Mo meticulously wrapped her injury with a bandage. All done, he announced. Thank you, Su Yun replied softly, attempting to rise. However, as she did, she inadvertently tugged at the wound on her waist, sending a wave of pain coursing through her, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. At that moment, Chun Mo instinctively reached out to catch her. Su Yun grasped his hand, inadvertently pulling him down with her. Chun Mo found himself on top of her, and both were momentarily stunned as they gazed into each other's eyes. Su Yun, her heart racing uncontrollably, clutched the blanket tightly, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her. The heated atmosphere enveloped them as she slowly closed her eyes. Chun Mo's warmth began to thaw the icy barriers around her heart. Yet suddenly, the image of Su Qingxue flashed in her mind. They were classmates, and she felt a multitude of disparities between herself and Chun Mo. Despite her usual rationality, she began to ponder, should she really pause? The most tangible reality was their age difference. A future together seemed improbable, and she didn't wish to hinder Chinemo. From their time spent together, she recognized that his future would undoubtedly soar beyond the mundane. Just as Chinemo was about to advance further, Su-yin pressed down on his hand, her breathing quickening. Chinemo, we cannot. He looked at her, puzzled. Why? Is it because of age? I don't mind. Su-yin shook her head. Chinemo understood the insecurity a woman felt at that moment. It was entirely natural. Gazing at him with tender eyes, Su-yin spoke softly. You have a bright future ahead, a vast world awaiting you. You will meet someone better suited to you, someone of your age, equally exceptional, and everyone will bless your union. I am different. Chinemo, with utmost seriousness, responded, Su-yi, you care too much about others' opinions. Why should one be shackled by the perceptions and judgments of others? Live for yourself. Pursue what brings you joy. That is what makes life meaningful. Su-yin was taken aback. His words struck a chord within her, igniting a spark of realization. She whispered, to do what one desires, to seek happiness. Slowly lifting her gaze to meet his earnest eyes, she asked, do you truly like me? Absolutely. Chinemo replied with conviction. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I was profoundly impressed. Is it my beauty that you admire? Su-yin probed, voicing a concern many women share. Of course, Chinemo replied, his honesty refreshing. Su-yin appreciated his forthrightness. He continued, there's a saying, it begins with beauty, ensnares with talent, and remains loyal to character. Her heart quivered at those words, as memories of their time together flickered through her mind like scenes from a film. From being harassed by that bald boss, to Chinemo carrying her home, their late-night discussions about business and future plans, to the night he faced a group of thugs to protect her at that moment. Su-yin felt that their relationship perfectly embodied that saying. It begins with beauty, ensnares with talent, and remains loyal to character. As she gazed into Chinmo's eyes, they sparkled with emotion. She lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her voice heated. Chinmo. In their world at that moment, only each other existed. Just as Chinmo was poised to take the next step, Su-yin blushed and pressed down on his hand. Whispering, can we wait a little longer? Please give me some time. Chinmo took a deep breath. Halting abruptly was difficult, especially when emotions ran high. But matters of the heart require mutual consent, and he respected Su-yin's feelings. Moreover, she was still recovering from her injury. As night turned into dawn, Su-yin slowly awoke, glancing at the time, realizing it was already late. She struggled to rise, enduring the pain in her waist, quietly tidying her clothes before tiptoeing out of the room. Chinmo gradually opened his eyes, watching Su-yin's departing silhouette with a faint smile. After a moment, he stretched and prepared himself before stepping out. Upon exiting, he discovered a bowl of freshly made noodles and 2 eggs on the dining table, as if someone had prepared them for his recovery. With a slight smile, he called out, Su-yi, but the kitchen was empty. Where did she go? He wondered. Left, came a reply. Was she concerned about being discovered by others? Chinmo understood Su-yin's meticulous nature. Such worries were entirely reasonable from her perspective. After washing up, he sat down to enjoy the noodles, savoring their delightful flavor before heading out toward the office on the 3rd floor. As he approached, he overheard female voices within. Yinjia, I heard the boss is opening a new store. Bairuashi inquired. Indeed, it's in the city, currently under renovation, Su-yin responded. GKD will surely be popular in the city. We've had numerous visitors from there recently, Li Lu added. Our 2nd floor has seen its fair share of city visitors as well, Bairuashi chimed in. At that moment, Chinmo knocked lightly and entered. Upon seeing him, Su-yin's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, and she lowered her head slightly. The typically composed and confident woman momentarily adopted a demure demeanor. Good morning, boss. Li Lu greeted with a smile. Since her promotion to secretary, she had grown increasingly self-assured. Good morning, boss, Bairuashi echoed, her sweet smile hinting at her desire to share another gaming session of 3 Kingdoms with Chinmo soon. Chinmo smiled back. You all are here quite early. Bairuashi glanced at her exquisite watch. It's not too early. Li Lu interjected. I need to check the stock situation downstairs. Suddenly, Chinmo recalled something. Li Lu, have you reconciled the accounts with Fu Limin? She nodded. Su-yi and I went over them together and found many discrepancies. Su-yunregenet head autoritative demanor, stitting. I've contacted lawyer Shin Bing and plan to negotiate with Fu Limin first. If that fails, we'll proceed with a lawsuit. Shin Mo nodded in agreement. All right. I'll head downstairs now, Li Lu said. I'll join you, Bairuashi added. Soon, only Chin Mo and Su Yun remained in the office, and the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Su Yun stood up. I need to contact Shin Bing. As she passed by Chin Mo, he took her hand, pulling her into an embrace. Su Yun's voice trembled slightly. Chin Mo, this is the office 027 at Su. How is your waist feeling? Chin Mo observed Su Yun's flustered expression and couldn't help but smile. Even a mature and confident woman has her delicate side. This contrast instills a sense of accomplishment in others. Aunt Su, how is your waist? It's all right. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from outside. Someone was arriving. Shin Mo released Su Yun. She cast a reproachful glance at him, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Simultaneously, a knock resonated at the door, and Shin Mo opened it. Oh, the boss is here. Shin Bing entered with a commanding presence, radiating the essence of a powerful woman, her face adorned with a bright smile as she regarded Chen. Oh, good morning, Secretary Shun. Shin Mo greeted with a smile. Shin Bing replied seriously, good morning, boss. Su Yun smiled at the interaction. Bing Bing, come join us. Shin Bing playfully tossed her hair and said, coming, Sister Yun. Boss, I need to discuss work with Sister Yun. Shin Mo encouraged, go ahead. It seems everyone here has their roles, and I'm not needed at the moment. The third GKD branch's location was still undecided. Shin Mo glanced at Su Yun. She had enough on her plate and was still nursing an injury, so it was best for her to remain inactive. He decided to head out alone. Shin Mo left the office and drove towards the city center. The third store would also be located in Xinjiang City. Other locations were too distant and inconvenient for management. He chose a nearby option. The second store was situated in the southern center of the city, while the third store would be in the eastern central area. These are the two most bustling streets in the city. The rental process for this store was more complicated than the second. Its location was at the far corner of the street, yet the price was no less than that of other establishments. Given his current circumstances, Chen Mo wasn't overly concerned about this. Even if the location was less than ideal, he was confident in his ability to succeed. The high foot traffic implied a steady stream of customers. However, when he attempted to contact the store owner, complications arose. The owner's phone rang, but no one answered. Chun Mo could only check on the renovation progress of the second GKD. Under Su Yun's arrangement, the renovation team that had previously worked on the first GKD had arrived in Xinjiang City to commence work. They had gained experience from the first store, making the second renovation even more proficient. Boss Chun, when will the third store's renovations begin? The foreman, Lao Yu, asked with a smile as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Chun Mo. Chun Mo waved his hand soon. Once you finish here, you'll likely head to the third store. Lao Yu exclaimed in surprise, Boss Chun, you're impressive, achieving so much at a young age. My renovations can't keep up with your store openings. Please look out for us in the future. Chun Mo smiled lightly. As long as you do a good job, there's no need for favors. Our company will seek you out. But if the work is subpar, familiarity won't matter. Lao Yu nodded eagerly. Understood, Boss Chun. You can trust us to do our best. Chun Mo oversaw the renovations until 10 o'clock in the evening when the crew finished for the day. At that moment, his phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, yet it seemed vaguely recognizable. Upon answering, a woman's melodious yet panicked voice came through, accompanied by loud music. Hurry, get away from me. I don't drink. My husband is on his way. Who are you? Chun Mo inquired, puzzled by the immediate husband reference. Had he received a wrong number? He glanced again at the phone number and recalled it was the landlord's number he had dialed earlier that afternoon. Where are you? At the bar, Trendsetter Bar, the woman replied loudly. Wait there. Chun Mo quickly got into his car and headed for the bar. Fortunately, he had spotted earlier during his wanderings in the city. It was one of the oldest bars in Xinjiang City and was bustling with patrons. However, the crowd was a mix of various types, predominantly rowdy youths and nonconformists. Such conflicts were commonplace. If it weren't for the urgency of establishing the third GKD branch, he would have preferred not to involve himself in such matters. The car sped along, stopping at the bar's entrance. Throughout the drive, the call remained connected, with the woman seemingly in a standoff. Her repeated assertion, "You can't mess with my husband," only piqued the interest of her challengers, who responded with a taunting tone. "All right, let's see who your husband is. I hope he doesn't wet his pants when he arrives." Upon entering the bar, Chun Mo immediately spotted an exceptionally beautiful woman, her presence radiating an air of refinement that starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Clearly, she was not someone who frequented such places. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with striking features and an elegant demeanor. She possessed a slender waist, fair skin, and long legs, adorned in black stockings and high heels, epitomizing the image of a sophisticated beauty. At that moment, her lovely eyes reflected a hint of panic as she was encircled by a group of tattooed and shaven-headed ruffians. Among them, a green-haired punk appeared vaguely familiar to Chun Mo. He spoke into the phone. "Look at the entrance." Upon hearing his voice, the woman turned to the bar's entrance. It was her. Chun Mo maintained a calm expression as he approached her. As he walked, the demeanor of the ruffians shifted, especially that of the green-haired punk, whose eyes widened in terror. The others appeared as if they had encountered a ghost, their expressions frozen in shock. Chun Mo recognized the familiar faces of the ruffians, particularly the green-haired one and the bald man wrapped in bandages, recalling their previous encounter at the barbecue restaurant. Painful memories flooded their minds as they gazed at Chun Mo, their expressions contorted with fear. "It's you," they gasped in disbelief. "We were just passing by. We didn't touch her. Not a single hair." The green-haired punk stammered, and the ruffians hurriedly vacated the booth, as if fearing they would be met with violence if they lingered. The beautiful woman sitting on the sofa watched this scene unfold, astonished, blinking in confusion. "What is happening? Who is this man?" she wondered, as the ruffians fled without uttering a word, an occurrence that surpassed her wildest imagination. Lu Qingxian had initially anticipated a troublesome situation with the arrival of these ruffians, who clearly intimidated those around them. But to her surprise, the casual call she made summoned such a formidable man. 028, the intoxicated landlady, Lu Qingxian's lips parted slightly, her expression a blend of bewilderment and surprise as she gazed at Chun Mo. He settled beside her and inquired, "Are you the landlady of the East Street shop?" She nodded in affirmation. "I wish to rent your shop. What is the annual cost?" Lu Qingxian blinked, replying, 50,000 a year. "Very well. I will lease it for 2 years. With a light bite of her lip, she added, "Since you have helped me, I can reduce the price a bit." Chun Mo smiled gently. "How much less?" Pouring a glass of wine, she pushed it toward him. "How about a 5,000 discount?" Chun Mo nodded, agreed. "However, I won't be drinking as I drove here." This arrangement proved quite advantageous, saving him 5,000. Lu Qingxian, intrigued, observed Chun Mo closely. "You seem rather young. Why did those men flee at the sight of you? Are you not the scion of a wealthy family?" Chun Mo shook his head, "Just an ordinary person." Her disbelief was evident. After all, someone so young driving a car could hardly be typical. Moreover, the way the thugs scattered like mice from a cat only fueled her skepticism. "We shall sign the contract tomorrow," she declared, raising her glass and taking a hearty gulp, only to cough as it went down the wrong way. Clearly, she was not accustomed to alcohol, yet she found herself in a bar alone. "Chen Montak at visit. It would be wise for you to leave soon." Many men around them were eyeing her with interest, a commonplace occurrence in such venues. With her striking beauty, nearly perfect figure, and an air of refreshing elegance, it was no surprise she attracted attention. Had they not witnessed the thugs' retreat upon Chun Mo's arrival, they would likely have lined up to approach her. Lu Qingxian took another sip of wine, a lovely flush creeping onto her cheeks. She gestured toward the bottles on the table, her mood dampening. "With so much wine, I haven't finished a single glass." Chun Mo sensed she might be grappling with something troubling. She tilted her exquisite face towards him and asked, "Would you keep me company for a drink?" Observing the leering men, who immediately averted their gazes, he realized that if he left, trouble would likely ensue for her. "If you do not wish to drink, then have a cola." Lu Qingxian placed a can of cola before him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the bar grew increasingly lively. As midnight approached, the frenetic music escalated, energizing the patrons. They drank and danced, the environment igniting their youthful exuberance. Lu Qingqian, in a moment of abandon, downed her drink in one go, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. She leaned closer to Chunimo and exclaimed, "Stand up, let's dance." Seemingly fueled by the alcohol, she swayed against him, her alluring figure enticing. Chunimo inhaled deeply, shifting back to create space between them. Yet, in an instant, Lu Qingqian threw her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder, her breath fragrant as she playfully tossed her waist-length hair. "Do you not find me attractive? Am I not pretty enough? Or is it my figure?" Chen Montag was momentarily speechless. Was she truly so inebriated that a single glass had overwhelmed her? "I detest the constraints of my family. I yearn to be myself," Lu Qingqian declared loudly in his ear. It appeared she was a woman raised with strict morals. As the pulsating music combined with the effects of alcohol, Lu Qingqian pressed against him, an unsettling tension evident. Chunimo sensed something was amiss. This behavior seemed beyond mere drunkenness. Had her drink been tampered with? Such occurrences were not uncommon in such establishments. He wrapped an arm around her and guided her outside. "Where do you live?" he asked. Lu Qingqian pointed across the street. "Over there, but I do not wish to go home." As she spoke, she clung tightly to his neck, whispering, "You smell delightful." As they drove, Chunimo found himself uncertain of their destination. Suddenly, Lu Qingqian leaned closer, her luscious lips brushing against the collar of his shirt. With one hand on the wheel, he reluctantly grasped her delicate face. "Ah, that hurts," she pouted playfully. "Sit back," he instructed. She bit her lip in compliance, but as soon as he released her, her beautiful face inched closer once more. She wrapped her arms around him, and he regarded her with a cold stare. With a pitiful expression, she murmured, "I can't help it. I want to hold you and kiss you." It was evident she had consumed something she ought not to have. "Where's your home?" he pressed. "I don't want to go back." Returning in her current state would likely lead to complications. Chunimo ultimately drove to a nearby hotel. After assisting her out of the car, they entered and secured a room. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Qingqian clung to him tightly. Upon reaching the door, he opened it and guided her to the bed. However, as he helped her lie down, she pulled him down with her. Not long after, she succumbed to a deep slumber, seemingly under the influence of something that induced a heavy drowsiness. Yet, even in sleep, she held on to him tightly. Chunimo, exhausted himself, decided it was wiser to drift off as well rather than risk waking her should the effects of the substance take a turn. Time passed. The following morning, Lu Qingqian awoke slowly, her eyes fluttering open to the ceiling, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Where am I?" Turning her head, she was met with a stranger's face. Her heart raced as she realized she was holding onto him tightly. Her mind momentarily faltered. What was going on? Who was this man? Glancing down at her attire, she found herself fully clothed and breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the events of the previous night, she remembered being at the bar, wanting a drink, and then being harassed by a group of thugs before calling for Chunimo. Upon his arrival, the thugs had scattered. He had brought her to this hotel. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingqian recognized that this was her first experience sharing a bed with a man. Cautiously, she released Chunimo, but in the next moment, the sleeping man embraced her waist, mumbling Aunt Sue. The treachery of society. How could that despicable man, who was so clearly in her embrace, utter the name of another woman? Chunmo's unconscious advances made Lu Qingqian acutely aware of the wickedness of the world. Typically gentle and demure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After 28 years of innocence, she felt it was all about to be tarnished by Chunmo's hands. Infuriated and ashamed, she seized his hand and spoke coldly, "Wake up." Yet, Chunmo appeared to remain lost in his blissful dream with Aunt Sue. His behavior escalated, leaving Lu Qingqian feeling utterly humiliated. "No, stop." At last, her voice broke through, rousing Chunmo from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes and met the furious gaze of Lu Qingqian, her beautiful eyes blazing with indignation. Realizing his hand had crossed a boundary, he awkwardly muttered, "Hello, you pig-headed fool." Lu Qingqian forcefully pushed Chunmo away and rushed into the restroom. Chunmo scratched his head, pondering whether he should bear the entire blame for this misunderstanding. After all, dreaming was not entirely within his control. It was Aunt Sue's allure that had drawn him in. Add to that Lu Qingqian's enticing figure, which bore a slight resemblance to Su Yun. Though not as voluptuous, she could still be compared. Half an hour later, Lu Qingqian seemed to have concluded that she could not place all the blame on Chen Mo. After all, last night, in a rebellious fit against her family, she had ventured to a bar for a drink. Without Chen Mo's intervention, she might have faced far worse consequences. "Thank you," she said as she emerged from the washroom, her voice bright. Chen Mo cleared his throat. "No problem. Are you hungry? Shall we have breakfast together? We can also discuss the rental of your shop." Lu Qingqian nodded slightly. The duo left the hotel and headed to a nearby noodle shop, a notable feature of Qingyang City, renowned for its delicious offerings. Each ordered a bowl of noodles. "I still don't know your name," Lu Qingqian remarked. "Chen Mo," he replied. "Does the 5,000 yuan discount you mentioned last night still stand?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqian paused in her eating, recalling that she had indeed made such a statement. "It stands. Since I said it, I want to go back on my word. So, 2 years will amount to 90,000. With the primary task accomplished." Chen Mo felt a slight relaxation. He glanced at the elegant Lu Qingqian and advised, "In the future, try to avoid bars. They aren't safe. If you must go, don't go alone." Lu Qingqian arched her brow, tinged with defiance, and responded, "Then will you accompany me next time?" Chen Montag was momentarily speechless. She retrieved the key from her bag and placed it on the table. "This is the key to the shop. By the way, what business do you intend to run?" she inquired with curiosity. Chen Mo smiled as he pocketed the key. "It's nothing extravagant, just food." Lu Qingqian's eyes sparkled with interest. "What kind of food?" "Burgers, cola, fried chicken, that sort of thing," he explained. "Like KFC? McDonald's?" she asked in surprise. Chen Mo shook his head. "GKD. GKD? I've never heard of it," she said. After finishing his noodles and settling the bill, he turned to her. "Let us go. I need to give you the rent." Lu Qingqian had barely eaten and quickly caught up with him. "You can't be very old, running your own business without having gone to school." "It's summer vacation," he replied. "Oh, a student? In college now. Just graduated from high school," he stated. Lu Qingqian seemed quite intrigued by this young man fresh out of high school. "Miss Lu, here is the rent. Let us settle this," Chen Mo said, handing her a pouch of money. Lu Qingqian accepted the bag, saying, "Carrying this much cash alone might not be safe." The implication was clear. She might need to be escorted home. She wasn't wrong. Though, there were indeed dangers lurking in the streets. "Where do you live?" "Next to the Education Bureau," she replied. "All right." Chen Montag drove, following her directions until they arrived near her home. After she exited the car and watched him drive away, she walked toward the staff quarters of the Education Bureau. Having not returned home all night, she had informed her mother she was staying at a friend's house, but she braced herself for a possible reprimand. At 28, she felt as though she was still bound by the family rules, like an adolescent. The strict upbringing stemmed from a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition. Her parents and elders were either educators or professors. Lu Qingqian had been raised to be knowledgeable and genteel. The pressure was compounded by the fact that she had yet to marry. Not only had she not settled down, but under such stringent expectations, she had never even dated. Since graduating 2 years ago and becoming a teacher at a prestigious university, her family had been eager for her to embark on the journey of marriage and motherhood. Numerous eligible bachelors had been introduced to her, but she had no desire for such arrangements and even harbored a rebellious spirit. Those young men who had shown interest in her were met with her icy demeanor, extinguishing their fervent affections. Yet her family persisted, increasing their efforts to connect her with promising suitors, insisting she must find a partner during the summer. This only fueled Lu Qingqian's rebellious nature. Consequently, she had a fierce argument with her mother, stormed out of the house, and sought solace in a bar, hoping to drown her sorrows in alcohol. However, upon encountering the lecherous stares of men in the bar, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, having come this far, she felt compelled to drink, lest she betray her own rebellious spirit. This led her to attract the attention of some unsavory characters, and then, miraculously, Chen Mo appeared as her savior. Lu Qingqian found herself deeply intrigued by this enigmatic young man fresh from high school. However, there was no rush. After all, Chun Mo had rented her shop, making it easy to find him. For now, she needed to navigate the challenges at home first. As she entered her house, a stern voice echoed through the living room. Lu Qingxian, you know how to come home, do you? Out all night. What do you think you're doing? Meanwhile, Chun Mo visited the second GKD location to inspect the renovation progress. Due to his emphasis on efficiency and quality, the contractor, Lao Yu, had enlisted additional workers to hasten the process. He estimated that just a few more days would suffice to complete the project. Lao Yu was clever yet diligent in his work. Chun Mo then drove back to Qingyang County. Approaching the Old Street supermarket, he found the roads congested and bustling with people, many of whom were young, some heading to the supermarket, others to GKD, and some to the entertainment venues on the second floor. Business in the area had reached a fever pitch. Upon arriving, he ascended to the third floor, where he was greeted by the sound of cheerful laughter. Su Yun, Shun Bing, Li Lu, and Bai Ruoshi were all present, engaging in a team-building activity. That fellow, Fu Limin, is envious of our booming supermarket business. He has nothing but a paper tiger, cheating and profiting unethically. Shun Bing is truly remarkable, with just a few words. She scared him into returning the money. But it's still Yun Jie who is impressive. Without her calculations, we wouldn't have known how much he had swindled from us. In the midst of a lively discussion, Su Yun and Shun Bing appear to have resolved the issues surrounding Fu Limin. Chun Mo gently knocked on the door, smiling as he entered. What are you chatting about? You all seem quite cheerful. The boss is back, they exclaimed. We were just discussing Fu Limin. Sister Yun has meticulously outlined all his shady dealings. How much did he embezzle? 24,425 yuan. When Sister Yun threw the accounts in his face, he had nothing to say. Fortunately, it was thanks to Bing Bing's threat of legal action that he finally returned the money. As Su Yun spoke, she handed Chun Mo the money retrieved from Fu Limin. Chun Mo, however, declined to accept it, stating, "Let us keep this with you for now. The company needs funds for necessary purchases." After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun replied, "We should probably get a safe for the office. I can't just carry this money around." Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. "You can make those decisions. It's a trivial matter." They had seamlessly become a unified family. Chun Mo entrusted authority to Su Yun, feeling entirely at ease. In everyone's hearts, Su Yun had already emerged as Chun Mo's foremost subordinate, the grand overseer of the company. Whenever there were matters to discuss, they would seek her counsel first. "Well, it's been a tiring day. Should Sister Yun be off work by now?" "Yes. Shall I accompany you home?" Shun Bing winked at Su Yun. Instinctively, Su Yun glanced at Chun Mo. Their relationship had grown exceedingly intimate. "Sure." Chun Mo hesitated, wanting to say something, but refrained from speaking in front of everyone. "Goodbye, boss." As Shun Bing linked arms with Su Yun and left the office, Su Yun's decision to depart with Shun Bing stemmed from the recent chill between her and her daughter. Su Qingshui. Since learning that her mother was working as Chun Mo's secretary, Su Qingshui had been furious and disheartened. She wanted Su Yun to resign and find another job, feeling embarrassed in front of her peers. However, Su Yun had resolutely refused. This job was what she had long desired, and Chun Mo afforded her ample room for growth. She could not forsake her career for the sake of Su Qingshui's pride. Following this, Su Qingshui began to harbor resentment. Yet, Su Yun did not indulge her. The mother and daughter had not spoken for 2 days. It was more accurate to say that Su Qingshui was unilaterally ignoring Su Yun. They even avoided each other during meals. Even when Su Yun had a back injury yesterday, she had to manage her own medication alone. Furthermore, Su Yun sensed that her relationship with Chun Mo was progressing too swiftly, prompting her to create a bit of distance. Watching Su Yun leave, Chun Mo felt a twinge of reluctance. He asked, "Bing Jie, are you driving?" Shun Bing chuckled. "Yes, does the boss expect reimbursement for gas?" Chun Mo retorted playfully. "Dream on. You've taken Su Yi away and now want me to pay for gas? Just not deducting your salary is generous enough." After Shun Bing and Su Yun departed, Li Lu and Bai Ruoshi exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to leave as well. "Boss, I'm heading out." Li Lu was the first to leave, leaving Bai Ruoshi behind, seemingly lingering intentionally. "Why are you still here?" Chen Montak inquired. Bai Ruoshi cleared her throat her features exquisite, her lips shimmering. "Boss, shall we play some Three Kingdoms after work?" Chen Montauk replied. "So, you wish to engage in games with me?" However, given that there was little else to attend to today, he figured it would be a pleasant distraction. "All right, prepare some snacks. Let us aim to complete a level today." Okay, by Ruashi's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with delight as she beamed a sweet smile. She possessed a peculiar charm. Her smile was infectious, effortlessly brightening the atmosphere. "What would you like to eat? A hamburger?" By Ruashi, having recently become infatuated with the foods in GKD, inquired. "I want tea, unless you can cook." "I can manage a little," by Ruashi admitted shyly. "Even a little is fine." Shin-Mo had no intention of showcasing his culinary skills. By Ruashi softly added, "Boss, I can only make spicy stir-fried meat." Shin-Mo cleared his throat. "That's acceptable." In an era long before the convenience of takeout, procuring food was indeed less than convenient, and Shin-Mo had never been particularly fond of takeaway meals. As Shin-Mo opened the door, by Ruashi curiously peeked into the room. "Boss, where's the kitchen?" By Ruashi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair hands, clearly untouched by household chores. Chun-Mo observed her cooking, amused as she recited the steps of the dish. She caught his gaze and shyly bit her lip. In less than 10 minutes, by Ruashi declared, "All done. Boss, it's time to eat." It was already past 9 in the evening. After plating the meal, Chun-Mo took a bite and his eyes lit up. Delicious. By Ruashi's singular dish was surprisingly delightful. "Really?" She beamed at his compliment. "Let me taste." After she sampled her own creation, she nodded repeatedly, displaying a hint of modest satisfaction. "Not bad." Seeing her modest demeanor, Chun-Mo chuckled. "Hurry, eat up. Once we finish, we can tackle the next level." "Hey, it's not about you leading me through. We're assisting each other, double-teaming through levels." By Ruashi corrected him earnestly. Chun-Mo smiled. Yes, double-teaming through levels." After their meal, they headed downstairs. At 10 o'clock, the second floor had already closed for the night. Chun-Mo and By Ruashi began their gaming session of Three Kingdoms. They played together until 20 minutes past midnight, successfully completing the level. By Ruoxi joyfully high-fived Chen Montauk, exclaiming, "All right, I need to head back now. Boss, let's play again next time." She hurried off, likely due to curfew. Although it was somewhat more lenient than the restrictions faced by Chun-Mo's acquaintance, Lu Qingqian, Chen Montauk stretched, watching By Ruashi get into a car before returning to his room to rest. As he lay down, visions of his future business empire danced in his mind. Since he had embarked on the fast food GKD venture, perhaps he could also open a milk tea shop to create a brand conglomerate alongside fast food. Later, he could incorporate a hot pot restaurant like Haidi Lao into the dining sector. Beyond real estate and mobile phones, the automotive industry also loomed large, particularly with the future of electric vehicles, which could easily pave the way to becoming a global billionaire. There was much to consider, and the road ahead was long. Patience was essential. In the subsequent week, the second and third GKD outlets were swiftly completed and prepared for opening. Chun-Mo planned to transfer Linyu and another veteran staff member to the city to manage these new locations, sending them ahead for training new employees. Today, Chun-Mo drove with Su-Yun to the city for the grand opening. Throughout the week, Su-Yun had been diligent in her work and had even made some progress in real estate. Yet, she seemed to be avoiding Chun-Mo. They had scarcely found an opportunity to be alone. Had it not been for today's opening event, Chun-Mo would have had no chance for a private conversation with her. It appeared that Su-Yun was aware of Chun-Mo's deliberate efforts to create such opportunities, as she instinctively took the passenger seat. Chun-Mo gazed at her. "Aunt Su, why are you avoiding me?" Su-Yun's beautiful eyes held a hint of guilt as she refused to admit it. "No, there have just been too many things happening lately." Chun-Mo raised his brows slightly. "Is that so? Yet every time I appear, you leave? Are we truly incapable of coexisting in the same space?" Su-Yun gently bit her lip, aware that she could not argue her way out of this, and softly replied, "Chun-Mo, we really are not suited for each other." Chun-Mo looked into her lovely and bright eyes. "Not suited?" Su-Yun gave a faint affirmative. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Chun-Mo, you." In the passenger seat, half an hour later, Su-Yun's delicate oval face was flushed with embarrassment, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she let out a soft huff of discomfort. "It hurts." Chun Mo immediately released her, concern etched on his face. "Is it your back? Let me take a look." Su-yin pressed down on Chun Mo's hand, a hint of reproach in her gaze. "It's still your fault." Chun Mo, feeling a bit awkward, quietly retorted, "You can't blame me entirely." With her beautiful eyes filled with shyness and a touch of grievance, Su-yin looked at him. "Not blame you? Should I blame myself instead?" Chun Mo nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. "Yes, blame Aunt Su for being too enchanting." At that moment, Su-yun's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red as she lightly chided him. "Stop saying such nonsense." Though her words were laced with reproach, her long-repressed heart raced uncontrollably. "Drive quickly to the city," she urged, aware that they could not linger on this topic any longer. Chun Mo smiled gently and started the car, heading towards Qingyang City. "Who helped you change the medication for your back injury these past few days?" Chun Mo glanced at her well-proportioned waist. "I did it myself," Su-yin replied gracefully, pulling out a notebook from her bag. During her recent dealings with the renovation team, she had come across some information regarding real estate. There's a large factory for sale near the bridge in the northern district of our county. I've looked into it, and the price is around 3,000 per square meter. The entire factory covers about 1,000 square meters, totaling over 3 million. What do you think? After she spoke, Su-yin looked at Chun Mo, waiting for his decision. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Mo had ceased to be just a young man barely out of high school in her eyes. He had transformed into a mature, reliable man, worthy of trust and support. His remarkable capabilities allowed Su-yin to temporarily overlook their age difference. Chun Mo pondered for a moment. "Do you have any information on the land prices in the vicinity?" "Roughly the same price," Su-yin replied. "It's not expensive. In this day and age, especially for that somewhat remote location, 3,000 is neither cheap nor dear." Chun Mo nodded slightly. "It's worth a try." He currently had nearly 6 million in cash flow, making the purchase feasible. Su-yun's expression turned thoughtful. "I'll negotiate the price further. I sense the factory owner is in urgent need of money." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Well done, Aunt Su. You truly are my capable assistant." Su-yin felt increasingly flustered by Chun Mo's words. Since their relationship had grown closer, the respect Chun Mo once held for Aunt Su had morphed into something more suggestive every time he addressed her. An hour and a half later, they arrived at GKD's second store. The grand opening had attracted a throng of customers, partially due to the buzz surrounding GKD's reputation. Whispers among the crowd revealed that some had dined at the first store in the county. "Finally, they've opened in our city. The owner should have arrived by now. We previously traveled to Qingyang County to eat there." The bustling crowd was just as Chun Mo had anticipated, given that it was the liveliest street in the southern part of the city, where new trends were eagerly embraced by the youth. As urban development progressed, the consumer base for fast food, milk tea, and coffee surged. Chun Mo contemplated launching a milk tea shop to complement GKD, creating a synergistic brand effect. He promptly shared his ideas with Su-yin, who was always astonished by his insights. Initially skeptical of Chun Mo's plans, her confidence in him had grown after successful ventures, prompting her to take swift action. Her capabilities and decisiveness made Chun Mo feel empowered. The opening of GKD's second store proceeded smoothly. Chun Mo and Su-yin remained on-site until closing. Afterwards, they headed to GKD's third store, which was in its final stages of completion. The contractor, Lao Yu, greeted them with a broad smile. "Mr. Chun, Secretary Su." Su-yin had known Lao Yu from her days in business. He had always found her stunning, with an exceptional figure and refined demeanor. Countless men had admired her, yet her cool disposition quickly deterred any inappropriate advances. Fortunately, Lao Yu maintained his professionalism, which is why Su-yin entrusted him with the renovation of her shop. "Secretary Su, you've been working hard lately," she said in a gentle voice. Lao Yu replied with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. I only worry about not meeting Mr. Chun and your expectations." They had been working through the night to ensure the store opened on schedule. Chun Mo surveyed the renovations, nodding in approval. "Please settle the payment with Secretary Su." "Of course, thank you, Mr. Chun," Lao Yu said, beaming with gratitude. In this line of work, the worst fear was a client delaying payment. But that was never the case with Chun Mo. After inspecting the store, Chun Mo and Su Yun stepped outside. "Aunt Su, shall we take a stroll? I've heard there are many clothing shops around." Su Yun, puzzled, asked, "Are you looking to buy clothes?" Chun Mo stood tall, gazing at her. "Yes." Su Yun raised an eyebrow, following him down the street. The evening streets were illuminated, bustling with lively patrons. They approached a street lined with clothing stores, and Chun Mo entered a particularly appealing shop. "Hello, welcome." The attendant greeted them warmly, her eyes instinctively assessing the pair. The man was handsome, and the woman exuded charm and grace. Although their attire did not scream wealth, they appeared capable of making a purchase. Chun Mo paid no heed to the attendant's scrutiny and pointed to a beautiful uniform set. "This one, let her try it on. Soy blinked in surprise." "Me?" Chun Mo remained non-committal, continuing, "And this white one as well. Why not try it on for me?" Su Yun approached Chun Mo. "This looks expensive. Let's try a different store." Chen Montak chuckled. "Price is irrelevant. What matters is how stunning you look in it." Su Yun cast a glance at the attendant, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, uncertain of how the attendant perceived their relationship. The attendant seized the moment to sincerely compliment, "Miss, with your figure. You will surely look fabulous in this." Unable to resist Chun Mo's insistence, Su Yun reluctantly took the black uniform skirt into the fitting room. In this era, such short skirts were quite rare, representing a particularly trendy style. With Su Yun's mature and flawless figure, if she donned the uniform skirt paired with stockings and high heels, her allure would undoubtedly be off the charts. As Chun Mo pondered, Su Yun, slightly awkward after changing her clothes, emerged. With her tall stature and mature curves accentuated by the form-fitting uniform, she appeared even more exquisite. Her graceful waist swayed elegantly with her movements, creating a delightful sight for Chun Mo. "How do I look?" Su Yun inquired, casting a glance at Chun Mo. The expression on his face spoke volumes. The answer was unmistakable. "Beautiful, albeit the skirt is a tad short," Chun Mo replied, concerned that Su Yun might attract unwanted attention given the presence of ruffians and scoundrels. If she opted for a knee-length skirt, Chun Mo still felt a pang of worry, knowing Su Yun's allure would still captivate onlookers. With a playful smirk, Su Yun retorted, "Is it too short? Does it not look good?" Chun Mo confidently stated, "Not too short. It looks splendid. We must purchase this one. And I suggest an additional knee-length skirt." Perplexed, Su Yun instinctively asked why two. A smile graced Chun Mo's lips as he replied, "Naturally, so you can alternate between them." Upon realizing his implication, Su Yun's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a coy glance. Chun Mo's grin widened, appreciating her understanding. Su Yun, a woman of refined grace, effortlessly grasped the subtlety of his words. The sales attendant, oblivious to their banter, complimented Su Yun's physique, expressing delight in her appearance. Chun Mo confidently selected a black outfit, a white ensemble, a knee-length skirt, and a pair of high heels. "And what is the total?" he inquired. 2,680, the attendant replied eagerly. Su Yun tugged at Chun Mo's sleeve, discreetly signaling that it was too expensive. "Not at all," Chun Mo reassured with a smile. "I fear these garments may not do you justice." Su Yun, unaccustomed to such flirtatious remarks, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. "Let us settle the bill," she said, but before Chun Mo could respond, Su Yun retrieved her purse, counting out the money. The attendant was taken aback, momentarily stunned that this gentleman would not foot the bill. "Thank you, and we look forward to your next visit," the attendant said as Chun Mo and Su Yun departed the store. With a serious expression, Su Yun confronted Chun Mo, stating, "The cost of these clothes will be deducted from my salary." Smiling, Chun Mo replied, "Did you not notice the way the attendant looked at me while you were paying?" "What kind of look?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Chun Mo coughed lightly and replied with feigned seriousness, the look reserved for a kept man. Blushing, Su Yun shot him a glare, worried that others might overhear and think she was indeed indulging a young man. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Su Yun's pride and dignity only deepened Chun Mo's admiration for her. "These uniforms are provided by the company, not purchased by me," he argued earnestly. "Then if I resign, must I reimburse you for the clothing?" Chen Montak chuckled. "Resign? That would entail compensating my heart." Aware he was about to utter something that would cause her embarrassment, Su Yun deftly changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to be shopping for clothes? This store seems decent. Let's take a look. With a subtle smile, Chun Mo followed Su Yun into the men's clothing store. Su Yun meticulously selected garments for Chun Mo, ultimately deciding on a white shirt with a suit and a sophisticated polo shirt. Satisfied, she nodded and instructed the attendant to ring them up. Thank you. The attendant responded cheerfully. Chun Mo adopted a playful demeanor, teasingly referring to himself as a kept man. Su Yun shot him a look of annoyance, wanting to retract her hand that was reaching for her wallet. The attendant, observing their interaction, couldn't help but smile knowingly. The total came to 2,500. Su Yun paid with the funds she had acquired from Fu Limin earlier. After leaving the store, Chun Mo and Su Yun exchanged amused glances. I find it curious that some would willingly be kept men, especially when they're spending their own money, Su Yun remarked. Su Yun. When one loves another, the opinions of others pale in comparison to one's own feelings. If they call me a kept man, I will gladly be your kept man. Su Yun found herself speechless, unable to counter his logic. Once in the car, Chun Mo glanced at the time and mused, it's rather late. Driving on the highway at night poses certain risks. Understanding his implication, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and agreed. Indeed, driving at night is unsafe thus. Chen Montak, suppressing a grin, earnestly suggested, we should find a place to rest tonight and return to the county tomorrow. Su Yun nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Chen Montak, pleasantly surprised, asked, really? Su Yun non-committally replied, if not, we can just go home. Overjoyed, Chun Mo understood her meaning and promptly sought a hotel. Within a 10-minute drive, they arrive at the most renowned 3-star hotel in Qingyang City. After parking, Chun Mo glanced at Su Yun, who appeared slightly flustered, likely experiencing her first hotel stay with a man. Shall we get out? He prompted. She replied softly, stepping out to follow him into the hotel. Do you have any available rooms? Yes, we do. Just one room? Actually, we have two. Then we shall take one. The attendant, caught off guard, could only watch as Chun Mo made the arrangements, not allowing either her or Su Yun a chance to object. After securing the room, Chun Mo discreetly observed Su Yun, feeling a twinge of anxiety about her potential discomfort. Thankfully, she did not voice any objections. They ascended in the elevator to the 10th floor, stopping at room 1008. Only one room? Su Yun hesitated at the door, prompting Chun Mo to explain. Su Yun, this hotel only has one room available. We must make do while traveling. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Yun's eyes as she remarked, oh, fine. With her long, elegant legs, she stepped inside the room, and Chun Mo followed, suppressing his excitement. In the dimly lit room, Chun Mo followed Su Yun inside. The decor was rather elegant, with a single bed occupying the space. Where shall we sleep? He inquired, his gaze flicking to the bathroom. You go first, or should I? Su Yun responded, eyeing the bathroom. You first, Aunt Su, Chun Mo replied, drawing the curtains shut. Very well, Su Yun said, stepping into the bathroom with an air of composure. Chun Mo took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. He drank a large gulp of water and turned on the television, waiting in silence. Approximately 20 minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Su Yun, elegantly wrapped in a white towel. She emerged like a water lily, her mature allure fully on display. Long, dark hair cascaded down her back, swaying gently with her movements. Her flawless skin glowed under the soft light, her shoulders radiating a captivating luminescence. After her emergence, Chun Mo's gaze remained fixed upon her. What's wrong? He stammered, clearing his throat. Oh, it's nothing. Aunt Su, please rest. I'll freshen up, he said, hastily retreating to the bathroom. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as she stretched and sauntered into the bedroom. The room seemed costly, with a large, plush bed inviting her. As she lay down, she felt a twinge of pain in her lower back. Within 3 minutes, Chun Mo reappeared, visibly impatient. Su Yun staifildalaf, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So soon? Chun Mo nodded, approaching her. Speed isn't the issue. Cleanliness is what matters. By the way, Aunt Su, does your wound need redressing? He deftly shifted the topic, seeking to divert her attention. Yet, Su Yun recalled that their last intense moment had been triggered by a change of dressing. Do you have the medicine? She asked, scrutinizing him with a hint of curiosity. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to sit at the edge of the bed. No, but I do like to see your wound to assess its healing. If there are issues, we can visit the hospital tomorrow, correct? His reasoning was sound. Su Yun slightly nodded, turning her curvaceous body to lie on the bed, her figure accentuated as she presented her back to him. She glanced back at him, her eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Should I unwrap the towel? That would be quite a thought, Chen Mo retorted, realizing that Su Yun was not the type to easily succumb, despite their close relationship. The wound was no longer visible. Yet Chen Mo could scent her alluring fragrance as he sat beside her. Aunt Su, are you feeling hot? He inquired, noting the oppressive summer heat. A bit, she replied softly. Chen Mo located the air conditioning remote and set it to 24 degrees, the cool air quickly enveloping the room. Are you asleep, Aunt Su? He asked after a moment. Silence ensued, her breathing steady, suggesting she had dozed off. Chen Mo turned to observe her delicate features, noting her lack of response. Aunt Su, this wound may leave a scar, he murmured. That's all right, she replied gently. You'd better behave yourself, she added in a low tone. Chen Mo felt a flicker of confusion. However, the moment was charged with tension, making it nearly impossible to halt. As excitement surged within him, his hand hesitated, and he sighed, lying back. Su Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile, her voice teasing. I warned you to behave, yet you chose not to listen. Chen Mo had an epiphany. He realized that it was never as simple as it seemed. From a moment, she suggested not returning to the county. To the ease with which they had arrived at the hotel, everything had unfolded too smoothly. Su Yun had scarcely offered any resistance, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. At the final juncture, he understood. Su Yun's relatives were visiting, which had emboldened her behavior. Ultimately, Chen Mo was left in a state of fervent desire. Suppressing her laughter, Su Yun regarded Chen Mo, who wore a distressed expression. She intended to teach him a small lesson, not to always think he could take advantage of her. Chen Mo turned to her, frustration evident in his tone. Ansu, Sujun lasiliri blaid. This time, Chen Mo leaned closer, his voice low yet intense. You are a vixen. Sujun smiled gently. I shall take that as a compliment. That night felt interminably long for both of them. Eventually, they drifted into a restless slumber deep into the night. The following day dawned bright and warm. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the hotel room with warmth. Chan moch awuke, embranjink, suyun, inhalink her delictful sigent. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that Su Yun was stirring, her cheeks flushing as she felt his presence beside her. Glancing at her watch, she realized it was already 9:30 a.m., her first late wake-up since starting work. Chen Montak, it's time to rise, she urged. Just a little longer, he replied candidly. Su Yun's face grew warm. All right, but only until 10. Chen Mo breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Very well. Half an hour passed swiftly, and Su Yun, feeling lenient, granted him an additional 10 minutes before gently insisting he rise. Reluctantly, Chen Mo released her, okay. They both got up, freshened up, and checked out of the hotel. In this era, hotels typically did not offer breakfast services, leaving them feeling a bit hungry. Chen Mo drove Su Yun to the second branch of GKD, where they enjoyed a meal together before returning to Qingyang County. An hour and a half later, they arrived in the county, parking in front of a supermarket on the old street. As they stepped out of the car, Chen Mo spotted a familiar silhouette at the entrance, while Su Yun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of unease in her eyes. Sui King Gixui. 034, a new flavor. Su Qingxue observed the unexpected arrival of Su Yun and Chen Mo, her expression darkening significantly. Without further ado, she turned and departed. Su Yun let out a soft sigh. Chen Mo remained oblivious to Su Qingxue's strong opposition against her mother becoming his secretary. However, what right did she have to object? Let's go, Su Yun said coldly, stepping into the supermarket first. Chen Mo cast a glance at Su Qingxue's retreating figure, his brows furrowing slightly. He hoped that Su Qingxue would not mar Su Yun's mood, as he had witnessed the consequences of the previous generation's mistakes. He wished that this lifetime, she would exhibit a modicum of wisdom. Chen Mo followed Su Yun as they ascended the elevator together. In the supermarket S entertainment area on the second floor, the crowd was fairly consistent with the usual foot traffic. "Boss, Yunjie, you're just in time. Someone is looking for you," Lilu announced. Descending from the third floor with a woman in tow, the woman had an exquisite visage, a curvaceous figure, and sported a chic bob haircut. Clad in a power suit that radiated the aura of a formidable female CEO. "Hello, please head upstairs," Chun Mo suggested, glancing at Lilu. The woman nodded slightly and took the elevator to the third floor. Lilu approached Chun Mo and Su Yun, whispering. She said Yunjie invited her to discuss the factory. "Su Yun, yes, it's the factory we mentioned yesterday, located near the bridge in the northern district of the county." Chun Mo looked ahead at the woman's back, noting her commanding presence. "You may go," he instructed. "All right." Lilu nodded in agreement. Chun Mo and Su Yun exchanged a knowing glance, as if their thoughts were in perfect harmony. "I'll go," Su Yun declared. "Okay." Chun Mo nodded, watching her ascend the stairs. Inside the office, Su Yun and the woman faced each other across a table. Su Yun smiled as she poured tea for the woman with the bobbed hair. "May I ask your name?" "Zhou Yin," the woman replied. "Hello, General Manager Zhou. E.M. Su Yun. Are you from the factory near the North Station?" "North Station? No, I'm from the factory near the bridge." "Is there also someone looking to sell land near the North Station?" Zhou Yin inquired, her brows knitting together. "To be candid, we VE contacted numerous owners recently. Business in the county is quite sluggish, and everyone is heading to the big cities." Zhou Yin's expression darkened. Su Yun's words carried profound implications. Zhou Yin was not oblivious to the underlying meanings. The county's real estate was scarcely in demand, especially for such expansive plots, which were deemed unnecessary by most. If Su Yun had multiple sellers on her side, the power dynamics would naturally shift in her favor. Negotiating the terms at her desired price would be nearly impossible. At that moment, Chun Mo strolled leisurely at the entrance, catching the tail end of Su Yun's conversation, and couldn't he help but smile faintly. Aunt Su is becoming increasingly cunning, resembling a sly fox. He recalled the events of the previous night. Perhaps he would soon find himself at the mercy of Su Yun's cleverness. Was that truly a boon for him? An hour and a half later, Zhou Yin exited the office, her expression displeased. Spotting Chun Mo, who was just heading upstairs with 2 cups of milk tea and a cheerful smile, she looked him over. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. "Would you like to try a cup? It's our store's new product." Zhou Yin hesitated for a moment before accepting the beautifully packaged milk tea. "Thank you," she replied, her demeanor softening slightly as she turned to enter the elevator. Chun Mo re-entered the office. "Aunt, how did the negotiation go?" he asked. Su Yun maintained her calm demeanor. "It went all right, though I may have pressed a bit too hard on the price," which left General Manager Zhou rather displeased. She said she would consider it. "Chen Montag smiedet, Aunt. I've noticed your increasing prowess." Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Not wanting to expose his understanding, Chun Mo handed her the milk tea. "Try our GKD milk tea." Su Yun accepted the cup with curiosity. "Milk tea? That is quite a novelty in the country, and not the typical bubble tea you see everywhere. This is a more advanced version." She took a sip, and instantly, it felt as though she had unlocked a new world, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, is this milk tea?" Su Yun exclaimed, taking a larger sip, her spirits lifted in the sweltering weather. "Delicious. This is bound to be a bestseller." Her excitement was palpable. "Chun Mo, how did you create this?" She gazed at him with sparkling eyes, as if she had discovered a treasure. Chun Mo cleared his throat. "I just mixed a few things together, and it turned out like this." Su Yun was undeterred. "That's not important. I want to launch this milk tea tomorrow." "Should we sell it under the GKD brand?" Chun Mo proposed. "No, I believe we could establish it as a standalone sub-brand." "Have you thought of a name?" Su Yun's enthusiasm was unmistakable. Chun Mo, adopting a serious tone, asked, "Is it really that good?" Su Yun nodded vigorously. "Of course. Don't believe me? Try it." She instinctively brought the milk tea to Chun Mo's lips. A mischievous smile crossed his face as he took a generous sip through the straw. "What do you think?" Chun Mo pondered for a moment after drinking. "It tastes slightly different from the one I made." Chun Mo's gaze lingered on her lips as he murmured, "There's an added flavor." At that moment, Suyin realized she had unwittingly allowed Chun Mo to take advantage of her. Could you please be a bit more serious? She chided softly, having forgotten her earlier excitement. Chun Mo chuckled. Aunt Sue, why don't you name it? Me? That seems inappropriate. You should name it yourself, she replied. Not naming it? Then I'll call it Suya Milk Tea, he declared. Suyun's cheeks flushed. You. What a silly name. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin had exited the supermarket, glancing up at the blazing sun. The heat was stifling, beads of sweat trickling down her finely sculpted face. She climbed into her car, contemplating the milk tea in her hand. The young man had claimed it was their store's new product, presumably from GKD. A contemplative expression crossed her face as she inserted the straw and took a sip. Zhou Yin mirrored Su Yun's previous astonishment. Looking down at the drink again, she wondered, what is this beverage? Unable to resist, she took another sip, her irritation subsiding, replaced by a refreshing sensation. As she gazed at the GKD sign, she stepped out of the car, having heard the name in recent conversations but never truly knowing the flavor until today. She decided to try everything the store offered, except for the milk tea she was already holding. The staff were astounded to see a woman of obvious distinction clutching the newly crafted milk tea from their boss. Zhou Yin sampled every dish and found them quite delightful. When she finally exited GKD, she felt pleasantly stuffed. Before leaving, she noticed a luxury Mercedes parked outside, her brows arching slightly. It seemed their 4S store had some clientele after all. However, she thought it might not last long. With a soft sigh, she glanced back at GKD. Today had certainly broadened her horizons. Grateful for her decision to visit, she silently resolved to embark on a new path. In the evening, Chun Mo drove Su Yin to her home. He mused, how much longer could she endure this? If she were truly in urgent need of funds, it would only take a couple of days. Chun Mo smiled at Su Yun, knowing that even though she was aware of their attempts to negotiate, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Su Yun nodded slightly, saying, I won't be going to the opening of the third GKD store tomorrow. I must wait for her to arrive. Chun Mo understood Su Yun's ambition and did not press her further. All right, I will head up now, she said, reaching to unfasten her seatbelt, only to be gently restrained by Chun Mo's hand. Before she could react, he leaned closer. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Su Yun gradually began to see Chun Mo as a man she could genuinely rely upon. Time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, Su Yun finally exited the car, her cheeks flushed. Chun Mo intended to accompany her upstairs, but she stopped him, fearing Su Qingxue would see. See you tomorrow. I have to go to the city, she added. Then I shall see you the day after, she said with a smile, her long, elegant legs carrying her upstairs. Chun Mo watched her ascend before driving home. The next day, in Xinjiang City, the third GKD store opened with a significant influx of customers, surpassing the previous store's attendance. Boss, business is thriving. A tall, graceful woman stood before Chun Mo, her posture exuding confidence. He looked up to see Lu Qingxian, the landlady's daughter. She radiated an air of intellect and spoke with a melodious tone. So, you have opened a hamburger shop. Having experienced the bustling city life and now a professor at a prestigious university, she remarked, KFC is gradually making its mark in the big city. But your establishment seems comparable. I wonder about the taste. What do you serve best? Hamburgers. Oh, then I shall have a spicy hamburger, a serving of fries, and a cola. How much is that? Lu Qingxian produced a 100 yuan note for the cashier. Chun Mo cleared his throat, saying, Landlady, there's no need to tally. Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. That won't do. A deal is a deal. Seeing her insist, Chun Mo refrained from protesting further, appreciating her straightforwardness in business dealings. With her tray in hand, Lu Qingxian joined Chun Mo at a table by the glass wall overlooking the street. Miss Lu, what brings you here? He inquired. Coerced, she replied, her expression revealing a hint of distress. Is there a story? Chen Montag smedet gently. No story, she said, then bit her lip, leaning closer to him as she whispered, Could you do me a favor? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. What kind of favor? She extended a finger. If you help me, I will waive a month's rent. Chun Mo, uninterested since he had ample funds, replied, First, tell me what it is. Lu Qingqian hesitated. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Chen Mo chuckled. No way. I have no desire to be involved in such melodrama. Lu Qingqian set down her hamburger, her expression earnest. Chen Mo, are we not friends? He shook his head decisively. Not at all. Lu Qingqian felt a pang of frustration, questioning her allure in his eyes. We've shared hardships together, haven't we? If you refer to our time in the bar, I must disagree, he retorted. After a deep breath, she asked, you truly won't help? Indeed. Chen Montauk replied calmly. With gritted teeth, she asserted, then do not blame me for being rude. She sprang up and promptly sat beside him, lowering her voice. I'll waive 2 months' rent if you agree to this charade. Please, the final plea, please, was uttered softly in his ear, akin to a lover's coaxing. Chen Mo replied coldly, I want 6 months' rent waived. Lu Qingqian clenched her teeth. You bloodsucker, 2 months at most. Ah, then perhaps you should seek someone else, he countered. Wait, he's coming. As her words fell, a slightly overweight man in his 30s, wearing glasses and dressed formally, approached them. He carried an air of a seasoned bureaucrat. Qingqian, hello, he greeted, his face lighting up at the sight of her. However, his smile faltered upon noticing her close proximity to Chen Mo. Lu Qingqian replied coolly, nodding. Qingqian, who is he? Surely he can't be your boyfriend? The man's voice trembled with disappointment and sorrow, revealing his genuine affection for Lu Qingqian. Lu Qingqian responded coldly, yes, he is my boyfriend. Therefore, I wish for you to refrain from visiting my home or discussing any intentions of marriage with my family. The audacity of discussing marriage after having been to her home was noteworthy. Chen Mo regarded the bureaucrat with newfound respect, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lu Qingqian. I don't believe it, the man asserted, regaining his composure with determination. I've never seen him before, and you've only recently returned to Qingyang. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Don't believe it? Very well. I'll prove it, Lu Qingqian declared. Then, without hesitation, she embraced Chen Mo and kissed him fervently. Chen Mo, though anticipating this, found himself caught off guard. He turned to wrap his arms around her neck, whispering with a smile near her delicate ear, 6 months' rent waived, plus an additional condition, or I will withdraw. Lu Qingqian, filled with mirth, clung to him, her lips near his. No, at most 3 months. I am not negotiating. I am informing you. Lu Qingqian's frustration boiled over. Why don't you rob a bank instead? I dare not engage in illegal activities. This is your last chance. Refuse, and I shall declare my withdrawal. With her fingers digging in his thigh, she grimaced, fine. You win, you bloodsucker. Meanwhile, the bureaucrat, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt his vision redden and his fists clench in indignation. Their behavior was utterly intolerable. At this moment, Chen Mo, with a hint of a smile, said, What? You want to sleep over at my place tonight? That's not possible. Cough. It's too frequent. It's not good for your health. Lu Qingqian's delicate face immediately flushed with embarrassment as she braced herself to respond. Don't you like it? Oomph. Chen Mo replied, I do like it, I do. The old cadre, upon hearing this, could no longer contain his composure. His face turned red, and his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen Mo and Lu Qingqian. What shamelessness! Such a disgrace to propriety. With that, the old cadre angrily swept out of the room, truly incensed by the pair. As Lu Qingqian watched his retreating figure, a smile broke across her face. Chen Mo stretched lazily and said, Boss Lu, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Upon glancing at Chen Mo, Lu Qingqian recalled her substantial financial loss from the rent over the past 6 months and shot him a glare. Taking advantage of the situation, are we? Boss Lu, if there are future opportunities like this, I would be more than happy to assist again. By the way, you still owe me a favor. Once I decide what it is, I will let you know. Goodbye. Chen Mo chuckled as he exited the shop. Lu Qingqian, her teeth grinding in irritation, muttered, Scoundrel. Once in his car, Chen Mo heard a crisp notification sound in his mind. Ding. Task completed. 3 GKD stores successfully opened. Host has received a reward, 5,000 points. Chen Mo now had amassed a total of 33,000 points. He had previously exchanged 2,000 points for a milk tea setup, leaving him with 31,000 points. The system and production line he sought to acquire required 30,000 0.000 points. Once Su Yin and Zhou Yin reached an agreement to purchase that factory area, he could begin preparations for the mobile phone industry. But for now, he must first establish the milk tea shop. The future market for milk tea is immense. Chen Mo drove back to the county. In front of his supermarket, a familiar-looking Mercedes was parked. He pulled over and took the elevator to the third floor. As he reached the office, his phone rang. It was Su Yun. "Hello, are you back?" Su Yun asked, and upon seeing Chen Mo enter, a flicker of reproach crossed her eyes. "You're back and still answering calls?" Chen Mo smiled. "I was just worried you might have urgent news." "So don't go lately." Gesturing toward the attractive woman seated on the sofa beside her, Zhou Yin. She exuded an aura of a strong woman, her long legs elegantly crossed, radiating charm. "President Zhou wishes to discuss the factory matters with you." "Very well." Chen Mo smiled and took a seat across from Zhou Yin. "I didn't expect the owner to be so young." "Hello, Zhou Yan." She extended her fair hand first. "Hello, Chen Montag Shu Kiahant." Zhou Yin got straight to the point. "Let us not beat around the bush. If you are genuinely interested in my factory, I can sell the entire complex to you for 3 million. Chen Mo glanced at Su Yun, who nodded slightly. It seemed the price had been driven down to its lowest. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and said, "To be honest, 3 million is indeed a fair price. But I have no use for the outdated equipment and dilapidated factory. It would waste my time to clear it out." Zhou Yin was momentarily taken aback. Chen Mo continued nonchalantly, 280,000. "If you agree, I'll pay the full amount in one go once the paperwork is completed." Zhou Yin hesitated. If it weren't for the financial difficulties of the 4S dealership, she would never sell the factory like this. The land had significant potential for appreciation in the future. However, given the current circumstances, she had no choice. "President Chen, you are truly impressive. No wonder you transformed an old, dilapidated supermarket into a thriving business in the county. Consider this deal as my way of befriending you." Zhou Yin spoke earnestly. "Chen Montag was Zomavat Zopheist." So Zhou Yin wished to befriend him for the sake of 200,000. That was a considerable sum in this era. He had initially felt he might have pushed the bargain a bit too aggressively. Yet Zhou Yin had still agreed. This woman was intriguing. "Since that's the case, I'll gladly accept you as a friend, President Zhou." Chen Mo's interest in Zhou Yin grew. She would undoubtedly not be an ordinary woman in the future. "This is the land deed and contract." Zhou Yin placed the documents in front of Chen Mo, clearly well prepared. He glanced at the deed before handing the contract to Su Yun. "Let I's sister take a look at this contract." Bing Bing would arrive shortly. Su Yun had already messaged Shin Bing, informing her of a significant contract that required her scrutiny. Before long, Shun Bing, an elite lawyer in high heels, sashayed into the office, smiling at everyone. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." Chen Mo handed her the contract. After reviewing it thoroughly, Shun Bing returned it to Chen Mo, confirming, "No issues here." Chen Mo signed, and the sales contract was thus activated. Let us head to the bank for the payment. There is no online banking transfer available, which significantly hampers efficiency. As Chen Mo and Zhou Yin descended together, she offered, "Shall we take my car?" Chen Mo nodded, "Sure, that saves on fuel." Zhou Yin remarked, "President Chen, that car of yours was purchased in our Qinyang, wasn't it?" "Indeed. I didn't expect our county to have Mercedes 4S dealership. The owner must be quite affluent." Zhou Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, responding nonchalantly, "If one isn't affluent, can they operate such a dealership?" Chen Mo fastened his seatbelt. "Naturally, President Zhou. Just think about it. Given our county's economic level, how many can afford such a vehicle? The dealer must be heavily invested in car inventory." His words struck a chord. The primary issue for 4S dealerships now was cash flow. Moreover, the purchasing system of 4S dealerships during this era was inadequate. All funds were tied up in inventory. Many early dealerships collapsed due to disrupted cash flow. Ultimately, the common county simply could not meet the standards for purchasing luxury cars. Zhou Yin's voice turned somber. "What do you think if the owner of the 4S dealership cannot sustain their cash flow? What should they do?" Chen Mo replied calmly, "Cut their losses to survive." Zhou Yin was momentarily stunned. Cut losses to survive. Chen Mo smiled at her. "President Zhou, don't take it seriously. I was merely speaking whimsically. Zhou Yin mused, her expression shifting as she smiled at Chinamo. Please, don't call me President Zhou. If you don't mind. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Yin or Yin Jia. All right, then you can call me Chinamo Good. Zhou Yin readily agreed. At that moment, Chen Mo began to piece together Zhou Yan's identity. She was likely one of the owners of the Mercedes 4S dealership and possibly a relative of Lin Hao, the second-tier sycophant to Su Qingxue. Zhou Yin could be her aunt, or perhaps her sister. No, they had different surnames. Suddenly, a startling thought struck him. Could she be his mother? Yet, Zhou Yin appeared to be barely in her 30s, which seemed rather young. 37 aunt? Chen Mo couldn't help but recall the specific circumstances of Lin Hao's family, particularly his parents. His father seemed to be a rather unsavory character, having previously mingled in the underbelly of society. It was said that his mother was decent, though Chen Mo did not truly know her nature and was rather indifferent to it. What Chen Mo did feel was that Zhou Yin was a good person, possessing a certain grace, with a promising future ahead. Upon entering the bank to handle a transfer, they were personally attended to by the bank president. Upon hearing the sum of 2,800,000, his heart ached a little. However, upon learning that Zhou Yan's card was also from their bank, his expression brightened as he promptly facilitated the transaction. Once the transfer was completed, Chen Mo found himself with over 3 million remaining in his account. With the end of the month approaching, he needed to prepare for the payroll. Time had flown by swiftly this month, yet his gains were substantial. I'll drive you back, Zhou Yin said, her demeanor noticeably lighter after receiving the funds. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Of course, I would appreciate your company. Zhou Yin, delicate fingers gripping the steering wheel, gazed at Chen Mo. I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Chen Mo's curiosity was piqued. Oh, please, tell me more, Sister Yin. With a sudden acceleration, the car surged forward. I am interested in franchising your GKD. Chen Mo's brows furrowed slightly. The idea of franchising had crossed his mind as well. With the vastness of the nation and the world, it would be exhausting to maintain complete control over everything. To expand quickly, gain recognition, and consolidate funds, pursuing the franchise route could prove advantageous. However, GKD was not a trump card in his hand. It was merely a small project for experimentation, which had shown signs of success thus far. Sharing a portion of it was feasible, provided that strict adherence to his standards was maintained. Chen Mo regarded Zhou Yin with a hint of amusement. What prompted your interest in franchising GKD? Zhou Yin replied earnestly. To be frank, before making this decision, I conducted thorough research and sampled your offerings. I believe GKD holds immense potential for the future. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the depth of Zhou Yan's preparation and her keen business acumen. Sister Yin, I must apologize, but I need to consider the franchise proposition seriously. Zhou Yin smiled. Of course, I shall await your response. The car came to stop in front of the Old Street supermarket. Thank you, Sister Yin. No need for thanks. She replied casually. Chen Mo bid her farewell and exited the vehicle. As Zhou Yin watched him depart, a sigh escaped her lips. It seemed that the path to franchising would not be straightforward. Perhaps it was best to return to the 4S shop to resolve her troubles first. Just as Zhou Yin was about to leave, a familiar scream echoed from the second floor of the supermarket. Frowning, she thought, could it be that reckless youth again? She swiftly opened her car door and hurried inside the supermarket. On the second floor, a crowd had gathered near the elevator. Chen Mo, how dare you hit me? Mata, just wait until I bring someone. The voice belonged to her nephew, Lin Hao. Within moments, a group of colorful-haired delinquents armed with iron rods stormed in. Zhou Yin stood tall at the entrance of the elevator, coldly observing the intruders. The lead thug was about to unleash a tirade, demanding to know who had the audacity to block their path. But upon seeing Zhou Yin, Lin Hao's aunt, his bravado faltered. Ever since childhood, Lin Hao had feared Zhou Yin, and even now, as an adult, he felt like a mouse before a cat. His companions shared his apprehension, feeling the weight of her imposing presence. Aunt, what are you doing here? All right, brother Hao was attacked. We came to help. The leader of the thugs exclaimed, visibly agitated. Don't call me aunt. Can you explain why you arrived so quickly after Lin Hao was assaulted? Zhou Yin demanded. We were just nearby, the lead thug replied. his voice betraying his guilt. Just nearby? I suspect you had this planned all along, Zhou Yin asserted, seeing through their ruse. She knew Lin Hao's nature all too well. He was just like his father. With a piercing gaze, Zhou Yin commanded, "You all need to leave immediately." After delivering her order, she turned and stepped onto the elevator. Her tall, elegant figure, with hair flowing gracefully behind her, caught the attention of those upstairs, including Chun Mo and Lin Hao, who displayed contrasting expressions. While Lin Hao looked utterly defeated, Chun Mo remained impassive. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" Lin Hao stammered, unable to meet her gaze. Zhou Yin's voice was cold as she inquired, "What is going on? What trouble have you caused this time?" Lin Hao, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Aunt, I swear I didn't start this. The claw machine malfunctioned. I spent 100 coins and couldn't catch a single toy. When I approached the staff, they accused me of causing trouble, and then this Chun Mo hit me." Chun Mo scoffed, "Let's put aside the authenticity of your 100 coins for now. Were you not the one who threw the first punch? Isn't Li Lu our classmate? You slapped her without hesitation." Bai Ruoshi, usually adorned with a sweet smile, added coldly, "He didn't say a word before kicking one of our female staff members in the stomach." Chun Mo shrugged. "You weren't the only one trying to catch toys. Everyone knows how many coins it takes, and your every action indicated you were looking for trouble. Should I coddle you like your father does?" Lin Hao's face flushed with anger. You're the one who's trash. Aunt, don't listen to their lies." A voice from the crowd murmured in agreement. "We saw him hit the first staff member. He even kicked the girl." The tide of public opinion turned against Lin Hao, and Zhou Yin regarded him with a steely gaze. "Lin Hao, how do you intend to defend yourself now?" His eyes reddened with indignation. Lin Hao retorted, "Aunt, I am your nephew. Why are you siding with strangers? If you won't help me, then at least don't hinder my friends." Furious, he turned to Chun Mo. "You all better watch out. My father will make sure you pay for this. This store will never operate again." With a sharp crack, Lin Hao's face bore the imprint of 5 crimson fingers. "Silence," Zhou Yin commanded coldly. "If you want to call your father, go ahead." Lin Hao shuddered, realizing the gravity of his situation. In a moment of emotional confrontation, Zhou Yin cast a cold glance at Lin Hao, who, in a state of embarrassment, fled the scene. Zhou Yin then turned to Chun Mo, filled with remorse, and expressed her apologies, assuring him that she would ensure Lin Hao received proper discipline from his mother. Chun Mo replied calmly, stating that it was Lin Hao who owed an apology, and he hoped that Lin Hao's parents would address his behavior. Zhou Yin nodded and excused herself, swiftly departing. At that moment, Su Yun and Shun Bing hurried down the stairs, their faces etched with concern. Chun Mo shook his head slightly and suggested they head upstairs, also requesting that Ruo Shi and Li Lu join them. The 4 women followed Chun Mo as they ascended. In the office, Chun Mo learned the details of the incident, confirming what the women had recounted. It was evident that Lin Hao had intentionally sought trouble, harboring resentment, and seizing the opportunity for revenge. Chun Mo instructed Su Yun to calculate the salaries of all employees for the upcoming payday. The women paused momentarily, then broke into smiles, including Li Lu, who had just been wronged. "Wonderful. So you affirmed yoifidi." Chun Mo mentioned that previously, during the GKD opening, he had promised to distribute bonuses, increasing the amount from 100 to 200. The news elicited cheers of excitement, especially from Shun Bing, who wondered if she too would receive a bonus. Chun Mo assured her that everyone in the company would benefit, and he added that each department, including the supermarket on the first floor and the gaming sector on the second, should select an outstanding employee to receive a bonus of 500. The 4 women were taken aback by the generous reward. By Ruo, she hesitantly inquired if they could nominate themselves, to which Su Yun and Li Lu smiled, knowing it would be a conflict of interest. Chun Mo firmly stated that self-nominations were not allowed, prompting a collective sigh from the 3 women. However, he then announced that each of them would receive an additional 500 as a monthly bonus, causing Shun Bing to exclaim in disbelief. Eager to confirm her inclusion in this windfall, Chun Mo chuckled, assuring her that she would indeed receive it. As he outlined the rewards, he assigned Su Yun the task of tallying the figures. Su Yun was no longer merely a general assistant. Given Chun Mo's trust, it was not surprising that she might one day ascend to the position of financial director. I will do my best to calculate everything tonight, she promised. Shen Bing and Li Lu eagerly offered to assist, aware of the importance of preparing for the imminent salary distribution. Su Yun reminded them not to overlook the selection of exemplary employees in their respective departments, suggesting that the evaluation criteria should encompass attendance, job performance, and capability. With the arrangements set, they all busied themselves, calculating and organizing until the late hours of the night. Finally, as dawn approached, they completed their tasks. Chen Mo encouraged everyone to head home early and stay safe. His gaze lingered on Su Yun. Sensing his attention, returned a warm glance. However, Shun Bing, linking arms with both Su Yun and Bai Ruo Shi, declared her intention to escort them home, leaving Chen Mo momentarily speechless. Bai Ruo Shi and Li Lu thanked her, while Su Yun hesitated, concerned that it might be out of their way. Shin Bing insisted, emphasizing the dangers of a lone journey at night for someone as delicate and beautiful as Su Yun. Bai Ruo Shi chimed in with a sweet smile, urging Su Yun to join them. Chun Mo realized that the group was unintentionally interrupting what he had hoped would be a more intimate moment. Goodbye, boss. Rest well, they called, waving cheerfully as they exited. Su Yun glanced back at Chun Mo, her eyes conveying a playful yet resigned smile, as if to say she too wished to linger a little longer, but the circumstances did not permit it. With a deep sigh, Chun Mo watched the four assistants depart together. After tending to his evening routine and settling into bed, he texted Su Yun, inquiring if she had arrived home. It took a while for her to respond, but when she did, she mentioned that she had just finished bathing, her hair wrapped in a towel, sitting gracefully on her bed, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Can't sleep, Chun Mo replied. Su Yun, smiling at his message, asked why. His immediate response was a candid, I miss you, Aunt Sue. Her heart raced at his directness, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Despite being older, Su Yun felt a youthful shyness in matters of the heart. However, Chun Mo's intentions were clear, and she knew she would reciprocate. Tonight, I wanted to stay longer. But Bing and the others insisted on coming with me, she confessed. Chun Mo's expression brightened, recognizing her unspoken feelings. Should I come over now? He proposed, unable to contain his desire. Su Yun, glancing at the adjacent room where Su Qingxue resided, felt a rush of caution. It's too late, don't overthink it. Get some rest, she advised, sensing the weight of the moment. Chun Mo sighed, accepting the pause in their conversation. Shortly after, a notification pinged on his phone. Su Yun had sent another message. Actually, I miss you too. Good night. Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. Was this her confession? Excitement bubbled within him as he swiftly replied, Aunt Sue, I miss you too. Good night. Meanwhile, Su Yun, hidden beneath her blanket, was overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. Her long legs entwined in a flustered embrace. The moment felt entirely too intimate. In the realm of romance, Chun Mo and Su Yun found themselves deeply enamored with one another. After a restless night filled with thoughts of Su Yun, Chun Mo finally awoke at 9 in the morning, feeling a sense of languor. The sound of knocking interrupted his reverie. He hastily donned a garment and opened the door, only to find Su Yun, the very person who had occupied his thoughts throughout the night, standing before him. Su Annie, why are you up so late? Chen Montauk inquired, noticing the tenderness in her voice and the concern reflected in her beautiful eyes. He candidly admitted, I was thinking about you. A hint of shyness flickered in Su Yun's gaze as she playfully chided him. What are you saying? Come, have breakfast. She handed him a bowl of noodles she had brought. With a smile, Chun Mo accepted the breakfast. Did you bring this for me? Quickly, let us go inside. I have to head to work. Su Yun felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, and after speaking, she turned gracefully, her long legs carrying her swiftly towards the office on the 3rd floor. Chun Mo, holding the breakfast, admired her perfect silhouette and couldn't help but smile. After a quick wash-up, he entered the office, where his colleagues, Su Yun, Shun Bing, Bai Ruoxi, and Li Lu, had gathered. Everyone's here. This noodle dish is exceptionally delicious today. He greeted them while savoring his meal. The varied expressions on their faces reflected their reactions to him eating the noodles, particularly Su Yun, who blushed at the sight of him with his eye-catching bowl. Boss, where did you get these noodles? I must try them next time, Shun Bing inquired with interest. Chun Mo cleared his throat and replied, just down the street from our shop. Shin Bing suggested, with so many places, take us next time. Chen Mo gestured toward Su Yun and smiled. No problem. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Mo turned to Su Yun. Su, Andy, let us go. All right, she replied, rising to follow him. Today, she wore the white suit and skirt that Chen Mo had purchased for her, accentuating her mature figure and graceful curves. The contrast of her black stockings against the white of her outfit created a striking visual effect. As they descended in the elevator side by side, Chen Mo softly remarked, Su Auntie, your outfit looks splendid today. Su Yun bit her lip, responding modestly, what is so special about work attire? She knew well that this was a deliberate gift from Chen Mo, a little secret shared only between them, akin to the intimate secrets lovers often share. Filling her heart with inexplicable joy. Clearing her throat, she informed him, yesterday, we calculated the total wages for all employees, including bonuses, 28,300 yuan. By the way, do you want your salary directly? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, grinning, just give me the same amount as you. Su Yun couldn't help but smile, realizing that he seemed eager to intertwine their lives at every opportunity, just as she felt inclined to do. Driving together to the bank, Chen Mo noticed that the bank manager, Mr. Li, appeared somewhat apprehensive upon seeing him. This was understandable, as Chen Mo typically withdrew large sums of money. Mr. Li, don't worry, I'm just here to withdraw the employees' salaries, he assured him. Really? That's great. Mr. Li responded, visibly relieved. As they finished their transaction, Mr. Li's gaze lingered on Su Yun, noting her striking beauty and grace, far surpassing that of the bank's tellers. He couldn't help but admire how someone of Chen Mo's stature would naturally attract such a woman. The withdrawal was swift. Goodbye, Mr. Chen, Mr. Li bid him farewell at the door. Chen Mo waved dismissively. No need for formality. Once back in the car, Su Yun remarked, since when has the bank manager been so courteous? Chen Mo chuckled, aware she was highlighting the perks of wealth. Ordinary people don't have the chance to meet the bank manager, let alone have him personally escort them out, he mused. Handing her a paper bag, he noted here, this is more than 30,000. I assent it? With a smile, Chen Mo clarified, I withdrew 100,000. The rest is for opening the milk tea shop. Su Yun nodded, her heart yearning for the opening of the shop, eager to savor the flavors she cherished. After distributing salaries that morning and announcing a voluntary company dinner for the evening, she felt a thrill at the prospect of attending such an event for the first time. Their car stopped in front of the GKD store, where Chen Mo sensed the employees' eyes upon them. Su Yun smiled. If we hadn't distributed salaries this morning, I imagine everyone would be distracted at work. Let us get on with it. Workers' wages should never be delayed, Chen Mo replied, and Su Yun gestured an okay sign, excited about receiving her first substantial paycheck, a potential new beginning in her life. As they stepped out of the car, they were met with curious gazes from the staff of GKD and the supermarket below. Chen Mo led Su Yun upstairs, instructing Li Lu to notify employees one by one to come and collect their wages, mindful that the store still required supervision. At the office door, each employee emerged beaming with joy after receiving their pay, prompting those waiting outside to enter eagerly. Chen Mo stood beside Su Yun, reveling in the happiness that enveloped the room as the employees confirmed their wages and signed for them. After a little over an hour, Su Yun smiled at the last name on the list and called out, Chen Mo, come collect your salary. Coming, he replied, glancing around the temporarily empty office before leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Su Yun's face flushed crimson as she playfully scolded him in the office. Collecting wages and signing. Chen Mo cheerfully accepted the envelope, thanking her. Su Annie, your salary is quite generous. 3,700 yuan, he exclaimed, noting their equal pay. With a raised brow, Su Yun responded, what do you want to eat? Today, Annie will treat you. Chen Mo's face lit up. Really? Anything I want? Su Yun nodded enthusiastically. Of course. The air around Su Yun was imbued with the delicate fragrance of a mature woman, and as Chen Mo leaned closer to her ear, he whispered, let us eat. Her perfect oval face blushed even more, and she playfully retorted, oh, come on. 040 drunkenly flirting with Aunt Su. The intimate words exchanged between the couple instantly made Su Yun's face flush and her heart race. She spoke softly, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Could you be a bit more serious? Chen Mo, however, was oblivious to any hint of anger in her demeanor. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Chen Mo instinctively created some distance between himself and Su Yun. Come in. The office door swung open, and Li Lu entered. Beaming as she announced, Sister Yun, everyone from the supermarket on the first floor, including all of GKD, is going to the gathering. Su Yun smiled and nodded all right. At that moment, Bai Ruoxi and Shun Bing also arrived. Sister Yun, everyone from our second floor is going too. Good. What about you, Bing Bing? Su Yun inquired with a smile directed at Shun Bing. Of course, I'll be there for the company's first gathering. Shun Bing turned to Chen Mo, her curiosity evident. I wonder what else the boss has planned for us besides dinner? Chen Mo replied, you could suggest some ideas. After all, most of the employees are women. He genuinely had no idea what activities they would enjoy. Su Yun chimed in, actually, a meal and some singing should suffice. Shun Bing smiled and agreed, yes. There is really not much else that's entertaining. Chen Mo nodded decisively. Then I'll leave it to Aunt Su. So Yun be brave. I need to go book a restaurant first. Sister Yin, I'll accompany you. Shin Bing exclaimed. Chen Mo thought to himself. One unwelcome third wheel. Su Yin glanced at Chen Mo and smiled. Mr. Chun, is it all right if Bing Bing comes with me? Chen Mo responded with mild annoyance. Go ahead. Su Yun and Shun Bing exchanged smiles. Let's head downstairs. Everyone should finish their work today, so we don't delay the evening's gathering. Chen Mo then began preparing for the milk tea shop. The ideal location for the shop would be next to GKD. The space for the supermarket might need to be further compressed, but they could also consider merging the back warehouse and purchasing another nearby. As Chen Mo strolled around the vicinity, he was taken aback by the warm greetings from neighbors, shop owners, and even some elderly folks. He was surprised by his newfound fame. After a thorough inspection, he identified a suitable warehouse location. However, upon seeing Chen Mo, the elderly gentleman immediately raised the price, remarking that since he was now a big boss, he shouldn't be concerned about such a trivial amount. Chen Mo shook his head in departure. He was wealthy, but not a fool. It would be better to leave such matters to Su Yun and her team. Returning to the entrance of GKD, he encountered Su Yun and Shun Bing, who had just returned from booking the gathering venue. Did you secure the reservation? Yes, at Qingyang Restaurant. Great. Chen Montauk nodded. Qingyang Restaurant was one of the best in the county and only a 10-minute walk away. While making the reservation, Su Yun had discussed everything with Chen Mo. As for the singing, it would take place on the second floor of their supermarket, allowing them to sing until late. Checking the time, Chen Mo noted it was already 6 o'clock, dinner time. Today, everyone could leave work early, including the 2 GKD stores in the city, with the company covering the employees' gathering expenses, albeit with a limit of 500 yuan per store. This amount was quite generous. That should be enough. Let us gather everyone. Chen Mo looked at Su Yun, who smiled and nodded, proceeding to inform Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi. In no time, everyone had assembled, eager for the meal. All right, let us go. The group set off in high spirits toward their destination. Chen Mo joined Shin Bing in her car along with Su Yun, Bai Ruoxi, and Li Lu. They were the first to arrive at the restaurant, with others trickling in shortly after. Half an hour later, all the dishes were served. Before commencing, Shin Bing smiled and said, Boss, how about a few opening remarks? The others eagerly agreed. Clearing his throat, Chen Mo spoke briefly. Everyone has worked hard over the past month. Let us enjoy our meal. His succinct statement left the group momentarily stunned. Let us raise a toast together. Su Yun stood up with a smile. Cheers! They all exclaimed in unison, laughter filling the air. The gathering unfolded with an atmosphere of lightheartedness. Chen Mo's approachable nature contributed to the relaxed vibe. Once Shun Bing became the first to toast him, the floodgates opened, especially after they learned of Chen Mo's limited drinking capacity. The ladies, from older sisters to aunts, eagerly approached him with toasts. If it weren't for Su Yun diligently shielding Chen Mo from excessive drinks, he would likely have been carried home. Despite the protective efforts, Chen Mo still ended up intoxicated. The boss has fallen. Shin Bing looked at Chen Mo with regret. So, no singing now? What is there to sing? It's getting late. Everyone should head home safely. The older aunts, embodying the spirit of thriftiness, packed up numerous uneaten dishes to take home. Soon, the group dispersed in small clusters on their way back. Li Lu intended to accompany Su Yun to see Chen Mo home, but her mother urged her to leave, so she had to depart first. Ruashi, you should head home too. I'll drop you off. Then take Sister Yun and Chinemo back. Bing Bing, it's all right. I can go back by myself. Are you sure? Really, it's fine. My family is coming to pick me up, Ruashi confirmed with a sweet smile. All right, if your family is picking you up, then we can relax. With Shun Bing driving, she took Su Yun and Chun Mo back home. Upon arriving at the building, Su Yun turned to Shun Bing, Bing. You can head back now. What about you? Shun Bing asked. With Chen Mo in this state, I'm not sure if he'll be alright alone, so I'll stay with him for a while. I can sleep in the office later. Lying, her heart raced, possibly influenced by the alcohol. Shun Bing didn't sense anything amiss and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll leave then. Drive slowly. Sure, don't worry, Shun Bing replied with a smile, turning her car around and speeding off. As soon as Shun Bing left, Chun Mo leaned closer to Su Yun, whispering, You smell so good. Su Yun felt her face heat up, lightly scolding, You're still not behaving even when drunk. She began to doubt whether he was truly intoxicated. Chen Montak? Don't pretend. Sujungast? Sivering slightly. Luckily, Chen Mo released her just in time. Otherwise, they would have tumbled to the ground. Su Yun's exquisite oval face turned a shade of crimson. Embarrassed and annoyed, she warned, Chen Mo, if I find out you're faking being drunk, just wait and see. Chen Mo rubbed his forehead against her neck and murmured, Aunt Su, I want to sleep. Su Yun felt overwhelmed. You cannot do this. Su Yun assisted Chun Mo into the elevator. Fortunately, there was an elevator. Otherwise, Su Yun was uncertain if she could help Chen Mo ascend the stairs. After reaching the upper floor, Su Yun closed the elevator door. Chun Mo remained in an embrace with her. Chen Mo, where are your keys? Su Yun inquired, having searched his jacket pocket in vain. Chun Mo retrieved the keys from his trouser pocket and handed them to her. Here, Suwani. Su Yun accepted the keys and, while supporting Chun Mo, opened the door. She helped Chun Mo into the room. Is there anything to relieve a hangover? Su Yun gently laid him down in the bedroom and asked softly. Chun Mo shook his head. Su Yun had no choice but to rise and search for something herself, opening the refrigerator. Common remedies for hangovers include juice, honey, and yogurt, but there was none to be found. Luckily, there was a supermarket downstairs. Su Yun strode down quickly, turned on the supermarket lights, and grabbed a bottle of orange juice before returning upstairs. She poured a glass of orange juice and fed it to Chun Mo, who was in a half-dreaming state, leaning against her. After consuming the juice, Chun Mo felt slightly more alert and comfortable. Su Yun went to fetch warm water and used a soft towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This seemed to be the second time Su Yun had tidied up after Chun Mo. After her task, she too was sweaty and hastened to freshen up. Once she had washed up, Su Yun returned to Chun Mo's side to check if he was asleep. In his dazed state, he softly called out Su Ani. Su Yun paused. Her intention to leave momentarily halted. She turned back to look at him and gently asked, Are you not asleep yet? Chun Mo did not respond. Was he sleep-talking? Su Yun couldn't help but smile slightly at this playful thought. Just as she was about to leave, Chun Mo grasped her hand, his voice trembling slightly. Suwani, it's so cold here, please hold me. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Cold? Was this just a dream he was having? Suanti. I'm so cold, please save me. Chun Mo continued, curling up tighter. Witnessing this scene, Su Yun's heart quivered. At that moment, she disregarded whether Chun Mo was being intentional or not and immediately leaned down to embrace him tightly. Chun Mo ceased his pleas for rescue. Su Yun felt something was amiss, yet she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. The night passed swiftly. The summer sun was warm and radiant. The blinding light awoke both Chun Mo and Su Yun. Upon waking, Chun Mo looked at Su Yun in astonishment, instinctively glancing at his unscathed clothing before heaved a sigh of relief. Suani, how come you are here? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by his actions and sudden inquiry. What did he mean? Did he fear that she might take advantage of him? Su Yun rolled her eyes playfully and retorted, What do you think? Chun Mo rubbed his forehead, attempting to recall. I remember drinking too much last night. Then someone seemed to have brought me home, and, after lying down, I can't recall anything else. Was it you, Suani, who brought me back? Su Yun regarded him with an expression that urged him to continue his act. What else could it be? Chen Mo tightened his shirt, casting a wary glance at Su Yun. Suani, you can't do this, taking advantage of someone when they're drunk. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, grabbing a pillow and playfully hitting him in the face. Taking advantage of you? Spare me. She quickly rose from the bed, her curvaceous figure elegantly departing the room. Chen Mo exclaimed, Hey, Suani, I was just joking. Don't be mad. Holding the pillow, he inhaled its lingering fragrance that reminded him of Su Yun, stretching and basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of her. Emerging from the room, he found that Su Yun had already vanished. Last night, he had indeed been intoxicated, but after consuming the orange juice she provided, he felt significantly better. He had improvised a little performance of a pitiful drunkard, not expecting Su Yun to genuinely fall for it. As he brushed his teeth, he reminisced about the delightful moments of having her beside him. While washing his face, he heard Su Yun's voice from the living room, laced with a hint of melancholy. Breakfast is ready. Following that, he heard her footsteps departing. When he walked out, he found that she had already left. On the table lay a steaming bowl of fragrant soup noodles. Chen Mo smiled faintly, and after finishing his morning routine, he picked up the bowl and leisurely made his way to the office. However, upon entering, he found Li Lu, Bairuashi, and Shin Bing each with their own bowls of noodles. Oh, boss, you have noodles too? Shin Bing smiled at him. Chen Montag was momentarily speechless, having initially thought to flaunt his breakfast, only to realize everyone had the same. Su Yun glanced at the somewhat dejected Chen Mo, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Chen Mo retorted, From now on, no eating breakfast in the office. Shin Bing and Li Lu exchanged looks of surprise, while Bairuashi blinked her large, innocent eyes in confusion. By 9 o'clock, the team settled into their work routine, busily attending to their tasks. Su Yun had the most responsibilities, but managed them with remarkable efficiency, particularly regarding the milk tea shop, which she expedited with great swiftness. In the afternoon, Su Yun informed Chen Mo that the warehouse issue had been resolved. It was located on the adjacent back street and could be sold or rented. If the price is right, let us rent it. Chen Mo was disinclined to purchase property in the old street, as it would likely be demolished in the future. The neighbors were asking too much, and the real estate companies were unwilling to engage in such unprofitable ventures. Instead, they planned to construct a new district from the Southern Bridge area, precisely where Chen Mo had acquired a factory site. Not only had Chen Mo bought the factory site, but he also advised Su Yun that land in that area could be purchased, albeit without displaying excessive eagerness to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The rental fee was set at 6,000 per year. All right, Chen Mo had complete faith in Su Yun's bargaining skills. Let us commence work tomorrow. It seems you are quite eager to enjoy some milk tea. Chen Mo pondered what other projects could be initiated alongside the milk tea shop, especially since he still had 31,000 points and over 3 million in funds. Chen Mo's personal information instinctively surfaced in his mind. Host, Chen Mo, age, 18, education, high school graduate, physical strength, 100 points, perfect, charm, 16 points, ordinary, skills, photographic memory, master level vocal skills, master level culinary skills, reputation, 686, title earned, business novice, assets, 7, 568 million, rank 5th in Xinjiang County. Titles earned, millionaire, business popularity bonus 10. Business novice, business popularity bonus 8. Assistants, 4 Bairuashi, master level assistant. Su Yun, expert level assistant. Li Lu, silver level assistant. Shin Bing, expert level legal assistant. He had obtained a new title, business novice, which granted an additional 8% to business popularity and a 10-point boost to charm. Chen Mo reviewed the changes in his data. The advancement from business rookie to business novice was evident, with a slight increase in assets. Currently, the supermarket, 3 GKD stores, and the gaming area on the second floor were all profitable. Additionally, the acquisition of potentially lucrative real estate was a hidden enhancement. However, his total asset ranking remained at 5th. He wondered who the wealthiest individual in Xinjiang County was and whether their assets had reached the 10 million mark. In the following days, space near the GKD store in the supermarket was cleared for the renovation of a bubble tea shop. Under Su Yun's supervision, The transformation of the tea shop progressed astonishingly rapidly. During this period, Chen Mo visited the city to inspect GKD's second and third stores and to scout potential locations for the bubble tea venture. Upon returning from the city, Chen Mo also made a trip to the northern district of the county, where he had purchased a factory area from Zhou Yin. This area, surrounded by mountains and scattered residences, remained undeveloped. Zhou Yin had invited Chen Mo, appearing somewhat fatigued, possibly for matters related to the 4S store. She mentioned her brother Lin Hao's punishment by their mother, but Chen Mo waved it off disinterestedly. Zhou Yin sighed and shifted the conversation, asking, Chen Mo, what do you think the future holds for this area? Chen Mo smiled and replied, Sister Yin, if you believe this factory area has potential, why did you sell it? Zhou Yin furrowed her brows, explaining that she needed funds for circulation and now found herself alone. Chen Mo expressed surprise. You sold it all? Zhou Yin chuckled softly. What do you mean by sold out? I'm not even married. Chen Mo coughed lightly, teasing her about her potential need for drastic measures. Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow, confirming his jest. Chen Mo added, Sister Yin, I cannot shoulder that responsibility. If the 4S store succeeds, you won't come looking for trouble, will you? Zhou Yin laughed lightly. That is certainly a possibility. Chen Mo inquired about her future plans, to which Zhou Yin gazed at the factory area, expressing her desire to assist a remarkable boss, though uncertain if he would take her in. Curious, Chen Mo asked who had garnered such high regard from her. Zhou Yin replied earnestly, far yet near. The implication was clear. Chen Mo smiled, Sister Yin, please don't jest. I'm not joking. I wish to work with you. I've heard of your achievements this past month, including your car purchase from our store. Zhou Yin, with her long, graceful legs and a hint of a smile on her exquisitely crafted face, lamented about the car purchase, unsure if such luck would come again. Chen Mo sighed. Lin Hao's actions only bring harm to himself. He has no one to blame. Zhou Yin had already chosen to ignore Lin Hao, wishing to distance herself from his family ties, if not for the bond of sisterhood. Chen Mo asked, what do you enjoy doing? Zhou Yin pondered. I find the mobile phone industry fascinating. It has immense growth potential, especially since foreign phones are expensive and there is no notable domestic competitor. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he presented her with an opportunity to surpass foreign brands in mobile technology. Zhou Yin felt a jolt of surprise, sensing his unwavering confidence. This area should ideally connect to the factory. The larger, the better. Our mobile industry will begin here. Us? Zhou Yan's heart raced as she looked at Chen Mo. He met her gaze with an assertive intensity. Yes, but the condition is, Sister Yin, you will be solely mine in this venture. Zhou Yin felt her heartbeat quicken, her face flushing at his stare. Ahem, Sister Yin, please don't misunderstand. I mean that all your work will belong to me. All right, Zhou Yin replied, her delicate brows arched and her lips curling into a smile. Then, in the future, I will follow you, and you must take responsibility. Chen Mo coughed again, trying to regain composure. Zhou Yin playfully flicked her hair, her fair skin glistening under the sunlight. A pleasant collaboration. As they drove towards the city, Zhou Yin curiously asked, what will my position be? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, Assistant Secretary. Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Chen Mo continued with a slight smile. Your responsibility will encompass all matters concerning mobile products. Zhou Yin shrugged. Whatever, it's just a title as long as I can manage things. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Zhou Yan's score. Appearance 91, figure 92, temperament 93, ability 94, potential 91, overall score 925. Master level assistant. Acquired master level assistant treasure chest. Zhou Yan's score matched that of Shun Bing and Su Yun, and she had earned another master level treasure chest, completing a main quest. Would you like to open the master level treasure chest? Yes. Upon opening, she received a monetary reward of 1 million and the skill. Marketing Master. Marketing Master. All marketing strategies yield an additional 100% bonus. This skill was formidable, truly befitting a master-level treasure chest. Chen Mo gazed at Zhou Yin with satisfaction. She sensed his scrutiny as she drove and remarked, it's too late to regret now. Chen Montauk chuckled. I have no regrets. Zhou Yin questioned, then why do you keep staring at me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. I was wondering, Sister Yin, with your excellence. Why are you still single? Zhou Yin glanced back at him, stating matter-of-factly, I'm not interested in men. After a moment of silence, she continued, part of it is due to my sister. Her husband, no, ex-husband, was a scoundrel, lacking any skill, always causing trouble, fighting and gambling. Marrying someone like that would ruin one's life. Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, it's wise to remain single. Zhou Yin frowned, sensing an undertone in his words. Before exiting the car, Chen Mo advised, no need to come here. Just call if you need anything. Zhou Yin nodded in agreement. As he stepped out, he headed towards Su Yun, who was directing the renovations of the bubble tea shop. Zhou Yin watched from the entrance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for a future brimming with possibilities. Su Yun oversaw the installation of the sign, revealing the name, GKD Dongyun Bubble Tea, which brought a smile to her face. This name, conceived by Chen Mo, initially went unnoticed by her, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was quite peculiar. With no time to change it, she feigned ignorance about its meaning. The day before, Shun Bing had inquired about it during trademark registration, and in a moment of quick thinking, Su Yun explained it as a homage to Chen Mo's fondness for Eastern musical aesthetics. Su-yi, Zhou Yin called as she returned, her countenance brightening upon seeing the car. Did you finalize everything? Yes, Su Yun affirmed, having participated in Zhou Yan's hiring. With numerous responsibilities on her plate, she had grown adept in real estate, establishing a network. When will the bubble tea shop officially open? Sujunin Kuayir. Chen Mo smiled softly. When do you wish to indulge? Su Yun playfully bit her lip. Let us choose a propitious time. Chen Mo chuckled. It's not a wedding. What else with the timing? Sujun Biman Saident. The grand opening of the milk tea shop is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8:58, a time chosen by Su Yun. Currently, Su Yun is managing the shop and has been diligently recruiting staff. She is responsible for nearly all matters concerning the establishment. However, whenever she encounters uncertainty, she promptly consults Chen Mo, who ultimately makes the final decisions. The shop's decor embodies a traditional Chinese style, yet seamlessly incorporates modern elements, catering to the current trend of technological allure in the rapidly developing domestic market. The interior exudes an ancient charm, while the exterior is infused with a contemporary technological vibe that is sure to captivate the youth. In terms of product packaging, Chen Mo has also employed some straightforward advertising strategies, such as distributing flyers, a classic marketing tactic that predates the digital age. Now, they await the results of their marketing efforts with anticipation, especially since Su Yun has recently acquired the skill of marketing master. Later that evening, Su Yun and Chen Mo find themselves at the milk tea shop, where they prepare a cup of tea together. Su Yun has become quite adept at the process, having spent considerable time learning from Chen Mo before passing her knowledge onto the new staff. Here, give it a try, she says, handing Chen Mo the milk tea with a straw. Having sampled numerous cups over the past few days, including those shared with Shun Bing by Ruashi and Li Lu, who have all been treated to the new flavors, Chen Mo receives unanimous praise. They are utterly enchanted by the taste, eagerly surrounding Su Yun in anticipation of her milk tea. Yet, after a single taste, Su Yun refrains from offering them more, leaving by Ruashi and the others yearning for another sip. It's a clever tactic to entice them. She is not worried about their interest waning. Upon taking a sip, Shinamo exclaims, quite good. Su Yun beams with delight at his approval. Now, you try yourself. Chen Mo returns the cup to her. Instinctively glancing at the straw, she silently accepts it back and takes a sip. With a smile, Chen Mo inquires, how do you feel about it? Su Yun furrows her brow slightly. It seems to have an odd taste compared to usual. Really? Chen Mo replies, puzzled, as he takes another sip. I don't taste anything unusual. Of course you wouldn't. Sujun insists earnestly. Understanding her implication, Chen Mo, feigning indignation, gazes at her. So you're saying my previous sips had an odd flavor? He suddenly pushes her against the tea bar. Su Yun gasps while that was. But Chen Mo silences her with a kiss. Surprised and embarrassed, she protests you. The door is still open, gripping her cup tightly. She crushes in her hand. As she nears breathlessness, Chen Mo finally releases her, allowing her to inhale deeply. Chen Mo gazes at her with a playful smile, while her eyes brim with shyness as she reproaches him. You're laughing, What about the door? What's the issue with it being open? This is my territory, and besides, we aren't committing any illegal acts, are we? Speechless, Su-Yun can only retort, you rogue. At that moment, she glances at the clock and realizes it's already 11. I must head home. Shinemo offers. Allow me to drive you, Su-Yi. Concerned, she replies. You've been running around these past few days. You should rest early. The shop opens tomorrow, and I can manage on my own. Shinemo steps closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. You've been working even harder, overseeing the shop's progress. It would be heartless of me to let you walk home at this hour. Her heart races at his words, and she concedes, I'm not blaming you. Who would dare call you heartless? This protective sentiment elicits a smile from Chun Mo. As he opens the passenger door, Su-Yun adjusts her skirt and gracefully enters the car. Chun Mo joins her, starting the engine as they drive towards her home. Su-Yi, why not consider getting your driver's license? Where would I find the time? I might as well buy a bicycle. It's only a 10-minute ride from home to the shop. Bicycles aren't safe at night. I worry about you. Su-Yun chuckles at Chun Mo's overprotectiveness, realizing that most of the time, she is indeed safe. However, she acknowledges that her concerns heighten during the night. Su-Yi, you should learn to drive. Once I head to university, this car can be left for you to use for work. Using this luxury car for work? That's a bit extravagant, isn't it? You're going to be our company's manager. No, rather, the director, representing the entire company. Isn't it only fitting to drive a Mercedes? But I truly lack the time. Don't worry, driving is simple. I can teach you, and then we can visit a driving school. It won't take long. There is a hint of ulterior motive in his suggestion. All Su-Yun needs to do is attend the examination once. As they converse, the car arrives at Su-Yun's residence. Contemplating that Chun Mo will soon leave for university, she lightly bites her lip and says, You and Qing Shui will be at the same university. Could you look out for her? Chun Mo smiles. Given her popularity at school, she'll have plenty of help. I doubt my assistance will be necessary. Su-Yun knows her sister's charm is a significant advantage, but she fears for her safety, especially concerning Lin Hao, who previously caused trouble. Rest assured, Qing Shui is quite discerning. Lin Hao is not her match. Chun Mo understands Qing Shui's character well, recognizing that Lin Hao, captivated by her beauty, is easily led astray. With a serious expression, Su-Yun asks, Tell me honestly, why do you seem to have no affection for Qing Shui anymore? Has love turned to hate? Chun Mo is taken aback, then chuckles, looking earnestly at Su-Yun. Su-Yi, I have no feelings for Qing Shui. My sentiments are merely those of an ordinary classmate, neither love nor hate. Having lived again, I've moved on. Who cares about Qing Shui? I now seek only what I desire. A playful smile dances in Su-Yun's eyes as she scrutinizes him. Then why did you frequently linger around my building? With unwavering sincerity, Chun Mo replies, To see you, Su-Yi. Su-Yun freezes, her eyes widening in surprise. You had ulterior motives back then? What purpose does it serve to please my mother? Chun Mo naturally refrained from revealing the truth behind his significant change in attitude towards Qing Shui. Su-Yun expressed no skepticism regarding his words, particularly in light of Chun Mo's evident disfavor towards Qing Shui. In fact, Su-Yun seemed to possess a clearer understanding of the situation than Qing Shui herself. Conversely, Qing Shui maintained that Chun Mo's altered demeanor was not indicative of dislike. After all, he had previously been entirely compliant with her. It seemed implausible that a few harsh words from her could evoke such a drastic shift, especially considering her past reproaches had not deterred him. Qing Shui had read a book which suggested that the more a boy is fond of a girl, the more he tends to provoke her, essentially to capture her attention. Under the mistaken belief that she had Chun Mo figured out, Qing Shui chose to ignore him, eager to see how long he could maintain his fade. Su-Yun thought of Qing Shui and let out a slight sigh. Recently, Qing Shui had changed jobs, joining a clothing store with her classmates. Previously, she had worked in Mercedes dealership, but after a confrontation with Lin Hao over a car sale, she had faced her family's ire and left that position. All right, I'll head upstairs now. Drive carefully, she instructed. Understood, Chun Mo replied, watching Su-Yun exit the car before making his way upstairs. Meanwhile, on the balcony of Su-Yun's fourth-floor apartment, Su Qingxue observed her cousin's descent from Chun Mo's vehicle with a disdainful glint in her eyes. To her, Chun Mo's overtures towards Su Yun, appointing her as his secretary, offering an unusually high salary, and escorting her home each night, were painfully transparent. She perceived these actions as mere attempts to ingratiate himself with Su Yun in hopes of drawing closer to her, a tactic she deemed rather unrefined. As she gazed at Chen Mo's car, a sense of haughty superiority filled her. Chen Montak, if you believe that by currying favor with my mother you can win me over, you are sorely mistaken. The following morning, the Old Street supermarket experienced an influx of patrons, likely a result of Chun Mo's flyer marketing strategy. Most individuals arrived clutching the promotional materials, which entitled them to a discount at the milk tea shop, supermarket, GKD, and the gaming area on the second floor. The sheer number of morning visitors exceeded Chun Mo's expectations. Dressed in her usual professional attire, Su Yun sported a form-fitting royal blue skirt that accentuated her long, elegant legs. Clad in black stockings, the clicking of her heels echoed sensually as she walked, embodying the essence of a mature woman. Approaching Chen Montak, she glanced at the long queue forming at the entrance and smiled. Why are there so many people? It's almost time. Shall we open the doors? Of course. Chen Mo nodded slightly. As the supermarket doors swung open, the glass entrance of the milk tea shop followed suit, and a throng of customers surged in. Please remain calm. Avoid crowding, and prioritize safety, Su Yun announced through a megaphone, maintaining order amidst the excitement. A long line formed at the milk tea shop, with eager patrons anticipating a taste of the new offering. Their curiosity was piqued, perhaps due to their trust in GKD, and they were filled with expectations for the milk tea. As the first cup was served, the initial customer let out a delighted exclamation, further igniting the crowd's interest. Don't just shout. Tell us if it's delicious, the impatient queue urged. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi observed the bustling milk tea shop. Bai Ruashi lamented, if it weren't for work, I would join the line. Let us wait. The crowd will surely dwindle in the afternoon, Shun Bing replied with a cough. As more customers savored GKD's milk tea, their praises amplified the intrigue among those still in line. Some, regretting not purchasing additional cups, immediately rejoined the queue. Apologies, but each person is limited to 2 cups. We hope for your understanding, as we want everyone to enjoy GKD's Donyan milk tea. Su Yun smiled apologetically at those wishing to buy more. Faced with Su Yun's excellent service and her striking beauty, customers responded with warm smiles, assuring her it was no trouble. As the morning unfolded, the line at the milk tea shop continued to grow. Fortunately, the supermarket was air-conditioned, allowing Su Yun to direct the waiting customers inside, and even provide small stools for their comfort. This commitment to service earned her the admiration of many. Su Yun emphasized the importance of excellent service in training new employees, a philosophy Chen Mo wholeheartedly supported. After all, a hot pot restaurant became renowned for its service, achieving a valuation in the billions over the span of a decade. By the end of the morning, the reputation of the milk tea shop had begun to spread. In a respectable clothing store, a young female attendant entered, cradling a beautifully packaged drink. Qingxue, this milk tea is absolutely divine. Have you tried it? She exclaimed excitedly to a stunning young woman busy organizing clothes. Su Qingxue glanced at the milk tea cup and shook her head. Milk tea? I haven't heard of it. After all, such a novelty had yet to appear in their county, if at all in Qingyang City. It's incredibly delicious. We waited in a long line just to get one. The exuberant attendant offered a sample. Though Su Qingxue hesitated, the attendant's enthusiasm compelled her to accept a sip. How is it? It's delightful. Su Qingxue, experiencing milk tea for the first time, found the flavor captivating. Curious, she inquired, where is this milk tea shop located? GKD. You know GKD, right? Their burgers are also amazing. The attendant responded with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the name GKD, Su Qingxue paused. GKD? ISNT, that Chun Mo's establishment? The milk tea is also from GKD? Indeed. The cup even says so. GKD, Dongyan milk tea. What's wrong, Qingxue? Nothing. Nothing at all. Su Qingxue stared at the milk tea cup, momentarily lost in thought. In the bustling atmosphere of the milk tea shop, The afternoon crowds only intensified, tantalizing Shun Bing and Bai Ruashi, who had initially planned to wait for a quieter moment to indulge in their beverage. Why was there even more people than in the morning? Should they perhaps wait until the evening? Certainly. The popularity of the milk tea shop had also invigorated foot traffic to the supermarket, GKD, and the gaming area on the second floor. Not to mention the enticing promotion of a 10% discount on all advertising flyers, which significantly boosted sales. Today, everyone was preoccupied. Su Yun and Chen Mo's lunch was once again brought in by a Shen Bing from outside. After finishing her meal and taking a brief respite, Su Yun resumed her work. During his break, Chun Mo received a call from Zhou Yin regarding their previous conversation about acquiring land, preferably near the factory. Coincidentally, there was now an opportunity to purchase, and Chun Mo agreed, as long as the price was reasonable. Securing this land would not be a loss. Construction on the factory could commence, and the hiring of professionals would be managed at Chun Mo's discretion. Since Chun Mo chose to trust Zhou Yin, he also delegated authority to her. However, he had a safety net in Su Yun, who, while not directly involved in the mobile industry, had the right to inquire, especially regarding financial matters. In Chun Mo's eyes, Su Yun was akin to a financial director. He had already tested and acknowledged her capabilities. The production of mobile phones is indeed a lengthy endeavor. Yet, some manufacturers have risen to prominence remarkably quickly, such as those who drastically reduce phone prices. Now, with Chun Mo providing her with insights, core technology, and a clear direction, it remained to be seen if Zhou Yin possessed the ability to lead independently. Zhou Yin was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, but she thrived under pressure, drawing boundless motivation from it. Previously, she lacked a clear direction for her efforts. Now, with Chun Mo defining her ultimate goal, everything felt transformed. She envisioned a future where the mobile phone would flourish as Chun Mo had described, amidst a vast world that would ultimately lie within their grasp. Each time she contemplated this, her spirit surged with fervor. "Boss, I heard you have a new store opening?" She inquired eagerly. "Oh, it's just a small milk tea shop," Chun Mo replied nonchalantly. "Is it the same kind of milk tea you first introduced me to?" "I'll come by for a cup tonight," Zhou Yin exclaimed with anticipation. "Expect a queue in the evening," Chun Mo warned. "Can't there be a little internal staff privilege?" she asked. "None at all," he replied. Zhou Yin, along with Bai Ruashi and Shun Bing, found themselves waiting from day until night, only to discover the line growing rather than diminishing, primarily due to numerous returning customers who had enjoyed the exquisite flavors and were eager to queue again. Bai Ruashi sighed as she observed the unending line. "It appears we can only go when it's nearly closing time." "Indeed," Shun Bing replied, though as evening approached, the crowd seemed to swell further, with many drawn by the news of GKD's grand opening and its delicious offerings. A long line formed immediately after work, predominantly consisting of young women. Truly, one of the charms of milk tea. By 10 o'clock, the patrons of the milk tea shop gradually dispersed. Shen Bing and Bai Ruashi, who had been observing for some time, were perplexed. Was tea there just a crowd? Why has it suddenly dwindled? Are they closing? Without further ado, the two hurried downstairs. Shen Bing spotted Su Yun conversing with a staff member. "Yinjia, 1 cup of milk tea." "Yinjia, I want one too," they eagerly exclaimed. Su Yun and the surrounding staff couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. "What's the matter?" Su Yun asked, bemused. With a gentle smile, she spread her hands. "We've run out of milk tea. It's all sold out." Shen Bing and Bai Ruashi's expressions fell, having waited all day, only to find that they had missed out. It was no wonder the crowd had dissipated so quickly. With a resigned sigh, the two expressed their disappointment. However, Su Yun soon emerged from behind the counter with a cup of milk tea. "Here, half for each of you," she said, having anticipated their long wait. Instantly, their frowns transformed into smiles as they poured the tea into 2 cups, feeling that sharing diminished the experience. Indeed, Bai Ruashi nodded in agreement. Su Yun handed a cup to Shun Bing. "You can pour the rest into yours for a proper drink." She turned to the 4 employees. "Thank you all for your hard work today. Please head home safely." "Yinjia, you've worked hard too, good night," they replied as they tidied up and locked the shop. As Shun Bing savored her milk tea, she abruptly received a phone call and hurriedly left. Once everyone had departed, Chun Mo approached Su Yun with a smile, holding a book. Here's the study material for the driving test. Regardless of the outcome, it's essential to understand traffic rules for your safety. Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise. You didn't enroll me in driving school, did you? Chun Mo remained non-committal, perhaps. Taking the material, Su Yun asked, "What is the tuition fee?" Clearing his throat, Chun Mo replied, "Not much. Don't worry, it will be deducted from your salary next month." With a smile, Su Yun responded that is fine. She didn't wish to rely on Chun Mo financially, as it might tarnish the nature of their relationship, particularly as they grew closer. Maintaining her financial independence was paramount. Getting into the car, Chun Mo drove Su Yun home. Along the way, he imparted some basic knowledge about driving. Su Yun possessed a remarkable ability to learn and comprehend quickly. She absorbed his instructions with ease. "After you read this book, we'll practice driving, and soon you'll be able to drive on your own," he encouraged. As they conversed, they arrived at Su Yun's residence. "You seem exhausted. Rest early tonight." "You too," she replied, hesitating momentarily before exiting the vehicle. "What is it, Su Yi?" Chun Mo inquired as she lingered. Su Yun, stepping back into the car, leaned closer to Chun Mo, enveloped by a delightful fragrance. She drew near his face, almost touching, before whispering good night and swiftly exited, racing upstairs. Chun Mo watched her captivating silhouette, momentarily entranced. This was the first time Su Yun had been so proactive, a rarity indeed. A smile crept across his face as he inhaled deeply, still savoring her faint scent lingering in the car. Wait, something seemed amiss. Was that the aroma of milk tea? Looking down, he noticed a cup of freshly made milk tea resting in the cup holder. Was it Su Yi's? After a long day, she likely hadn't had a moment to enjoy a sip. He decided to deliver it to her. Carrying the milk tea, Chun Mo ascended to the 4th floor and knocked on her door. As it opened, his smile faded upon seeing not Su Yun, but Su Qingxue. Her gaze flickered with surprise at the sight of him, quickly replaced by her usual aloof demeanor, as if he had come merely to pester her once more. "This is Aunt Su's milk tea." Chun Mo handed the milk tea in his hand to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's delicate brows slightly arched, and a sense of realization washed over her. Indeed, he deliberately concocted a reason to present her with milk tea. 046 Have you been bribed by him? Su Yun had just returned, and as soon as she stepped through the door to take a shower, you arrived, claiming it was merely to deliver milk tea. Such an obvious excuse is even more juvenile than before. Su Qingxue coldly accepted the milk tea. "Is there anything else?" "No," Chun Mo replied nonchalantly before turning to leave. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. What was up with him? She felt somewhat unaccustomed to Chun Mo's abrupt departure. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity for him to apologize? He was utterly different from the Chun Mo she knew, as if he were an entirely different person. With a sharp clap, Su Qingxue slammed the door, her expression darkening. Meanwhile, Su Yun faintly heard Chun Mo's voice, followed by the sound of the door closing. She donned her coat and stepped out, perplexed by Su Qingxue's furious demeanor. "Qingxue, what happened?" Taking a deep breath, Su Qingxue pointed at the milk tea on the table. "It's nothing, just the milk tea Chun Mo brought you." Su Yun paused for a moment before replying, "You should drink it." This milk tea was actually meant for Chun Mo, and she hadn't expected him to take it back. Had she forgotten to bring a cup for her daughter? Was she, in essence, neglecting her in favor of someone else? Su Yun's delicate oval face flushed slightly at the realization. "This is for you. Why would I drink it?" Su Qingxue's voice was filled with resentment. Su Yun smiled gently and replied, "It's still yours. Why split it with me? Just enjoy it. This milk tea is truly delightful." With that, she retreated to the bathroom, sending a message to Chun Mo. "The milk tea has been received. Drive home safely and don't rush." In the living room, Su Qingxue gazed at the milk tea, her heart wavering. She had sipped a bit at noon and found it quite delicious. After all, this milk tea was originally intended for her. Yet, Chun Mo insisted on pretending it was for her mother. With a huff, Su Qingxue muttered, "Chun Mo, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can maintain this charade." As for the milk tea, she could certainly muster the resolve not to drink it. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a call from her close friend and classmate. "Lu, see you." Qingxue, are you asleep? Not yet. Did you know that Chun Mo opened another popular shop? The milk tea shop? Su Qingshue's tone was somewhat indifferent. You know? Yes, at the place where I'm working for the summer. Many people line up to buy it, Lu Siyu exclaimed. They say it's incredibly delicious. But I haven't tried any flavors yet. By the way, has Chinamo really not come looking for you? From Lu Siyu's tone, Su Qingxue could sense the gossip burning within her. If Chun Mo were to seek her out again, he would probably try to use his connections to get her to drink milk tea. After all, both his GKD shop and the second-floor gaming area were particularly popular among girls. He just left, Su Qingxue declared with a hint of pride. Really? No way. I said, how could he possibly ignore you? Everyone knows how much he likes you. By the way, what did he come to see you for? At this point, Lu Siyu's curiosity had reached its peak. Su Qingxue could not help but respond with a hint of self-satisfaction. He brought me milk tea. What else could it be for? Wow. So, Chimo really did come all the way to deliver milk tea late at night. How enviable. Lu Siyu's tone was full of admiration. While others can only queue up to buy it, the owner personally delivers it to the goddess of Su University. It's infuriating. Hearing Lu Siyu's envious tone, Su Qingxue couldn't help but smile, maintaining her composed and proud demeanor. What's there to be angry about? It's just a cup of milk tea. Lu Siyu sighed. Listen to you. Those who can easily obtain something are truly different. Qingxue, why not take him out for a drink sometime? Su Qingxue paused and replied, well, let's talk about that when I have time. Lu Siyu's voice turned a bit disappointed. Qingxue, just give Chinamo a chance. It won't hurt. He's really doing well now. You don't know, many girls in our class are planning to befriend him. The underlying implications were unmistakable, with his shops as leverage. He could easily become a heartthrob among girls. His popularity in the female circles would be astonishing. In today's Qingyang County, how many young women could resist the allure of befriending the owner of GKD? All right, Qingxue, I have to go. My mom is knocking on the door. Bye. Bye. After hanging up, Su Qingxue fell in a deep thought. A while later, Su Yun emerged from the bathroom, her figure alluring, her skin radiant as milk, shimmering under the lights. With each step, her waist swayed enticingly, captivating the heart. Entering the living room, she noticed the untouched milk tea on the table. Aware of Su Qingxue's pride, she knew it was time to mend the relationship between her daughter and Chun Mo. After all, both were the most important individuals in her life now. Su Yun approached Su Qingxue, inserted a straw into the milk tea cup, and smiled. Come, have a sip first. I want to talk to you about Chinamo. Su Qingxue turned to look at her mother. Su Yun smiled as she handed the milk tea to her. Chinamo, he is your classmate and a good friend. You were in the same class in middle school, then high school, and now college together. What a rare fate, isn't it? He treats you well, and I can see that clearly. Of course, if you don't like him, that's fine. We could just remain ordinary friends. I believe Chinamo is quite a decent person, with a strong sense of purpose and a good grasp of the bigger picture. Su Qingxue understood. Her mother's words confirmed her suspicions. Chinamo was going to great lengths to please Su Yun to gain her favor in front of Su Qingxue. Mom, you must have been bribed by him. Always speaking so highly of him. Bribed? This is the truth, my dear. All right, I get it. I'll drink the milk tea, okay? Su Qingxue said, grabbing the cup and heading to her bedroom. Su Yun. 047 The campus bell. I'm done. Su Qingxue took a sip of her milk tea, which signified a subtle shift in her attitude towards Chun. Su Yun couldn't help but smile, stretching her limbs lazily. Though she had been quite busy lately, she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The source of all this was none other than Chun Mo. Just the thought of him caused the corners of Su Yun's pink lips to curve upwards. A night passed. The next day, the sun shone fiercely once again, and the cool milk tea shop remained the most favored beverage spot. Following the positive buzz from yesterday, even more people lined up today. The level of enthusiasm was somewhat astonishing. With the experience of the first day, everyone seemed more composed. Su Yun no longer had to work as frantically as the day before. She had a firm grasp on the operations of the milk tea shop. Meanwhile, Chun Mo made a trip to Qingyang City to check on the GKD's second and third stores. Everything was running smoothly for now. Lin Yu, who had been transferred from the county's first store, had already been promoted to manager of the second store, performing exceptionally well. Upon reaching the third store, Chun Mo spotted a familiar figure from the car, a striking woman, Lu Qingqian. Her tall, elegant frame exuded a unique scholarly aura, a combination of sensuality and grace that was utterly captivating. After finishing her meal, she perused a book in one hand while sipping on a cola with the other, appearing quite relaxed. However, before long, a young man approached her to strike up a conversation. Lu Qingqian slightly furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly declining politely, causing the young man to awkwardly depart. Yet, shortly thereafter, another reasonably attractive young man approached. Lu Qingqian offered an apology and promptly rose to leave with her book and cola, leaving the blushing young man fidgeting in place. Lu Qingqian's allure was indeed remarkable. Chen Mo smiled as he observed the scene. Lu Qingqian departed gracefully in her vehicle. Chen Mo refrained from calling out to her and instead entered the store. The manager of the third store had also been transferred from the county's first store and was diligent and reliable. Everything here was operating normally, with the business at the second and third stores even outpacing that of the county's first store. In larger, more developed cities, newer products like fast food and milk tea tend to be more popular. After a brief tour, Chen Mo glanced at a nearby clothing store, which was struggling in business due to its somewhat isolated location. After a brief discussion, it seemed the owner was contemplating relocating, so Chen Mo exchanged contact information before driving back to the county. Upon returning, he first stopped by a bicycle shop to purchase a bike, placing it in the trunk before hurrying back to the store. By this time, dusk had settled in, yet the milk tea shop was still bustling with customers. Chen Mo was astonished by the popularity of the milk tea. Could it be that the marketing genius had such a remarkable effect? However, considering his own burgeoning popularity, it hardly seemed exaggerated. The thriving East Yun milk tea business had also increased foot traffic to GKD, the supermarket, and the second-floor gaming area, a classic example of a ripple effect. By the end of the night, the milk tea shop supplies had once again run out. Suyin called for everyone to finish up, reminding them to head home safely. The staff departed, and now it was the milk tea employees who worked the latest shifts, unlike before when it was the gaming area staff. Once everyone had left, Suyin locked the door and turned to find Chen Mo smiling at her. Her gaze fell upon the bicycle beside him, and she expressed her surprise. "Where did you buy a bike?" "On my way back from the city," Chen Mo replied, patting the seat of the bicycle. "Beauty, hop on." Su Yun smiled slightly, gracefully swinging her long legs over to sit on the back of the bike. Chen Mo cleared his throat and said, "Su, you need to hold on to me tight so you don't fall." "I won't fall," Su Yun replied, though her arms instinctively wrapped around his waist. Su had become bolder, perhaps due to their increasingly close relationship. In the past, she might not have even considered sitting on the back of Chen Mo's bike. "Let's go." Chen Mo chuckled, pedaling away unsteadily. "Oh, Su Yun instingivel tiktenet hergurip." "Su, are you scared?" "What's wrong?" Su Yun asked softly, a hint of amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the handlebars. "It's nothing. Just hold on tight." "Su Yun." She was well aware of his thoughts. Instead of calling him out, she gently played along. Chen Mo, with a beaming smile, rode the bike at a leisurely pace. "Could you go a bit faster?" "At this rate, when will we get home?" Su Yun teased, playfully pinching his waist to urge him on. Chen Montag chuckled, Allericht. Speeding up, the bicycle glided through the deserted streets under the cover of night. Su Yun felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, the gentle breeze enveloping her in a romantic freedom that delighted her spirit. She couldn't help but reflect. This was the life she had always desired. "Here we are, stop," Su Yun said with a smile. "Why so fast?" Chen Mo sighed, realizing he needed to slow down. Su Yun glanced at her watch. "It's almost midnight. We should get some rest." She gracefully dismounted from a bike, her long legs and high heels touching the cement ground. "Su, you've worked hard today. Get some rest," Chen Mo said. Su Yun replied softly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Yet, in the stillness of the night, with only the dim street lights illuminating the scene, two figures embraced in the shadows. This sight, however, struck Su Qingxiu, watching from the fourth-floor balcony, like a bolt of lightning. "Chen Montag? What on earth is he doing? 048, how could this be? That scoundrel Chen Mo, does he even realize what he is doing? That is my mother. Has he lost his mind? And furthermore, How could my mother be involved with Chen Mo? What is she thinking? This world has gone mad. Witnessing Chen Mo and Su Yun together struck Su Qingxue with an unprecedented shock. The turmoil within her was beyond articulation. She could hardly believe it. How could this happen? Chen Mo is utterly shameless, completely devoid of shame. Wait, could it be that the milk tea he sent before was genuinely not for me? Every time he brought my mother home, was it all sincere, merely for her? Was I not part of it at all? No, impossible. Something must be amiss. Su Qingxue pressed her hands tightly against the balcony railing, veins bulging. Her eyes were filled with anger, suspicion, and unwillingness. Meanwhile, the two downstairs parted after a while. It was Su Yun who gently pushed Chen Mo away. They exchanged a few more words. It appeared that Chen Mo still did not wish to leave, clinging to Su Yun. Su Yun wore a helpless expression, yet her beautiful eyes held a hint of affection. Hesitatingly, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping forward to embrace Chen Mo. Chen Mo displayed a silly grin. Su Yun even helped him lift the bicycle that had fallen by the roadside. Only then did Chen Mo reluctantly mount his bicycle. Su Yun waved him farewell, then quickly turned and headed upstairs. After Chen Mo watched Su Yun's stunning silhouette vanish, he finally pedaled away. Su Qingxue observed Chen Mo's departing figure, her gaze gradually becoming vacant and devoid of life. On another front, Su Yun ascended the stairs and opened the door, just in time to see Su Qingxue walking in from the balcony. With a smile, she asked, "Qingxue, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Su Qingxue merely responded with a soft hum before heading straight to her own room. Su Yun frowned slightly, sensing something was off. However, she did not dwell on it for long. It was getting late, and she needed to wash up and rest early. Tomorrow, a host of matters awaited her. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue stood dazed behind the door. She had yet to recover from the shock of the scene she had just witnessed. It was an utterly unacceptable sight for her. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in contemplation, and a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Chen Mo, that wretch, was deliberately seeking revenge on her? Unable to pursue me, he now pursues. Gripping her fists tightly at this realization, Su Qingxue thought, "Chen Mo, you scoundrel, you better be prepared for what you've done with my mother." The next day, Su Yun rose early and received a message from Chen Mo. "Aunt Su, I parked the bicycle under the stairs at your building. The key is wrapped in a piece of white paper. This bicycle was a gift from Chen Mo previously." Su Yun had mentioned that buying a bicycle was better than getting a car, and Chen Mo had indeed remembered this and purchased a bicycle. The mere thought of the bicycle inevitably brought last night's scene to Su Yun's mind, quickening her heartbeat. She couldn't help but scold herself. What is wrong with me for thinking about such things? She hurried downstairs and, as expected, found the bicycle at the bottom of the stairs, along with the crumpled white paper beside the tire. Su Yun unfolded the paper to retrieve the key, unlocked the bicycle, and pushed it out. Although her home was not far from Chen Mo's, having a bicycle was much more convenient. Su Yun rode to the breakfast noodle shop. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please." The slightly plump owner beamed at the sight of Su Yun. "All right, just a moment. Same as before?" "Yes." Ever since Su Yun began bringing breakfast to Chen Mo, she had consistently visited this old shop, primarily because Chen Mo mentioned that the noodles here were delicious, and she had not felt the need to change locations. "Here you go, beautiful." "Thank you." Su Yun paid and hung the 2 bowls of packaged noodles on either side of her bicycle's handlebars. However, before she could ride away, a tall and slender figure appeared before her. "Aunt Su, good morning." Chen Mo greeted her with a youthful, sunny smile. The warmth of that smile made Su Yun's heart race uncontrollably. "Why are you up so early today?" Su Yun asked, puzzled. "I was worried you might not be very familiar with riding a bicycle." Chen Mo chuckled as he took the 2 bowls of noodle from her handlebars. Su Yun's delicate oval face flushed slightly. "I'm not a child. I won't fall." "You never know," Chen Mo laughed. "Su Yun." Chen Mo pointed to the breakfast shop and suggested, "Why don't we eat here instead of going to the office?" "Oh, late?" Su Yun nodded, locking her bicycle at the entrance as they both walked inside. In this day and age, leaving a bike unlocked outside was an invitation for trouble. Su Yun and Chen Mo found a corner table to sit. "I wonder how many people will come to the milk tea shop today." "Aunt Su, don't worry so much. Let them handle it themselves." I know, I just worry that since our shop is newly opened, if something goes wrong, it will be quite unfortunate. As Su-yin spoke, she suddenly recalled an important matter. Before finishing work yesterday, I received a phone call. Almost forgetting about it, she remembered when the topic of the milk tea shop arose. It was the owner of the shop next to the 3 stores in the city, asking if we were still interested in renting his space. The transfer fee for the shop is $30,000. He still has 6 months of rent with the landlord, so he calculated it to $25,000 for us. I didn't rush to answer. I felt he was eager to sell. Let us wait a bit longer then. The price was decent, but Su-yin wanted to negotiate it down. At that moment, a new task prompt emerged in Chunmo's mind. Ding! Main task: acquire assets exceeding 10 million. Task reward: 10,000 points. Title: Millionaire. Side task: own 3 Dongyan milk tea shops. Task reward: 5,000 points. Both tasks seemed manageable. Chun Mo glanced at his current assets. Assets: 765 million, ranked 3rd in Qingyang County. He had already reached 3rd place in asset ranking. He was still over 1 million away from the 10 million target, which was no small sum. In this era, even 10,000 was significant. This main task would not be easy to accomplish. However, if he could recruit a master-level employee, it would simplify matters. Yet, were there still such exceptional talents available in the county? Chun Mo doubted he would encounter another. Nevertheless, he now possessed 2 kinds of luck charms, greatly increasing the chances of attracting those talented individuals. Perhaps he would encounter someone extraordinary soon. Just as Chun Mo pondered this, a remarkably beautiful figure stopped beside him. His gaze fell upon a pair of black high heels, long and straight legs, which were fair, well-proportioned, and complemented by an excellent waist-to-hip ratio. From these details alone, it was evident that she was indeed a stunning beauty. On a day marked by a seemingly mundane temperature of 37 degrees Celsius, an unexpected chill hung in the air. "Good morning, Sister Yun," greeted Chun Mo, his voice brightening at the sight of the stunning beauty. His legal secretary, Shun Bing, who took a seat beside Su Yun with a radiant smile. Their breakfast outing was, after all, orchestrated by Su Yun herself. "Bing, have we successfully registered our store's trademark?" he inquired. "Rest assured, boss, I am on top of things," she replied confidently, tilting her charming face upward. After their meal, the trio stepped outside. Su Yun unlocked her bicycle, prompting Shun Bing's curiosity. "Sister Yun, when did you acquire this bicycle? It appears rather pricey." "Just yesterday," Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Shun Bing raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Yesterday? Were you not occupied at the store all day? When did you find the time to purchase a bicycle?" Unbeknownst to Su Yun, Shun Bing's meticulous nature was a hallmark of her profession as a lawyer. A flicker of alarm shot through Su Yun, yet she maintained her composure. "Oh, I had the boss bring it back for me from Qingyang." Chun Mo couldn't help but admire Su Yun's audacity. Her ability to lie with a steady heart was the mark of someone destined for greatness. "Acquiring this bicycle was no small feat. I scoured several streets before discovering a shop beneath the White Tiger Bridge that specializes in bicycles," he added with a smile. Shun Bing nodded slightly. "Ah, so it was from White Tiger Bridge. I purchased a bicycle from there once. The quality is quite commendable." "All right, enough chatter. It's time for work," Su Yun declared, mounting her bicycle and pedaling away with graceful determination. "I'll be off then. Goodbye, boss." Shun Bing waved cheerily as she followed suit. As Chun Mo watched the 2 beautiful women depart, he felt a pang of bewilderment. "Wait, can't you take me along?" he lamented, left alone with his hands raised in surrender. The sound of Shun Bing's laughter echoed back to him, a stark contrast to the chilly atmosphere he felt. With a soft sigh, Chun Mo began his solitary journey back. It was the 3rd day since the opening of the milk tea shop, and the foot traffic remained impressively high. Was this the allure of marketing at work? It was somewhat daunting, but perhaps his own burgeoning business reputation played a role in sustaining this momentum. Among the young women queued outside, he discerned the accent of Qingyang, evidence that their reputation had spread to the city, a promising sign reminiscent of the success experienced with GKD. The prospect of expanding the milk tea shop into a franchise was now on the table. Yet, Chun Mo's aspirations extended far beyond this venture. He yearned to delve into the realms of mobile phones, automobiles, the internet, and real estate. The mobile phone project was already in motion, but the associated industries and core technologies were vast and intricate. Progressing within the confines of the county would be inadequate. The talent pool and technical expertise were sorely lacking. For now, he would have Zhou Yin begin with foundational tasks: hardware, software, and chip development. Establishing core technologies, paired with various patents, could potentially yield passive income in the future. Conversely, lacking these technologies would render any long-term ambitions futile. The Western world remained vigilant in safeguarding its advancements, often resorting to embargoes that stifled progress. Deep in thought, Chun Mo furrowed his brow. The sooner preparations for core technologies commenced, the better. He wondered how Zhou Yin was faring with her preparatory work. Although he had advised her to begin with the basics, executing such a plan was fraught with challenges. It was time for Zhou Yin to demonstrate her capabilities. In the office, as Chun Mo leaned back in his chair, contemplating a moment of respite, Su Yun strode in with her long, graceful legs accentuated by her high heels, each step resonating like a herald of her arrival. "Boss, the shop in the city that was looking to transfer ownership just called me again," she announced, her voice gentle. Chun Mo, captivated by Su Yun's exquisite features, smiled. "Have they lowered the price?" "Just a tad, but they may not be able to go any lower. The transfer fee plus 6 months' rent totals 50,000. They seem hesitant. Should we wait a bit longer?" Su Yun's negotiation tactics were shrewd, and 50,000 was no trifling amount. "Let us hold off for now. If they haven't contacted us by tomorrow, we will accept their price." Before he could finish speaking, Su Yun's phone rang. A smile crept on her face as she answered. "Hello? Yes, I understand. Apologies, but this price was determined through strict evaluation." Her earnestness was laced with irony, as the strict evaluation indeed stemmed from Chun Mo's own assessment. 50,000, yes, that sounds good. Today, the landlord is available?" She glanced at Chun Mo. "Today we sign? Then I must head to the city immediately," he affirmed with a nod. "All right, I'll inform my boss. If he is free, he'll come by today," Su Yun replied, her efficiency evident as she hung up the call. "Are you going alone?" she inquired. "Yes, that's fine," Chun Mo said, grabbing his car keys. However, as he reached the door, he paused, turned, and swiftly approached Su Yun. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in and kissed her unexpectedly. With a grin, Chun Mo hurried away. "Goodbye, Su. Annie, wait for me to return tonight." A blush flitted across her features. "Who is waiting for you? Hurry along." He was becoming increasingly audacious. As Su Yun stepped into the corridor outside the office, she pulled out her phone and sent Chun Mo a message. "Drive carefully, watch your safety." Upon reaching his car, Chun Mo noticed her message, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced up at the building. Su Yun quickly ducked out of sight. "Received," he replied before driving off towards Qingyang City. An hour and a half later, Chun Mo arrived in the bustling city, a lively contrast to the quieter county town, though still lacking when compared to the vibrancy of years to come. He drove directly to his third GKD store, parked, and made his way to the adjacent clothing shop. The owner greeted him warmly upon his entrance. "Hello, here to buy some clothes?" "Actually, I'm here to rent a shop. You called my secretary earlier," Chun Mo clarified. "Oh, you're the boss, so young," the owner exclaimed, quickly retrieving the transfer and rental contracts, clearly prepared for the meeting. "If everything is satisfactory, we can sign right away." The paperwork was completed swiftly. After signing the contract, Chun Mo handed over the payment. "The shop will be handed over tomorrow. By the way, you need to sign a new rental contract with our landlord." "Where's the landlord?" Chen Montak inquired. She seemed hungry and went next door to the GKD store for a bite. "Just look for a beautiful woman in a white dress with long hair. You won't miss her," the owner replied with a smile. Chun Mo nodded slightly, exited the shop, and made his way to his own GKD store. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the graceful silhouette of a woman. The figure appeared somewhat familiar, dressed in a white dress with long flowing hair. Could this be the landlady? Chun Mo hastened towards her. The shop attendants, upon seeing Chun Mo, were about to call out to the boss, but he gestured them to remain silent. Approaching the woman, he inquired, "Excuse me, are you the landlady from next door?" The woman gently lifted her exquisitely delicate face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of warmth as she nodded, "Yes." Upon realizing her identity, Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. This with Sister Zhou Yin? Zhou Yin, the aunt of Lin Hao and his own secretary, the head of the mobile phone project. The elegant woman was equally surprised to hear Zhou Yan's name. You know Zhou Yin? Chun Mo scrutinized the refined and graceful woman before him. She bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Yin, with nearly 90% similarity, though there were subtle differences in their expressions and demeanor. Zhou Yin exuded a commanding presence of a strong woman, while this lady radiated an air of elegance and grace, reminiscent of a well-to-do matron. "You're not Sister Zhou Yin," he remarked. The woman smiled softly, shaking her head gently. "I am not. I am her sister." Chun Mo was taken aback, processing this revelation. Zhou Yan's sister? Wait, that meant she was Lin Hao's. No, that young man is not worthy. Perhaps she could also be his aunt? In the bustling atmosphere of the CF, Zhou Ya, radiating an air of intellectual grace, extended her hand towards Chun Mo. He gently clasped her hand in return. Zhou Ya then offered him a hamburger, suggesting, "Would you like to try one? The taste is quite delightful. This place has gained quite a reputation lately." "Thank you," Chun Mo replied as he accepted the hamburger. "Are you the landlord of the shop next door?" Zhou Ya raised her finely shaped eyebrows, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as she regarded the young man before her, full of vigor. "Are you here to rent a shop?" Chun Mo nodded. "Yes, I just signed the transfer contract. Do we need to sign a rental agreement as well?" After taking a sip of her cola, Zhou Ya looked at him with a slightly alluring gaze and replied softly, "In 6 months, if you wish to continue renting. We can sign another contract then." Chun Mo readily accepted the idea of revisiting the agreement in 6 months. "All right." Zhou Ya regarded him with curiosity. "You seem quite young. How old are you?" Taking a hearty bite of his hamburger, Chun Mo replied, "Age is of little consequence. Being an adult is sufficient." Zhou Ya paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, imparting a note of caution. "You should consider what you intend to do with this shop. This area isn't conducive to just any business. Many suffer losses here, unless, of course, it's a venture like GKD, which has the potential to succeed." Zhou Ya, as a landlord, was refreshingly candid, openly acknowledging her shop's less-than-ideal location. Perhaps she was concerned that this young man lacked experience and might plunge into business without fully understanding the risks. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, this street was still at the heart of the city, so even a lackluster business here could fare better than in other locales. "Thank you for your thoughtful advice, Sister Ya. I appreciate it," Chun Mo replied with a smile, fully aware of her good intentions. Zhou Ya regarded him, seemingly reminded of her own unachievable aspirations. In contrast to her own tribulations, Chun Mo appeared remarkably composed. "You're calling me sister? You must be at least a decade younger than I am," she remarked with a hint of dignified amusement. Being addressed by this youthful and radiant man brought a smile to her face. "Age is merely a number. You appear to be of my generation," Chun Mo casually remarked, taking another bite of the hamburger, albeit too large, causing him to momentarily choke. Zhou Ya, ever considerate, noticed and immediately offered her cola. "Here." Without much thought, he accepted it and took a generous gulp. "Thank you, sister," he said after drinking, only to notice the rosy lipstick stain on the straw, which momentarily took him aback. Zhou Ya, realizing her oversight, felt a slight blush creeping to her cheeks. "Are you all right?" she asked, a touch of unease in her voice. Chun Mo returned the cola to her with poise. "I'm fine. Thank you for your kindness." Curiosity piqued, Zhou Ya inquired, "You haven't mentioned yet what you plan to do with the shop." Her interest seemed to stem from a caring elder's instinct towards a younger individual, especially one as polite and self-assured as Chun Mo. Zhou Ya found herself appreciating him, though she was still uncertain of his true capabilities. "I plan to sell beverages," Chun Mo replied with a smile. "Selling drinks?" Considering the potential of the GKD establishment, "You might want to learn from GKD. Perhaps you can make it work." Chun Mo nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Sister Ya. Indeed, there is much to learn from this establishment." It would be amusing for Zhou Ya to discover that Chun Mo was, in fact, the mastermind behind GKD. Zhou Ya recalled another topic of interest. "How did you come to know Zhou Yan?" If he spoke the truth, Zhou Ya would surely be astonished, perhaps even incredulous. "I previously worked for Sister Zhou Yan during the summer. I suppose you could say I was one of her former employees." Oh, I see, Zhou responded, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her sister was astute and had a natural flair for business from a young age, excelling academically and with her parents' support, flourishing in her endeavors. However, recent events had taken a toll, leading to some financial struggles. This shop had been purchased with profits Zhou Yin had shared with her. Zhou Yin had contemplated selling it to assist her sister with financial liquidity, but recently, Zhou Yin decided to sell the 4S shop instead, finding a buyer willing to take over. Unfortunately, other shareholders, particularly her ex-husband, opposed the decision, knowing that losing Zhou Yin would be akin to severing a vital limb. Yet, Zhou Yin was resolute, selling her shares without a second thought. Now, she appeared to be exceedingly busy, overwhelmed with her new pursuits, but had shared nothing with her closest sister. Do you know what Zhou Yin is currently engaged in? Zhou Yin asked, seeking information from Chen Mo. What's she doing? It seems she's involved with electronic waste? Chen Mo casually suggested. Electronic waste? Zhou Yin queried, looking perplexed. Chen Montauk smiled. It's not much different from other types of waste. Zhou Yin nodded, albeit with a limited understanding. Oh, her demeanor exuded a certain Navi charm. Chen Montauk, intrigued, considered assessing Zhou Yin's qualities through a system evaluation. Ding! A response appeared almost immediately. Zhou Yin rating, appearance 94, figure 95, aura 94, ability 81, potential 80, overall rating 90, master level employee. The evaluation placed her just above the master level threshold, with high scores in appearance and figure, rivaling even Su Yun, though her abilities fell short. This aligned with Chun Mo's perception of her as a foolish beauty. Sister Ya, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Chen Mo said, rising and extending his hand to her. Zhou Yin returned his handshake, her palm warm and firm. All right, goodbye. Thank you for the hamburger and the cola. Chen Mo smiled as he glanced at Zhou Yin, who took another sip of her cola, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yin's lips parted slightly, and she instinctively released the straw. Her cheeks flushed. Was he attempting to flirt with her? Shaking off the thought, she dismissed it, attributing it to her own overactive imagination. As Chen Mo departed, the CAF manager rushed over, having learned of his visit. Excuse me, beautiful. May I ask about the gentleman who was just seated here? Zhou Yin, perplexed, replied, the one who just sat here. Chen Montauk? The manager beamed. Yes. Chen Mo, our boss. Where has he gone? Zhou Yin instinctively pointed outside. He went. Wait, you said he's your boss? Chen Mo is the owner of GKD. Zhou Yin glanced at the cola Chen Mo had just sipped, her eyes wide with astonishment. 051 a spouse in raising children? Chen Mo is actually the owner of GKD. Just moments ago, he had encouraged her to learn from GKD. Zhou Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, this fellow was so reticent about his own identity, truly enigmatic. And here he was, indulging in his own hamburger, sipping his own cola. This guy, as the boss, he still seeks to mooch off me. Zhou Yin pondered, both amused and exasperated. When does your boss usually visit the store? Zhou Yin inquired of the manager. It varies. He doesn't reside in the city and only comes by occasionally when there is something to attend to. Zhou Yin genuinely wished to catch Chen Mo off guard, at least to mooch a little from him. Reflecting on her previous comments, she could almost envision Chen Mo chuckling to himself. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Though somewhat irked, she felt powerless against Chen Mo at present. With a hint of melancholy, she, tall and graceful, donned her high heels and strode away. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove back to Qingyang County. Su Yin was directing workers as they moved equipment, specifically computers. These were essential for their work. Moreover, following the recent incident with Lin Hao causing a ruckus on the second floor, Chen Mo had instructed Su Yun to arrange for the installation of cameras. The first, second, and third floors of GKD and the milk tea shop were now equipped with cameras, leaving no blind spots. These would serve to deter any troublemakers. You're back. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with surprise as she looked at Chen Mo. How did the negotiations go? Chen Mo smiled. It's settled. They'll be moving out tomorrow, and we can prepare to renovate. Great. When we arrange for renovations, let us also install cameras in the second and third shops. By the way, teach me how to use the computer. Chen Mo nodded slightly, and they ascended the stairs together. Computers were a novel concept at this moment. Internet CAFs were exceedingly rare in this small county, and many had never encountered a computer. To most, computers were regarded as high-tech devices. Su Yun eagerly awaited Chun Mo's return to teacher. Although Shun Bing knew how to use one, their law firm had taken on a significant case and was quite busy, leaving her no time to come over. Chun Mo adeptly set up the computer, while Su Yun observed attentively, eager to learn. Her capacity for learning was remarkable, primarily fueled by her strong ambition and diligence. Her desk was piled high with books and notes. Chun Mo admired such a hard-working and self-sufficient woman. All right, the setup is complete. Su Ant, you can power it on. Chun Mo gestured towards Su Yun, who stood beside him. How do I turn it on? Is it this button and that one? Su Yun pointed at the power button on the main unit and the monitor. Chun Mo had briefly explained the two components while assembling the computer. She grasped the basic functions of the parts. A clever woman indeed. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Su Yun pressed both power buttons. The main unit whirred to life, and the screen illuminated. It's on. She gazed curiously at the computer screen. How do you type? How do you create documents? Her inquiries reflected her eagerness to acquire new knowledge and enrich herself for work. Chun Mo recognized that Su Yun's potential for success was not merely coincidental or due to luck. It stemmed from her own efforts. Take a seat. Chun Mo smiled, indicating a chair. Once seated, Su Yun appeared slightly anxious in the face of this new experience. There are two methods of typing. One is Wubi, and the other is Pinyin. Chun Mo initiated his patient teaching mode. Time slipped by swiftly as they engaged in earnest instruction. Su Yun learned quickly, opting for the slightly more challenging Wubi input method, which allowed for greater typing efficiency. She memorized the character roots while slowly peering at the keyboard. Mastering rapid typing required time and practice. Unbeknownst to them, darkness enveloped the outside world. The first floor, supermarket, GKD, milk tea shop, and the gaming area on the second floor all dimmed as employees clocked out for the day. Feeling fatigue from her focused typing, Su Yun stretched and felt discomfort from sitting too long. She rose to move about a bit. Even this simple act of twisting her waist was enough to attract attention. Where's Chun Mo? So engrossed in her typing practice was she that she hadn't noticed Chun Mo had stepped out of the office. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting in, instantly igniting Su Yun's appetite. Her stomach audibly rumbled. With her long, graceful legs, Su Yun approached the door. Upon opening it, she found Chun Mo standing there, balancing two plates. One held spicy stir-fried pork, while the other contained scrambled eggs with tomatoes, both exuding delectable fragrances. Su Yun instinctively gulped, astonished. Did you cook? Chun Mo replied nonchalantly, yes. This was the same dish Su Yun had prepared for him the first time she visited his home. It smelled quite appealing. Su Yun was indeed hungry, but she recalled that Chun Mo's previous attempt at cooking had resulted in burnt food. This time, it appeared at least edible, perhaps even enjoyable. Of course, Chun Mo thought, having momentarily forgotten his culinary prowess while gaming with Bairuashi. Today, driven by hunger, he had recalled his exceptional cooking skills and decided to give it a go. However, he chose to retain a significant portion of his skills to avoid raising unnecessary suspicion from Su Yun, opting instead for a simple home-cooked meal. Setting the dishes down, Chun Mo looked at Su Yun with a smile. Su Aunt, would you like to have a drink? Su Yun shook her head. I have work tomorrow. Chun Mo expressed a hint of disappointment. All right, then I'll go serve the rice. Observing his forlorn expression, Su Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Considering the effort he put into cooking, she quickly followed him, hesitantly raising two delicate fingers to gesture, then just a little bit. Chun Mo's smile returned. Sure, just a little. As they retrieved the unfinished bottle of red wine from the last time, they returned to the office with their meal. Dining and drinking in the office felt uniquely enjoyable. Su Aunt, let me toast you. You've worked hard recently. Chun Mo raised his glass with a smile. It hasn't been arduous. I find great satisfaction in this busy work and life, Su Yun replied with a gentle smile, clinking her glass with Chun Mo's. She slightly parted her red lips, allowing the wine to mingle, savoring the moment. Delicious. Let me see how your cooking tastes, she said, taking a piece of meat and chewing thoughtfully. Her eyes brightened. Not bad. A significant improvement from the last burnt dish. Chinemo coughed lightly. It's decent, I suppose. Su Yun's lips curled upward, her voice soft and melodic. Perhaps you could be a husband and father in the future. Chinemo paused, momentarily taken aback. What woman could make me a husband and father? Su Yun's beautiful eyes fluttered, and she teasingly replied, no one. Right? Chinemo cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, no one. A fleeting glimpse of sadness flickered in Su Yun's eyes, quickly followed by a soft huff. Yes, no one is worthy of our exceptional boss. Chinemo smiled as he leaned closer to Su Yun, gazing at her captivating beauty with intense eyes. No one is worthy. Unless her name is Su Yun. Su Yun froze for a moment, her face instantly flushed, her heart racing like a deer at a dance party. You. I could never be worthy. He truly behaves like a stranger. Chinmo's candidness left Su Yun both enamored and flustered. This kind of romance was foreign to her, yet it brought her great joy. With a soft huff, Su Yun took a sip of red wine to suppress her rising embarrassment. Eat up, she suggested, attempting to divert Chinmo's unabashed gaze by serving him food. Ah, all right, Chinmo chuckled, picking up a piece of meat from his bowl and devouring it in one bite. As Su Yun sipped her wine, her cheeks gradually flushed with the warmth of alcohol, rendering her enchanting and graceful. She lightly tousled her long, straight hair with her fingers. Did you know Zhou Yin seems to be on a business trip? She inquired. Yes. She messaged me, mentioning she needs to procure some equipment. Chun-Mo replied. Su Yun was aware of the numerous devices Chun-Mo required, many of which were unavailable even in major cities. It appeared Zhou Yan's responsibilities had intensified beyond her initial expectations. Regarding lithography machines, the domestic industry was still nascent and in a desolate phase, while abroad, preliminary developments had begun, yet they had not entered a phase of rapid advancement. If memory serves, it was after 2007 that lithography machines flourished under ASML in the Netherlands. However, a significant factor in this company's rise was their acquisition of a struggling American firm that faced a financial crisis due to funding shortages, which ASML seized as a once-in-a-century opportunity for growth. Chun-Mo's immediate need was for Zhou Yan to establish a solid foundation in this area before making a strategic move, thereby saving time, effort, and money. Well, I'm full. The dishes were quite well made. You seem to possess a talent for cooking. Su Yun admired Chen-Mo. A modicum of talent. Shall I pour you more wine? Chen-Mo offered. No, I think I've had enough. This level of intoxication is delightful, just a gentle buzz. Su Yun replied, her beautiful eyes exuding a hint of languor. I've been quite tired lately, and a bit of wine is just what I need to unwind. Her every gesture radiated the allure of a mature woman. Just one more sip. Care to indulge? Chen-Mo asked, approaching her with a glass in hand. Su Yun bit her red lip, straightened her back, and with a hint of pride, shook her head. I won't drink from your glass. Chen-Mo raised an eyebrow, a touch of dissatisfaction evident, and drained his glass in one go. Su Yun smiled faintly, but her expression froze the next moment. Chen-Mo, after finishing his drink, leaned closer to her slightly flushed face. At that moment, outside the office window stood a tall, slender figure brimming with youthful vitality. Su Qingxue. She stared, stunned, at the scene unfolding inside the office. Just last night, she had managed to deceive herself, thinking that from 4 floors up, she might have been mistaken. But now, the truth was painfully close, separated only by a wall. Chen Montauk, he truly behaves like a stranger. Su Qingxue's eyes reddened slightly as she clenched her fists. How she wished she were not standing outside, having witnessed this scene. Today, she had taken a day off and was out enjoying herself with her friend Lu Siyu when they happened to pass by here. Noticing the lights on in the office upstairs, Su Qingxue knew Su Yun was likely still inside. Ever since Su Yun became Chun-Mo's secretary, she had been consumed by work, leaving early and returning late. Was a secretary's job truly so alluring? Filled with dissatisfaction, Su Qingxue had not expected the sight that awaited her to raise her blood pressure further. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fury and turned to stand at the door, knocking firmly. The sound startled both Chen-Mo and Su Yun. It was late, and they assumed everyone else had left the office. The two hastily separated, but the flush on Su Yun's face was impossible to conceal. She could only grasp her wine glass as a cover. "Who is it?" Chen Montauk found it. "It's me," came Su Qingshue's cold voice. "Qingxue." Su Yun and Chen Mo both recognized her voice all too well. They felt like a couple caught in a romantic entanglement, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Mo remained calm, while Su Yun was visibly flustered. Her daughter stood outside, and she hurriedly adjusted her clothes and fixed her hair. There was no problem. The redness in her cheeks could easily be attributed to the wine. No, it was indeed the wine. Recently, Su Yun had read psychology books and learned to give herself strong psychological suggestions. With enough self-affirmation, she felt considerably more at ease. She hurried to the office door and opened it, revealing Su Qingshue's frosty expression. "Qingxue, what brings you here?" Su Yun asked, slightly surprised. Su Qingshue's gaze shifted to Chen Mo, who remained composed, treating her as if she were a stranger. Su Qingshue's cold huff was directed at Chen Mo. "I happened to pass by and thought I'd check in. Perhaps we can head home together," she said, her demeanor suggesting she viewed Chen Mo as a rival. Su Yun glanced at Chen Mo, her eyes conveying reassurance. "Well, I'll tidy up. Qingxue, you can head down and wait for me. I'll be right there." Su Qingsue, though reluctant, agreed to descend first. She turned and left, and as Su Yun observed her sister's retreating figure, she felt a slight relief. Turning to Chen Mo, she offered an apologetic smile. "Don't mind it. I'll clean up, and then we can return these dishes together." As she spoke, she bent down to gather her books, notes, and the keyboard and mouse from the desk. Before she could finish tidying up, Chen Mo suddenly enveloped her in his embrace. Su Yun gasped, a mixture of surprise and shyness in her voice. "What's wrong? I'm not done cleaning up." After a prolonged moment, Chen Mo slowly released her, and they both inhaled deeply. Concern etched on Su Yun's face, she asked, "What just happened? Was it because of Qingxue?" Chen Montauk replied seriously. "I felt as if she were my rival." Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter, her delightful demeanor captivating. "What nonsense! She's my daughter. How could she be your rival? You're overthinking. 053, is this the punishment you mentioned last night?" Gift update. Su Yun helped Chen Mo tidy up the dishes before reluctantly making her way downstairs. She couldn't linger too long, lest Su Qingsue come upstairs again. "Take care of yourself," Su Yun said, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she gazed at Chen. Sighed lightly. "Go on, accompany your daughter." Seeing the mournful expression on his face, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. She stepped forward with her long, beautiful legs, embracing him briefly. With a gentle smile gracing her lovely eyes, she waved and said, "Good night." This time, she truly intended to leave. "Be safe. Let Su Qingsue ride the bicycle." Chen Montauk advised. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh at that. Was he concerned about her getting tired? Chen Mo stood on the upper floor, watching as Su Qingsue stood below, and soon enough, Su Yun appeared. She wheeled out the bicycle, mounting it as Su Qingsue took her place on the back seat. Chen Mo couldn't resist pulling out his phone to send Su Yun a text. "Aunt Su, what should be the punishment for disobedient individuals?" Just as Su Yun was about to ride away, she heard the notification sound and promptly took out her phone. Upon reading Chen Mo's message, her exquisitely oval face began to flush with warmth. "What punishment? Am I afraid of you?" Su Yun suppressed her internal shyness, pocketed her phone, and firmly declared, "Qingxue, hold on tight." Su Qingsue, still lost in thoughts of Chen Mo and Su Yun in the office, responded with a vague, The bicycle sped swiftly beneath Su Yun's long, shapely legs. After a few minutes, they arrived home safely, and Su Yun sent a reassuring message to Chen Mo. The next day, Chen Mo rose early to adjust the surveillance footage for the entire building. By the time he finished, the staff began arriving for work. As usual, Sujumbro Chen Mo abriak fast. At that moment, he had just settled at his desk. With a gentle smile and a soft voice, Su Yun greeted, "Good morning." Boss, her demeanor did indeed resemble that of a secretary. "Your breakfast," she said, placing it on Chen Mo's desk. Today, she wore something different from her usual professional attire. Instead of a short skirt and blazer, she donned fitted jeans that showcased her long, alluring legs. Chen Mo looked at her and beckoned her closer with a finger. "Secretary Su, come here." It was rare for Chun Mo to address her as such. This title made her heart race. What is it? Suyin inched closer to him. Chun Mo pointed to the desk. This table is a bit dirty. Please clean it. Although the desk appeared relatively tidy, she complied with Chun Mo's request. After all, her primary role was that of a secretary, and she realized she had yet to perform such menial tasks. All right, boss. A sense of novelty surged within her as she cheerfully retrieved the cloth. Chun Mo observed her joyful expression. Suyin diligently began wiping the table with great care. As she picked up Chun Mo's keyboard, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of disappointment. Boss, is this what you meant by punishment? Chen Montak. Well, she even dares to provoke me now. It seems I must impose a punishment today. Make sure you clean it properly. Su-yun. In the future, if you disobey, this will be the punishment. Su-yun, achimepiache. Chen Mo regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. Su-yun retorted, what are you staring at? Just eat your breakfast. After saying that, she swiftly exited the office, fearing she might be punished again. Su-yun immersed herself in her busy work, her typing on the computer growing increasingly proficient. When Shun Bing arrived at work today and saw Su-yun at her computer, she was somewhat surprised. I have one too, but it's not set up yet. Bai Ruoshi and Li Lu echoed the same sentiment. They all had computers. Su Bing, Ruoshi, Lu, can you set it up yourselves? Sujuning Kawaii. Bai Ruoshi and Shun Bing nodded simultaneously. I can. Only Li Lu appeared slightly embarrassed. I can't. We'll help you, Shun Bing said with a smile, beginning to install the computer. Once the setup was complete, Bai Ruoshi looked at Su-yun with eager anticipation. Sister Yun, have we activated the internet? Su-yun replied. The internet is being installed by someone the boss contacted. They should be here this morning. They'll come in the morning? Great. Bai Ruoshi beamed, her gaming enthusiasm becoming apparent. What is the use of the internet? Su-yun asked, curious. The internet has immense value. Without it, this computer is akin to a soulless zombie, or like tofu pudding without sugar. Bai Ruoshi explained, and Su-yun couldn't help but smile. What is its specific function? Bai Ruoshi cleared her throat and elaborated. In simple terms, the internet is about sharing. Through it, we can accomplish many things together, such as playing games. Everyone can play the same game together and chat via computer applications. Chatting? Isn't that like texting? Exactly. But it's free to send messages to anyone you want to contact. That sounds fantastic. Su-yun instinctively thought of chatting with Chen Mo in the future, saving on text message fees, especially since they had been texting frequently lately. Bai Ruoshi continued to educate Su-yun about computers and the internet. Not long after, the technician arrived to install the internet under Chen Mo's guidance. In eager anticipation, the team watched as the installation took nearly 2 hours. With the internet now operational, Bai Ruoshi and the others eagerly began their online surfing. In this era, online surfing was one of the trendiest activities. Bai Ruoshi assisted Su-yun in setting up a QQ account. Sister Yun, add me. Is it this username? Ooh, Bai Ruoshi nodded proudly, evidently pleased with her username. Chen Mo, overhearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a surprise to meet a true member of the Zong AI family. This is what employees should be doing, right? What are you laughing at? Bai Ruoshi pouted, her expression adorably innocent as she glared at Chen Mo. Chen Mo stifled a laugh, shaking his head. I'm not laughing at anything. It's just that your name is quite clever. Bai Ruoshi huffed lightly, saying, Is my online name not pleasant? What do you think, Sister Yin? Su-yun nodded earnestly. I think it's a lovely name, very unique. Bai Ruoshi beamed, her smile reflecting a shared understanding. You truly get it, Sister Yun. Chen Mo sighed. Well, as long as you both like it. Su-yun, Bai Ruoshi, and Shin Bing huddled together, their camaraderie akin to that of close friends. Chen Mo chuckled and shook his head as he stepped out of the office. He leisurely strolled around the upper and lower floors. The milk tea shop and GKD were still bustling with customers, and the supermarket was thriving, thanks in part to Li Lu's efforts. She meticulously controlled the stock prices, ensuring that the supermarket's profits were significantly better than when Fu Limin was in charge. That man had lined his own pockets, benefiting on both sides. How else could he have amassed the wealth to acquire this supermarket from his mother, Yi Shui, although he had borrowed considerable sums? He must have had some savings of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entertained such ideas. Chun Mo recalled that Li Lu had mentioned yesterday that Fu Limin was planning to open a supermarket nearby. He had already rented a shop, and the renovations were complete, with stocking underway. After being dismissed by Chun Mo, Fu Limin, stripped of his dignity, had harbored thoughts of revenge. Now he was steadily advancing on that path. He looked down on Chun Mo's GKD, milk tea, and the chaotic assortment of games, believing that running a supermarket was far superior, as it had been for over a decade. In his eyes, the foot traffic generated by GKD and the milk tea shop was illusory and would not contribute significantly to the supermarket's success. His goal was to convert every customer entering the supermarket into a paying patron. With over a decade of experience, Fu Limin was confident that focusing solely on the supermarket would yield better results than what Chun Mo, a mere novice, could achieve. For a month, he had toiled day and night, devising strategies and responses. In stark contrast, Chun Mo had dismissed Li Lu's remarks shortly after hearing them, as they were not on the same level. Fu Limin's years of experience were worthless in Chun Mo's eyes. In the afternoon, having completed his stroll, Chun Mo returned to the office on the third floor, only to find Su Yun alone. Upon seeing Chun Mo, Su Yun cleared her throat gently, her voice soft. "Boss, what is your QQ number?" Chun Mo wore a stoic expression, as if he were a student being asked for contact information by a girl. "Why? I want to add you. To facilitate future work communication, if that is all right." Su Yun's tone was sincere, her gaze earnest. Suppressing a smile, Chun Mo walked over and entered his QQ number. As Su Yun examined the information on her computer screen, her lips curled into a smile. "Shangji AI?" Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing. He had forgotten to change that embarrassing puppy love non-mainstream username. Primarily because he hadn't had time to surf the internet. He hadn't thought to amend such a shameful moniker. "Is that really my name? There must be a glitch in the system." Chun Mo attempted to brush it off. Su Yun's radiant smile sparkled in her eyes as she looked at him. "Is this not you?" Chun Mo retrieved his phone, logged into QQ, and promptly changed his name. He also added Su Yun, whose online name was Dong Yun. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow and altered his name once more. "CS. Oh, someone has added me? CS? Who?" Su Yun regarded him with an enigmatic smile. Chun Mo replied defiantly. Su Yun feigned confusion. "Boss, what does CS stand for?" Chun Mo replied earnestly. "C is the first letter of my surname, and S is." "What is it?" Su Yun inquired with a teasing smile. Chun Mo settled into his office chair, gesturing. "My shoulder is a bit sore, uncomfortable." Su Yun. The implication was unmistakable. Su Yun bit her lip lightly, an affectionate glint in her eyes, and rose to stand behind Chun Mo, gently massaging his shoulders. Delightful. Chen Montax quintet in comfort. This is what a secretary should be like. Su Yun. Now can we discuss what S represents? Just as Chun Mo was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by Ruashi's anxious voice. "Boss." The office door swung open, revealing Ruashi, her expression grave. "Boss. Some of the gaming machines on the second floor are broken, and the claw machine has also been damaged." Chun Mo furrowed his brows. Was it intentional? Yes. There are clear signs of tampering. Was everything normal yesterday? Yes. I checked before leaving work last night, and everything was fine. Was there any time today when you were absent? Ruashi appeared contemplative, her brows furrowed as she recalled. Only during the lunch break. At that moment, Su Yun chimed in. "Ruashi, didn't you mention that someone on the second floor had a birthday and invited everyone to eat at GKD?" This reminder instantly gave Ruashi a lead. The birthday celebrant was our cashier, Zhang Yu. "Sister Yun, do you suspect Zhang Yu?" But she has always been quite honest. Ruashi expressed her disbelief. "And why would she do such a thing? No need to panic. I'll head down to take a look." Chun Mo spoke calmly as he exited the office and descended the stairs, followed closely by Su Yun and Ruashi. In the gaming area on the second floor, as Chun Mo descended, he calmly scanned the cashier, Zhang Yu. Her eyes betrayed a hint of guilt and panic. Chun Mo pretended to be unaware and walked directly to the broken machines, inspecting the damaged power outlets, screens, and claw mechanism. It was evident that whoever had caused the damage bore a strong grudge against this place. After examining the machines, a faint smile appeared on Chunmo's face. His smile momentarily startled by Ruashi and Su-yun, who exchanged worried glances. Why is he smiling? Is he not upset? Boss, please don't be angry. I think I have a lead. Let me think it through. Yes, Chun-mo. I believe we can get to the bottom of this. Su-yun and by Ruashi whispered words of comfort. Chun-mo glanced at the two women, revealing a calm, confident smile. Let us head upstairs. We're going to catch the traitor and the thief. Su-yun and by Ruashi looked on in confusion. However, as they ascended the stairs, Su-yun glanced up at the surveillance camera by the elevator, and a realization dawned upon her. Originally, she had planned to install the network cable in the morning and find someone to adjust the cameras in the afternoon. Little did she know, Chun-mo had already taken care of everything early that morning. If the traitor and thief had acted during the lunch break, they would undoubtedly have been caught on camera. Su-yun thought of this and exclaimed, Boss, you're truly impressive. This unexpected praise left by Ruashi bewildered. The boss is impressive? Is there something I'm unaware of? Bai Ruashi gazed at Chun-mo and Su-yun wide-eyed. Let us go. You'll find out when we get upstairs. Su-yun pulled Bai Ruashi along. Hastening to catch up with Chun-mo, the narrative begins to take an intriguing turn. Inside Chun-mo's office, Su-yun and Bai Ruashi are intently focused on the computer screen. Chun-mo fast-forwards the surveillance footage to the lunchtime break, precisely at noon. Most employees in the gaming area are seen joyfully descending to GKD, which aligns with Zhang Yu's birthday celebration. The staff on duty at noon are Lin Lin and Li Ting, present at the scene. Bai Ruashi points at the screen. And then I also left. The footage reveals Bai Ruashi departing for the first floor. It is likely that everything transpired shortly after her departure. She returns. The individual entering is none other than the birthday celebrant, Zhang Yu. Ascending to the second floor, she heads straight for the cashier's desk, where she converses with Lin Lin and Li Ting, who soon leave the front desk with cheerful expressions. Zhang Yu remains behind. At this moment, the entire second-floor gaming area is solely occupied by Zhang Yu. During the lunch break, the entire building, be it the supermarket GKD or the milk tea shop, exudes an unusually relaxed atmosphere. Is Zhang Yu the orchestrator of this ambience? Just as Bai Ruashi ponders this, three individuals emerge from the elevator. Two of them wear hats, while the third, with flamboyant yellow hair, struts with an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a typical troublemaker. One of the hat-wearing individuals is immediately recognized by Chun-mo from his stature and gait. Lin Hao. This rascal seems to have an unyielding streak, having crossed paths with Chun-mo once more. Perhaps the slap he received from Zhou Yin still lingers in his memory. Chun-mo observes Lin Hao with an indifferent expression. As the trio reaches the second floor, Zhang Yu waves at them. After a brief exchange with Lin Hao, they split up to execute their plans. In various surveillance feeds, the group produces hammers, knives, and pliers from their clothing. Lin Hao starts off slightly restrained, but soon succumbs to reckless abandon, smashing the screens of two gaming machines. The thought of Chun-mo's impending fury only fuels his excitement. The other two exhibit similar audacity. For them, such behavior appears to be a matter of course. After all, they have frequently engaged in bullying. During this time, fear of these unruly delinquents runs rampant, emboldening their brazen conduct. In contrast, a decade or so later, few would dare to act so brazenly, and those who did would do so under the cover of night, cloaked in anonymity. Clearly, Lin Hao and his accomplices have yet to acquire such wisdom. They revel in their destructive spree, particularly Lin Hao, who vents the pent-up rage directed at Chun-mo suddenly. Zhang Yu rushes towards them, likely sensing the approach of someone and urging them to flee. The trio promptly stows away their tools of destruction and hastily vacates the premises. At this point, the situation becomes increasingly clear. We ought to call the police. Chun-mo remarks to Su-yun. Where's Sister Shunbing? She inquires. She's gone back to the law firm. I'll call her to come over immediately. Su-yun retrieves her phone and dials Shunbing, who, upon learning of the destruction on the second floor, is filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Since becoming Chun-mo's legal secretary, her tasks have largely revolved around mundane registrations and certifications, leaving her yearning for a chance to showcase her true value. Now, the opportunity to take decisive action has arrived, igniting her excitement. Struggling to contain her enthusiasm, she reassures Chun Mo, "Boss, let's hold off on calling the police for now. We should gather enough concrete evidence. Then they won't be able to evade judgment. It is crucial to ensure Zhang Yu is detained, as she is the key witness." Following Shun Bing's instructions, Bai Ruoshi fetches Zhang Yu to the office equipped with cameras. Upon entering, Zhang Yu notices Chun Mo's usually cheerful demeanor replaced with a stern expression, immediately sensing trouble. She instinctively averts her gaze and lowers her head. "Zhang Yu, is it? Chen Montag in Kvilis." "Yes. Happy birthday." "Huh. Thank you, boss." Zhang Yu is taken aback by Chun Mo's unexpected birthday wishes, especially since it is indeed her special day. "No need for thanks. You are aware that our gaming machines have been damaged, correct?" I know. Do you know who did it?" "I don't know." Zhang Yu's response is resolute, indicating she has mentally prepared herself. Chun Mo nods, realizing that pleasantries have concluded and it is time for more serious matters. "Do you understand the cost of repairing those machines? Do you know that damaging someone else's property exceeding 5,000 can lead to imprisonment?" At this revelation, Zhang Yu's expression shifts dramatically, her face turning pale. As someone with merely a middle school education, this information is foreign to her. "You still refuse to admit it?" I truly did not break the gaming machines." "All right then. Would you like to see this?" Chen Mo swivels the computer monitor towards her. Zhang Yu is rendered speechless, her eyes wide with shock. "Is this the surveillance footage Bai Ruoshi mentioned? I thought it wasn't ready yet. How could it have captured us?" Fear overwhelms her as she locks eyes with Chun Mo, prompting her to tremble, her eyes welling with tears. "Please, boss, I was coerced. Don't call the police on me. I don't want to go to jail." Chen Mo's voice turns icy. "You will recount every detail of this incident explicitly." Zhang Yu's voice quakes as she begins. "Last week, when I was at work, someone asked for my number, claiming they wanted to be friends. And later we went to KTV to sing. Half an hour later, the police arrive. After gathering statements, they take Zhang Yu and the other 2 front desk staff to the police station for documentation. Bai Ruoshi and Chun Mo, as the victim, are also summoned. Shun Bing accompanies Chun Mo, and having a lawyer by his side instills a newfound sense of confidence. Su Yun remains at the supermarket, needing to manage affairs at home. After completing their statements at the police station, Shun Bing provides evidence of the trio's destructive actions on the 2nd floor. Armed with this compelling proof, the police's response is swift. Within half an hour, they return with the 3 culprits in tow. Lin Hao steps out of the vehicle with an air of nonchalance, accompanied by his 2 associates, particularly the yellow-haired one, who maintains a defiant demeanor. They are no strangers to the precinct. In fact, these delinquents often wear their visits as a badge of honor. Fighting, vandalism, a few days behind bars, and then they emerge unscathed, bolstered by Lin Hao's connections. Spotting Chun Mo, Lin Hao flashes a smug grin. "Old classmate, what's this? Your store was vandalized? Don't be upset. I'll have my boys look into who did it." His bravado reaches new heights as he revels in the chaos he has wrought. Just behind the police car arrives a luxurious vehicle. A middle-aged man, adorned with a large gold chain and a menacing countenance, steps out. "Dad!" Lin Hao calls out to the man. The middle-aged figure gazes at Lin Hao with concern. "Is everything all right, son?" Lin Hao gestures towards Chun Mo, his voice dripping with disdain. "No problem, Dad. This is the Chun Mo I told you about, my classmate who bought a car." The middle-aged man glared menacingly at Chun Mo, declaring, "Very well, just wait. I shall repay him in kind." After uttering these words, he turned and strode into the inner office. This situation was beginning to evolve in a more intriguing direction. Lin Fifan, the father of Lin Hao, is a notorious figure in Xinjiang County, known for his ruthless demeanor and a history of criminal activities. Engaging in fights and brawls has become second nature to him, leading to a sense of invincibility that ultimately landed him in prison. Upon his release, he gathered his former associates, this time opting for a more cunning approach by befriending many good friends to conduct his illicit activities without getting his hands dirty. On this particular day, he was enjoying a leisurely time with his comrades when he received a frantic call from his son, Lin Hao, prompting him to rush over. Upon arrival, he grew agitated upon hearing Lin Hao introduce Chun Mo, as Lin Hao's financial losses from a car sale were orchestrated by this very individual. No one had ever managed to take advantage of him without consequence. After half an hour, Lin Fifan entered with a broad smile, addressing Chun Mo with an air of significance. Chun Mo, I hear you are quite formidable. Let us see your prowess today. Following his statement, Chun Mo was summoned for further questioning alongside by Ruo Shi and Zhang Yu, which caused him to frown slightly. The situation was starting to feel amiss. The questioning seemed relentless, a tactic employed by Lin Fifan, and as time passed, Shen Bing also sensed the growing tension. If this continued, even Zhang Yu, a key witness, might be swayed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Bing decided to take matters into her own hands and retrieve her phone to dial a number she had hesitated to call. The line connected almost immediately, revealing a voice filled with authority and righteousness. The man sounded pleasantly surprised, clearly not expecting her call. How is your law firm faring? Shen Bing explained that her boss was in trouble, which piqued the interest of the person on the other end. Meanwhile, in the office of the Secretary of Qingyang City, Secretary Shun listened intently as his daughter described the case, his brow furrowing as he noted its connection to a corruption investigation. Rest assured, this matter will be handled with utmost fairness and according to the law, he assured her, providing Shen Bing with some level of comfort. Just as she felt reassured, Lin Hao exited the interrogation room, and Shen Bing's eyes narrowed as she observed him pass by. Lin Hao, with an air of arrogance, casually strolled past Chen Mo's interrogation room, grinning as he said, "Old classmate, I'm off. Enjoy your questioning. This place is quite nice. I wish I could come here every day." His demeanor was obnoxious, and Chun Mo, remaining indifferent, continued to tap his fingers on the table. As Lin Hao made his way past Shen Bing, he smirked, "Sister, good to see you again. You've become so beautiful. Be careful on your way home at night." Shen Bing retorted coldly, "Lin Hao, don't celebrate prematurely." Lin Hao shrugged dismissively. "What use is your lawyerly prowess? Last time, I had the upper hand because my father was out of town. This time, I will ensure Chun Mo pays dearly." After he hopped into Lin Fifan's car, Shen Bing inquired about the interrogation, learning that Lin Hao had claimed to be unwell and needed to leave for medical attention. A convenient excuse indeed. Clutching her phone tightly, she wondered why her father had not yet responded. In the car, Lin Hao eagerly praised his father. "Dad, you're incredible." Lin Fifan replied, "It's a small matter. However, remember, next time, don't act on your own." Lin Hao expressed his frustration, but keeping it all inside is unbearable. Lin Fifan understood his son's feelings, noting the difference between letting others seek vengeance and doing it yourself. A stark contrast akin to watching a beautiful woman bathe versus partaking in the act yourself. The duo drove off to indulge in a late-night feast, when suddenly, a cacophony of sirens filled the air. Several police cars sped past, causing Lin Fifan to instinctively flinch. "What a scare. I thought they were coming for me," he muttered, dialing a number. However, his mirth quickly faded when two blinding headlights approached, forcing him to slam on the brakes. As Lin Hao angrily opened the car door, he was met by officers clad in uniforms, their expressions stern. "Are you Lin Fifan and Lin Hao?" they inquired. "Yes," they replied, bewildered. "Please park your vehicle and accompany us." Lin Fifan attempted to clarify, "You must be mistaken." The officer responded firmly, "There is no misunderstanding. Lin Fifan is implicated in a murder conspiracy, bribery, and the organization of an illegal gang. Lin Hao, you are accused of willfully damaging property. Please come with us." The officer's demeanor was one of impartial authority, flanked by several others ready to act. Lin Fifan forced a strained smile. "I'm friends with Director Lin from your bureau. May I speak with him? I'm afraid he is also under investigation." The officer replied, leaving Lin Fifan stunned and disoriented. "Are you all right, Dad?" Lin Hao asked. In that moment, despair washed over Lin Fifan. It felt like everything was crumbling. Meanwhile, Shen Bing at the police station received news of the unfolding events. As she witnessed Lin Fifan and Lin Hao being led in handcuffs, a rare smile graced her typically stoic face. As father and son were ushered into the interrogation room, Shen Bing quipped, "Well, you two must have had a swift late-night snack." Both Lin Hao and Lin Fifan were left speechless, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. With the evidence provided by Shun Bing, including video footage and eyewitness accounts, it was clear that Lin Hao could not evade responsibility. Now that he had just turned 18, he was about to receive a lesson in accountability. As for Lin Fifan, the severity of his charges loomed large. The options presented were stark. Either Lin Hao could compensate the victims for a settlement, albeit still facing consequences, or he could face a 3-year sentence. Shun Bing turned to Chun Mo, placing the decision in his hands. At that moment, a poised and elegant woman entered the scene, dressed in a fitted white gown that conveyed sophistication. However, her anxious demeanor suggested she had arrived too late. In the quiet of the evening, a woman of striking beauty, surprised to see Chun Mo and others speaking at the entrance, exclaimed, "Chun Mo, sister Thoya?" Chun Mo, initially taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. She was indeed related to Lin Hao. Zhou Ya's ample bosom rose and fell with her hurried breaths, a sight to behold, as her delicate face flushed slightly. "What brings you here?" she inquired. With an expression of calm, Chun Mo replied, "Nothing much, just here to file a report about someone who broke my gaming console." Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening as she gazed at Chun Mo. "Was it Lin Hao who broke your console?" Chun Mo nodded, "Yes." "How did you know?" Zhou hesitated, a hint of regret in her eyes as she slowly said, "He is my son." Understanding dawned on Chun Mo, her demeanor growing cold. "Oh, what a coincidence," she remarked. Zhou Ya's eyes filled with a plea. "Chun Mo, I'm so sorry. Can we have a word?" Chun Mo replied icily, "If you are here to plead for Lin Hao, I'm afraid it's unnecessary." Foya trembled slightly, realizing that Chun Mo's heart was even colder than her exterior suggested. After all, their acquaintance was limited to a mere encounter, and the dynamic of landlord and tenant offered little warmth. Watching Chun Mo depart, Zhou Yu felt despair wash over her. Was there any other recourse available? As Chun Mo exited the precinct, she encountered Su Yun, who was pedaling her bicycle towards her in a hurried manner. Sweat glistened on Su Yun's exquisite face as she gasped. Chun Mo, her eyes, clouded with concern, scrutinized him. "Are you all right?" Unable to contain herself, Su Yun grasped Chun Mo's hand, inspecting him closely. At that moment, Shun Bing and Bai Ruoshi were still present, surprised by Su Yun's evident concern for Chun Mo, which seemed to transcend the usual boss-secretary relationship. "I'm fine," Chun Mo smiled, shaking his head. "Ahem, Sister Yun, don't you care about me and Ruoshi at all? You seem solely focused on the boss," Shun Bing remarked, jealousy evident in her tone. Bai Ruoshi appeared contemplative, observing the exchange, realizing her actions might have been overly familiar. Su Yun blushed and quickly released Chun Mo's hand. They were still entangled in an office romance of sorts. With a smile, she took the hands of Shun Bing and Bai Ruoshi, saying, "Come on, let me check if anyone has bullied you." The two girls exchanged amused glances. How insincere. You claim to care, yet call me insincere." Shun Bing and Su Yun playfully teased each other before they all climbed into the car to leave. Su Yun placed her bicycle in the trunk. Shun Bing first dropped off Bai Ruoshi at the entrance of an old courtyard. "Ruoshi, take care and rest well." Bye-bye, boss, Sister Yun," Sister Bing Bai Ruoshi beamed, waving her hand. Shun Bing, feeling slightly miffed that her name was mentioned last, resembled a jealous lover. Chun Mo and Su Yun exchanged knowing smiles. "By the way, the woman we encountered at the entrance, was she Lin Hao's mother?" Shun Bing asked curiously. "Indeed," Chun Mo confirmed. "How do you know her?" "I went to the city a few days ago to rent a shop, remember? Coincidentally, she is the landlord of that establishment." "Oh, she certainly does not resemble a mere passerby in relation to Lin Hao." As they conversed, Shun Bing drove them to Su Yun's residence. Chun Mo assisted Su Yun in retrieving her bicycle from the trunk, locking it up inside the stairwell. "Sister Yun, make sure to rest early." Su Yun looked at the tall, upright Chun Mo. A sudden impulse to embrace him surged within her. Her cheeks flushed as she reprimanded herself internally. "Sister Yun, do head upstairs to rest," Shun Bing reminded from the car. Chun Mo, noticing Shun Bing's presence, felt their opportunity for intimacy slip away. "Be safe on your way home." Su Yun gazed at Chun Mo, her eyes filled with tender affection. Shin Bing, misunderstanding, smiled and said, Sister Yin, I'll drive safely. You should hurry upstairs. Chun Mo chuckled quietly, subtly blocking Shin Bing's view, and gently squeezed Su Yun's soft hand. Su Yun trembled slightly, her eyes wide with surprise and embarrassment as she looked at Chun Mo. Shun Bing is here. Chun Mo released her hand, but Su Yun, fearing further unexpected gestures, thought it wise to retreat upstairs first. You should get in the car, she suggested, turning to ascend the stairs, her figure captivating. After watching Su Yun leave, Chun Mo finally entered the vehicle. Shin Bing made a U-turn to take Chun Mo home. The streets were silent and desolate in the deep night. The car sped along, reaching the Old Street supermarket in mere minutes. Thank you, Bing Jia, for your hard work. No worries. Having received your salary, it is only right to fulfill my duties, Shin Bing replied, waving her fair hand dismissively. Chun Mo recalled the sudden shift in the attitude of the officer who took his statement. Such influential figures surrounding him, aside from Bairuashi, included Shin Bing. Noticing that Bairuashi had not been picked up by anyone upon her exit, it was evident she was alone. Thus, only Shun Bing remained, aware of the situation's progression and urgency. Bing Jia, when we were taking the statement, did you contact someone? Huh? Contact someone? No. I just happened to run into an investigation regarding that director and discovered Lin Fifan was implicated, thus bringing both him and his son in, Shun Bing replied, her face unflinching. She had clearly prepared a response for Chun Mo. It appeared that Shin Bing harbored some unspoken truths. Chun Mo refrained from pressing further, smiling instead. All right, Bing Jia, you could be promoted now. Shin Bing blinked in surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is my salary increasing by 2,000? To 8,000 now. Chun Mo nodded with a grin, recognizing that the connections she had utilized that night were worth far more than the increase. Boss, I adore you. Shin Bing unbuckled her seatbelt, enthusiastically embracing Chun Mo in the passenger seat. This 2,000 isn't necessary. Boss, do be careful as you head upstairs. Would you like me to escort you? Chun Mo chuckled as he ascended the stairs, while Shin Bing happily drove away. Upon entering his residence and opening the door, Chun Mo's phone rang. Zhou Yin? He answered. Sister, is there something urgent to discuss at this late hour? Boss, I understand Lin Hao deserves his fate, but my sister. Could you grant her a chance to meet? Zhou Yan's voice conveyed a mixture of helplessness and appeal. Chun Mo surmised that Zhou Yan had contacted her sister Zhou Ya, seeking assistance and pleading for her. Given Zhou Yan's current position as one of his subordinates, granting her a favor seemed reasonable. Moreover, Chun Mo was curious about what Zhou Ya might offer in their meeting. All right, thank you. My sister should be downstairs at her company now. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised at Zhou Ya's prompt arrival. Moving to the balcony, he spotted a woman standing below, elegantly attired in a fitted white dress, exuding grace and poise. Indeed, it was Zhou Ya. 058 the last chance to save him. Zhou Ya's most captivating feature was her aristocratic demeanor, reminiscent of a pampered noblewoman, paired with her luminous, ivory-like skin. At that moment, she felt a tumult of anxiety and uncertainty. Would Zhou Yan be able to persuade Chun Mo? Would he agree to meet with her? And could she possibly coax him into making some concessions? It was evident that Chun Mo was not easily swayed. Zhou Ya felt no confidence in her heart. Buzz. The phone in Zhou Ya's hand rang. It was Zhou Yan calling. She answered immediately. Did he agree? Zhou Yan's voice was grave. He did. But from what I know of Chun Mo, sister, you will find it nearly impossible to convince him. Zhou Ya's eyes lowered, and she slowly replied, regardless, I must try. I cannot allow Lin Hao to become like his father. Zhou Yan, filled with frustration, exclaimed, Sister, can't you see? They are cut from the same cloth, engaging in wrongdoing, and he needs to learn a lesson. Zhou Ya fell silent, knowing she had no retort. She was aware that Lin Hao had picked up many bad habits from his father. This encounter with Chun Mo had brought him to a significant downfall. This outcome was of his own making. Nevertheless, Zhou Ya still hoped to salvage his life, at the very least preventing him from being incarcerated for 3 years, or worse, 7 years in severe cases. Through her friends, she learned that if 3 or more individuals conspired to damage another's property, they could face up to 7 years in prison. At that moment, the electric gate to the building slowly opened. Zhoya heard the sound and hung up the phone, lifting her gaze towards the upper floor. Chinemo was watching her. She took a deep breath and quickly walked towards the door, her silhouette graceful, her long legs and shapely figure swaying alluringly. A cool breeze swept through, causing the hem of her dress to flutter. After a while, Chinemo heard the rhythmic clicking of high heels on the floor in the corridor. The sound was crisp, sensual, and enchanting. Zhoya entered, her long, jade-like legs gliding across the floor as she shut the door behind her. Chinemo regarded her. Sister Zhoya, coming to see me at this hour. Do you believe you can persuade me? Zhoya, with her head slightly bowed, gradually lifted it, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar determination as she softly replied, I do not know, but I wish to give it a try. I have always believed that most matters in this world come with a price. And if the price is right, one can generally achieve their desires. Chinemo raised an eyebrow. You make a valid point. This response eased Zhoya's mind slightly, as it indicated the possibility of dialogue. With her red lips slightly parted, her voice gentle, she continued, Allow me to present the price I can offer. Chinemo raised a hand slightly. Go on. In this negotiation, all the power rested with Chinemo. Zhoya was now but a piece of meat on the chopping block, subject to his whims. Zhoya began, First, I will compensate you tenfold for all your losses. Chinmo's expression remained impassive, unfazed. This reaction was expected by Zhoya. She knew he would not be swayed by mere money. Zhoya pressed on, I can offer you a property in Qingyang City, along with the commercial space you're currently renting. Chinmo's demeanor remained cold as he shrugged. Sister Zhoya, if it's merely monetary compensation you propose, you may take your leave. He was not in need of money, and Zhoya might not possess much either. The 4S shop was operating at a loss, barely breaking even. Those assets were likely her last resources, and Chinemo truly had no interest in them. Zhoya felt her last semblance of hope shatter at his words. What else did she have besides money? If he did not desire money, what could she offer? Chinemo was consumed by a dark thought rooted in his past life. In his previous existence, Lin Hao had been arrogant and cruel, humiliating him before Su Qingxue, mocking him openly, and bullying him behind the scenes. No one dared to oppose him, as everyone knew of his infamous father, a notorious criminal. In his past life, Chinemo had often fantasized about how to punish Lin Hao, even wishing to give his ruffian father a thorough beating. Today, while he had not physically assaulted the father and son, sending them to jail was a far crueler retaliation. Moreover, at this moment, Chinemo saw an opportunity to vent his pent-up malice. He slowly raised his gaze to Zhoya. As she met his intensely aggressive stare, her heart trembled slightly. She had seen such looks before, those of men who desired her. Yet, Chinmo's gaze was both similar and starkly different. It conveyed a desire not merely to possess her superficially, but to dominate her entirely, body and soul. The thought of such a transformation in their relationship sent her heart racing, conjuring a peculiar sensation that surged from deep within her. Her eyes fell, and, at that moment, both of them had laid their cards on the table. Whether they would reach an agreement now depended solely on Zhoya. Chinemo observed her with an air of indifference as time slipped by. Sister Zhoya, please, he said, his voice calm and detached. This was a dismissal, signaling the imminent conclusion of their negotiation. Slightly. If she left, Lin Hao would be irretrievably lost, his future shrouded in darkness. Now, the decision rested entirely in her hands, to save him or to abandon him. Her fingers clenched tightly together. Then, as if steeling herself for a resolution, she turned and walked towards the door. She would leave. Opening the door, she stepped outside, only to unleash a cry of desperation into the night. This is the last chance, the final opportunity to save him in my life. In this moment, who would not be afraid? After Zhoya uttered these words, it seemed as if she had exhausted all her strength. Chinemo raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly indicating that this was not her choice. Evidently, you are not yet prepared for what lies ahead. Zhoya's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Have you changed your mind? Chinemo replied nonchalantly, you in this state hold no value. Zhoya's cheeks flushed, yet her voice remained resolute. Then, grant me another month to prove myself to you. If I fail to meet your expectations, Lin Hao's fate will be sealed. Chen Mo was taken aback by Zhou Yu's unwavering determination. She appeared remarkably confident. A month, it seemed, was not entirely unfeasible. After all, his own holiday spanned a month, after which he would be heading to a university in the metropolis, where a broader horizon and a more vibrant life awaited him. Chen Mo stretched lazily as Zhou Yu turned to enter the bathroom. Moments later, she returned with a basin of warm water and set it down before him. "You must be tired today," she spoke softly, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Soaking one's feet alleviates fatigue and aids in sleep. Her every action effortlessly evoked affection, especially her current docile demeanor. Few could harbor disdain for her tender gestures at this moment. Chen Mo quietly reveled in Zhou Yu's gentle ministrations, soaking his feet, receiving a massage. The entire experience left him feeling remarkably at ease, and before he knew it, drowsiness began to envelop him. Time passed. Chen Mo spent a peaceful and stable night, while Lin Hao, confined in the detention center, experienced each passing second as an eternity, tormented by an inexplicable ache in his heart, as if something profoundly significant had transpired the previous night. The following day, Chen Mo awoke to find his room considerably tidier, as though someone had just tidied up. He rose and made his way to the living room, which too had been organized, and sounds emanated from the kitchen, suggesting that breakfast was being prepared. Approaching the kitchen doorway, he caught sight of Zhou Yu's silhouette clad in a white dress. She had not left last night, after he fell asleep. She had spent the night on the couch, rising early to tidy up and then nervously attempt to cook breakfast. Given her family's previously affluent status, she and her sister Zhou Yan had led lives of privilege, seldom engaging in household chores. Hence, her delicate hands bore the marks of such a sheltered upbringing. Consequently, her foray into breakfast preparation was a daunting endeavor. She had already ruined one bowl of noodles, and the current dish's flavor was rather peculiar. As she lifted a noodle to taste, her brows instinctively furrowed. This was certainly unfit for Chen Mo. Should he consume it, not only might Lin Hao be spared, but she herself would likely face his wrath. Zhou Yu was poised to dispose of the noodles when Chen Mo's voice drifted from behind her. Cool and inquisitive. Why throw it away? Startled by her guilt, Zhou Yu instinctively patted her heart. "It doesn't taste very good," she muttered softly. "Let me try it. I'm rather hungry." Chen Mo beckoned. Zhou Yu felt compelled to caution him. After all, her current aim was to enhance his regard for her. "Perhaps it's best not to?" she suggested. "Then what shall I eat?" Chen Mo discerned her genuine lack of culinary skills. I'll just go buy something for you," she replied. Initially, she had intended to demonstrate her sincerity, but it was clear that her cooking had fallen short of edible standards this time. "What do you want to eat?" Zhou Yu inquired softly, switching out her slippers for high heels. Her small, delicate feet were as fair as jade, and the elegance with which she bent to don her heels was captivating. Chen Mo observed her retreating figure and cleared his throat. "Just a bowl of noodles will suffice." "All right," Zhou Yu agreed, hastening out the door. However, a short while later, she returned, her heels clicking against the floor. Gasping for breath, she looked at Chen Mo. "How do I open the main door?" "There's a red button on the right side. Just press it," he instructed. "Got it," she chirped, dashing downstairs. As the elevator was out of order, Zhou Yu had to descend cautiously. Yet, upon spotting the intriguing machines on the second floor, her curiosity compelled her to take a quick tour. Many were damaged, some utterly beyond repair, evidently the handiwork of that rebellious offspring. These machines, especially the large gaming consoles she had never seen before, were clearly not cheap. From the orange vendor, she learned that the financial losses incurred by Chen Mo's side totaled over 10,000, far worse than she had imagined, with several machines completely out of commission. Lin Hao might have had prior knowledge of the situation, leading to the catastrophic destruction of these machines. With a soft sigh, Zhou Yu gracefully descended the stairs. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Yu returned, carrying a bowl of noodles along with milk and eggs. Although Chen Mo had requested only noodles, preparing a bit more could never hurt. Perhaps he would enjoy it. She placed the noodles before Chen Mo, with the milk and eggs set aside. Chen Mo glanced at her. "Aren't you eating?" Zhou Yu shook her head slightly. "I have no appetite." Chen Mo gestured toward the eggs and milk on the table. "Eat these." Reluctantly, Zhouya complied, taking the egg and milk. Just as they were about to enjoy breakfast, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside. Zhouya had neglected to close the door upon entering. A slender figure tapped lightly on the door before stepping in. "Chinmoyu." Su Yun's voice abruptly halted. She held a breakfast similar to what Zhouya had prepared, but upon seeing the bowl of noodles Chinmo was about to eat, as well as the elegant woman beside him, her demeanor shifted. Su Yun and Zhouya had never met before, remaining strangers to one another. Yet, the moment Su Yun laid eyes on Zhouya, an inexplicable sense of danger flickered within her, akin to a radar detecting the threat before her, triggering an internal alarm. Zhouya, too, felt a momentary jolt upon encountering Su Yun, astonished by her beauty, poise, and near-perfect figure. This woman embodied a level of allure that could provoke admiration from any woman. The two women gazed at each other, instinctively overlooking Chinmo. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange that only women could comprehend, a battle of wills charged with unspoken tension. "Chen Montak." Su Yun's voice broke the silence, instantly transforming Chinmo from a mere observer to the focal point of this impending clash of titans. 060, the vinegar-scented knife. At this moment, Chinmo sensed an aura of danger, particularly from Su Yun's exquisite face, where her smile had faded and her gaze turned icy. He had never witnessed this unfriendly side of her before. Just as Chinmo was about to speak, Su Yun revealed a gentle and dignified smile, slightly nodding at Zhouya, saying hello. Zhouya, unaware of Su Yun's identity and her relationship with Chinmo, observed that this stunning woman had arrived at his home early in the morning, bringing breakfast for Chinmo. This implied a significant connection between them. Realizing this, she felt a twinge of apprehension, resolving not to offend Su Yun. "Hello," Zhouya greeted with a cordial smile. Nodding lightly, "I am Chun, the boss's secretary, Su Yun." Su Yun introduced herself without hesitation. Zhouya's demeanor remained unchanged despite Su Yun's declaration. "I am Zhouya," and at this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Instinctively, she glanced at Chinmo, her bright eyes silently pleading. "What should I say? How should I introduce myself? I'm also the boss's secretary. Yes, I oversee his daily affairs, lifestyle secretary." Just as Chinmo was about to intervene, Zhouya cleverly assigned herself a position. "Lifestyle secretary?" She cautiously glanced at Chinmo, hoping he would not be upset by her presumption. Chinmo maintained a calm expression, betraying no inner thoughts. "Lifestyle secretary?" Su Yun's delicate brows arched slightly as she turned to Chinmo. Given how hard the boss works every day, he indeed requires a lifestyle secretary. From now on, I will trouble Secretary Zhou. While Su Yun mentioned troubling Zhouya, her gaze remained fixed on Chinmo. Chinmo responded with a muted acknowledgement. "Not at all, it is my duty." Could it be that Aunt Su is not angry? No. Is she perhaps feeling jealous? TSK, this jealousy is quite unique. Chinmo mused, sensing a subtle hint of jealousy emanating from Su Yun, which she was desperately attempting to conceal. "Then, I shall not disturb the boss and your lifestyle secretary any longer." With this remark, Su Yun's jealousy became overt, her efforts to mask it collapsing entirely. Ultimately, she could not suppress her feelings. After all, if she did not voice them, she would likely find it difficult to breathe today. As Su Yun turned to leave, Chinmo's voice trailed off. "Aunt Su, won't you give me that pink one?" His words dwindled as Su Yun halted, casting a glance back at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief, yet laced with a venomous undertone. "Boss, I think you ought to enjoy the breakfast your lifestyle secretary prepared for you." As Su Yun departed, a glint of cunning danced in her eyes. She was acutely aware of Zhouya's identity, Lin Hao's mother. She had every intention of applying a bit of pressure on Chinmo. After all, what if Zhouya truly captured his attention? Su Yun found amusement in Chinmo's flustered demeanor. She had long outgrown the petty jealousy of youth. With a more mature mindset, her approach to such matters had transformed. Yet, a part of her could not deny the slight annoyance that lingered. Chinmo watched Su Yun leave, feeling a pang of guilt. Turning his attention to Zhouya, he noticed her beautiful eyes filled with regret. "I had no choice earlier. I was afraid Secretary Su would misunderstand, so I just made up a position." "Made up?" Chen Mo suspected it was a deliberate ploy on her part. However, it mattered little now, since he had chosen to let her stay for the time being. Assigning her a title was a legitimate way to justify it. If memory served, Zhou Ye's rating in the system exceeded 90 points, marking her as a master-level employee. This surely came with substantial rewards. Indulging her little whim, he said, "All right, you shall hold that title from now on." Zhou Ye's heart swelled with joy. This brought her closer to Chen Mo, strengthening their bond. She aimed to expedite Lin Hao's release, for he would undoubtedly face hardships in detention. "All right." Zhou Ye suppressed her laughter and gently nodded. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a master-level employee. Reward acquired. Master-level treasure chest. Shall be opened?" Without hesitation, Chen Mo confirmed the opening of the treasure chest. Opening master-level treasure chest. You have received a monetary reward of 1 million. Master-level athletic skills acquired. Whether running or playing ball, you possess master-level abilities in all athletic endeavors. The skills acquired from this master treasure chest were rather average. After all, he already possessed a perfect level of physical strength. In this context, his athletic capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. Overall, this athletic skill remained useful, as many sports require innate talent coupled with diligent practice to achieve a certain standard. The monetary reward of 1 million was significant for Chen Mo, as his primary mission involved accumulating assets to reach 10 million. Not only would he gain points, but also the title of 10 millionaire. With this thought in mind, he promptly reviewed his assets. Host, Chen Mo, age, 18. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 16 points, average. Skills, photographic memory, master-level voice. Master-level culinary skills, marketing expert, master-level athletics. Reputation, 787. Title, business novice. Assets, 9. 858 million, ranked second in Qingyang County. His assets were now less than 150,000 away from breaking the 10 million mark. His primary mission was within reach. Additionally, there was a side mission to become the wealthiest in the county, which would require surpassing the current millionaire, likely necessitating assets over 10 million. Currently, his cash flow stood at over 5 million. However, supporting Zhou Yin in establishing a comprehensive mobile industry was a formidable challenge. Chen Mo stretched lazily, glancing at Zhou Ye, his mood relatively buoyant. "I'm off to work. Feel free to do as you wish." With that, he strode out, heading toward his office. Zhou Ye, however, did not take his words lightly. She followed closely behind him, step for step. Her curvaceous figure, accentuated by a fitted white dress and black high heels, exuded an air of elegance with each step she took. It was undeniable that if she were to serve as a lifestyle secretary, Zhou Ye would be an impeccable fit. In the secretary's office, Zhou Ye greeted Shenbing and Bai Ruoshi with a gentle and elegant smile. She had brought everyone their favorite milk tea and some snacks. A warm demeanor often disarms hostility. Chen Mo, glancing from his office, observed Zhou Ye returning from a neighboring social engagement. Zhou Ye promptly poured a glass of water and placed it on Chen Mo's desk. "Please have some water." She then retrieved a stack of money from her bag. "This is the compensation, 20,000. I won't disturb you further. Here is my number." After writing her phone number on a piece of paper and placing it on Chen Mo's desk, she added, "I'll take my leave now." Chen Mo nodded slightly. As Zhou Ye turned to exit, he called out, "Have Secretary Su come over?" "Certainly," she replied with a cheerful tone, heading towards the adjacent office. At that moment, Su Yin was engrossed in her work. Upon hearing the footsteps, she recognized them immediately. After all, only she and Shun Bing wore high heels, and now Zhou Ye had joined their ranks. Zhou Ye's footsteps exuded an alluring grace reminiscent of a sophisticated woman. "Secretary Su, the boss is looking for you," she said, smiling at Su Yun. "Thank you," Su Yun acknowledged, and Zhou Ye nodded back before gracefully departing. The interaction between them was courteous, yet maintained an invisible distance. Su Yun approached the door to Chen Mo's office and knocked. "Come in," Chen Mo's voice called. As she entered, clad in a professional short skirt, she radiated an aura of a capable businesswoman. "Boss, what do you need?" she inquired with a subtle smile, showing no signs of jealousy. "Chen Mo, replied Sui." This is the compensation from Lin Hao's family for the damaged machinery. Please add it to our expenses and procure some new items. Sujunadith, I've already placed an order with the suppliers yesterday. Here is the invoice for your signature. She handed the document to Chun Mo. While signing, Su Yun continued. The city's second milk tea shop has begun renovations. If you have time, we should send someone to check on it. All right, I'll go when I have a moment. Chun Mo confirmed with a nod. Do you have any other matters to discuss, boss? If not, I'll take my leave. Su Yun maintained a professional demeanor, adhering strictly to her role as a secretary. No, that's all. Chun Mo hadn't finished speaking when Su Yun turned to leave. Just as she reached for the door, Chun Mo pulled her into an embrace. Ah! Su Yun let out a soft gasp, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully at Chun Mo. Boss, I isn't this a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. And why would that be, Secretary Su? Su Yun pursed her lips slightly. What do you think? Chun Mo nodded. Indeed, it is quite inappropriate. Surprised by his agreement, Su Yun huffed lightly, feeling a touch of pride. You acknowledge it's inappropriate, yet still. Chun Mo tightened his grip around her waist, pinning her against the door, effectively silencing her playful retorts. Su Yun's cheeks flashed crimson. This tactic of his always worked whenever he found himself a loss for words. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, her jealousy had dissipated. You be careful not to let Bing and the others see. Such boldness, she said, glancing anxiously out of the office window, genuinely fearful of being discovered. Office romances often carry a stigma. Su Yi, why is your face so red? Chen Montauk feignet ignorance. Su Yun, exasperated, lightly swatted his hand from her waist. Don't act coy. Let go. I need to work. Reluctantly, Chun Mo released her. You should head to the city. Drive safely. Su Yun's sentence was cut short as he took advantage once more. She shot him an indignant glare, her face still flushed as she hurriedly exited his office. Their recent exchange perfectly encapsulated the essence of playful banter. Watching Su Yun's graceful figure depart, Chun Mo couldn't help but smile faintly before heading downstairs to drive to the city. The milk tea shop next to GKD's third store was bustling with renovations. The work was being overseen by Lao Yu, who had gained considerable experience, as most of the establishments were under their responsibility. Lao Yu was managing the workers admirably, meeting Chun Mo's expectations for the time being. Mr. Chun, Lao Yu greeted Chun Mo with a hearty smile upon his arrival. You're here. Are we following the same design as the first store? Chun Mo nodded slightly as he entered the shop. The layout is mostly similar, but some areas could use adjustments. Let us make the service area bar counter fully enclosed and widen the relaxation area. In the back, we could add a bookshelf. Lao Yu diligently took notes, ensuring he captured all the modifications Chun Mo requested. Rest assured, we will implement these changes, he assured. Thank you for your hard work. Chun Mo replied as he moved towards the third store of GKD. Inside, the shop remained as popular as ever among the youth. Chen Montauk, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Turning around, he spotted the tall and graceful Lu Qingxian, her long legs accentuating her striking figure. She possessed an alluring elegance that was impossible to forget. Lu Qingxian, he acknowledged with a raised eyebrow. Here for a meal? Indeed, I visit almost daily. I'm a loyal patron of your establishment, she declared, tilting her delicate chin slightly. Chun Mo smiled. Thank you for your patronage. No need to be polite. You helped me last time, she responded, approaching the bar to place her order. What would you like? It's on me, Chun Mo offered with a smile. So generous. You're not expecting me to return the favor, are you? Lu Qingxian replied, momentarily taken aback, her lips parting in surprise. How did you know? Chen Montauk teased it. I must take my leave, he said, turning to exit, but was immediately halted as Lu Qingxian grasped his arm. Oh wait, Mr. Chun. Her tone softened, almost playful. What is this? Are we engaging in a dual role play? He quipped. In a serious tone, Lu Qingxian said, Come, let us first have something to eat, for I have something of great importance to tell you. Chun Mo, intrigued by her earnestness, followed her to a seat by the window. Speak, what is this urgent matter? He inquired. Leaning closer, Lu Qingxian, enveloped in a delicate fragrance, whispered, You have a rival. Confused, Chun Mo asked, What rival? With a glimmer of intelligence in her beautiful eyes, Lu Qingxian explained, the shop next door is opening a beverage store reputedly renowned in Qingyang County. Their proximity suggests they aim to encroach upon your business. Is this not news of immense value? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, thank you for sharing such significant information. Yet, he could not help but question her business acumen. With a dismissive tone, he simply responded, oh. Displeased by his indifference, Lu Qingxian admonished him. If you do not take them seriously, be wary of losing your business. The principle of hubris leading to downfall is not lost on you, I hope. Now you are invoking military strategy. It seems you have indeed read quite a bit. Chen Mo retorted in a relaxed manner. Let them take it all if they wish. He added. Lu Qingxian's face flushed with frustration. As a dedicated teacher, she could not tolerate such a recalcitrant student. You, a child beyond redemption, a decade would beyond saving. Before she could finish, the contractor, old you, entered and approached Chen Mo directly. Lu Qingxian recognized him, having gleaned her information from him. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Chen Mo, this man is the foreman from the renovations. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Before she could finish her sentence, old you approached Chen Mo with a broad smile, addressing him respectfully. Mr. Chen, I knew you would still be here. There's a small matter regarding the decorative light fixture we need to add in the corner of the east side of the shop, correct? Chen Mo nodded slightly, yes. Something akin to overhead lighting. Ensure you leave ample space. Old you nodded vigorously, understood, rest assured. I shall not disturb you further. He then flashed a smile at Lu Qingxian, who was wide-eyed in astonishment. Lu Qingxian was genuinely taken aback. What did he just call you? Mr. Chen, you are the landlord of the shop next door? Yes. And that famous beverage store is yours? Indeed. Then why did you not mention this earlier? Lu Qingxian's face flushed anew with indignation. It was clear he had relished in her confusion. You did not give me the chance. Chen Mo replied with a playful shrug. Lu Qingxian sighed in exasperation. However, her curiosity piqued anew. Are you aware that the landlord next door is a stunningly beautiful lady? Chen Mo coughed. A stunning beauty? Lu Qingxian smiled slightly. Yes, I have seen her. Wait, you must have met her when you rented the shop. Realitzing. Chen Montag smilet subtly. Not only had he met her, but their relationship was particularly close. However, the conversation did not linger on that topic. With a huff, Lu Qingxian went to procure food, returning with an array of items. Eat up, she insisted, clearly attempting to win over Chen Mo. I dare not partake. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Lu Qingxian bit her lip. I consider you a friend, and this is your response? Chen Mo smiled. As a person of integrity, should I shield you from trouble? What would my girlfriend say? Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. You have a girlfriend? Chen Mo remained non-committal, perhaps. Lu Qingxian's eyes narrowed. Not learning well, dating at such a young age, humph. After declaring this, she opened a hamburger bag and took a hearty bite, seemingly venting her frustration. Chen Mo, with a light smile, picked up a hamburger and remarked, if one does not date while young, should one wait until Miss Lu is of your age to begin? Lu Qingxian found her hamburger suddenly unappetizing. As Chen Mo's words struck a nerve, like a protective kitten, she extended her claws, insisting, do not eat. Are we not friends? Is this your measure of friendship? Chen Mo countered, utilizing her own logic against her. Lu Qingxian was left speechless, feeling thoroughly bested by Chen Mo. Reflecting on her 27 years of singlehood without experiencing the bittersweet pangs of love, her blood began to boil. Another barb from Chen Mo might just push her over the edge. After a moment, her curiosity resurfaced. Is your girlfriend a classmate? Chen Mo shook his head. Taking a bite of his hamburger, no. Lu Qingxian continued to guess. Then she is an alumnus? Having finished his hamburger, Chen Mo replied, not that either. Not a classmate. Not an alumnus. Could she possibly be a teacher? Lu Qingxian quipped. Chen Mo smiled faintly, lifting a chicken leg. Miss Lu, such statements are not to be made lightly. Let us drop it then. It seems no one is particularly interested. Lu Qingxian retorted dismissively. Indeed, no one was. Chen Mo smiled faintly, finishing his fries. Once Lu Qingxian had consumed her hamburger and gathered the empty wrappers, she felt a surge of annoyance. You really manage this business splendidly, she said through gritted teeth. giving Chun Mo a thumbs up. With that, she stormed off, her long legs striding purposefully. Chun Mo watched her retreating figure, chuckling as he felt a twinge of guilt for teasing her. In the following days, Chun Mo remained in Qingyang City, overseeing the completion of the second branch of Dongyun milk tea. The next day, Zhouya learned of Chun Mo's presence and promptly arrived. To spare him the hassle of commuting, she invited him to stay at her home that evening. To test the boss? Chun Mo mused, eventually deciding to accept her invitation, especially as a torrential downpour suddenly erupted that evening, obscuring visibility for driving. Navigating the slick roads proved challenging, and many vehicles were abandoned by the roadside. Chun Mo drove slowly until he reached the residential area Zhouya had mentioned. In this era, such neighborhoods were exceedingly rare, and the property prices in the area suggested a hefty cost. Chun Mo parked at the entrance and immediately spotted a poised and elegant mature woman standing at the gate. Zhouya. 063, the irresistible allure of desire enveloped Zhouya, whose voluptuous figure epitomized the grace of a mature and elegant woman. Her fair skin radiated a luminous glow even in the evening twilight. After years of living in luxury, she had reached the pinnacle of femininity in every aspect. Her curvaceous silhouette, though clad in a rather modest ensemble of fitted jeans and a white short tee, remained captivating. Such is the gift of nature. Some individuals are born with an inherent superiority. Upon spotting Chun Mo's car arriving, she quickly opened her umbrella and hurried over. Zhouya swung open the passenger door, folded her umbrella, and settled into the seat. "Boss," she exclaimed, breathless yet invigorated. The rise and fall of her ample bosom created a magnificent spectacle. Her raven locks were dampened by the rain, and her top bore traces of the downpour. Chun Mo cast a glance her way and inquired, "Why were you waiting at the door?" A gentle smile graced Zhouya's lips as she replied softly, "I was concerned you might have trouble locating my home." Her gentle demeanor evoked a sense of tenderness. "Enter from here, then turn left to the corner on the right," she directed as they proceeded. The rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying with each passing moment. As they reached the foot of Zhouya's building, she exited the vehicle first. She swiftly approached Chun Mo's side, holding the umbrella to shield him from the rain. However, the umbrella seemed rather small, forcing her to draw closer to him, their bodies nearly brushing against one another. The scent of her body, a delightful fragrance, wafted through the air. Whether it was her natural aroma or the essence of perfume remained uncertain. They hurried to the entrance, and Zhouya folded the umbrella, stating, "Second floor." She led the way, her graceful figure swaying enticingly as she walked. At that moment, her silhouette was breathtaking. Yet, Chun Mo noticed that one side of her was drenched from the rain. In her attempt to shield him, she had neglected her own protection. Upon ascending the stairs, Zhouya retrieved her keys and opened the door, stepping inside to find no suitable slippers for Chun Mo living alone. She had no need for extra pairs. Lin Hao, who idolized his father, Lin Fei Fan, was notorious for his domineering behavior, commanding respect from his peers and asserting his dominance in school. Zhouya wished to discipline him, but her efforts were futile, as Lin Hao had grown increasingly rebellious, often avoiding her calls and company. At that moment, Zhouya placed her own slippers near Chun Mo's feet, tentatively asking, would it be all right to wear mine? Chun Mo glanced at the feminine footwear, replying, "It will suffice." Zhouya sighed in relief and knelt beside him to remove his shoes, resembling a devoted maid from a bygone era, humble yet graceful. "Boss, what size are your shoes?" she inquired softly as she worked. "Size 44, he responded. Standing at 182 centimeters, Chun Mo possessed a strikingly tall and athletic build, contrasted by Zhouya's height of 168 centimeters and her smaller shoe size of approximately 38. His feet only fitted halfway into her slippers, creating a somewhat comical sight. Prompting a smile from Zhouya, she resolved to purchase a pair for him at her earliest convenience. The house should be relatively clean, so it's fine to go without shoes, Zhouya suggested gently. Chun Mo surveyed the tidy floor and replied, "Then I want tea wear any." Zhouya switched on the bathroom light, proposing, "Why not take a shower first? It will help you feel more comfortable." "All right," Chun Mo nodded slightly. Zhouya then entered another room, presumably her bedroom, and soon emerged with a red bath towel in hand. This is my personal towel. I live here alone. I didn't have time to buy a new one with all the rain today, she explained softly. Chun-mo accepted the towel, assuring her, it's all right. I don't mind. Zhou bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. Chun-mo entered the bathroom, where a subtle fragrance lingered, distinctly feminine. After refreshing himself, he inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. The towel bore a familiar scent. Was it her body fragrance? It truly was her personal towel. Clearing his throat, he hung the towel up and exited the bathroom, only to find Zhou absent from the living room. A clattering sound emerged from the adjacent kitchen, leading Chun-mo to discover Zhou preparing a meal. This instantly reminded him of her earlier culinary attempt, dubbed dark cuisine. What are you making? He inquired. I thought you might be hungry, so I'm cooking some noodles, Zhou said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. While she could manage to prepare noodles, she couldn't guarantee their flavor. Even though she had been trying to improve her cooking skills, the results were often dismal. Noticing her still damp clothing, Chun-mo advised, you should wash up first to avoid catching a cold. A flicker of joy danced in Zhou's eyes. Was he genuinely concerned for her? She softly acquiesced, all right. The noodles will be ready soon. Just help me finish up. With that, she gracefully strode towards the bathroom, her long legs carrying her swiftly. Chun-mo chuckled to himself, shaking his head at how easily she found joy. Meanwhile, steam wafted from the pot of noodles. Sighing, he realized he would need to intervene. Otherwise, the dish would be inedible. It would be prudent to keep her out of the kitchen in the future. The key to cooking noodles lies in achieving the perfect balance of doneness. Overcooked noodles become mushy, while undercooked ones remain too firm, both resulting in an unpleasant texture. Having mastered culinary arts, Chun-mo possessed an intuitive understanding of these nuances. After a while, Zhou emerged from the bathroom, clad in a black nightgown, her alabaster skin contrasting starkly with the lace fabric. The moment she stepped out, a delightful aroma enveloped her senses. Zhou felt her appetite surge, instinctively swallowing hard as she caught sight of the noodles on the dining table. Did I really make this? She mused, astonished by the enticing smell. I must be quite talented. With a little effort, my culinary skills have improved dramatically. Just the aroma alone is enough to whet my appetite. Is it a dream or reality? Zhou gracefully approached the dining table, her long legs as elegant as snow. The noodles were garnished with a sprinkle of green onions, their subtle aroma enhancing the dish's allure. Yet, Zhou felt a sense of pride, believing the credit belonged to her, for she had prepared the noodles herself. Chun-mo emerged from the kitchen with another bowl of noodles, urging her to eat. He took a seat beside her, and Zhou, unable to contain her eagerness, lifted her bowl and began to indulge. In that moment, her refined demeanor seemed to fade away. The rich fragrance compelled her to take a generous bite. Wow. Surprise and incredulity sparkled in Zhou's beautiful eyes. It's so delicious. Did I really make this? Am I truly this talented? In disbelief, she took another bite. While this time, her eyes squinted in delight. It was simply exquisite, comparable to, no, she had never tasted such delectable noodles in her life. Her taste buds were enveloped in an unprecedented satisfaction. You must try my noodles. They are truly superb. Zhou exclaimed excitedly to Chun-mo. Chun-mo replied, well, it seems your noodles have indeed turned out well. He lifted a bite, slurping it up, and confirmed the flavor was exceptional. The culinary skill displayed was astonishing. Even if he were only to work as a chef in the future, he could undoubtedly earn a handsome living. Zhou gazed at Chun-mo, anticipation radiating from her as she awaited his praise. Yes, it is indeed quite good, he acknowledged with a slight smile and a nod. Receiving Chun-mo's affirmation, Zhou's smile widened uncontrollably as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Then eat more. If it's not enough, I can make you some more. Zhou's confidence surged. Chun-mo replied, there is no need for that. This is more than sufficient. He hoped Zhou would not be too disheartened when she eventually uncovered the truth. I'll prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning, she declared, brimming with enthusiasm and impatience. Chun-mo mused, you may escape tonight, but not tomorrow morning. After finishing their meal, Zhou tidied the table and glanced at Chun-mo, who was seated in the living room. She pondered, casting her eyes toward the liquor cabinet. However, recalling how Chun-mo had rejected her that night, a wave of melancholy washed over her. It was not yet the right moment. She needed to strike when the opportunity was ripe. Nonetheless, tonight, she could test the waters. With this thought, Joya stepped toward the living room. Boss, it's getting late. Shouldn't you rest early? Chun-mo yawned and followed her. I've been living alone here. The other rooms haven't even been made up, she mentioned, pausing briefly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Only my bedroom is fully prepared. You can sleep in my room. Chun-mo raised an eyebrow. You want me to sleep in your room? What about you? Joya bit her red lip, looking slightly pitiful. I can sleep on the sofa. Her vulnerable demeanor evoked sympathy in most men. Well, the sofa doesn't seem too bad, Chun-mo replied before turning and entering the bedroom, leaving Joya momentarily speechless. Wait, he just went in? The sofa seems quite comfortable. Why don't I sleep on the sofa? Such a cold-hearted man. Did her beauty have no effect on him at all? Joya took a deep breath, glancing at her attire. Did she lack appeal to him? Was it possible that didn't he like women? Or perhaps he resented her age? No. Joya, as a woman, had keenly perceived Chun-mo's unusual demeanor toward his secretary, Su. Although Su Yun was stunningly beautiful, with a figure that could allure anyone, Joya did not consider herself inferior. Perhaps her allure simply needed to be amplified. Joya bit her lip, torn between continuing her pursuit or holding back, fearing that her eagerness might undo the progress she had made with Chun-mo. She resolved to take a more measured approach for now. Once inside the room, Chun-mo was greeted by a familiar fragrance. The scent of Joya lingered in the air. The contrast between men and women was starkly apparent, especially with Joya, where anything associated with her exuded a delightful aroma. Was it a natural fragrance? As Chun-mo lay on the bed, he found the pillow pleasantly fragrant. Inhaling the scent uplifted his spirits, creating a sense of comfort. This aroma even seemed to have a soothing effect, lulling him into slumber. Soon, he drifted into a dream where he felt a presence snuggling into his embrace. The following day, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow in the bedroom. Chun-mo slowly opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Looking down, he was astonished to find a woman in his arms. So yeah, he exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, Joya also stirred awake, her eyes meeting his, causing her to blush slightly as she nervously said, Boss, you're awake. I found the sofa uncomfortable last night, so I came back here in the middle of the night. Chun-mo responded, I'll make you breakfast. Before he could express his displeasure, Joya quickly got up, slipped on her slippers, and hurried out. As Chun-mo watched her retreating figure, he couldn't shake off the memories of his dream from the previous night. Was it truly a dream? It felt too real. Did he really strike her? He couldn't be certain. He certainly couldn't examine for any marks he might have left. Meanwhile, Joya hummed a popular song, Fairy Tale. Her heart buoyant. The events of the previous night remained vividly etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Waking up this morning, she sensed that Chun-mo was becoming less resistant toward her. She hoped that after tasting her noodles, his fondness for her would continue to grow. With this thought, her heart brimmed with anticipation. The elder brother has entered. It is only right to care for the sister-in-law. Chun-mo rose from his slumber and completed his morning routine, discovering that Joya had already prepared the noodles and set them on the dining table. Boss, the noodles are ready. Would you like to give them a try? Joya gazed at Chun-mo with eager anticipation. Chun-mo glanced at the noodles, which had slightly overcooked, and suggested, Why don't you taste them first? Joya raised an eyebrow, bemused by Chun-mo's apprehension about poisoning himself. I'll eat, she declared, taking a hefty bite of noodles, slurping them up. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and the next moment, she rushed to the trash can. Ugh! Chun-mo, witnessing this, could only stare in silence. After Joya had disposed of the noodles, she returned to the table. A look of confusion etched on her face. Is this the noodles I made? No, it can't be. They were delightful last night. How could they taste so dreadful after just one night? Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with bewilderment. How could this be? What had gone amiss? Zoya pondered in vain. Chun-mo, suppressing his laughter, suggested, Shall we eat out instead? Joya, determined, replied, Just give me a moment. She turned and re-entered the kitchen, unwilling to concede defeat. 10 minutes later, Joya once again spat out the freshly made noodles. Chen Mo could no longer bear to watch. Step aside. At that moment, with deft hands, Chen Mo boiled water, chopped green onions, and prepared the noodles. All his actions flowing seamlessly, even possessing a certain elegance. Faut watched dumbfounded. Chen Mo can cook noodles? She recalled the previous night, remembering that she had initiated the cooking, but what Chen Mo had done afterward remained a mystery to her. It appeared he had merely added green onions, yet somehow the flavor transformed dramatically under his touch. A familiar, tantalizing aroma began to waft through the kitchen, reminiscent of last night's delightful meal. Joya's eyes sparkled. That's it. This is the flavor. Now, completely bewildered, she gazed at Chen Mo's back, her eyes glimmering with a newfound spark. Try it, Chen Mo offered, placing a bowl of noodles before her. Joya nodded eagerly, unable to contain her excitement. As she took a generous bite, her eyes instinctively narrowed in bliss. This is the taste. Her face radiated pure enjoyment. At that moment, a sudden ringing of the doorbell interrupted the serene atmosphere. Joya furrowed her brow in confusion. Who could be at this hour? With graceful strides, she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a middle-aged man, sporting a buzz cut, a protruding belly, and tattoos adorning his arms, emblazoned with the characters for loyalty and righteousness. It was evident he was a man of dubious character. His squinting eyes widened upon seeing Joya, revealing a set of yellowed teeth in a lecherous grin. Sister-in-law, I knew you'd be home. Look, I brought you some local specialties, along with a hen for nourishment. As he spoke, he casually stepped into the house. Sister-in-law, I heard that elder brother has gone in? His voice dropped on the last 3 words, eyes gleaming with suppressed excitement. Do not worry, elder brother has connections. He may be out in a few days, he added. Joya responded with a nonchalant, her gaze drifting to the items he carried. Old Hay, please take the back. I'm not interested. Why are you being polite, sister-in-law? Elder brother is inside, and it's our duty as brothers to care for his family. Old Hay insisted, thumping his chest with righteousness. Had his eyes not lingered on Joya's alluring figure, his earnestness might have been more believable. Joya's beauty was undeniable, captivating any man who laid eyes on her. Old Hay was no exception. In the past, he had not dared to act so brazenly, especially with Lin Fei Fan around. Even after their divorce over a decade ago, no man dared to covet her, merely casting envious glances in secret. The circumstances of their divorce were well known. Joya had forced the issue, and Lin Fei Fan had made it clear. I divorced Joya, but any man who dares to be with her will not see the light of another day. However, there were those who were unaware of this backstory. A brash businessman, upon encountering Joya for the first time, became infatuated and pursued her relentlessly. When this reached Lin Fei Fan's ears, the next day, the businessman's business crumbled, his leg broken, and he was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, he was saved in time. Otherwise, he would not have seen another sunrise. Following this incident, no one dared to test the waters again. Joya remained single for over a decade, gradually becoming accustomed to solitude. She indulged in self-care, traveled, shopped, and relished a life of luxury. Until a few days ago, when Lin House stirred up trouble, leading to Lin Fei Fan's arrest. Now, rumors swirled in the underworld that Lin Fei Fan was unlikely to return. Many of his victims had banded together to testify against him, declaring he would not escape his fate. Those who received this news, ambitious souls prepared to take over, and those with ulterior motives, found their way to the sister-in-law's doorstep seeking opportunity. Old Hay's eyes glimmered with a lecherous smile as he regarded Joya. Sister-in-law, I've heard your nephew is also inside. Don't worry, I have acquaintances at the detention center who can look after him. Zoya Furovit Herbereis, Riplin Kuli. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Lin Hao. Old Hay chuckled. Sister-in-law, there's no need for such formality between us. We're family. It's only natural for me to care for your nephew. By the way, sister-in-law, you must accept these gifts. They are offered with sincere intentions from me, Old Hay. His eyes sparkled with a misplaced sense of affection. Joya, unable to refuse, acquiesced, gesturing towards the floor. Then leave them here. Old Hay set down the items, but showed no intent to depart. Elder brother is inside. Sister-in-law is now free. After all these years alone, surely you must yearn for companionship. His thoughts wandered, and he could not suppress a stirring within. Sister-in-law, I arrived in haste, and my throat feels a bit dry. Old Hay's gaze fixated on Joya's figure, particularly her well-endowed bosom, a mature woman's physique. She had risen early that day, hastily preparing noodles for Chinamo, neglecting to change out of her nightgown from the previous night. Old Hay found it increasingly difficult to avert his gaze. Joya, sensing his discomforting stare, felt uneasy and attempted to excuse herself. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Please wait here. I'll get you some water." As she turned to head to the kitchen, Old Hay, his eyes glazed and voice hoarse, murmured, "Sister-in-law, I don't want water. 066 Haoko, you are in trouble." The expression and gaze of Lao Hay were unmistakably off. Joya cautiously stepped back a little and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Sister-in-law, your brother is gone for good, and you are all alone. Let Lao Hay take care of you." After Lao Hay spoke, he suddenly lunged at Joya like a madman. Get away from me." Joya was a mixture of shock and anger. Fortunately, she had maintained her physical fitness through regular exercise, which endowed her with remarkable reflexes. The moment she sensed something was amiss with Lao Hay, she stepped back. As he lunged towards her, she swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping his grasp. "Chinamo, help me," Joya instinctively called out. Chinamo had been listening to their conversation from the kitchen, detecting something strange. Upon hearing, "Sister-in-law, I don't want water," he realized Joya was in danger. Sure enough, Joya's cries for help soon echoed through the living room. Chinamo, in peak physical condition, reacted with astonishing speed, appearing before Joya in an instant. Lao Hay was taken aback by Chun Mo's sudden appearance. He had never expected a man to be in sister-in-law's home. This man seemed like a pretty boy, and Lao Hay's jealousy flared. "Who are you, kid? What are you doing in my sister-in-law's house? Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death." Chinemo ignored him completely, instead taking Joya's hand and helping her up. "Did you hear me? Do you know who I am? Are you looking for death?" Lao Hay, being a tough guy, was accustomed to intimidation and bullying. "Be quiet." Joya stood beside Chinemo, glaring at Lao Hay with a cold reprimand. "Now get out." Lao Hay squinted, forcing a smile. "Sister-in-law, we are family. It's this kid who should leave." "Quit talking nonsense. Who is family with you?" Joya retorted with disdain. "Do you even know who he is?" As she said this, she leaned closer to Chun Mo. Lao Hay's voice dropped. "Who is he?" Joya naturally linked her arm with Chun Mo's, leaning against him and coyly declaring, "He is my man." Lao Hay's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Joya nestled against Chun Mo. His lips trembled, and he pointed at Chun Mo. "He is. Damn it, you dare to find a man behind my brother's back." Lao Hay was furious, his finger trembling as it pointed at Chinamo. He had long harbored desires for sister-in-law and had patiently waited for his chance after his brother was incarcerated, only to have someone swoop in and steal his opportunity. Joey was equally enraged by his accusation. "My business finding a man has nothing to do with you or Lin Fifan. Get lost." Fo yes chow teeth. Turning to grab the kitchen knife, Chun and Mo had just used to chop green onions, brandishing it menacingly at Lao Hay. "If you keep talking, I'll chop you up." Lao Hay, seeing the knife, immediately backed away, threatening, "Your brother just went in. I'll definitely tell him about this. And you kid, just wait. Clean your neck. Get lost." Joya cursed, slamming the door shut behind her. The fierce demeanor she exhibited while holding the knife was quite striking. Chun Mo instinctively took a step back upon seeing the knife. Joya was momentarily taken aback by his retreat, but then softly said, "I was just scaring that scoundrel Lao Hay. What are you afraid of? Luckily you came out in time, otherwise that jerk." Joya's anger surged again at the thought. Chun Mo glanced at her attire, acknowledging that it was indeed quite alluring. It was no wonder Lao Hay lost control. He had been coveting Joya, this sister-in-law, for quite some time. "You should go have breakfast. I need to head to the shop," Chun Mo said, contemplating that Lao Hay might return to trouble Joya. "If he dares come back, I'll chop him." Joya replied coldly, "You should be more cautious. He might bring someone to cause you trouble," Chun Mo warned. Joya furrowed her brows slightly. Chun Mo replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. I would mind sending him back to jail. Zhou Yu was rendered speechless by his words. After all, Lin Hao had been sent in by Chen Mo, which hit a little too close to home. After saying this, Chen Mo left with an air of indifference. Zhou Yu watched his tall figure walk away. Biting her lip in contemplation, she turned and entered the dining room, where a bowl of fragrant noodles awaited her. Chen Mo had left her a special bowl of noodles. Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly sat down and took a big bite. This is the taste. It was just as delicious as the night before. The unpleasant mood from earlier dissipated in an instant. What else can alleviate worries but good food? However, this also implied that the deliciousness of last night's meal had nothing to do with her. Zhou Yu sighed and then continued to eat her noodles heartily. 2 hours later, in the orange orchard of Qingyang County, Lao He sat in the visiting room for prisoners, looking somewhat anxious as he awaited. He had just been to see Lin Fifan, but was informed that Lin Fifan was now a closely monitored suspect and was not allowed visitors. Frustrated, Lao He retreated and decided to visit Lin Hao, where he indeed had some acquaintances. Given that Lin Hao's crime wasn't severe, he was allowed visitors. After waiting anxiously for about 10 minutes, the door to the visiting room slowly opened. Lin Hao entered, looking haggard and disheveled. Upon seeing Lao He, his eyes lit up. "Uncle He, why are you here?" Lao He hurriedly stood up, concern etched on his face. "Howsy, I came to see you. You look thinner. Have you been bullied in here?" Lin Hao's expression darkened slightly, and he shook his head, hesitant to speak. "Uncle He, I'm fine." He then looked up with hopeful eyes. "Uncle He, will I be able to get out soon?" Lao He shook his head slightly. "About that, don't rush. Uncle He will definitely think of a way to get you out as soon as possible." Lin Hao's expression fell immediately, his eyes dimming significantly. "Howsy, Uncle He has something important to tell you." Lao He leaned closer to Lin Hao, speaking softly. Upon hearing he couldn't leave, Lin Hao lost interest in anything Lao He had to say. Exhausted, he muttered, "What is it?" Lao He hesitated. "Howsy, sister-in-law." Hearing his mother mentioned, Lin Hao raised his head. "What happened to my mom?" Lao He lowered his voice, deliberately piquing Lin Hao's curiosity. "Sister-in-law. She did something I can't bring myself to say." Lin Hao grew anxious upon hearing this. "Uncle He, just tell me. What did my mom do?" Lao He, filled with righteous indignation and jealousy, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, found a man." Lin Hao was instantly stunned, disbelief flooding his eyes. "What did you say?" "My mom. Wait for me to deal with him personally. Today, I went to deliver some local specialties to my sister-in-law and to offer her some comfort, just in case someone dared to bully her. However, you won't believe it, when I arrived at the restaurant, I spotted a man there." Lao He, visibly agitated, recounted the scene he had witnessed. "The man was clearly a good-for-nothing, likely after your mother's money. To make matters worse, your mother scolded me for meddling and told me to leave. Early this morning, at your mother's place. Damn it, that bastard must have succeeded." Listening to Lao He's account, Lin Hao's expression turned ashen, his face contorted with anger. His eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, demanding, Who is that bastard? Do you know him?" Lao He scratched his head, trying to recall. The guy was about 6 feet tall, with sharp eyebrows and big eyes. Not bad-looking. Upon hearing this description, Lin Hao felt an unsettling familiarity. Is there nothing else distinctive about him? Lao He frowned in concentration, then shook his head. "Nothing else." Lin Hao shot a cold glare at Lao He. "Uncle He, investigate that guy and try to snap a photo for me. Don't confront him yet. I'll handle it personally when I come out." Upon hearing this, Lao He grinned, barely suppressing his laughter. "All right, Howsy, rest assured. I'll dig into this brat's background thoroughly and wait for you to take care of him." In Qingyang City, Chen Mo observed the smooth progress of the renovations at the second milk tea shop, pondering the location for the third one. Should we consider expanding outward, perhaps into the provincial capital, or even establish one near the university I am about to attend? The female university students are the primary consumers of milk tea and will become loyal customers in the future. Chen Mo calculated that once the second shop was nearing completion, he could venture into new territories. Ideally, he would like to finalize the new shop before starting school. Who could he entrust with this task? Aunt Sue. He contemplated suitable candidates, but Aunt Sue was already swamped with her current responsibilities and might not have time to spare. As for others, Xinbing was a lawyer and not adept in this area. Zhou Yin was equally tied up with her own work. And by Ruoshi, it was uncertain if she would have enough time, considering she was merely a summer worker. Lastly, there was Li Lu, whose skills and experience were still lacking. Chen Mo scratched his head, thinking that if no one else was available, he might have to take it on himself. Resolute in his decision, Chen Mo felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, the foreman, Lao Yu, entered with an envious smile. Mr. Chun, there's a stunning beauty outside looking for you. She claims to be your personal secretary. Chen Mo turned his gaze to the woman following Lao Yu. It was none other than Zhouya, carrying a bag of food. She had come to deliver lunch. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering if she had made the meal herself. If Zhouya had cooked, he would hardly be able to accept such fortune. Chen Mo approached Zhouya. Noting her attire today, a fitted black skirt paired with a white blouse and high heels, her long, porcelain-like legs accentuated by black stockings. This ensemble was a stark contrast to her usual style, transforming her from an elegant matron into a stunning secretary. Lao Yu watched with wide eyes, yet dared not stare too long, quickly averting his gaze out of self-consciousness. He understood well that such beauty was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but envy Chen Mo for having such exquisite secretaries around him. Shall we dine next door? Zhouya, previously unaware that the adjacent GKD was also managed by Chen Mo, now felt a sense of familiarity with the place. Perhaps because she was now a part of the company. Did you make this? Chen Mo softly inquired. Zhouya shyly bit her luscious red lip, admitting, I cooked it myself, but it didn't turn out very well, so I bought some from Bafang Lu as well. At least she was honest, though Chen Mo knew her culinary skills all too well. Boss, perhaps when you have some time, you could teach me to cook? Then I could prepare meals for you. Zhouya's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Mo. He neither accepted nor declined, saying only, we'll see when I have the time. As they conversed, they made their way to GKD. On this sweltering summer day, the air conditioning inside GKD attracted more patrons than usual, as many establishments still relied solely on fans for relief. In the service industry, every aspect of service matters. A single advantage can draw customers who favor that particular aspect. Chen Mo and Zhouya settled into a window-side table. Zhouya laid out the food boxes, dried beef, spare ribs, chicken, and duck. Chen Mo stared at the 8 containers before him, astonished, and glanced at Zhouya. She softly explained, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I ordered a variety. Chen Mo chuckled. Next time, 2 or 3 dishes will suffice, and you should eat 2. 8 dishes were far too much for just the 2 of them. Zhouya, having hardly touched her chopsticks, decided to share the leftover food with the staff at GKD. Although the employees were unaware of Zhouya's relationship with Chen Mo, they recognized that someone delivering food to him must be close to him, and their attitude towards her became noticeably warmer. After delivering the meal, Zhouya left in her car, while Chen Mo prepared to visit GKD's second location. According to Lin Yu, the manager who had been transferred from the first shop in Qingyang County, an out-of-town owner was interested in franchising. Chen Mo had always been somewhat hesitant about franchising, but now, in pursuit of rapidly consolidating funds to achieve his goal of becoming a millionaire and the wealthiest in the county, this seemed a viable option. After all, looking at future trends, fast food giants like KFC operated on a franchising model worldwide. Chen Mo intended to gauge how much the potential partner could afford in terms of franchise fees. If the offer was too low, he would categorically refuse to proceed with franchising. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Mo arrived at GKD's second shop. As soon as he entered, Lin Yu rushed to greet him. Boss, they're over here. In the lobby, a middle-aged couple beamed at Chen Mo as Lin Yu led him over. Hello, boss. They greeted enthusiastically. You're quite young, exclaimed the middle-aged man, Zhang Guowei, with surprise. This is my wife, Lulan. What is your surname, boss? Chun. Chen Mo replied calmly as he took a seat across from the couple. Mr. Chun, we're just passing through from Fusher to meet a friend and heard great things about this place, so we decided to stop by. We've practically tried everything on the menu, and the flavors are excellent. In my humble opinion, such fast food establishments should be even more popular in larger cities. What do you think, Mr. Chun? Zhang Guowei looked at Chen Mo earnestly. Chen Mo nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Guowei at least seemed knowledgeable. Lu Lan, still radiating charm, gazed at Chen Mo with a warm smile. To be frank, we are interested in becoming your franchisees. What do you think? 068, that scoundrel. Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he remarked, I have indeed been contemplating the prospect of franchise partners. Liu Lang, sensing Chen Mo's lack of enthusiasm for pursuing franchise opportunities, responded, Mr. Chen, we hold your GKD in high regard and sincerely hope for a chance to collaborate. A faint smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he replied, Since both of you are so interested, it is not entirely out of the question. However, my franchise conditions are rather stringent. Please go on, Lu Lan urged, her eagerness evident. Chen Mo continued, There are two methods for franchising. The first requires you to possess your own shop, located in an urban district. In this case, you would only need to cover the costs of equipment and employee training, while the profits would be split 50-50. The couple exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the daunting requirement of having a shop in the city, a demand that would deter 99% of potential partners. Lu Lan, feeling a degree of trepidation, inquired, What about the second method? Taking a sip of water offered by Lin Yu, Chen Mo elaborated, The second option entails a franchise fee of 200,000 per store, with a profit-sharing ratio of 30-70. Zhang Guowei instinctively asked, So we receive 70%? Chen Mo shook his head slightly. You will receive 30%. 70% is mine. The couple exchanged troubled looks, clearly disconcerted by the terms. Chen Mo, with a hint of smile, said, Please take your time to consider. I must be on my way. With that, he left swiftly, leaving the couple momentarily stunned. Throughout the negotiation, Chen Mo had maintained a position of dominance, rendering them entirely passive and devoid of any bargaining power. Later that evening, Chen Mo drove to Zhou Ye's residence. At the corner near her building, two individuals lurked in wait. One was the man who had delivered local delicacies to Zhou Ye earlier that day, while the other was a young thug with vividly dyed hair, holding a decent-looking camera. They had been waiting since afternoon, attempting to capture a glimpse of Chen Mo. Unfortunately, they only managed to photograph Zhou Ye entering the compound alone in the afternoon, returning shortly with a plethora of food, and then she had not emerged since. Where could that pretty boy be? Surely he isn't spending the entire day at my sister-in-law's place. Damn it! Old Hay seethed with jealousy. Are we still waiting, Brother Hay? The young thug whispered. Yes. I refuse to believe this. Old Hay grumbled, consumed by thoughts of Zhou Ye and the pretty boy together, feeling as if a multitude of ants were crawling over him, an unbearable sensation. Just then, the thug glanced at the entrance of the building and noticed a tall figure emerging from a vehicle, striding towards Zhou Ye's apartment. He casually asked, Is that him? Upon closer inspection, Old Hay's spirits lifted considerably. Yes, that scoundrel hasn't been with my sister-in-law today. I've suffered all day for nothing. Quick, take the shot, he urged. By this time, Chen Mo had vanished through the building's entrance. Did you get clear shot? Old Hay inquired urgently. It's dark. The images aren't very clear, the thug replied, showing him the results. How is this supposed to be clear? This brat better not be spending the night at my sister-in-law's place. Call a few more brothers to come. We need to take turns watching. We must capture his face. Meanwhile, Chen Mo arrived at the door and rang the bell. The sound of light footsteps approached. Who is it? Zhou Ye's enchanting voice called from inside. It's me, Chen Mo replied. The door swung open to reveal Zhou Ye, clad in cozy loungewear and an apron, exuding the charm of a devoted homemaker. You've worked hard, she said softly, crouching to retrieve a pair of new slippers she had bought for him. She gently helped him change into the slippers, asking, Are they comfortable? Chen Mo adjusted his feet slightly, nodding, They're fine. Zhou Ye smiled, That's good. At that moment, Chen Mo caught a whiff of something burnt. Are you cooking? Oh no. Zhou Ye gasped, dashing towards the kitchen. Following her, Chen Mo found the braised pork ribs in the pot charred beyond recognition. Oh no. She lamented, looking to Chen Mo for help. Could you teach me how to make another batch? She pleaded. Teach you? He questioned, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I promise to learn diligently. Once I master it, you can enjoy delicious meals every day. Zhou Ye said, her eyes sparkling with hope. Chen Montag smeeded faintly. I can't help but feel you're trying to steal my secrets. Joya straightened her back defiantly, her playful tone returning. I'll be your apprentice. Is that okay? With her natural talent, Chinemo felt he might lose his patience. I'll teach you just this once. Deal. Master Tho Yakul sweetly. Her voice enough to melt one's resolve. Clearing his throat, Chun-Mo began to busy himself in the kitchen as Joya assisted him. The limited space led to moments of physical contact, creating a delightful atmosphere. As time slipped away, a delectable aroma filled the air, emanating from the pot of braised pork ribs. Wow, it smells amazing, Joya exclaimed, her lips pursing as she salivated at the sight of the ribs. Chun-Mo's knife skills were precise, exuding a certain artistry that captivated Joya's attention. He prepared 4 dishes: braised pork ribs, stir-fried beef, braised eggplant, and a simple vegetable stir-fry, each dish a feast for the senses. After plating the food, Joya set it before Chun-Mo, and they sat across from each other. Have you learned how to cook? Chun-Mo asked. Joya bit her lip, hesitating before nodding slowly. I think I've got the hang of it. Her expression clearly suggested confidence in theory, but uncertainty in practice. However, that was to be expected. Mastering cooking was no simple task. They both enjoyed the meal thoroughly, savoring the exquisite flavors. Joya, who had always been diligent about maintaining her figure, found herself abandoning her restraint after tasting Chun-Mo's cooking. At this rate, I might gain weight. I'll have to step up my exercise tomorrow. After they finished eating, they washed up and prepared a rest. Meanwhile, Old Hay and his cohorts remained vigilant downstairs, their eyes fixated on the lights in Joya's apartment. As time passed, the kitchen light extinguished, followed shortly by the living room light. Then, the bedroom light illuminated. The other rooms were devoid of light. Could mean that Joya and the pretty boy were sharing the bedroom. 069 impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Hay fixated intently on Joya's bedroom on the second floor. His emotions were a tumultuous mix of complexity and despair as he took a hearty swig from his drink. Yet, no one cared about his feelings, not even Joya. After her bath, she slipped beneath the thin air-conditioning blanket, reveling in the comfort of her own bed. Chun-Mo had gone to freshen up. Seizing this fleeting moment of solace, she found the sofa too soft yet unsuitable for sleep, as prolonged use would lead to back pain. Her own bedding was fragrant and soft. Wait, what was that peculiar scent? The essence of a man? Joe, you suddenly recalled that Chun-Mo had also slept with this blanket, and that scent belonged to him. Ugh, what was she thinking? So shameless. Joya chided herself softly and closed her eyes, taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Yet with each breath, she inadvertently caught a whiff of Chun-Mo's fragrance. Joya wrestled with the conflicting desires of maintaining her composure and being enthralled by Chun-Mo's presence. Meanwhile, footsteps echoed outside her bedroom as Chun-Mo approached. Joya quickly shut her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Her voluptuous figure rose and fell with each breath. As Chun-Mo entered, he immediately spotted the alluring Joya. Wasn't she supposed to be sleeping on the sofa? Why was she here? He approached the bedside, calling out, Joya? No response. Thoya? Thoya? After calling her name twice, Joya, half awake, murmured, Boss, I'm just warming your bed. I'll leave once it's warm. Chun-Mo replied. Do we really need bed warming in this heat? Although the air conditioning kept the room cool, it hardly warranted assistance in warming the bed. Chun-Mo lay down. Now the question was whether it was he who would suffer or if Lin Hao would continue to endure his plight in the detention center. Meanwhile, Joya's breathing gradually steadied. Had she truly fallen asleep? Chun-Mo pulled the air-conditioning blanket over himself. Thoya mater, cold-hearted man. As the night deepened, a few individuals lingered outside Joya's building. Old Hay, gazing at the darkened bedroom, felt a pang of heartache, his restlessness manifesting in anxious movements. Damn it, they've turned off the lights. What are they doing? Surely they weren't lying down together. Working out? He knew Joya enjoyed fitness. Otherwise, her figure wouldn't remain so enviable. Consumed by jealousy, Old Hay kicked the wall in frustration. Damn it, He immediately crouched in the corner, clutching his foot. Brother Hay, are you all right? Anger aside, don't hurt yourself. Damn it. Old Hay's eyes reddened with pain, nearly spilling tears. Brother Hay, Why don't you go rest? We'll keep watch here. Fine. But you all must take turns. I want to ensure we catch that kid when he comes out. Rest assured, we will handle it. After Old Hay left, the other thugs felt a wave of relief. Time trickled by, and the night passed swiftly. However, the thugs stationed under the trees suffered terribly, tormented by relentless mosquito bites. Meanwhile, in Joya's bedroom, she slowly opened her eyes as a ray of sunlight illuminated the floor. "Boss," Joya softly called out. Chun-Mo remained unresponsive. Last night, it was Chun-Mo calling her, and now it was her turn. "Chun-Mo, I'm going to make you breakfast." Just then, Chun-Mo pressed a finger to her crimson lips. Joya froze momentarily, her body instinctively stiffening. They lingered in silence for a moment. Chun-Mo opened his eyes, released Joya, and got up to put on his shoes before exiting the room, leaving Joya gazing at the ceiling, her heart racing. She composed herself and quickly got up to prepare breakfast, planning to cook noodles for Chun-Mo. After Chun-Mo finished washing up, he entered the kitchen just as Joya finished cooking the noodles. She looked at Chun-Mo and softly said, "Master, what should we do next?" The title of Master compelled Chun-Mo to step forward to assist her, as he too needed to eat. "Pay attention, learn well. If you fail next time, be prepared for punishment." "What kind of punishment?" Joya asked playfully. Chun-Mo gazed at her, succinctly replying, "I'll hit you." "So yes, it is slightly. All right. Eat up." The two sat down, inhaling the aromatic fragrance of the noodles. Their appetites awakened. Particularly Joya, who eagerly picked up a noodle and took a generous bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. Speechless, she gave Chun-Mo the thumbs up. Chun-Mo observed her, noting that Joya was beginning to willingly follow him. Perhaps it was her stomach that had been captured first. After finishing breakfast, they departed together. Chun-Mo was headed to the store to meet with Zhang Guowei and Lu Lan, who had expressed interest in joining GKD, while Joya intended to prepare lunch for Chun-Mo and fit in some exercise. The moment they stepped out of the building, the thugs hiding beneath the trees were suddenly wide-eyed. "The sister-in-law is out. No way, it's really her. Damn, who is that man? No time to waste. Hurry and take pictures. Keep an eye on that man. Investigate him." The thugs scrambled to execute Old Hay's orders, photographing and following. Meanwhile, Chun-Mo and Joya each entered their respective vehicles, parting ways as they left the community. The thugs closely trailed Chun-Mo to GKD, then informed Old Hay of Chun-Mo's whereabouts. Old Hay rushed over, first collecting the photos they had taken, instructing them to continue shadowing Chun-Mo. He himself headed to the detention center in Qingyang County. At 5 in the afternoon, inside the detention center, Lin Hao received the photos from Old Hay. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette in the first photo, his pupils constricted involuntarily. The second photo revealed a profile, yet Lin Hao instantly recognized him. His hands trembled with rage uncontrollably. The third photo captured Chun-Mo and Joya exiting through the main gate together. Lin Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, throwing the photos in his hands across the room, bellowing at Old Hay. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could she? I refuse to believe it." 070, the employees, our wonderful Lin Hao's furious roar immediately attracted the attention of the guards, who swiftly subdued him and terminated the meeting. Lao He, observing Lin Hao's wrath, couldn't help but smirk. "Just wait, you little white face." Meanwhile, Chun-Mo had successfully negotiated the franchise agreement with the couple, Zhang Guowei and Lu Lan. They opted for the first franchise proposal. Although their shop was not located on the main street of the city, it was still within a reasonable distance from it, barely meeting Chun-Mo's requirements. The subsequent arrangements would be handled by Su Yun, who was more adept and experienced in procuring specialized machinery and training employees than Chun-Mo. After finalizing the deal, the couple insisted on treating Chun-Mo to lunch. Midway through their meal, Chun-Mo received a call from Joya, who had prepared a meal to deliver. Upon learning that Chun-Mo was dining with clients, she hung up, slightly disappointed. After lunch, Chun-Mo drove Zhang and Lu to Qingyang County. Having been away for several days, he felt an inexplicable pang of homesickness, particularly for Aunt Su. Su Yun's exquisite figure exuded elegance and allure, her long legs gracefully appearing before him. However, it was broad daylight with many onlookers around, forcing Chun-Mo to suppress his inner impulses. Su Yun, sensing the burning longing in Chun Mo's gaze, felt her heart skip a beat but pretended not to notice. Maintaining her composure, she addressed him professionally, "Boss." Chun Mo, noticing Su Yun's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of disappointment. "This is Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Liu. Please handle the franchise discussions with them." Su Yun smiled at the couple. "Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Liu, please." "Su's secretary." "You are too kind," they replied, following her into the supermarket. The couple first glanced at the bustling GKD outside, impressed by the thriving business. However, upon entering the supermarket and witnessing the line outside the milk tea shop, they were taken aback. "What kind of shop is this?" Lu Lan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yun smiled. "This is our milk tea shop." Lu Lan's curiosity piqued. "A milk tea shop? So many people are buying?" Su Yun replied nonchalantly. This is still considered a quieter time. Lu Lan was even more astonished. "Is the milk tea really that good?" Su Yun smiled. "It's decent, but tastes vary. Not everyone may find it delicious. Would you like a try?" Lu Lan eagerly nodded. "Sure." Su Yun replied, "Let's head upstairs first, and we'll have it brought up." Lu Lan smiled and agreed, clearly intrigued by the milk tea shop. Though Chun Mo had been away for several days, the operations at home were running smoothly, thanks to Su Yun, the diligent chief secretary. After seeing them upstairs, Chun Mo left the supermarket and stepped out with a cup of cola from GKD. Squinting against the glaring sunlight, a few thugs at the corner pretended to be passers-by as they entered a nearby shop. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. These thugs had been tailing him since morning and had now followed him from Qingyang County to the county seat. His only known enemies were Lin Hao and Lao He, both currently incarcerated. Thus, the only one left to send people to keep an eye on him was Lao He. He approached one of the thugs, whose hair was dyed in various colors, who turned away, pretending not to see Chun Mo standing next to him. Chun Mo calmly stated, "Tell that Lao He, if he wants to cause trouble, he can come at me. Oh, and make sure he knows Lin Hao is the one I sent to prison." With that, he turned and walked away. The thug, upon hearing Chun Mo's departing footsteps, slowly raised his head to watch his retreating figure. Now, no one was unaware that Lin Hao had been sent away by the owner of the Old Street supermarket. The thugs hesitated to cause trouble in this area. Initially thinking they were following a worthless little white face, they only realized their mistake upon reaching Old Street supermarket, discovering that this little white face was, in fact, the owner. Wait a moment. The thug realized something significant. This little white face was the one who sent Lin Hao to prison. So why was the big sister still with him? The thug's expression darkened gradually. Could it be that the big sister intentionally sent Lin Hao to prison? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine and immediately called the others to meet Lao He. On his way back, Chun Mo received a call from Su Yun. The discussions regarding the GKD franchise were nearly complete, but they were also interested in franchising Dongyun. Currently, Dongyun was only accepting the second franchise method. Chun Mo aimed to retain control over the franchisees, ensuring all rules adhered to his standards. This approach facilitated brand management, proving crucial when faced with intentional sabotage. Ascending the stairs, Chun Mo arrived at Su Yun's office. The couple, Zhang and Liu, had confirmed their franchise agreement. It must be said that they displayed considerable courage in agreeing under such conditions. Xinbing was present, handing over the prepared contract and franchise authorization for their signatures. "The franchise fee for Dongyun Milk Tea. We will transfer the funds to the bank shortly. I'll accompany you." Xinbing and Su Yun took Zhang and Liu to complete the subsequent paperwork. This marked their first franchisee, and Su Yun was filled with enthusiasm. They worked tirelessly until late at night, only finishing after escorting Lu Lan and her husband to their hotel. Next, they needed to guide the franchisees in store decoration, employee training, and equipment procurement. Su Yun's responsibilities multiplied. She approached Chun Mo's office, lightly knocking on the door. "Come in," before Chun Mo finished his sentence. Su Yun pushed the door open, her face alight with joy. "It's done." Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "Aunt Su, you seem quite happy?" Su Yun, tilting her delicate oval face, replied with longing, "Of course, Chun Mo. The franchise fee for the milk tea shop is 100,000. This money comes so quickly, and we get to keep 70% of the profits. In this era, 100,000 is a substantial sum." Chun Mo replied calmly, "In a few years, 100,000 won't even buy a franchise. At that moment, Su Yin couldn't help but admire Chen Mo's unwavering demeanor. His calm presence steadied her own emotions. She had already changed significantly from before. Chen Mo stood and looked at Su Yun. It's time to clock out. Su Yun post? What's wrong with clocking out? Chen Mo quickly stepped forward and hugged her. Yun, yeah. Su Yun's body stiffened momentarily. Then she gently wrapped her arms around Chen Mo in return, softly humming. Chen Mo whispered in her ear, I missed you. Su Yun's exquisite face flushed slightly, her voice quivering. I missed you too. Tonight, no one shall sleep. Chen Mo and Su Yun exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. You promised not to bully me in the office, Su Yun remarked, adjusting Chen Mo's collar with a gentle touch, realizing she had been somewhat brusque earlier. Chen Mo smiled, relishing the tender care she bestowed upon him, akin to that of a devoted wife. In turn, he brushed back her slightly disheveled, waist-length hair, noting the blush on her lips with a hint of curiosity. Sister Yun, why my lips feel a bit red? Did you apply lipstick? Su Yun paused, then swiftly recognized his playful jab at her. You took advantage of me, and now you feign innocence. I'm leaving. With a flick of her long hair, she turned and exited the office. Chen Mo smiled faintly and followed her. Are you returning home tonight? He inquired. What do you mean? Su Yun squinted at him, suspiciously. Chen Montak Kuhit. Do you not understand my meaning? Su Yun shook her head. I don't. With a sigh, Chen Mo lamented, those who pretend to be asleep cannot be awakened. Seeing his disappointed expression, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Who is pretending to be asleep? Chen Mo feigned ignorance. I don't know. Su Yun's laughter faded as she leaned closer to him, whispering softly, Qing Xuan might sense that we've been waiting for her at home these past few days. Chen Mo thought to himself, Qing Xuan truly is a harbinger of misfortune. Not only did she not harbor feelings for him, but she also stood as an obstacle between him and Su Yun. Su Yun had to consider her feelings, rendering it impossible for them to be open about their relationship. Chen Mo understood her predicament. Noticing Chen Mo's look of disappointment, Su Yun leaned into his ear, murmuring a few words. Chen Mo's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? If you don't believe me, then fine. With a playful huff, Su Yun hurriedly descended the stairs. Chen Mo's grin widened as he promptly followed. As Su Yun mounted her bicycle, she prepared to flee. She glanced back at him, aware that her pace was slower than usual. Chen Mo seized the opportunity, accelerating to catch up and deftly hopped onto the rear seat of her bicycle, causing it to wobble slightly. Su Yun turned her head, exclaiming, What are you doing on here? Chen Mo, grinning, replied, I'm giving my girlfriend a ride home. The term girlfriend made Su Yun's face flush with embarrassment, and she softly retorted, Who is your girlfriend? You, Su Yun. Chen Mo raised his voice playfully. Su Yun tightened her grip on the brakes, her cheeks aflame as she shot him a glare filled with shyness. If you say that again, I will. Do what? Chen Mo leaned closer to her delicate face, teasingly asking, Hit me? Hit you. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with sweet embarrassment, her heart racing. She chastised herself for her behavior while reminding him, sit properly. Chen Mo snapped back to reality, still lingering in the gentle scent she had left behind. As they rode for a short while, Su Yun shyly murmured, You, don't hold on to me. If I hold on, I fear I might fall. Chen Mo replied, tightening his embrace around her waist, suppressing his laughter. Su Yun protested, Then don't get so close. Chen Mo countered, I must stay close. Otherwise, I fear I might fall. Her face reddening to the roots of her hair, Su Yun insisted, Be honest. She had never perceived the journey home as so interminable. Pedaling vigorously, the bicycle surged forward, and soon, Su Yun spotted her building. Finally, they had arrived. After halting, she shot Chen Mo a sultry glare. Be careful riding home. Chen Mo chuckled, Sister Yun, good night. Turning back, Su Yun commanded, Who are you calling sister? It's Annie. With a serious nod, Chen Mo replied, Understood. Sister Yun. Su Yun didn't mind what he called her, whether sister or aunt. She relished both. As she ascended the stairs, and before entering her home, she watched Chen Mo ride away until he vanished around the corner, then slowly turned and stepped inside. Mom, why are you so late? Su Qing Shui inquired from the sofa as Su Yun entered. There's been a new business at the supermarket, so I got caught up, Su Yin casually replied. You should head to bed. Don't you have work tomorrow? Oh. Su Qing Shui hesitated, but ultimately held her tongue and retreated to her bedroom. Glancing at her phone, she noticed a certain penguin account named CS, which belonged to Chen Mo. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention, but her close friend Lu Yu had recently been particularly interested in Chen Mo. She discovered that his penguin username had changed from to CS. This alteration ignited Lu Yu's curiosity. Without delay, Lu Yu approached Su Qing Shui, inquiring if there was any new development between her and Chen Mo. Why did Chen Mo change his penguin name to the initials of your surname? Wasn't he subtly confessing to you before? This seems to be the same old routine. You, not paying attention to him, should realize that every time you heard him, he changes his name. Wasn't he that? Altered before your college entrance exams? Under Lu Yu's explanation, Su Qing Shui began to entertain the idea. That night, she scrolled through Chen Mo's penguin account, especially fixating on the letter CS. The more she looked, the more she felt Lu Yu might be onto something. Meanwhile, a woman in a similar situation, Joya, lay in her comfortable bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had gone to the newly renovated milk tea shop that night, but hadn't seen Chen Mo. After calling him, she learned he had returned to Qingyang County. Joya inhaled the faint scent of Chen Mo lingering on her air-conditioned blanket. Had she grown accustomed to his presence? Impossible. It had only been 2 nights. Frustrated, she kicked the blanket away. If he came to her house again, she would make him sleep on the sofa. After finishing her evening routine, Su Yun gazed at her reflection, admiring her flawless visage and the alluring curves of her mature figure. The perfect proportions of her waist and hips, her long, beautiful legs. Every detail was exquisitely balanced. Unable to resist, she took a photo of herself and sent it to Chen Mo's penguin account. Just as Chen Mo was about to drift off to sleep, his phone buzzed with a message from Su Yun, instantly banishing his drowsiness. The following day, Chen Mo gradually awakened, glancing at the clock to find it past 9. The previous night, due to Su Yun's selfie, he had struggled to find rest. Rising from his bed, he opened the door, momentarily taken aback. At the same time, Joya, who was observing Chen Mo's sudden appearance, found herself momentarily stunned. Their eyes met, and Joya's cheeks began to flush. Boss, you. Chen Mo sensed something unusual in her gaze and instinctively lowered his head, quickly retreating back into his room. Joya's heart raced as she watched the door close. Before long, Chen Mo emerged, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded Joya. How did you get in? I noticed the door was ajar, so I brought you breakfast. Joya replied, placing the meal before him. You bought this? Chen Mo inquired, glancing at the takeout. Joya whispered, I couldn't replicate that flavor. Couldn't replicate? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Just then, Su Yun's voice echoed from outside. Chen Mo. The door swung open, and Su Yun entered, her gaze freezing at the sight before her. This, Joya felt the awkwardness intensify. Su Yun, holding the breakfast she had purchased, observed the closeness between the two, a wave of jealousy washing over her. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your game, Su Yun remarked, her long legs turning as she exited. Yun Jia. Chen Mo sighed softly, watching her leave. Why did she have to come at this moment with breakfast? He turned back to Joya, who remained at her previous position. Next time, there will be more severe consequences, Chen Mo warned before retreating into the washroom. Joya bit her red lip, slowly rising to tidy up Chen Mo's room. The following week unfolded without incident for Chen Mo. The milk tea shop in the city opened on the weekend. Prior to the launch, the marketing was modest, distributing flyers and collaborating with GKD for a promotional event. Consequently, the shop thrived, with lines stretching out and even causing traffic congestion. Su Yun once again took charge, ensuring everyone's safety, while Joya assisted her in maintaining order. On that day, Lu Qingxian also arrived, but upon seeing the crowd, discreetly left. The initial days of the opening were hectic, and to avoid constant commutes to the county, Chen Mo and Su Yun moved in with Joya. Chen Mo discovered that Joya's home had 2 additional rooms, allowing each of them to have their own space. However, Joya had assigned Chen Mo to the most spacious master bedroom, her own. Su Yun was unaware of this, and though Chun Mo knew, he hesitated to refuse. Fearing Zhou, you might concoct some mischief. As the weekend concluded, Chun Mo and Su Yun returned to Qingyang County. Meanwhile, in Fushi, Fujian Province, Zhang Wei and Lulan's franchise store was progressing rapidly. The renovations were still overseen by the contractor, Lao Yu, whose crew had been expanding due to his work with Chun Mo. Alongside him, the second store manager, Lin Yu, had also gone ahead. Lin Yu was in charge of training new employees, a task in which she was quite experienced. It was estimated that in about a week, the franchise would be ready for its official opening. In the meantime, Chun Mo received a phone call from Zhou Yin, who had returned. In the office, Chun Mo and Su Yun listened as she animatedly recounted her experiences. We must begin with our hardware. This process will be challenging. Boss, the chip development will require substantial funding, Zhou Yin cautioned. Chun Mo was well aware of the situation. We'll take it step by step, starting with the fundamentals. We need talent in this field, and the subsequent research facility will certainly need to be relocated to a major city. He anticipated the challenges of lagging hardware and felt mentally prepared to face them. Turning to Su Yun, he asked, how is the factory construction progressing? Su Yun nodded slightly. It's nearly complete, expected to finish by the end of the month. She had established several construction crews under her command, and their first project was not her own factory, but an official demolition project, one she had learned about from an acquaintance. Surprisingly, they won the bid, marking the debut of Dongyun Real Estate Group's first development project. Su Yun became increasingly busy. A week later, Chun Mo traveled to Fushi to attend the opening of the first franchise store. The influx of young people exceeded that of Qingyang, as Fushi was a more developed city with greater consumer capacity and a larger youthful population. Zhang Wei and Lulan breathed a sigh of relief as they witnessed the bustling activity at GKD, feeling their gamble had paid off. Zhang Wei busied himself with store matters, while Lulan approached Chun Mo with a warm smile. Mr. Chun, thank you for your hard work today. Chun Mo replied with a smile. It's nothing. You both have worked harder. Lulan cheerfully opened the car door. I've reserved a hotel for you. Let me take you to rest. Chun Mo hesitated momentarily. It's all right. Just tell me the hotel, and I can manage on my own. Lulan in seat. Mr. Jin, please get in. I happen to be headed that way for a few errands. With that, Chun Mo relented and entered the car. Lulan engaged him in conversation about the upcoming opening, expressing her concerns about GKD's reception in Fushi. It seems our worries were unnecessary, she said. You invested significantly. So concern is understandable, Chun Mo replied, and Lulan nodded with a gentle smile. After a while, she turned to Chun Mo, her expression serious as she softly remarked, Mr. Chun, your future is destined for greatness. Chun Mo chuckled. I appreciate your kind words. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lulan escorted Chun Mo inside. Watching as he entered the elevator, she realized that Chun Mo held no interest in her. Her subtle hints had not elicited the response she had hoped for. And being a perceptive woman, she understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw. As Chun Mo stood on the hotel balcony, gazing at Lulan's departing figure, he couldn't help but reflect on the complexities of the world, where profit often led to unimaginable events. As Chun Mo reclined on the hotel bed, a familiar chime resonated in the air. Ding! The host's assets have surpassed 10 million. The host has received the title reward. Millionaire, Charm 10. Business popularity 10. Side quest completed. Own 3 Dongyun milk tea shops. Quest reward, 5,000 points. The duo had successfully completed their mission. Chun Mo did not anticipate that he would surpass 10 million in assets at this moment. Clearly, the role of franchisees was significant, especially when there were enough of them. With continuous operation, the subsequent returns promised to be abundant, far exceeding his expectations. Having crossed the 10 million threshold, yet not becoming the wealthiest in Qingyang County, was perplexing. He glanced at his information. Assets, 18 million yuan, ranked second in Qingyang County. Despite his financial achievements, he was still in second place. Who could possibly hold the title of Qingyang's richest? Based on the current economic landscape and industrial distribution of Qingyang County, the most notable enterprise was undoubtedly Qingyang Cement, which had flourished alongside the booming real estate sector in recent years. Not only was Qingyang Cement the leading company in the county, but it also ranked among the top 10 in the entire city, exhibiting rapid growth. To surpass them in a short span, Chenmo might need to expand his franchise network, accelerating capital influx. However, franchisees also required a period for brand accumulation before they could attract investors swiftly. Currently, Lulan represented the inception of this franchise endeavor in Fusher. Ding, new task. Own 10 franchise stores of any kind. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Ding, new task. Employ 5 staff members with a rating above 90. Task completed. Quest reward, 5 million. Had he completed a task ahead of schedule? The employees rated above 90 must be Su Yun, Zhou Yin, Zhou Ya, Shun Bing, and Bai Ruoxi. As Chun Mo observed the bank notification on his phone, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His bank card balance stood at 10,002 million. This reward was indeed straightforward and substantial. Would it suffice to claim the title of the wealthiest in Qingyang County? The notification chimed again. Ding. Task of becoming the county's wealthiest completed. Title acquired. County's wealthiest. Points reward 10,000. The windfall was somewhat overwhelming. Chun Mo quickly reviewed his information. Host, Chun Mo, age, 18. Education, high school graduate. Physical fitness, 100 points, perfect. Charm, 76 points, noteworthy. Skills, photographic memory, master-level vocal skills, master-level culinary skills, marketing genius. Master-level athletics. Reputation, 1008, somewhat known. Assets, 18 million yuan. Ranked 1st in Qingyang County. Ranked 18th in Qingyang City. Title acquired. Millionaire. Business popularity increased by 20. Somewhat known. Business popularity increased by 20. Had he known that establishing the milk tea franchise would unlock such a series of tasks, he would have opened the 3rd branch much earlier. Had he effectively conquered the county? Yet, he was only 18th in the city ranking. With 9 counties and 3 districts in Qingyang City, this rank was relatively normal. The affluent were indeed more abundant in urban areas. Ding. Main quest. Become the wealthiest in Qingyang City. Quest reward. 10,000 points. Monetary reward. 10 million. To become the wealthiest in the city, he might need assets exceeding 100 million. Fortunately, Qingyang City's economy was not overly developed. In a metropolis like Shanghai, achieving the status of the richest in a city would place one among the top in the nation. There remained a considerable distance for Chun Mo to reach the national forefront. For now, he would proceed steadily, step by step. After a night's rest, the following morning, Lulan drove Chun Mo to the airport. Mr. Chun, wishing you a safe flight, Lulan smiled, extending her hand for a handshake. Thank you. Chun Mo nodded before entering the airport. Flying from Fusher, he could only reach the provincial capital of Xiang Province, from where he would take a vehicle back to Qingyang. By the time Chun Mo returned to Qingyang City, it was nearing dusk. Zhou had come to pick him up from the station. Are we heading back to the county? Yes. Chun Mo closed his eyes in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat fatigued from the journey. Zhou drove them back to Qingyang County. Meanwhile, in front of the Old Street supermarket, a woman donned in sunglasses and a sun hat, clutching a suitcase, stood in bewilderment. Yishu Wei was stunned. She gazed at the Old Street supermarket before her, removing her sunglasses to rub her eyes. Was this truly her own supermarket? Had she come to the wrong place? What had happened to the 2nd and 3rd floors? The Old Street supermarket had undergone a complete transformation. Yishui could hardly believe her eyes. Was this all the result of her son's efforts? Boss, Yiji. It was Li Lu's mother, an old employee of the supermarket, who recognized Yishu Wei standing at the entrance. Li Fong, it's me. Yiji. Don't tell me you don't recognize your own supermarket? Li Annie inquired with a broad smile. I truly don't recognize it. Yishui looked at the supermarket in utter confusion. Yijia, you have no idea how remarkable our boss has been lately. Li Annie spoke with admiration. Yishui couldn't help but smile modestly. It brought her joy to hear praise for Chun Mo. This GKD is opened by the boss. And look at how many people are in our supermarket's milk tea shop, plus the 2nd floor and the elevator. Yijia, look. Li Annie proudly showcased the features to Yishu Wei, as if she had orchestrated it all. Yishu Wei was even more astonished when she stepped inside. The transformation was beyond her imagination. This was no longer the old, dilapidated supermarket. Yijia, you have no idea how much money Fu Limin has embezzled from you. It was all reclaimed by Secretary Su and Lawyer Shun. Secretary Su? Lawyer Shun? Yishu Wei grew increasingly bewildered. Right, Li Lu's secretary, come over here. Li Annie happened to spot Li Lu descending from the elevator. In the supermarket, even as a mother, she still referred to her daughter by her title. Since becoming Chun Mo's secretary and managing the supermarket's affairs, Li Annie had become cautious about how she spoke to her daughter at home. Household chores were seldom assigned to Li Lu anymore. It must be said that when one attains wealth, their status inevitably changes, regardless of the setting. At that moment, Li Lu notiget Yishu Wei beside Li Auntie, had heart siki pedabit. Chun Mo's mother. Ye Auntie. Ah, it's Lulu. Yishu Wei similet. Remembering how Li Lu often visited the store to bring her mother meals. They were familiar with one another. Yishu Wei even entertained the thought of matchmaking Chun Mo and Li Lu in the future. Li Lu was not only beautiful, with an admirable figure and a pleasant disposition, but she also seemed particularly capable of bearing children. 070 for the meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Auntie, didn't you mention it to the boss upon your return? Li Lu inquired gently as she took the luggage from Yishu Hui's hands with a smile. No, I'm not someone of great significance. By the way, where is Chun Mo? The boss went to Fusher for the opening ceremony of a franchise store. Fusher? Franchise store? Yishu Hui wondered if she had misheard. Li Lu smiled and checked the time on her phone. Yes, the boss should be back soon. Let's head to the office upstairs. Office? What does that store sell? Why are there so many people? Yishu Hui asked curiously as she observed the bustling milk tea shop while entering the elevator. Auntie, that's a milk tea shop. It's for drinking. Oh. The two arrived on the second floor. Is this an arcade? Yes. At that moment, Li Lu spotted Bai Ruashi and waved. Ruashi, come here. Bai Ruashi looked at Li Lu in confusion. What's up? Who is this Annie? Li Lu smiled and introduced Annie, our boss's mother. Bai Ruashi blinked in surprise, then beamed. Hello, Annie, I'm Bai Ruashi. Yishui nodded with a smile. Hello. Just then, Su Yun, who was about to descend from the third floor, saw the scene. Initially, she thought it was someone Bai Ruashi knew, but upon a closer look, she recognized Yishu Hui, Chun Mo's mother. A wave of anxiety washed over her, akin to the nervousness of meeting her partner's parents. Instinctively, she turned back to her office, quickly tidied her appearance, and donned a gentle, approachable smile. Chun Mo's mother has a good temperament, Su Yun reassured herself. Yishu Hui, Li Lu, and Bai Ruashi arrived at the office via the escalator. Su Yun took a deep breath, focusing intently on her computer screen. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Su Yun straightened her back and smiled. Come in. Li Lu opened the door and smiled. Sister Yun. This is the boss's mother. Su Yun immediately stood up, her smile warm and serene. Ah, Sister Shu Hui, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yishu Hui couldn't help but think to herself, this woman is truly beautiful. She had seen Su Qingxue, but compared to Su Yun, she seemed to fall short. Yishu Hui's first impression of Su Yun was quite positive, and she nodded with a smile. In her 60s, she was indeed older than Su Yun. However, since Chun Mo and Su Qingxue were classmates, they regarded each other as equals. Yishu Hui was naturally acquainted with Su Yun, considering her son had pursued her daughter fervently in the past. Yet, Yishu Hui was not particularly fond of Su Qingxue. However, since Chun Mo liked her, she had never voiced her opinions. In Yishu Hui's eyes, Su Yun was essentially a future mother-in-law figure for Chun Mo, hence she greeted her with a beaming smile, saying, No need for formality, you carry on with your work. I shall head home first. Yishu Hui smiled and nodded before leaving the office to return home. After a long absence, she felt a sense of urgency, and the sight of her home brought a wave of nostalgia. Lulu, Ruashi, you go about your tasks. Thank you for your hard work, Yishu Hui said to the two girls with a smile. All right, we'll head down first. Call us if you need anything. Lilu Raplia. Yishu Hui nodded with a smile and quickly made her way to her front door. Meanwhile, Chun Mo, en route to Qingyang County, received a call from Su Yun. Aunt Su, what's the matter? Su Yun typically communicated with Chun Mo via messages for trivial matters, so a call indicated something significant. Your mother is back. Suyun statid bluntly. Chen Mo paused momentarily, then responded with a smile. Oh, that's great. Why didn't she call me? Suyun hesitated for a moment, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness akin to a new bride meeting her mother-in-law. I just met her. Chen Mo stifled a laugh. You met her? The meeting of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law should be quite harmonious, right? It was fine. Wait, what mother-in-law? Suyun realized halfway through and retorted playfully. Chen Mo and Suyun's conversation was keenly overheard by Zhou, who was driving and became so engrossed that she veered into another lane. Chen Mo quickly jerked the steering wheel, exclaiming, Hey, wrong way. We're going to crash. Zhou looked at Chen Mo apologetically. I'm sorry. On the other end, Suyun heard Chen Mo's anxious tone and became alarmed. What happened? Did you crash? Are you all right? Chen Montak. I'm fine. I'll be home soon, Chen Mo assured while casting a glance at Zhou that held a hint of irritation. Zhou bit her lip, looking pitiful. Please don't punish me later. Chen Mo thought, this woman is somewhat unusual. The car pulled into the old street, parking beside Chen Mo's Mercedes. As they entered the supermarket, Li Lu greeted them with a beaming smile. Boss, Aunt Yi is back. Got it. Chen Mo nodded slightly and hurried to the elevator. Zhou, who had been following Chen Mo closely, suddenly realized, is it Chen Mo's mother who has returned? Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Mo first arrived at Su Yun's office, where he was greeted by cheerful voices from within. Su Yun, Shun Bing, and his mother, Yishu Wei, were evidently enjoying a lively conversation. Chen Mo smiled as he pushed the door open. Mom, Yishu Wei laughed, rising only to be embraced by Chen Mo. Oh dear, your Aunt Su and Lawyer Shin are watching. Chan Mo chocolate, relasing Yishu Wei. Mom, you finally decided to return. If I hadn't come back, I wouldn't even dare to step in here anymore. Yishu Wei replied with a smile. Had I known you had such talent, I would have entrusted the supermarket to you long ago. I owe it all to you, Mom. Without your solid foundation, I could never have achieved this. Chen Mo said humbly. Stop flattering me. Yishu Wei laughed, lightly tapping Chen Mo's shoulder. All right, you all continue with your work. I won't disturb you. Mom, I'll accompany you, Chen Mo said, swiftly following Yishu Wei. At that moment, Yishu Wei noticed Zhou, who had been trailing behind Chen Mo. She is another beautiful woman, Yishu Wei thought, realizing that all of her son's employees were remarkably attractive and poised. Even Li Lu, whom she had initially favored, seemed to pale in comparison to Su Yun, Shun Bing, Bai Ruashi, and the newly appeared Zhou. Zhou, notijin Yishu Huskaze, imediately similit biraitli. Hello, I'm Zhou, Chen's personal secretary. Personal secretary? Yishu Wei was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Mo, questioning what this young man had been up to in her absence. And now he has a personal secretary. In the kitchen of Chen Mo's home, Yishu Wei watched Zhou busily at work, feeling compelled to lend a hand. Yishu Wei, being a perceptive individual, observed Zhou's delicate skin and the aura of a refined lady, coupled with her somewhat clumsy knife skills, leading her to suspect that this woman was likely more than just her son's personal secretary. However, if it pertained to private matters between the two, she felt it would be inappropriate to interject. Zhou insisted that Yishu Wei take a break, assuring her that she could manage. Yet, Yishu Wei couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as she watched from the sidelines. Chen Mo chuckled softly and engaged Yishu Wei in conversation about recent happenings. Upon hearing that Fu Limin had opened a new supermarket diagonally across from them, Yishu Wei inquired with curiosity, how is his business faring? Chen Montak replied, I haven't looked into it, but I've heard from the staff that business seems to be struggling. Not long ago, he even engaged in a price war with us. Yishu Wei smiled. How do we respond? Chen Mo reminisced, we didn't lower our prices, but we conducted a points-based lottery event. I've heard that his store is almost deserted now. Yishu Wei gazed at the spirited Chen Mo and couldn't help but reflect. You young people are so clever and full of ideas. We elders cannot compare. Chen Mo responded, Mom, you are still young at heart. Meanwhile, Fo Ya, who was busily listening to the exchange, felt a pang of envy. Their relationship seemed so warm and harmonious. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, she thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she had a relationship like that. Zhou's culinary skills had recently improved, at least to the level of preparing ordinary home-cooked meals. You've worked hard, Secretary Zhou, Yi Shui said with a smile, pulling Zhouya to sit down. You should join us for a meal. Zhouya instinctively glanced at Chen Mo as she responded, I'll pass. This was her subconscious attempt at self-transformation. Do sit down. Chen Montak and Kulhaget. Zhouya happily complied and served Yi Shui a dish, saying, Sister Yi, do try this. It's my specialty. Delicious, thank you. You should eat too. Chen Mo added. After lunch, Yi Shui couldn't help but wander around her own supermarket, astonished by the transformation. It took her and old Chun over a decade to build their modest establishment. Yet Chun Mo had managed a significant upgrade in such a short time. The employees greeted Yi Shui with warm smiles. Suyin even treated her to a cup of milk tea. Upon tasting it, Yi Shui's eyes lit up, exclaiming, This is delightful. Indeed, no matter the age, women are often captivated by milk tea. Suyin accompanied Yi Shui, diligently updating her on the supermarket's progress. There might even be a clothing store here, she mentioned when her phone buzzed with a message from Chen Mo. How thoughtful of the daughter-in-law to accompany her mother-in-law, she mused, lightly biting her red lips as she quickly replied with a playful eye-roll emoji. Before continuing to stroll with Yi Shui, Chen Mo, pleased with the situation, chose not to intrude further, allowing the two women to bond. With just a week remaining before heading to Modi University, he needed to ensure everything was arranged here, including the plans for Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi, who would return to school after the summer break. Li Lu, fortunately, was attending a university in Qingyang City, allowing her to maintain a work-study balance. If she decided to quit, her mother, Aunt Li, would be the first to object, even suggesting that Li Lu forego university to continue working. Thankfully, Chen Mo's firm words made Aunt Li relent. If Li Lu doesn't go to university, I certainly want keep her here. Shen Bing and Zhou Yin continued with their respective duties. As for Su Yun, Chen Mo intended to take her with him. His future plans were to expand into larger cities. Once matters here were settled, Su Yun would join him in Modu. Currently, she remained in the county, tied up with 2 real estate projects, but if suitable candidates emerged to take over, she could come early. That evening in Chun Mo's office, several secretaries gathered. Su Yun, Bai Ruoxi, Li Lu, Zhou Yin, Zhouya, and Shun Bing. Tomorrow we will distribute salaries. Please submit the lists of outstanding employees from each department to Secretary Su. Chen Mo announced. As for Li Lu and Ruoxi, they will temporarily leave us. We will have a gathering tomorrow. With that, a wave of melancholy swept over the group, likely due to the impending departure of Li Lu and Bai Ruoxi. Boss, are you also going to school? Shen Bing asked, intrigued. Yes, Chen Mo nodded slightly. Zhou Yin and Zhou Yi exchanged worried glances, each concerned for different reasons. Su Yun's beautiful eyes dimmed as she realized what this meant. Chen Mo was leaving, and perhaps that would mean separation for them. Everyone, let's make the most of our time and finish our task today, so we can enjoy tomorrow, Chen Mo said with a smile. The group reluctantly agreed, a hint of sadness in their voices. Chen Mo quirked an eyebrow. Let me see who isn't smiling. I'll deduct half their salary. What? Li Lu was the first to break into a genuine smile. The wicked capitalist. Bai Ruoxi chimed in, playfully poking her fingers at her own cheeks. The others chuckled at Bai Ruoxi's adorable antics. Shun Bing, with a serious demeanor, declared, Don't worry, according to labor laws. This is an illegal action by the boss. We could sue him. Laughter erupted among the women as they gave Shun Bing a thumbs up. It seemed they had inadvertently hired a lawyer to sue their own boss. The mood lightened considerably thanks to Shun Bing's jest. They began preparing for the month's closing work. As the chief secretary, Su Yun was tasked with compiling everyone's salary information, which kept her busy into the late hours. Chun Mo quietly entered her office with a bowl of noodles. Upon catching the aroma, Su Yun looked up in surprise at Chen Mo. He placed the noodles before her with a smile. Aunt Su, enjoy your meal. The enticing scent made Su Yun's stomach growl, and she eagerly picked up her chopsticks. Did you make this? She asked. Indeed, I spent considerable time researching and consulted a master to craft this just for you, Chen Mo replied earnestly. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, that's quite a feat. Let me taste. Upon taking her first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Is this truly your handiwork? Not Sister Yes? She queried, eyeing him suspiciously. Chun Mo feigned offense. Do you doubt my abilities? Su Yun chuckled, shaking her head. Not at all. I simply find this noodle dish exquisite. You must have a taste as well. She offered him a bite, which he accepted without hesitation, slurping it up and splattering broth in the process. Su Yun laughed, handing him a napkin to clean up. Why the rush? It's not as if I won tea let you eat. Unbeknownst to her. Indeed, I still haven't tea had my share. He mused. What do you mean you didn't tea have any? You just ate. Su Yun began, but her keen mind quickly caught on to Chun Mo's innuendo. Her fair, oval face flushed crimson as she buried herself in her noodles, murmuring after a moment, I can't escape. The unspoken understanding between the couple was palpable as Su Yun's words elicited a radiant smile from Chun Mo. Su Yun savored her meal, unable to resist complimenting the exquisite flavors once more. This dish is truly delightful. Chun Mo, teach me how to make it, so I can prepare it for you in the future. She gazed at him with a playful smile. Chun Mo readily agreed, of course. When I have some free time, I will guide you step by step. As they chatted, Su Yun was left with just one bite of her dish, which she delicately lifted and offered to Chun Mo's lips. Here, she said. He chuckled as he took the bite. I plan to open GKD and Dongyun branches in the bustling metropolis and the provincial capital. When do you intend to do that? She inquired. Within this week. He replied. If you need anything from me, just let me know. Su Yun's words seemed to imply that she would always be there whenever he needed her. Chun Mo could easily discern the deeper meaning in her gaze. Their eyes locked, a silent affection passing between them. Chun Mo couldn't suppress the urge to kiss her. Wait. There, S-oil. Su Yun's heart raced as she pulled out a tissue, seemingly taking her time to wipe. At that moment, Chun Mo abandoned any notion of gentlemanly decorum, leaning in to press his lips against hers through the tissue. Time slipped away as they lost themselves in their own world. Suddenly, the ringing of Su Yun's phone on her desk broke the spell. Both of them ignored the persistent call, but it seemed the caller was determined not to be disregarded. Blushing, Su Yun gently tapped Chun Mo's shoulder. Wait, let me answer this call. Chun Mo, reluctantly, he glanced at the phone. Who is so lacking in subtlety? Su Yun stifled a laugh as she picked up the phone. Qing Shui, you're downstairs? All right, I'll be down once I finish working. Su Qing Shui, that troublemaker, Chun Mo thought. After hanging up, Su Yun turned to Chun Mo, her eyes filled with a playful longing, her lips curving into a smile. She stepped closer, whispering in his ear, she must be yours. You can never escape this in this lifetime. You said it, Chun Mo replied, wrapping his arms around her waist. In the next life, you won't escape either. All right, Su Yun smiled indulgently. Nothing. Chun Mo, satisfied for the moment, suggested, let us go. I'll walk you down. As they descended, they found Su Qing Shui standing beside Su Yun's bicycle, her posture straight and proud. It was undeniable that Su Qing Shui had inherited her sister's striking features and figure. Yet in this moment, Su Yun's beauty radiated with an allure that surpassed her younger sister. Upon seeing Chun Mo, a complex emotion flickered in Su Qing Shui's eyes. In the eyes of their peers, Chun Mo had already become a business prodigy, the envy of male classmates, and the object of affection for female classmates. Rumors swirled that many had tried to connect with him privately, hoping to befriend someone so promising. Su Qing Shui, well aware that she was regarded as Chun Mo's goddess, found herself caught in the web of admiration from others, who speculated that she would likely end up with him. In the past, Chun Mo may not have seemed worthy of her, but now, opinions had shifted. However, the actual dynamics between them remained unclear to Su Qing Shui. Could there be a relationship in the future? Perhaps, but only due to Su Yun's influence. With a bright smile, Chun Mo waved goodbye to Su Yun before turning to head upstairs, completely ignoring Su Qing Shui. As she stood there, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up within her. She hoped, as her friend Lu Siyu had suggested, that Chun Mo still held feelings for her. But now, she was certain. Chun Mo had moved on. She couldn't accept it. She believed that Chun Mo's closeness to Su Yun was merely a way to retaliate against her, a form of revenge for unrequited love. Qing Shui, Get in the car. It's time to go home. Su Qing Shui snapped back to reality, taking her seat in the back. Chen Mo watched as their silhouettes faded around the corner of the old street. The next day, the employees at the old street supermarket wore smiles, for it was payday. Early in the morning, Chen Mo and Su Yun drove together to withdraw the money. After retrieving the funds, they distributed 20,000 yuan to Zhou Ye, instructing her to deliver it to the staff of the 3 stores in the city and to organize a gathering for them. Upon returning to the old street, they followed the usual procedure of distributing salaries. Among the staff, Zhou Yin received the highest pay, followed closely by Shen Bing. Chen Mo had initially considered giving Su Yun a raise, but she declined, asserting that her current salary was already quite generous and reflected her abilities. Understanding her pride, Chen Mo did not press the matter further, but still awarded her a bonus. Yin Jie, how much is my salary? Chen Mo asked, to which she replied, here, check for yourself and sign. She handed him the envelope, and he signed with a smile. Opening it, he discovered 3,800 yuan. Sui, are we the same? Su Yin shot him an affectionate look. Yes, we are the same in every way. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. That's good. A strange sweetness flowed through Su Yun's heart. After distributing the salaries, the employees' spirits visibly lifted, their faces aglow with joy. Following the previous procedure, Su Yun had reserved a restaurant for their gathering. Everyone was enthusiastic and efficient in their tasks. Finally, the time for dinner approached, and the employees gathered in groups, chattering happily as they made their way to the restaurant. Yi Shui was personally invited by Su Yun, and their mother-daughter bond appeared strong. Su Yun's emotional intelligence made her a pleasure to be around, provided one was not on her bad side. Chen Mo, delighted by this, drove with Yi Shui and Su Yun to the restaurant, while Shen Bing rode with Bairuoshi and Li Lu. Zhou Yin drove herself, and Zhou Ye had arranged the gathering for the city employees. This gathering included a few more participants than the last, mainly due to the addition of new employees from the tea shop. Before the meal commenced, Chen Mo, as before, delivered a brief message. I hope everyone enjoys the food and has a great time tonight. Let us eat. His concise speech prompted the employees to wish for more words from him. Eager to hear more, they approached him with toasts. A flurry of laughter surrounded Chen Mo as they encouraged him to drink. He shook his head helplessly. You are all employing the same old tricks again. Su Yun, concerned for Chen Mo after witnessing his discomfort from drinking too much last time, interjected, That's enough. He can't drink so much alone. How about Su Yun Jie helps the boss with a few drinks? Someone suggested, igniting enthusiasm among the crowd. Su Yun raised an elegantly arched brow, protectively asserting, Let us do this. Shen Bing smiled. Yin Jie seems fierce. Be careful. The atmosphere shifted slightly, yet she still ended up consuming a fair amount of alcohol. Su Yun held a high status among her colleagues, commanding respect, while Chen Mo, always smiling and approachable, made it easy for everyone to interact with him without pressure. As the night wore on and drinks were shared, the gathering began to wind down. Many decided to head home, and Shen Bing, having also partaken, opted to catch a ride back. Bairuoshi had arranged for a ride and offered to drop off Shen Bing, Zhou Yin, Li Lu, and others along the way. As for Su Yun and Chen Mo, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, both declining rides from others. Together with Yi Shui, they took a taxi home, first stopping by the Old Street supermarket. The restaurant was nearby, and they arrived within 5 minutes. Mom, you head home first and get some rest. I'll take Su Yi back. She has had a bit to drink. Chen Mo appeared to have consumed just the right amount of alcohol, his mind still remarkably clear. Take care, Yi Shui said before alighting from the car and heading home. Master, let us go, he remarked as the taxi turned around, heading towards Su Yun's residence. En route to Su Yun's home, Chen Mo could not resist taking her hand in his. Su Yun quietly leaned her head against his shoulder, and it seemed as though an unspoken connection had formed between them. Time flowed by in serene stillness. We've arrived. That will be 8 yuan, the taxi driver announced. Chen Mo handed him a 10 yuan note, then wrapped an arm around Su Yun as they exited the vehicle, shutting the door behind them. At that moment, Su Yun's cheeks flushed with warmth, unsure if it was due to the alcohol or the thoughts of what might transpire next. She softly murmured, Are we home? Chen Mo replied with a gentle affirmation, Let us go upstairs. We are home. The phrase we are home seemed to carry an implicit meaning, causing Su-Yun's heart to race. Yet, it mirrored her own desires, for Chunamo would soon depart from Qingyang for the bustling metropolis, making this moment all the more precious and rare. In the stillness of the night, beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, the silhouettes of Chunamo and Su-Yun stretched long. Yunjia, lean on me, Chunamo said, as Su-Yun's charming face flushed with a hint of intoxication, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with a soft sigh. She nestled against him. Embracing her, Chunamo led her upstairs. With each step they ascended, their hearts raced a little faster. The fourth floor felt both fleeting and elongated as they arrived at Su-Yun's door. Chunamo whispered, where's the key? Su-Yun rummaged through her bag and handed him a set of keys. Supporting her with one hand, he fumbled with the keys to unlock the door. Perhaps due to the excitement coursing through him, he struggled to find the right key, requiring 2 attempts before finally gaining entry. The room was enveloped in darkness. Is Su Qingxue not home? Chen Montauk pondered. Perhaps this was for the best. He flicked on the light, and Su-Yun squinted slightly, turning to him, wrapping her arms around Chunamo as she murmured, I want to rest. Is your room this way? Chunamo recalled that Su Qingxue's room was to the left, so the right side must be Su-Yun's bedroom. Su-Yun replied softly, and he guided her toward the bedroom. As the door swung open, a fragrant aroma wafted through, reminiscent of Su-Yun's own subtle scent. The room was tidy and elegant, with a desk by the bed and a bookshelf filled with numerous books, many of which she had recently acquired to enhance her understanding of the world and to satisfy her thirst for knowledge. Eager to grasp what Chunamo spoke of, the bed was adorned with a pristine white blanket, exuding the same delicate fragrance as Su-Yun, appearing impeccably clean. Chunamo gently helped her lie down and turned on the desk lamp. Su-Yun's breathing steadied as she requested, Water. All right. Wait here, Chunamo replied, swiftly exiting the room to fetch a glass of water. He propped her up to drink, and after taking a generous sip, she slowly reclined once more. Chunamo placed the cup on the desk and gazed down at Su-Yun, captivated by her exquisite features and flawless figure. Truly, a sleeping beauty. After a moment of silence, Su-Yun called out, seemingly impatient, Chunamo. He immediately leaned closer. I'm here. Su-Yun's beautiful eyes fluttered open, sparkling with clarity and a hint of playful reproach. Are you planning to stare at me all night? Taken aback, Chunmo's heart raced. The meaning behind Su-Yun's words was evident, an unspoken invitation. Suddenly enlightened, he asked, You're not drunk? Su-Yun bit her rosy lip. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears, murmuring almost inaudibly, I am drunk. Was this truly the moment to inquire about her state of inebriation? Chunamo understood her implication and leaned closer to her flawless visage. Su-Yun felt his breath against her, her hands instinctively gripping the blanket. A new chapter in her life was about to commence. Chunamo, entranced by her beauty and poised intellect, felt an irresistible pull within him as he whispered softly into her ear, Su-Yun, you shall belong to me from now on. Su-Yun's voice was soft yet unwavering as she replied, I will be yours. For most, this night would appear as ordinary as any other. Yet for Su-Yun, it marked the beginning of a transformative journey, not only for Su-Yun, but also for Su Qingxue, who was currently staying at her friend's home. Since the previous evening, she had felt a cloud of melancholy, seeking solace in the company of Lu Siyu and several other girls for a meal and karaoke. Indulging in a fair amount of alcohol, in her drunken state, Su Qingxue clung to Lu Siyu, refusing to return home. With no other option, Lu Siyu took her back to her place. Although intoxicated, Su Qingxue found herself restless, tossing and turning, her heart heavy with an inexplicable sense of urgency, as if something profoundly significant was unfolding. For some, the night dragged on interminably, a seemingly endless solitude that tormented them. Yet for others, like Chunmo and Su-Yun, the night felt fleeting. The morning sun, warm and inviting, illuminated Su-Yun's bedroom. As Chunmo gazed intently at her, Su-Yun's long lashes fluttered slightly. Chunmo smiled softly, teasingly whispering near her ear, sleep a little longer. Unable to resist, Su-Yun's beautiful eyes opened, filled with a mix of urgency and pleading. Please leave. All right? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. I thought you were still asleep. Suyun bit her lip. I am awake. I beg you. Chun Mo cleared his throat. It seems she wasn't home last night. This revelation startled Suyun. She, isn't home? Chun Mo picked up her phone, revealing a message from Su Qingshue's number. Su, this is Lu Siyu. Qingxue had a bit to drink and is resting at my place tonight. You needn't worry. Upon reading the message, Suyun exhaled in relief. The previous night had indeed been a gamble, and she had only learned of Su Qingshue's gathering with friends during their dinner. Chen Mo observed her, drawn closer by an unseen force. Suyun's cheeks flushed as she murmured, Qingxue might return at any moment. You should get up. Chen Montag sighed softly. As the clock approached 8, Suyun expressed her concern about Su Qingshuo potentially returning unexpectedly, although she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chun Mo smiled as he tidied up the room, restoring it to its former neatness. Suyun intended to assist in the cleanup, but as she rose, her brows furrowed slightly. If not for her apprehension about Su Qingshue's imminent return, she would have indulged in the moment even more. Su, please continue to rest. I will check outside, Chun Mo said with a smile as he stepped out of the bedroom. Lying cozily beneath the covers, Suyun felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and bliss, her eyes gently closing with a slight smile gracing her lips. Approximately 10 minutes later, as a wave of drowsiness enveloped her, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Su, have something to eat before you sleep, Chun Mo said, bringing a bowl of noodles to her side. Having exerted herself the previous night, Suyun felt quite famished, and the enticing scent of the noodles was irresistible. Have you eaten? She inquired, her sleepiness dissipating. Chun Mo shook his head with a smile. No. Suyun promptly lifted a bite of noodles to his lips. Eat a bit. Chun Mo took a mouthful, nodding in satisfaction. Delicious. Suyun tried to bite herself, her eyes sparkling with delight. So good. I wish I could have this every day. Chun Mo smiled. I assure you, you will. Suyun's bright eyes glimmered with anticipation at his words. After sharing a few more exchanges, Chun Mo took his leave. Not long after his departure, Su Qingshuo returned home. Mom, are you still asleep? Her voice echoed from outside the door. Just woke up. What is it? Oh, and please don't come in yet. I need to change my clothes. Suyun replied, her tone slightly unusual and quivering. Su Qingshuo, standing outside the bedroom, hesitated as she sensed something amiss. Is everything all right, Mom? Me fine. Just a moment, Suyun said hurriedly, stepping out and promptly closing the door behind her. Su Qingshuo observed her mother's slightly disheveled hair and faintly flushed cheeks, resembling someone who had just awakened. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her mind. Did you drink last night? Su Qingshuo asked. Yes, there was a company gathering, and I may have overindulged, Suyun replied, scanning the room to ensure Chun Mo had left no trace of his presence. You stayed at Siyu's house last night? Su Qingshuo probed further. Yes. Siyu mentioned you got drunk last night. You shouldn't drink outside anymore. Understood, Suyun said, lowering her head slightly. Have you had breakfast? Not yet. The mention of breakfast reminded Suyun of the meal Chun Mo had prepared for her that morning, and she realized there might still be remnants in the kitchen. Why don't you rest a bit? I'll make breakfast, she suggested. Don't you have to go to work today? Su Qingshuo asked, puzzled, as Suyun had been working tirelessly without a break, not even on weekends. At this hour, she should have already left for work. I took the morning off. I'll go in the afternoon, Suyun replied, aware that she was weaving a web of lies. Oh, Su Qingshuo nodded and returned to her room. Suyun, with her long legs, swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Sure enough, the pot still contained boiling water for the noodles. She continued the process, preparing to cook. 079, a diligent employee who loves to learn as Suyun was cooking noodles. Su Qingshuo's voice drifted from her bedroom. Mom, where did you put my book, Solitude? I can't find it. Suyun's hand trembled slightly, causing the noodles to tumble into the pot. Qingshuo had returned to her room. Suppressing her anxiety, she hurried to the bedroom and called out anxiously. Qingshuo, the book isn't in your room. I returned it to your room. It's not in my room, Su Qingshuo replied, puzzled. In a frenzy, Suyun reached her bedroom door, her heart racing at an alarming pace. Did you not find it? I found it. Su Qingxue exclaimed joyfully, retrieving a book from her desk drawer. See, it's clearly in your room, and you said you returned it to mine. Ah, perhaps I misremembered. The noodles are almost ready. Come eat. Okay, Su Qingxue plaive. Following Su Yin out of her room, Su Yin served the noodles to her. Hurry and eat. After that, make sure to rest well. All right, eat quickly so you can wash the dishes. No need, Mom. You go about your business. I can wash them myself after I finish. Su Yun then settled at the desk, casually picking up a book to read. After a while, she paused to listen for any sounds from Su Qingxue, who seemed to still be in the living room. She returned to her desk, continuing her reading. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and immersed herself in the book, which was about management and offered her valuable insights. As she read, she jotted down notes in her notebook. Time flowed quietly, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. After completing a chapter, Su Yun stood up to stretch her back. It was getting late, and she feared that Chinemo might be stuck here all day. Gradually, she opened the bedroom door and glanced into the living room, only to find that Su Qingxue was no longer there. She stepped out of her bedroom and circled around the living room and kitchen, confirming that Su Qingxue was absent. Just then, the door to Su Qingxue's room swung open, and she emerged wearing a very short skirt. Mom, are you going out? Su Yun's body stiffened slightly as she quietly closed the door a bit. Turning around with a smile, she replied, yes. Su Qingxue, perplexed, asked, didn't you say you were going in the afternoon? With a calm expression, Su Yun responded, I suddenly have an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. Oh, all right. Su Qingxue said, still lingering in the doorway, seemingly wanting to say more. I'll head out now. You can make yourself something to eat for lunch. At that moment, Su Yun didn't notice the subtle shift in Su Qingxue's expression. Her mind was preoccupied with worries about whether Chenmo would be discovered. Just as Su Yun was about to leave, Su Qingxue quietly called out, Mom. Su Yun paused, feeling a flicker of unease. Had she been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. Qingxue likely hadn't seen anything. What is it? Do you know when Chenmo is going to school? Hearing this question, Su Yun let out a sigh of relief. It should be this week. So early? He has a few matters to attend to first. I can take you later. No need. Su Qingxue's voice carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. She had hoped to go to school with Chenmo. This summer, he had changed so much, particularly with the people around her, classmates, friends. Everyone seemed to flock to him. Her female classmates looked at Su Qingxue with envy, unaware that someone had mentioned Chenmo often lingering beneath her building. They all assumed that he was relentlessly pursuing her, convinced that she was the only one for him. After Chan Mo descended the stairs, it wasn't long before Su Yun followed suit. However, in an effort to avoid suspicion, Su Yun casually remarked that she would ride her bicycle home. See you at the office, she said. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile as he observed her long, shapely legs propelling her swiftly on the bike. It appeared her recovery was quite effective. Her legs were strong once more. Chen Mo strolled leisurely through the streets, greeted with smiles and nods from numerous passers-by, many of whom he did not personally know. The local community, especially around the Old Street Supermarket, GKD, and the milk tea shop, was familiar with him. Upon returning to the Old Street Supermarket, the staff greeted him warmly, and he nodded in acknowledgement before heading straight to the third floor. In the office on the third floor, Su Yun was busy organizing the accounts for several stores, tasks that could soon be delegated to others. Li Lu had proven to be Su Yun's most capable successor, having learned a great deal during her time shadowing Su Yun. However, she still needed to focus on her learning before balancing the workload. Su Yun realized she needed to hire an assistant to handle the myriad of trivial matters, allowing her to concentrate on two significant real estate projects, their factory and a housing project on South Street, potentially the first residential complex in Qingyang County. When the client received Su Yun's project proposal, they chose her bid without hesitation. Of course, this was also a test for Su Yun. However, this residential complex was not the kind of landmark commercial plaza they had discussed. Initially, Su Yun had envisioned a commercial plaza, but Chen Mo had disapproved, reasoning that the economy of Qingyang County could not sustain such a multifaceted commercial project, even in its current state. Without sufficient consumer capacity, the plaza would merely be a decorative burden. Back so soon, Su Yun greeted Chen Mo with a gentle smile. Chen Mo remained silent as Su Yun lightly coughed and added, "Your mother just asked me where you were last night." With a raised brow, Chen Mo inquired, "And what did you say?" A hint of shyness in her eyes, Su Yun replied, "I told her you stayed at my house last night." Chen Mo was taken aback. "What? Is that something you can say?" Seeing his astonished expression, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Mo realized she was teasing him. Su Yun exclaimed, and in a moment of embarrassment, Chen Mo impulsively embraced her. "Don't. This is the office. Sister Shu Wei is coming." At the mention of Sister Shu Wei, Chen Mo quickly released her, and without hesitation, Su Yun dashed away, her laughter echoing like a sweet melody. "Great, fooled again." Chen Mo muttered to himself, "This vixen." Outside the office, Su Yun, her eyes sparkling with mischief, announced, "I'm going to recruit people. We need someone to fill in for Ruashi and Li Lu, and I'll need an assistant as well. How's that sound? All right, huh? Come look at your computer. Why has it suddenly gone black?" Chen Mo gestured for Su Yun to come closer. With a slight smile, Su Yun asked, "Has it really gone black? Should I come in?" Chen Mo earnestly nodded. "Yes, come in quickly before it breaks. This computer isn't cheap." Su Yun playfully closed the office door behind her, her demeanor teasing, "Oh, trying to trick me into coming in? Huh? I want to fall for it." Chen Mo sighed, "You've changed. How could someone as kind and gentle as Aunt Su turn mischievous? Who have you learned this from?" "Certainly not from me." As Su Yun went downstairs to post a recruitment notice, she also took the opportunity to scout for managers at the milk tea shop and GKD, ideally to find replacements for Li Lu and Bai Ruashi. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove away and received a message from Bai Ruashi, informing him that she was at the train station preparing to return home. At the station, Chen Mo encountered Bai Ruashi, who was accompanied by an imposing elderly gentleman. "Boss." Bai Ruashi greeted Chen Mo with a bright smile, waving her hand. "Ruashi," Chen Mo approached her. "This is my grandfather, Grandpa. This is the store owner I mentioned." Bai Ruashi proudly introduced. "Hello, sir," Chen Mo politely greeted him. The old man scrutinized Chen Mo and nodded with a smile. "I've heard your name from Ruashi many times. Quite an impressive young man." "It was merely a stroke of luck," Chen Mo replied modestly. "By the way, Ruashi, this is a gift for you." He handed her a small game cartridge. "Oh, I love this." Bai Ruashi exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the gift. Chen Mo understood her well. Her grandfather would give her books, and her grandmother would provide money. "Then I'll also give you something." Bai Ruashi began, rummaging through her belongings, but found nothing. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Chen Mo chuckled. "No need for that." Bai Ruashi bit her lip, insisting gift. "Next time." Chen Mo nodded. "All right." "Ruashi, it's time to check in," her grandfather reminded. "Oh, okay. Goodbye, Chen Mo." Bai Ruashi stepped forward and gave him a quick hug before departing. "Goodbye," Chen Montak responded. As Bai Ruashi embraced him, her grandfather's gaze held a hint of hostility. Chen Mo cleared his throat awkwardly, watching as Bai Ruashi passed through the ticket gate. "Grandpa, I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first." "Very well," the elderly man replied nonchalantly. Chen Mo drove back to the Old Street supermarket, where the recruitment announcement had attracted a large number of applicants, leading to many being eliminated by the end of the day. Ultimately, only 5 candidates remained. In the office, Su Yun examined the list with some dissatisfaction and handed it to Chen Mo for his selection. Chen Mo glanced over it, and the system quickly provided ratings. Out of the 5, only 1 person scored above 60. The others fell short. Detection: name, Lin Yuning, age, 28, height, 160 centimeters, education, high school graduate. Rating: appearance 62, build 68, temperament 66, ability 64, potential 66, overall score 65. Bronze level assistant. This candidate was acceptable. Let us have Lin Yuning take over Bai Ruashi's duties for now. Li Lu can manage the first floor for the time being. So you nudged slightly. The priority is to hire her assistant, allowing her some time to focus. Chen Mo planned to head to Shanghai ahead of time. She would accompany him to assist in opening the GKD and milk tea branches. However, finding a suitable candidate proved challenging at the moment. "Ansu, what do you think of Zhouya?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting she becomes my assistant?" Chen Mo affirmed with a nod. "So don't ponder it seriously. If you trust her, then it's fine. Her abilities are not inferior to her sister Zhou Yin. Based on Zhou Ye's recent performance and character, Chen Mo felt she differed from Lin Hao and his father. Stretching lazily, he embraced Su Yun. Having her as an assistant is not a bad idea. Besides, this could serve as her final test. Su Yun's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "As long as you've made up your mind, I will follow your lead." "Who?" "Our daughter." Su Yun's heart longed to cling to Chen Mo, yet reason informed her that the current setting was rather inappropriate. "Su Yi, are we heading to? You're home tonight?" Chen Mo inquired with a playful smile. The moment Su Yun recalled being cornered by Su Qingxue in the bedroom earlier that day. She shook her head vigorously. "No way." "Then, where to?" Chen Mo asked earnestly. Su Yun's heart raced. "I don't know. My place?" Chen Mo suggested. Su Yun retorted lightly. "Sister Shui is at home." Chen Mo sighed deeply. "What shall we do then?" Su Yun felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. It was indeed her first time discussing an evening rendezvous with someone. "It seems we ought to purchase a home that belongs to just the two of us." Chen Mo remarked seriously, his gaze intense. Su Yun pondered, considering that given their current circumstances, acquiring a property together was indeed necessary. However, her financial situation was less than ideal. Even if Chen Mo was affluent, she wished to contribute half of the expenses. Once the residential project we are undertaking is completed, we could buy a unit in that community? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Completing this project would afford her enough to cover her share of the house. Chen Mo smiled. "If possible, I hope to make the purchase tonight." Su Yun hesitated. While she too wished to enjoy a world of two, reality was not so accommodating. Just as they were deliberating their secret, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from outside the office, a distinctly alluring cadence. "Knock, knock. Gumin." Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, Joya entered. She exuded maturity, her porcelain skin accentuated by a sparkling diamond necklace, radiating an air of sophistication. Every gesture of Joya was graceful yet sensuous. "Boss, Secretary Su, is there something urgent you need from me?" Joya greeted them with a serene smile. Chen Mo handed her the materials Su Yun had organized. "From now on, you will assist Secretary Su and also serve as the manager of the second floor." "Ah, alright." Joya paused momentarily before eagerly agreeing, aware that this could be her opportunity. The remainder of the evening was spent with Su Yun and Joya transitioning responsibilities, a significant test for Joya that lasted until the late hours. Essentially, there is little else to address, other than the community project we are overseeing, which requires focused attention. Contact us via phone if needed. Additionally, there's a new assistant, Lin Yuning, who will help you with various tasks on the second floor. Understood. Joya diligently noted everything, aware that this was her final chance and that she must seize it. At that moment, Chen Mo returned to the office, glancing at the two women. "All right, it's getting late. Zhou Yin is waiting for you downstairs. Then I'll head back first." Joya, perceptive as ever, took her leave. Chen Mo had just engaged in a brief conversation with Zhou Yin and was planning to establish the fundamental mobile production department here, while research related to advanced technology would be based in Modu. This arrangement would grant Zhou Yin greater scope for her talents, as this small county was sorely lacking in skilled personnel. Although Chen Mo had mentioned his involvement in core technology, it was impractical for him to handle everything single-handedly. Having capable assistants would simplify matters considerably. As Chen Mo watched Joya depart, his gaze settled on Su Yun. With a gentle smile, she rose and approached him. "I'll head back as well. I need to pack. Have you purchased the tickets for tomorrow's trip to Modu?" Chen Mo handed her a bag. "We will first travel to the provincial capital and then fly to Modu." Su Yun's eyes glimmered with excitement. "Flying?" "Yes, are you afraid?" Chen Montauk teased it. Su Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. "What is there to fear when you are by my side?" Chen Mo noted the time. "It's getting late." She glanced at her wristwatch. It was nearly midnight. Chen Mo smiled knowingly. "All right, let's head home and rest." Su Yun feigned confusion. "Is that what I meant?" Chen Mo murmured, "By the way, did she go out with Lu Siyu today?" Su Yun, swaying her hips playfully, turned back with a teasing smile. "Who are you referring to?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "Our daughter." Su Yun stumbled slightly. "You really said that, Chen Mo?" Chun Mo stifled a laugh as he steadied her. Be careful, or you might fall. If you do, I will surely have to take care of you at your home tonight. Su Yun felt helpless against Chun Mo's teasing, but then recalled how obediently he had acted in front of Su Qingxue before, which stirred a spark of indignation within her. If you dare refer to her like that in front of Qingxue, I will consider you quite formidable. Chun Mo's smile grew even brighter. Really? Just remember not to trouble me later. Su Yun's attempt at provocation faltered. Chun Mo genuinely seemed capable of such a thing. His current demeanor suggested he cared little for Su Qingxue. Let me drive you home, Chun Mo offered, opening the passenger door. Su Yun, indeed weary from the day, preferred not to ride her bicycle, as her legs and back had yet to fully recover from the previous night's exertion. Moreover, cycling often left her vulnerable to Chun Mo's playful antics, for which she had no means of retaliation. Chun Mo drove Su Yun to her apartment, and they lingered in the car for nearly half an hour. Realizing how exhausted she was, he hesitated to let her leave. As she stepped out, her cheeks flushed with warmth and her eyes shimmered with a hint of shyness. Before exiting, she cast a playful glare at Chun Mo. Drive safely on your way back. Good night, my dear wife. Su Yun stood frozen for a moment, gazing at Chun Mo, her heart swelling with a mix of embarrassment and joy. She re-entered the passenger seat, leaned forward, and embraced him tightly, whispering sweetly, "Good night, my husband." In the evening, as Su Yun softly uttered, "Good night, husband," her exquisite oval face flushed with a delicate hue. Despite her high heels, she hurriedly ascended the stairs with her long, graceful legs, as though fleeing. Chun Mo gazed at her enchanting silhouette, unable to suppress a smile, contemplating their impending business trip together. Upon returning home, Su Yun found Su Qingxue looking at her with a serious expression. "Qingxue, why are you still awake so late?" Su Yun elegantly removed her high heels and slipped into a pair of comfortable slippers. "Mother, why are you back so late?" Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Su Yun. Feeling as though her secret had been uncovered, Su Yun, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "I was working overtime, transitioning tasks for tomorrow's trip." As she spoke, she took a sip of water. "A business trip? Just you?" Su Qingxue inquired with curiosity. Su Yun turned to pour another glass of water while avoiding direct eye contact with Su Qingxue. "Something like that," she replied. "Where are you going for the trip?" "Funny enough, it's to the city where you attended university. Magic City," Su Yun said with a smile. Su Qingxue immediately sensed an unusual implication. "Magic City? How coincidental. All right, I have much to do. I need a shower and pack. Qingxue, make sure not to indulge in reckless adventures while I'm away," Su Yun admonished gently. "Understood," Su Qingxue murmured, lost in thought as she watched Su Yun retreat to the bathroom with a change of clothes. The next morning, Chun Mo embraced Yishui. "Mother, take care of yourself at home. If anything arises, you can reach out to Li Lu and Shenbing." "Understood. You be safe. And remember to inform me when you arrive," she replied. "All right." Chun Mo waved goodbye as he departed. Zhouya, clad in a form-fitting professional dress, assisted Chun Mo in placing his suitcase into the car's trunk. Li Lu and Shenbing waved at him, with Shenbing smiling brightly, "Goodbye, boss. Don't worry about home." Li Lu's expression was complex, as she realized their opportunities to meet would likely diminish in the future. Yet, she resolved to strive for excellence, hoping to encounter Chun Mo again once she had improved herself. "Sister Bing, I'm counting on you to look after things at home," Chun Mo said with a smile. "Rest assured," Shun Bing replied, sitting up straight. Chun Mo waved goodbye and drove off, a plume of dust trailing behind. A few minutes later, his car stopped outside Su Yun's residence, and he sent her a message. 3 minutes later, Su Yun emerged, clad in a fitted pair of blue jeans that accentuated her healthy and vibrant physique. With a smile gracing her lips, she held a suitcase in hand. Chun Mo stepped out of the car and took the suitcase from her, placing it in the trunk before they both got inside. The vehicle surged forward, driven by an evident excitement. Meanwhile, on the balcony of Su Yun's home, Su Qingxue observed with cold eyes, questioning why Su Yun felt the need to conceal the fact that she was not alone. On the other side, Chun Mo and Su Yun drove along, listening to music and humming joyfully as they approached the provincial capital. "How many hours does it take to get from our county to the provincial city?" Su Yun asked, pulling a book titled Marketing Management from her bag, a classic work recommended by Zhou Yin. If we take the highway, it should take a little over 4 hours. Chen Montag replied. So we'll arrive in the afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock. Shall we head straight to Magic City once we get there? Precisely. Does Aunt Sue have any places she wishes to visit in the provincial city? None at all. Let us go straight to Magic City then. As Chun and Mo drove, Su Yin immersed herself in her book, occasionally jotting down notes. With a subtle smile, she lowered her head, her lips curving upward. Chun and Mo, please drive a bit slower. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the provincial city. In this era, purchasing tickets online was not an option. One had to go to designated ticket outlets or more upscale hotels to book. Let us eat first and then buy the tickets. Chun Mo suggested as they arrived at a well-known restaurant in the city, specializing in Hunan cuisine. Su Yin opted for lighter dishes, seemingly mindful of her skin and figure. However, since that memorable night, she felt her skin had improved significantly, as if rejuvenated, radiating vitality. Could it be Chun Mo's influence? She pondered, her cheeks warming at the thought. Chun Mo ordered classic Hunan dishes, including cured beef, which was delicious, accompanied by restorative soup. As the dishes arrived, both felt quite hungry and indulged heartily. Drink some of this soup. It's good for your health. Su Yin earnestly offered a bowl of soup to Chun Mo. He replied, sensing an underlying implication in her gesture. He returned the favor, placing a bowl of soup in front of her. Aunt Sue, you should drink more too, or you'll soon be waving the white flag. Su Yin's flawless oval face flushed crimson, and she retorted playfully, who would surrender so quickly. Oomph. Her stubborn yet playful demeanor perfectly encapsulated the essence of being both inexperienced and whimsical. Just wait and see. In a public relationship, after finishing their meal, Chun Mo and Su Yin inquired with the waiter and learned that a ticket sales point was located not far from the restaurant. Unacquainted with driving, they leisurely strolled along the bustling streets of the provincial capital. However, after taking only a few steps, Chun Mo suddenly took Su Yin's hand. Su Yin instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, perhaps because in their previous county town, they had maintained a clandestine relationship, always shrouded in secrecy. Suddenly being held by Chun Mo made Su Yin feel somewhat unaccustomed. Yet, realizing that no one here recognized her, her anxiety gradually dissipated. In fact, she gripped Chun Mo's hand even tighter. Strolling openly with someone she cherished in this vibrant thoroughfare was an immensely joyous experience. However, the heat was a bit overwhelming. The temperatures in August and September were no trifling matter. Su Yin's palms were sweaty, and tiny beads of perspiration dotted her delicate oval face. Even her white t-shirt bore marks of moisture. Su Yin, let us go buy some iced milk tea, she exclaimed. Where can we find milk tea? Su Yin chuckled as she surveyed the shops lining the street. She saw no milk tea vendors nor fast food outlets. This was the provincial capital, yet it seemed surprisingly barren in this regard. In contemporary domestic cities, the absence of milk tea and fast food could be deemed a desert. Su Yin contemplated speeding up the expansion of her branch stores upon returning from the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Such a vast market, left untapped, would be a grievous waste. She envisioned a future where the GKD logo would adorn locations across the country, showcasing Dongyun milk tea. Her heart swelled with excitement. Su Yin, it appears that the provincial capital lags behind our county town in this aspect. Let us settle for some iced water. Chun Mo led Su Yin to a nearby supermarket. They purchased 2 bottles of chilled water, twisting open the caps, and he handed one to her. Feeling parched, Su Yin took a generous sip, while Chun Mo gulped down nearly half. Take it easy. Don't choke, she said gently, smiling as she wiped the water off his chin with her soft hand. I'm fine. It feels refreshing, Chun Mo replied, smiling at Su Yin. Let us buy the tickets first. The couple departed the supermarket and walked eastward for 3 minutes until they reached the ticket sales point. Given this weather, unless it cools down in the evening, it's better to avoid walking, Chun Mo remarked. Su Yin smiled slightly and asked the service staff, hello, are there any tickets available for tonight's flight from our provincial capital to Magic City? The young lady at the counter, beaming with a smile, replied, there's a flight at 6:45 this evening. You can purchase tickets now. They're 186 each. How many would you like? Soo-Yun glanced at Chun Mo, who nodded slightly. 2 tickets for adjacent seats, please. Soo-Yun extracted 400 yuan bills from her bag and handed them over to the attendant, with the company's financial authority resting in her hands. She had also paid for their meal earlier. Indeed, this business trip could be considered a publicly funded romance. The total for the 2 tickets is 372 yuan. Here's your change of 28 yuan, along with your tickets. Thanking the attendant, Soo-Yun received the money and the tickets. It was her first time flying, and she couldn't help but curiously examine the ticket, which was slightly larger than a train ticket, yet otherwise unremarkable. She carefully tucked the ticket into her bag. Our flight is at 6:45. Let us take a stroll before heading to the airport. Agreed, Chun Mo replied in unison. They walked back to their parked car at the restaurant and then drove to the most renowned attraction in the provincial capital, Orange Island. This picturesque islet boasted a breathtaking view and featured a colossal statue of a great leader. Soo-Yun, let us take a photo here. Chun Mo beckoned her to stand before the statue. They asked a passerby to capture their first picture together. As Soo-Yun gazed at the photo, she couldn't help but feel her heart race at their affectionate portrayal. Don't forget to send me the picture, she whispered to Chun Mo. Of course. We can print it out and display it at home, he replied with a smile. They found a shady spot beneath a large tree and rested for a while. But the heat was still oppressive. Considering it was time to head to the airport, they departed. The drive from the city center to the airport took approximately 40 minutes. Observing Chun Mo behind the wheel, Soo-Yun felt he might be fatigued, prompting her to reflect on the necessity of obtaining her driver's license sooner. If they could alternate driving, it would allow Chun Mo to rest. Are you tired? She inquired with concern. Tired? This is nothing. I was wide awake even after a sleepless night 2 days ago, Chun Mo replied with a smile, his physical endurance surpassing ordinary limits. Arriving at the airport parking lot, they secured their vehicle and proceeded to check in for their boarding passes, followed by passing through security. Soo-Yun then purchased some snacks. Having eaten at 2 o'clock, they were not yet hungry. The prices here are exorbitant, she remarked, holding up the snacks for Chun Mo to see. After all, this is a premium location. High prices are to be expected, he replied with a smile. After resting for a while, they heard the flight announcement, prompting them to prepare for boarding and queue for the shuttle bus. Together, they embarked on their first flight from the provincial capital to Magic City, a journey lasting approximately 3 hours, with an expected arrival around 11 o'clock at night. Without the convenience of online hotel bookings, Chun Mo felt this process was rather cumbersome. The rapid development of the internet is indeed a responsibility I must embrace. On the plane, Soo-Yun instinctively grasped Chun Mo's hand, revealing her slight apprehension about flying for the first time. Fortunately, the flight was smooth and devoid of turbulence. 3 hours later, the airplane landed at Magic City Airport. Finally, we have arrived. Chun Mo and Soo-Yun exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation, uncertain whether it was for the upcoming days or for the night ahead. They disembarked, took the shuttle bus, and collected their luggage at the airport. Fortunately, taxis were waiting outside. Where to? The driver inquired. To Blue Bay Hotel, Soo-Yun responded first. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her assertion. I asked the flight attendant where a good nearby hotel was while using the restroom, she explained with a smile. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her cleverness. A few minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of a 4-star hotel, which appeared quite appealing from the outside. Soo-Yun paid the fare, and together they entered the hotel. The front desk was staffed by 2 women in uniforms, who greeted them warmly. Welcome to Blue Bay. How may we assist you today? One asked. Chun Mo smiled and nodded toward Soo-Yun. May I inquire as to your reservation? 1 room or 2? The front desk staff, unable to ascertain the nature of their relationship, whether as a couple, friends, or otherwise, spoke with caution. They looked to Soo-Yun, who possessed a mature beauty, exuding an air of capability. Soo-Yun, caught off guard by Chun Mo's unexpected maneuver, felt a rush of embarrassment. This was only her second experience staying in a hotel with a man, both times with Chun Mo. He had deliberately put her in a position to make this request. To reserve a single room could imply her initiative in a certain light. Struggling to suppress her embarrassment, she maintained a calm demeanor. A double room, please. She acquiesced to Chun Mo's suggestion, refraining from the rebellion of booking 2 separate rooms, instinctively wishing to save money, believing 2 rooms would be a waste without opting for a lavish suite. Certainly. May I please see your identification? Additionally, the room fee amounts to 88 yuan. Su-Yun produced her identification card along with the requisite funds, handing them to the front desk attendant. Here is your room key, identification, and your change. Su-Yun received the items and then proceeded with Chun Mo towards the elevator. Although it was not their first time staying at a hotel together, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she hoped to retire for the night at an early hour. The elevator doors creaked open, and 2 individuals stepped inside. Floor 9, room 9006. Su-Yun glanced at the room card in her hand, while Chun Mo's gaze was fixated on her. Today, she donned an outfit that was distinct from her usual attire, exuding an air of freshness that captivated Chun Mo regardless of the style she chose. Her figure ensured she looked exquisite. Chun Mo's unwavering gaze did not escape Su-Yun's notice, and a sense of nervous anticipation began to swell within her. As the elevator reached the 8th floor, the doors opened slowly. Chun Mo and Su-Yun exited sequentially, with Su-Yun striding ahead gracefully, her long legs on display. Upon arriving at room 9006, she found the door plate, swiped the card, and entered. Chun Mo followed closely behind, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, he enveloped her in his arms. Su-Yun gasped, leaning against the wall, her expression a mix of surprise and trepidation. Chun Mo swiftly kicked the door shut, leaving little room for words. The following morning, Chun Mo took the room card and quietly slipped out of the room. Su-Yun, meanwhile, slept soundly until the afternoon. Upon waking, she noticed her waist was no longer as sore, and her legs felt somewhat better. Awake? Let us have something to eat, Chun Mo said with a smile. Su-Yun lazily stretched, her fair skin glistening. Chun Mo handed her some clothes with a gentle smile. Su-Yun's delicate cheeks flushed slightly as she rasped. Have you eaten? I have, thoroughly, Chun Mo replied, his eyes glimmering with a suggestive smile. Su-Yun shot him a playful glare, then glanced at her watch, exclaiming, It's already 4 in the afternoon. Have I really slept that long? Chun Mo nodded. Indeed. If you had slept any longer, we could have continued our unfinished business. Su-Yun momentarily froze, her expression shifting to one of innocence. This happiness, I can barely bear it. She quickly got out of bed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turn around. She dashed into the bathroom. Half an hour later, Chun Mo and Su-Yun, each pulling a suitcase, made their way to a hotel near Moda University to drop off their belongings. They arrived at a street bustling with students, as several universities were in the vicinity. With the new semester approaching, students were gradually returning to campus, infusing the air with youthful exuberance. Among them were some mature girls dressed in a manner surpassing that of ordinary students, showcasing their evolution during their academic years, though traces of youth remained evident. Chun Mo held Su-Yun's hand openly as they strolled down the street, sampling various snacks along the way. Initially, Su-Yun felt a tad self-conscious, having not experienced such pure and delightful campus moments in quite some time. However, as they walked, her beauty and figure drew the attention of passing young men and women. Walking alongside the dashing Chun Mo made for a visually pleasing sight. This is quite nice, Su-Yun said, offering Chun Mo a skewer of grilled gluten. Chun Mo devoured it in one bite, then smiled. Not bad, but it pales in comparison to what I had last night. Last night? What did you eat? Su-Yun inquired, taking a sip of water, her curiosity piqued. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Would you like to know? Su-Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes. Leaning closer to her delicate ear, he whispered, Last night I dined on my wife. Su-Yun paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise. And upon realizing the implication, her cheeks flushed crimson. The two exchanged glances, the air thick with unspoken intimacy. They wandered from one end of the street to the other, indulging in numerous snacks, though beverages were scarce. Su-Ai, how do you find this place? Chun Mo asked. Quite good. I believe both GKD and Dongyun can thrive here, Su-Yun replied with confidence. Chun Mo smiled. So, have you spotted a shop? Su-Yun's gaze swept across the street, her lips parting slightly as she said, "What we desire may not be available for rent. For now, securing any shop will suffice. The location isn't our primary concern. We can always relocate later." Chun Mo nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her strategy. "But how do we secure a shop? It seems there are no signs of subletting on this street." Understanding his thoughts, Su Yun flashed a confident smile. "Let me take a look. What about that restaurant?" Following her finger, Chun Mo observed a restaurant occupying 2 storefronts. Its decor was relatively appealing, with occasional patrons who left shortly after arriving. Clearly, this establishment was ill-suited for this location. Su Yun stood tall, her long legs striding purposefully toward the restaurant, with Chun Mo following suit. "Welcome. Please take a seat. What would you like to eat?" A hostess in a blue qipao, her figure exquisite, approached them with a warm smile. "What are your signature dishes?" "Chen montak in kviot. Our specialties include marinated chicken and pig trotters. Would you like both?" She replied cheerfully. "Yes, we'll have both," Chun Mo confirmed with a nod. The hostess beamed and hurried to the kitchen, calling out, "Marinated chicken and pig trotters." Chun Mo surveyed the restaurant's decor, noting that it was indeed well furnished, surpassing many other establishments on the street. Yet, despite the appealing decor, the absence of patrons raised questions. Was it the taste? Or was there another underlying reason for their lack of success? The proprietress, gracefully clad in a chong sam, moved with an alluring sway as she walked. She appeared to be no more than 30, her complexion fair and smooth, indicative of a life of comfort and privilege. While Chun Mo was captivated by the proprietress, Su Yun was engrossed in the menu displayed on the table. She soon noticed discrepancies in the prices. "Chen montak," Su Yun called softly, but Chun Mo did not respond. Following his gaze, she raised her finely arched brow, a hint of jealousy lacing her voice. "Is she attractive?" With utmost sincerity, Chun Mo replied, "Yes, she's indeed beautiful, and her figure is quite commendable, but she pales in comparison to my wife." The killing intent in Su Yun's beautiful eyes transformed into a smile at his last remark, instantly dispelling her jealousy. You only know how to flatter," she said, gently pushing the menu towards Chun Mo. Upon glancing at the menu, Chun Mo's smile widened. It became apparent where the issue lay. The prices here were exorbitant for students. After all, university students formed the primary consumer base, and a simple vegetarian dish cost 10 yuan, while a standard meat dish was priced at 25 yuan. The Zao chicken they had just ordered was a staggering 88 yuan. In 2005, a university student's monthly living allowance was meager. Those from impoverished rural families might only have 200 yuan, while the average was around 300 to 400 yuan, with 500 representing a relatively comfortable household. Ordinary university students could hardly afford to dine here. A street-side stall near the campus offered fried rice for merely 3 yuan, which was far more appealing. Chun Mo recalled that, at his own university's cafeteria, a serving of rice noodles with meat cost only 2 yuan. He could not help but feel a deep-seated understanding of the situation. With meat dishes priced at 25 yuan, who would willingly become a fool here? Meanwhile, the proprietress approached with a platter of food, her charm undeniable. Even Su Yun, an exceptionally beautiful woman herself, couldn't help but steal glances at the proprietress. Naturally, the proprietress's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yun as well. She had never seen such a perfectly proportioned, exquisitely beautiful woman before. An unspoken tension brewed between the beautiful women, though Chun Mo remained oblivious, his focus now on the dish she had brought. This was the establishment's signature dish, Zao chicken. Appearing quite delectable, its aroma carried a hint of alcohol, embodying regional characteristics. "Please enjoy your meal. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to let me know," the proprietress said with a warm smile directed at Chun Mo. Being a woman, she was acutely aware of her allure and how to wield it to her advantage. Chun Mo nodded with a smile and picked up a piece of chicken, dipping it in sauce before tasting it. The flavor was indeed agreeable. The chicken was tender and infused with a rich, aromatic taste of alcohol, ideal for those who enjoy drinking. However, young university students, particularly those unfamiliar with the Wu and Yu cuisines, might find the flavor challenging. Overall, the taste was pleasant, but the prices would deter the largest consumer group from dining here. Take a bite, Chun Mo urged, offering a piece of chicken to Su Yun's crimson lips. She hesitated, her delicate brows knitting slightly, indicating it was not to her liking. Chun Mo observed her exquisite lips with a smile. What do you think? It's acceptable. Sujun responded somewhat reluctantly. At that moment, the proprietress returned with another signature dish, Zao pig trotters. The flavors of the two dishes were similar. Those who enjoyed them would likely appreciate both, while those who did not prefer this style would not relish either. For instance, Su Yun was not fond of these flavors. Chun Mo concluded that the establishment had simply chosen the wrong location. Had it been situated in a slightly more upscale area, targeting the appropriate consumer demographic, the outcome would surely differ. The voluptuous proprietress seemed ill-suited for the business world at present. "Hello, how do you find the taste of our signature dishes?" she inquired with a beaming smile, standing tall before Chun Mo and Su Yun. "Quite good," Chun Mo replied with a nod. Su Yun displada neutral demeanor, her expression impassive. "If you find enjoyable, do bring your friends along. I can offer discounts to regular customers," the proprietress said, her tone soft and inviting, complemented by her alluring figure beneath the Chong Sam, wielding considerable charm. Su Yun's eyes held a hint of coldness. She simply disapproved of such business tactics. This was not due to the proprietress's flirtatious gaze directed at Chun Mo. "How is business going for you here?" Chen Montauk casually inquired. "To be honest, business isn't great, which is why I need handsome patrons like you to support us," the proprietress responded with a hint of a smile. Yet, her tone bore no trace of sorrow. Was she inherently optimistic, or did she possess some underlying assurance? Chen Mo probed, "If business is poor, have you considered making changes?" The proprietress, with her long, fair fingers, casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She sighed softly. "I have considered it, but it seems there are no other viable options. Perhaps it's simply about finding the right consumer base. Relocating might be the only way to effect change." It appeared she was aware of the core issue. "Then why not relocate?" Because changing locations incurs rental costs," the proprietress replied candidly with a smile. Chen Mo paused momentarily. "Isn't this your own establishment?" As the realization dawned, the proprietress smiled serenely, revealing her affluent background. So she continued to operate here despite poor business, appearing untroubled because she owned the premises and bore no rental concerns. Chen Mo understood her position better now. With a hint of regret, the proprietress remarked, "I primarily want to promote the unique dishes from my hometown, and I genuinely believe they are quite delicious." Chen Mo nodded with a smile. "The flavors are indeed distinctive, unlike anything I've tried before. It feels quite novel." The proprietress seemed to find a confidant in Chen Mo, and without hesitation, she seated herself beside him. This woman radiated an innate sensuality. Meanwhile, Su Yun's internal radar was on high alert. The establishment known as Lu and Hua Ming. "Do you intend to continue operating it?" "Of course." The proprietress beamed with enthusiasm, exuding a palpable vigor. Chen Mo felt a tinge of resignation. This affluent lady had no financial constraints, rendering any hope of renting her premises futile. "I have a close friend who recently discovered a promising avenue. I plan to renovate this place and give it a try." Upon hearing the alluring proprietress's words, Chen Mo's heart sank further, realizing that his chances were slipping away. Su Yun, however, maintained her composure, even feeling a flicker of secret delight. It was indeed a blessing to remain uninvolved with this woman. If she were to return to Qingyang, having this woman linger around Chun Mo would pose a risk. "May I wish you abundant prosperity, dear proprietress." "Thank you. You have a way with words, young man. I appreciate your kind wishes." The proprietress's laughter was accompanied by a gentle sway of her ample figure, creating an undeniably blush-inducing scene. Fortunately, Chen Mo was no stranger to such spectacles and managed to respond with a composed smile. "We shall take our leave now, so as not to disrupt your business." Chen Mo stood to settle the bill. "Nonsense. Conversing with you has been quite delightful," the proprietress replied, rising to accept the payment with a warm smile. "Your meal totals 146. Let's round it down to 140. Allow me to treat you both to a bottle of cold water." Her social grace was commendable, reflecting a high emotional intelligence. Chen Mo accepted the water, expressing his gratitude. When my new establishment reopens, do return and lend your support. I've heard it will cater splendidly to the tastes of the youth. Certainly, I shall make it a point to visit when time permits. Chen Montauk replied, and he and Su Yun exited the establishment together. Have a sip. Chen Mo offered the water to Su Yun. She did not mind that it was a gift from the enchanting proprietress. Quenching her thirst took precedence. There seems to be no opportunity here, Sister Yun. Do you have any other strategies? Chen Mo inquired with a smile. Su Yun took a hearty gulp of water, her expression one of comfort. What other options could there be? Perhaps we could inquire about similar establishments. If all else fails, we may have to invest more to secure a location. The latter option carries a significant risk of being taken advantage of, Chen Mo remarked nonchalantly. If it comes to that, we could consider setting up shop in the bustling city center instead. Indeed, that might yield better prospects. The city center is undoubtedly a strategic location for our development. Su Yun agreed, her head nodding slightly in affirmation. Their visions for growth were aligned. They strolled along the street, exploring 3 more shops akin to the previous restaurant. Yet none displayed a willingness to transfer ownership. Business was not thriving here, though some establishments persisted, while others demanded exorbitant transfer fees. Chen Mo would not entertain such blatant exploitation. By the time they finished their explorations, the night had deepened. It appeared that the plan for a branch opening would face considerable challenges. It's getting late, Aunt Sue. We should return to the hotel and rest. Chen Mo said with a smile, aware that Su Yun understood his implication. The thought of sharing an intimate moment made her cheeks flush, and she responded with a soft hum. With familiarity growing, Su Yun was now able to take the lead. Hand in hand, they walked along the street back to the hotel. Their surroundings seemed to fade from their minds as they entered the hotel and ascended in the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped out, Chen Mo in front, followed closely by Su Yun, her face still flushed with warmth. Little did she anticipate this turn of events. Upon entering the room, Chen Mo embraced her tightly from behind. Sister Yun, tonight I wish to see you in that form-fitting white dress. Chen Mo whispered softly in her ear. The following morning, having spent a sleepless night, both Chen Mo and Su Yun were roused from their dreams by the persistent ringing of a telephone. Chen Mo, barely awake, answered the call. Hello, Mr. Chen. Are you resting? Yes, he replied, still groggy and unable to discern the caller's identity, though the voice was somewhat familiar. Were you unable to sleep well last night? There is something I wish to discuss with you. The woman's voice was gentle and soothing, growing increasingly recognizable to Chen Mo. He had not struggled with sleep. Rather, he had toiled tirelessly through the night. Yet his robust constitution rendered him unfazed, while Su Yun, who had worked even harder, remained undisturbed by the ringing phone. Go on, Chen Mo replied instinctively, becoming more alert. I have a dear friend with whom I've shared a bond since childhood. Recently, during our conversation, she mentioned her business has been operating at a loss and expressed a desire to switch industries. Our branch in Fusher is flourishing. Fusher? Chen Mo's mind sharpened at the mention. The owner of the Fusher branch was none other than Lu Lan. Are we still seeking franchisees for GKD and Dongyan? Yes, we are, Chen Mo responded, rising carefully to avoid waking Su Yun. He exited the bedroom into the living area of the suite, mindful not to disturb her, knowing she was exhausted from the previous day's efforts. That's wonderful. Lu Lan's voice brimmed with excitement. She has her own store, though it's not in the city center. It's situated in an area with a plethora of university students. Many university students? Chen Mo noted a hint of unease. In which province is your friend located? Not a province, it's in the Magic City. At that revelation, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that alluring proprietress I imagined, the one with a fateful aura, in the vicinity of Magic City University? Yes. Mr. Chen, how did you know? Her shop is indeed located on the bustling street outside the university? Yes. She runs a Wui-style restaurant. Do you know my friend? Well, that's a long story. After conversing with Lu Lan for another 10 minutes, Chen Mo hung up the phone, astonished at the serendipitous connection so close at hand. A faint smile crept across his face, pondering whether the charm of peach blossom luck was at play. Regardless, it was a fortunate turn of events. Seeing Su Yun sleep soundly, he refrained from waking her. After a brief wash, he set out to meet the captivating proprietress with purpose. As I emerged from the hotel, the clock was nearing noon. After a sleepless night, I awoke to the sound of Lu Lan's call, only to realize it was already 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, at the Wu Yu restaurant, the proprietress Li Wei was once again adorned in her striking red high-slit qipao, her alluring figure drawing attention as always. Today, she received delightful news from her dear friend Lu Lan. The owner of the franchise she had been hoping to collaborate with happened to be in the bustling metropolis. Initially expecting to fly to Xiang province for discussions, this revelation saved her precious time. Lu Lan provided her with a phone number, instructing her to send the restaurant's address to the owner, who would come for an inspection. After sending the message, Li Wei anxiously awaited a response. Her makeup today was more seductive than usual, and as she admired her exquisite figure in the mirror, she felt a twinge of regret at the thought that no one was there to appreciate her beauty. Just as she pondered this, footsteps echoed from the entrance. She looked up, slightly surprised to see the charming young man from yesterday, though today he was unaccompanied by the stunning woman who had seemed to guard him. A smile graced Li Wei's lips, her eyes sparkling with interest as she gracefully approached the front desk. "Handsome, are you here for another meal?" Chen Mo nodded with a smile. "Am I not welcome?" "Not at all. We are more than delighted to have you. However, yesterday was our last day of operation," Li Wei remarked with a hint of nostalgia. She gestured toward the kitchen. "The chef has already collected his wages and left, leaving me here all alone." Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mo replied, "So I've come for nothing?" With an apologetic smile, Li Wei responded, "I truly am sorry. Sister, what would you like to drink? Feel free to choose." This sister was indeed generous. Chen Mo glanced at the assortment of drinks and alcohol on the counter, grinning. "Really, I can choose anything?" Li Wei, her eyes glimmering with enthusiasm, affirmed, "Absolutely. I won't be running this place anymore." Seemingly liberated from the stress of managing the restaurant, her spirits lifted considerably. "Exuding a vibromoha. Then I shall have a bottle of." "Sister, what do you enjoy drinking?" Li Wei was taken aback by Chun Mo's sudden inquiry about her preferences. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Well, for Baijiu, I prefer something with a stronger flavor." She pointed to a bottle labeled 70, its name suggesting a bold potency. Chen Mo, not particularly adept at holding his liquor, recalled how Su Yun had shielded him from excess the last time, leaving him drained of energy by the end of the night. "Are you afraid?" Li Wei teased with a provocative smile. "Huh, who fears whom? But surely we can't only drink?" Chen Mo remarked, glancing toward the kitchen. Li Wei, deep in thought, had initially intended not to open the restaurant today, but with the prospective visitor in mind, she had come to wait. Now, feeling a bit hungry herself, she wondered when the owner might arrive. "I should check what ingredients are left." As she spoke, she swayed her hips enticingly toward the kitchen. Chen Mo followed, intrigued. "Can you cook?" "A little," she replied with a smile over her shoulder. "Still making drunken chicken?" Chen Montak inquired. That is a bit complicated. Let us make something else instead," she suggested, slightly embarrassed. Chen Mo chuckled. "Allow me to assist. I can cook a bit too." Li Wei laughed lightly. "Oh, what a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Chen Mo replied, watching as she opened the fridge to reveal a bounty of chicken, beef, and ribs, plenty of ingredients to work with. "What can you cook?" "Well, beef or ribs. How about both?" "It's been ages since I've had either," she said, her expression turning hopeful. "I'll help you with that." "Not necessary. You've dressed up today, haven't you? It would be a shame to ruin your makeup," he said playfully. "Huh, I'm just being polite." "It's indeed inconvenient to cook with makeup on," she admitted, a hint of shyness in her tone. Chun Mo noticed her alluring figure and smirked, dressed so beautifully. "Are you off to a date?" Li Wei coughed lightly, laughing. "What date?" "I am currently focused solely on my career," Chun Mo instinctively replied. "Sister, I am called career." Li Wei paused, momentarily stunned by his words. What did he mean by that? "You're called career." What did I just say? Focusing on my career. Realizing his playful intent, she couldn't help but chuckle and retort, "Pa, you little rascal, trying to take advantage of me. Aren't you?" With a mock serious expression, Chun Mo replied, "Sister, what's wrong? How am I taking advantage of you?" Li Wei, feigning annoyance, replied, "You said I." Pa. Her cheeks flushed with color. She and T expected this bold young man, with his striking features, to be so audacious. In the midst of their banter, Chun Mo skillfully wielded the knife, each movement precise and graceful, embodying a sense of artistry. As the enticing aroma filled the air, Li Wei found herself captivated, her appetite stirred by the delightful scents. Chen Mo worked swiftly, and within mere minutes, 2 fragrant dishes were ready. Ah, but we have no rice. Li Wei suddenly remembered, rushing to prepare some. By the time she returned with freshly cooked rice, the table was already set with the dishes. Let us enjoy a drink while we wait for the rice, she suggested, taking a seat beside Chun Mo with the wine and glasses. Gazing at the beautifully presented dishes, she remarked, I suddenly feel that my wine doesn't tea quite match the exquisite dishes you've prepared. Chen Montag smiedet softly. The essence of this meal lies not in the food or the drink. Li Wei raised an inquisitive brow. Then what is the essence? Meeting her enchanting gaze, he replied, the essence is the people. Li Wei couldn't help but arch her brows in intrigue. 088 This is my bottom line, gift update. Indeed, if one were to drink with the dull and uninspired, it would be better to abstain altogether. Li Wei nodded in agreement, her smile illuminating the moment. Chen Mo chuckled silently, pouring the wine quietly. With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, Li Wei requested, please pour me a small half-cup. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Chen Mo, never one to pressure anyone into drinking, complied with her request, filling the glass with about 5/10 of the cup. By the way, after chatting for so long, I still don't know your name, Li Wei remarked, holding her glass and curiously gazing at Chun Mo Li Wei. Thus, they formally introduced themselves. Li Wei raised her glass, exclaiming, cheers, Chun Mo. I find a delightful affinity with you, and I am truly glad to meet you. Chun Mo clinked his glass with hers, replying, likewise. After taking their first sip, Li Wei exclaimed, oh, I can't hold back any longer. I must truly savor your culinary skills. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the 2 fragrant dishes on the table, having endured the temptation for far too long. She picked up a piece of beef and savored it in one bite. Wow. Li Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered such exquisite flavors before. It was her first experience of food so delectable that it made her head spin. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chun Mo, glittering as if she were gazing upon a rare treasure. Chen Montag, shall we collaborate? Chun Mo was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm. Sister, collaborate on what? Let us open a restaurant. With your culinary skills, it's bound to be a hit. I'll provide the funding, you provide the expertise, and we'll split the profits 50-50. What do you say? Li Wei looked at Chun Mo with palpable excitement, her mind already painting a grand vision of a culinary empire. 40-60. Noticing Chun Mo's silence, Li Wei decided to raise the stakes. 30-70 should be agreeable, right? I can't concede any further. Chen Montag blinked in surprise. Li Wei, biting her crimson lip, sighed, brother, you're eating like a seasoned pro. 2080 is my final offer. Chun Mo chuckled, shaking his head as he helped himself to a piece of braised pork ribs. The flavor is indeed exceptional. No wonder Li Wei is so enchanted, even breaking her own boundaries. Chun Mo's amused smile seemed to undermine Li Wei's negotiating stance. She feared he might find the profit share unsatisfactory. Raising her glass, she gulped down the wine, her cheeks immediately flushing. Clenching her teeth, she muttered, 91. You take 90%, I'll take 10. Will that suffice? It appeared that if Chun Mo were dissatisfied with this arrangement, she might have to cut him off entirely. Sister, please don't rush. The division doesn't have to be so skewed. Our company mandates a 50-50 profit-sharing policy if one owns a shop. Chun Mo's words left Li Wei momentarily stunned. She struggled to comprehend. What do you mean? Company policy? Chun Mo smiled gently. Didn't T. Lulan tell you about our franchise requirements and profit-sharing model? Lulan. Li Wei was now even more bewildered. Her mind muddled, perhaps due to the wine. You know Lulan? Wait, let me sort this out. Li Wei pondered while staring at her glass, and suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, You're the owner of GKD. She had been entirely focused on partnering with Chun Mo to open a restaurant, and had overlooked her close friend as connection. The realization struck her all at once, compounded by Chun Mo's youthful appearance, which had never led her to consider him in that light. Reflecting on the stunning woman accompanying Chun Mo yesterday and his distinctly calm demeanor compared to his peers, she should have sensed something unusual. Now, with Chun Mo's culinary prowess in mind, her curiosity towards the young man deepened. Are you truly the owner of GKD? If you mean the GKD that Lulan has franchised, then yes, Chun Mo replied, taking a small sip of wine. This wine is indeed strong. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with delight. I have been waiting for you to arrive. Turns out we've already met. Should I address you as Mr. Chun or little brother? Chun Mo smiled. Either is fine, as you prefer. Li Wei's seductive smile broadened. I like them both, so let us call you Mr. Chun, little brother. Chun Mo. Li Wei playfully tossed her hair, her smile enchanting. Previously hesitant about joining Lulan's franchise due to her lack of first-hand experience with GKD's physical stores, she now felt all her doubts dissipate at the mere thought of Chun Mo, Mr. Chun little brother, aside from GKD and milk tea. Do you have any restaurant franchises available? No. Li Wei was still thinking about the restaurant. Chun Mo's culinary delights were simply too exquisite to ignore. Little brother, you're not still in university, are you? Chun Mo pointed towards the entrance of a nearby Magic City University. Magic City University. How wonderful. Li Wei beamed with joy. In high spirits, she raised her glass, only to realize it was empty. Chun Mo chuckled as he poured her a refill. Still about half a cup. Pour a bit more. Thank you. Little brother with her earlier apprehensions about meeting the boss gone. Li Wei felt a surge of happiness and wanted to indulge a bit more. Chun Mo poured her a little extra. Li Wei lifted her glass. I'm truly delighted to meet you, little brother. Chun Mo smiled and clinked his glass with hers. It's a pleasure. Li Wei took a sip and immediately returned to savoring the food, still astonished by Chun Mo's identity. As she ate, her gaze towards him grew increasingly bright. Sister, please don't look at me like that. It's a bit intimidating, Chun Mo jested. Li Wei cleared her throat, realizing she had been a tad too forward. Quickly, she reassured, Sister admires you. Don't get too conceited. Chun Mo nodded with a smile. Understood, not conceited. Suddenly, Li Wei recalled, right? We haven't discussed the main matter yet. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the franchise? As they shifted to serious business, Chun Mo composed himself, stating, GKD fast food franchise and Dongyun milk tea franchise, it depends on whether you wish to join one of them, or both. Li Wei contemplated if possible. I'd like to join both. Is my shop space adequate? Are there any other franchise requirements apart from the location? Chun Mo, having brought a franchise contract, handed it to Li Wei. All the specific requirements, profit shares, and details are outlined in this contract. Please take a look, and I'll explain anything you don't understand. As Li Wei received the contract, she couldn't help but admire Chun Mo's composed and methodical approach. She perused the document carefully, nodding slightly in approval. The profit sharing was significantly more favorable than the previous 91 arrangement for opening a restaurant. After she spoke, both exchanged a knowing smile. Li Wei extended her delicate hand. Little brother, may our collaboration be fruitful. 089 new franchise Li Wei has confirmed her partnership with GKD. The fast food and milk tea shop can be opened in this location together. Li Wei is somewhat impatient. Brother, when can we begin the renovations? Chun Mo smiled and replied, as long as you wish, we can start right now. With great enthusiasm, Li Wei responded, all right, I will contact the renovation team immediately. Chun Mo raised his glass. Shall we have a toast first? Haha, certainly. Li Wei, with her crimson lips slightly parted, took a hearty sip. Her eagerness to drink clearly revealed her delight. The two enjoyed their drinks, though the dishes remained unfinished. Chun Mo had snatched food from under Li Wei's nose, a feat akin to snatching food from Tiger's mouth. Li Wei, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes, questioned, if you won't let me eat, then who will you give it to? Chun Mo chuckled to my Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue? In that instant, Li Wei understood, recalling the stunning sister who had accompanied Chun Mo yesterday. It seemed their relationship was indeed intricate. However, it was to be expected, with Chun Mo's striking good looks, youthful vigor, and mature demeanor. He possessed all the qualities that women desire. Who wouldn't he be enamored? Not only the elder sisters, but also the younger girls found him irresistible. As Li Wei watched Chun Mo take the succulent ribs for himself, leaving her the bones, and selecting only the tender beef while leaving the spicy peppers and cilantro for her, she felt somewhat slighted. She dared not voice her frustration. Chun Mo, with a serious tone, remarked, "Spicy peppers and bones pair excellently with drinks. Oh, and I noticed some peanuts over there. Shall I pour some for you?" Libera turta. This is too much. Yet, the next moment she smiled. Peanuts? Sure. Chun Mo poured the peanuts in her bowl of beef and then took out paper and pen, sitting beside her. Li Wei curiously observed as he sketched on the paper. After about 5 minutes, Chun Mo handed her a rough sketch of the renovation layout. Renovate according to this design. If there are any issues, call me. I'll provide detailed measurements tomorrow. MHM, great. Li Wei accepted the sketch, laying it out on the table for a thorough examination. The diagram was simple and clear, and she could comprehend it quite well. The previous decor was satisfactory. They only needed to clear out the unnecessary items and decorations, as many could still be reused. Once finished, Chun Mo packed up his meal to take away. All right, goodbye. Li Wei followed him to the door, waving her hand. The moment she waved, her upper body moved, creating quite a stir. Passers-by turned their heads, captivated by the astonishing sight. As Chun Mo approached the hotel, he received a call from Su-Yin. Upon answering, her languid voice greeted him. "Darling, where have you been? I want to discuss a partnership and brought back some good food for you." Partnership? What kind of partnership? Her immediate concern was not about the food, but the collaboration, indicating her strong ambition. "I'll tell you when I return. By the way, have you gotten up?" The next moment, a gasp of discomfort echoed through the phone. "Oh, it hurts. What happened?" Chun Mo inquired with concern. Su-Yun's tone was slightly melancholic. What do you think? Being bullied all night. Chun Mo cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'll hang up now, goodbye." "All right, goodbye." After ending the call, Chun Mo entered the hotel lobby. He had extended his room payment before leaving that morning. The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile and a nod. Chun Mo reciprocated the smile and headed towards the elevator. Just then, someone exited and entered the lift. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Chun Mo stepped out and walked directly to his room. Upon arriving, he swiped his card, opened the door, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he heard water running from the bathroom. "Aunt Sue, what is happening?" He gently closed the door and tiptoed toward the bathroom door. Inside, a hazy silhouette exuded an artistic charm. Placing his hand on the glass sliding door handle, he swiftly opened it and stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. After a brief moment of silence, a startled cry ensued. Chen Montak, you scare me to death. What are you doing?" Su-Yun's voice, both flustered and surprised, rang out. Chun Mo replied in a serious tone, "Aunt Sue, let me help you." "Who asked for your help? Are you sure you don't need it? Then don't blame me." Don't. I surrender." At this point, Su-Yun had surrendered countless times each day. Though she was often teased, she found joy in it. Half an hour later, Su-Yun emerged, her long, fair legs on display. Her exquisitely beautiful oval face was flushed, and her enchanting eyes held both shyness and reproach as she shot Chun Mo a glance. Chun Mo sighed softly, expressing his exasperation. Helping others seems to be a thankless task these days. Su-Yun, amused, replied, "Helping others. If this is considered helping, I can only imagine how many people would fight to do the same. You truly take advantage and then act innocent." Chun Mo stifled a laugh as he presented the food he had brought back. "Here, give this a try." Once Su-Yun caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, her initial lack of hunger disappeared, replaced by a ravenous appetite. She picked up a piece of beef, paused in surprise, and immediately grabbed a rib. Where did this food come from? What's wrong? Is it not tasty? It's delicious. Truly, this big city is remarkable. I've never had such good food in Xinjiang. Where's this place? We must return. It's a bit far. No matter. The flavor is worth the journey. Chun Mo felt he had dug himself a hole with that statement. We can discuss it later. By the way, what was that partnership you mentioned? Su-Yun inwudit, had curiosity pijuit. We've secured the location for the branch. So quickly. Here, the contract. We need to prepare for staff training, as well as procure our fast food production machines and milk tea machines. Su Yin took the contract, examining it closely until she reached the final page, where she saw the franchisee's signature. Li Bei, where's this shop? You'll find out when the time comes. Chun Mo replied with a smile, shrouded in mystery. If you want to tell me, I'll find out sooner or later. Su Yun tucked away the contract and began making calls to advance the franchise process. With the experience from the previous franchise with Lu Lan, she found the operation much more manageable. Once she started working, she couldn't stop. Unfortunately, her computer was not nearby, so some tasks had to be delegated to Zhouya and Li Lu in the county. Zhouya also reported on the status of each store in the county and mentioned 2 ongoing projects, both progressing smoothly. Additionally, Zhouya specifically asked Chen Mo to take a phone call. Su Yin perked up her ears as she heard Zhouya's alluring voice say, "Boss, do you need me to come to the Magic City? 090, please do not call me anymore." Chen Mo firmly declined Zhouya's allure. "What brings you here?" "I have Secretary Su. Everything is fine. Focus on your work, and if you need anything, contact Secretary Su. Do not call me again." Su Yin listened to Chen Mo's response, her eyebrows slightly raised in satisfaction. Chen Mo sat beside her, smiling as he returned her phone, then pointed outside the window. "What's the matter?" Su Yin inquired, slightly puzzled as she gazed outside. Chen Mo leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "The sky is darkening, my dear. It's time for bed. I sent it." Su Yin felt a shiver run down her spine. She looked at Chen Mo with a pitiful expression. "Husband, spare me. I really can't take it anymore." Chen Mo chuckled at her wretchedness. "Alas, my dear wife is quite helpless." Su Yin bit her lip, unable to contest his words. She was indeed a loss, but no, this was Chen Mo's fault. Seeing Su Yun's delicate demeanor, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Shall we go out for a stroll?" Su Yin looked at him, surprised. "What? You don't want to?" Chen Montauk teased it. Su Yin immediately took his hand, exclaiming, "Let us go." After tidying up a bit, they stepped outside and hailed a taxi to the Bund, the most renowned spot in the magical city. The night view of the Bund was quite stunning. In his past life, Chen Mo had visited this place several times with Su Qingxue while attending university. Now, he was with someone of the same surname, but with an entirely different sentiment than when he accompanied Su Qingxue. As Su Yun admired the towering skyscrapers and the dazzling lights of the Bund, she sighed, "I wish our city could develop like this one day." Chen Montauk smilet gently. Such progress cannot be achieved by mere effort. It requires a century of circumstances to cultivate. Su Yun grasped the essence of his words. It was clear that the development of a place depended not just on local resources, but on significant policies, advantageous geography, and the era's progression, an amalgamation of factors that had forged the present-day magical city. The wind was pleasantly cool as Chen Mo held Su Yun's hand, strolling along the Bund. Leaning against him, she relished their little world, feeling content with her life. Yet, the thought of their age gap filled her heart with unease. Would Yishui accept their relationship? Su Yun found it hard to believe. If only Yishui would agree to their union, she would be content to be Chen Mo's devoted assistant. After walking for a while, Su Yun felt a slight ache in her legs, remnants of last night's strain. She was growing uncomfortable, prompting Chen Mo to squat before her. Su Yun's cheeks flushed as she glanced around, relieved that few noticed them. "What are you doing? Come on. It's not like I haven't been carried before." Chen Mo turned and opened his arms. This moment reminded Su Yun of when their relationship had deepened. The time Chen Mo had heroically carried her home after she twisted her ankle. Biting her lip, she leaned down and climbed onto Chen Mo's back, holding on tightly. With a smile, Chen Mo said, "You're a bit heavier than the first time I carried you." "Ah, really?" Su Yun, having become conscious of her appearance during their growing intimacy, wondered if she should lose some weight. "Then I must diet." "Don't lose weight. It's best to maintain your current figure." "Why is maintaining the best option?" "Because I like it." Su Yun's cheeks reddened as she whispered sweetly in his ear, "All right, if my husband likes me, I want to lose weight." Chen Mo felt invigorated, quickening his pace. "Slow down. I'm in a hurry." "What are you hurrying for?" Su Yun asked, puzzled. Chen Mo replied earnestly, "I'm eager to return to the hotel." Su Yun facepalmed. She should not have teased him, This was a consequence she had to bear. They called a taxi to return to the hotel. Fortunately, Chun Mo was considerate of Su Yun's discomfort, and they peacefully embraced as they fell asleep, marking the earliest night of rest during their trip. The next day, Chun Mo was still in high spirits, and Su Yun appeared rosy and well. After preparing themselves, they enjoyed breakfast at the hotel before heading to the franchise store. Su Yun was unaware of the store's location until they approached a familiar street and arrived at the Wuyue restaurant. "You mean this franchise store?" she asked, astonished. Chun Mo nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, Aunt Su, you guessed correctly." Su Yun stared at him in disbelief. But the owner said she wanted to pursue other businesses. "How did you convince her?" Chun Mo replied with a grin. "Perhaps it's because your husband is simply too charming?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "How narcissistic." "Speak quickly, you didn't actually win her over, did you?" Cough, cough. Su Yun's lips curled into a smile. "Is that so?" "Well, that's a relief." Chun Mo realized he had let slip a detail. "Kaningansu, deliveritli. Your psychological studies have not gone to waste." "Indeed," Su Yun said with a hint of pride. Initially, she had only intended to learn psychology from managing employees, but it had proven useful in unexpected ways. She marveled at how knowledge always proves beneficial, motivating her to absorb new information. She needed to keep pace with Chun Mo. Otherwise, she would merely be a decorative vase. Su Yun was determined not to let that happen. She wished to be a reliable confidant for Chun Mo. "You haven't explained how you persuaded the owner yet?" she pressed, concerned. "That owner seems quite perilous." Chun Mo smiled. "She is a close friend of Lu Lan, the owner of the franchise store." Su Yun furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon her. "So, Lu Lan introduced our brand to her?" No wonder she mentioned being prepared to change careers. Chun Mo smiled and nodded. "Smart girl, you deserve a reward when we return to the hotel." Su Yun's smile faded. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. That reward isn't necessary. While Chun Mo and Su Yun were conversing, a charming voice interrupted them. Su Yun's gaze shifted from a sympathetic demeanor to one of icy resolve as she beheld Li Wei sauntering out of the store. It appeared that much had transpired in her absence the previous day. Chun Mo cleared his throat and introduced, "Allow me to present our company's chief secretary, Su Yun." With a beaming smile, Li Wei greeted, "Hello, Secretary Su." Su Yun, adhering to her principle of cordial professionalism, reciprocated the handshake. "Hello." She consistently approached her work with diligence and responsibility, maintaining a clear boundary between professional and personal matters. All inquiries regarding employee training and the machinery of GKD should be directed to Secretary Su. "Very well. I shall rely on Secretary Su henceforth," Li Wei replied, acknowledging the professional decorum. "No need for formality in matters of duty," Su Yun responded with an unwavering demeanor. "Have the renovations commenced?" Li Wei inquired. "Indeed. Could you assist me in determining whether the back kitchen needs to be dismantled or if it can continue to be utilized?" The two women, their long, elegant legs complementing their graceful strides, entered the restaurant. Both exuded a mature allure. Su Yun donned a fitted white dress paired with black stiletto heels, each movement exuding sensuality, enough to captivate anyone who beheld her. Li Wei, clad in a tailored qipao, showcased her already stunning physique, the garment accentuating her flawless S-curve. Together, they presented a striking tableau, each radiating distinct beauty, their enticing silhouettes igniting the imagination. Chun Mo observed this captivating scene, relishing the sight. The two women engaged in discussions regarding the restaurant's decor, with Chun Mo occasionally offering pivotal suggestions. Later that afternoon, he accompanied Su Yun to purchase a laptop. Initially hesitant due to the price, Su Yun ultimately acquiesced under Chun Mo's authoritative persuasion, recognizing it was an investment in enhancing her work rather than for personal leisure. Chun Mo procured a laptop as well, anticipating its necessity as they prepared to launch their online endeavors. The Penguin Empire was currently focusing its efforts on a single platform. The prospect of venturing into chat and payment applications, akin to WeChat, piqued his interest, as did the idea of an e-commerce platform. The meteoric rise of a certain online marketplace was a testament to the power of a proprietary payment system. Additionally, Its free services compared to contemporaneous platforms that charge fees were a significant advantage in attracting merchants. The early launch of this marketplace also contributed to its success. The first to seize the cake invariably devours the most. The crux of this triumph, however, lay in marketing and user acquisition. For instance, the emergence of a certain platform in the post-e-commerce era demonstrated how aggressive user acquisition strategies could yield remarkable results through straightforward, albeit forceful, tactics. Chen Mo contemplated his current ventures, developing a chat and payment software paired with an e-commerce platform, effectively creating a hybrid of WeChat and the aforementioned marketplace. He mused on the missed opportunities of his design background, wishing he had pursued software engineering instead. In the ensuing days, the restaurant's renovation progressed steadily under the collaboration of Su Yun and Li Wei, with each day revealing new transformations. Li Wei's enthusiasm for the new establishment spurred her to expedite the process, even enlisting additional help. Meanwhile, Su Yun focused on recruiting staff for the GKD milk tea shop, requiring a total of 10 employees. In this era, finding employees was hardly a challenge. As the start of the semester approached, Chen Mo contemplated how to evade military training. A month-long commitment. He needed to return home to address matters concerning Zhouya, intending to assess her performance before deciding on Lin Hao's fate. Fortunately, a conversation with Shun Bing indicated that Lin Fifan, Lin Hao's father, had irrefutable evidence against him, an encouraging development for Chen Mo. During this period, Su Yun immersed herself in work, adeptly managing tasks for both Li Wei and overseeing projects in Xinjiang, particularly the construction site, which required her to make numerous calls daily. As night fell, she often found herself deliberately seated at her computer, wishing for more work to keep her occupied until Chun Mo went to sleep. Yet, every time she attempted to prolong her work, Chun Mo would sweep her into his arms, rewarding her with affection. Su Yun came to deeply understand the bittersweet nature of pain intertwined with joy. However, one day, after a night spent indulging in each other's company, she overslept, missing her training session with Li Wei's employees. When she finally arrived in the afternoon, Li Wei's knowing gaze spoke volumes. Thus, Chen Mo and Su Yun navigated a whirlwind of activity and fulfillment over several days. Su Yun radiated vitality, her skin glowing and her eyes sparkling, as if rejuvenated by some elixir. She embodied a mature beauty, her every movement exuding an exquisite grace that piqued Li Wei's curiosity. Unable to contain herself, Li Wei inquired about Su Yun's cosmetics, eager to replicate her radiant appearance. Su Yun, however, discreetly withheld the secret of her beauty product. During their time together, the rapport between Su Yun and Li Wei blossomed, marked by mutual admiration for each other's skills. With the renovations nearly complete and the machinery now installed, they were poised to train staff on operational protocols. In a few days, they would select an auspicious date for the grand opening, coinciding perfectly with the commencement of the academic year at nearby universities. In many respects, Li Wei's establishment was blessed with favorable circumstances. As Chun Mo observed the near completion of Li Wei's venture, he booked tickets for himself and Su Yun to return to Xinjiang. With only 2 days remaining before the school year commenced, on August 30th at 9:30 a.m., Su Yun's snow-white shoulder peeked out from beneath the covers, her hair slightly disheveled. Chun Mo gazed at her with a smile. "You must get up. We can't afford to miss the flight back." "What time is it?" she murmured. "It's 9:30. Did I oversleep again?" "It's all your fault," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Lately, she had been waking up late every day, a consequence of their indulgent late-night escapades. Blushing, Su Yun hurriedly got up and donned her clothes with haste, while Chun Mo watched her with an affectionate smile. Su is truly beautiful. Every gesture of hers is utterly captivating. The exquisite scene of a beauty awakening in the morning was a privilege only he could appreciate. After a quick wash and packing Su Yun's belongings, they prepared to leave. Since Chun Mo was starting school, he left his luggage and computer with Li Wei. As Li Wei collected the luggage at the hotel entrance, she leaned close to Chun Mo and whispered, "Come back quickly. Your sister is waiting for you." Su Yun remained expressionless, having grown accustomed to Li Wei's teasing. Chun Mo waved to Li Wei with a smile. "Goodbye, Secretary Su," Li Wei said cheerfully. "Goodbye. Soyun be blade." Returningas mai. The two boarded a taxi, headed for the airport in the metropolis. With a flight scheduled for 10:30, they hurried through check-in, security, and boarding, just managing to catch their flight. Why is this seat different from the one we had on the way here? Soo-yin noticed the spacious and comfortable seating. This is first class, Chun Mo informed her. That must be expensive, she remarked. Not too much. The ticket was 5 times the cost of the ordinary cabin. Over 500. You should have just booked ordinary class. I find it quite comfortable. We're not short on money, he said, squeezing her hand. Soo-yin felt warmth spread through her, smiling as she slowly closed her eyes. Before long, she had drifted off to sleep. It was evident she hadn't rested well the previous night. In fact, she hadn't slept at all. They both understood that once they returned from the metropolis, opportunities for intimate moments would be far less frequent. As Chun Mo contemplated closing his eyes for a brief respite, a flight attendant, seemingly in her mid-20s, approached him directly. Her features were exquisite, exuding an artistic charm, and her figure was alluring, accentuated by her uniform and black stockings. "Good morning, sir. Would you like something to drink?" she asked, kneeling slightly before him. Chun Mo had heard of the distinguished service in first class, which was indeed a stark contrast to that of the economy cabin. "Just a glass of water, please. Would you like ice with that?" Her voice was gentle and her eyes sparkled with warmth. "Yes, please. And for lunch, we have prepared some specialty dishes since we are landing in Xiang province. Would you like to try some?" Chun Mo glanced at her name tag. Su Tingting. "Sure. Prepare 2 portions." "Certainly. Is there anything else you need?" she inquired with a smile. "No, that will be all," he replied, shaking his head slightly. Su Tingting gracefully stood up, adjusting her fitted skirt as she left. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her departure. Moments later, she returned with a glass of water. "Here is your water, sir." "Thank you. You're welcome. Please enjoy your flight." With that, Su Tingting departed elegantly, her long legs accentuating her graceful figure. Chun Mo took a sip of water, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, and then gradually closed his eyes, slipping into slumber. After an hour, he awoke. Likely around mealtime, Su Tingting emerged, distributing lunch to the first-class passengers. When she reached Chun Mo, she placed the meal box in front of him with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" "Fairly well," he replied. "Is your neck sore? Would you like a neck pillow?" she asked softly. "Yes, if you have one, please." She nodded in acknowledgement, and after serving the first-class meals, returned with a neck pillow. "Would you like me to adjust it for you? Isn't it just placed on the neck?" "Yes, but adjusting the tightness will benefit your cervical spine." As she spoke, she gently positioned the pillow, her delicate fingers occasionally brushing against his neck. "All set. How does that feel?" "Quite good, thank you." "You're welcome." With a smile, she turned to leave, her departure imbued with a captivating confidence. After she had walked away, Chun Mo removed the pillow and gently placed it under Su-yun's swan-like neck. Su-yun stirred slightly and opened her eyes to see Chun Mo, "Darling, how long have I been asleep?" "Not long, just over an hour." "Are you hungry?" She nodded gently, having skipped breakfast. "Here, eat this. Let's see if it tastes like home." Opening the meal box revealed local delicacies, including pig's blood balls and cured meats, truly reminiscent of their hometown. While they dined, Su Tingting, while serving water to other passengers, noticed the neck pillow had found its way beneath Su-yun's head. She couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between the two, sensing a closeness that hinted at more than mere friendship, though their ages seemed somewhat disparate. Could they be a couple? Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Chun Mo and Su-yun rested for another hour. The airplane's announcement signaled their arrival at the provincial airport. They would need to head to the parking lot, where the parking fees had accumulated, costing 30 yuan per day for the 8 days Chun Mo had spent in the metropolis. Su-yun sighed. Everything costs money these days. We should avoid driving in the future. Chun Mo chuckled. From now on, we'll just fly. So do not softly. Fly? In your dreams. For Su-yun, the notion of flying anywhere was something she could scarcely imagine. Despite knowing Chun Mo's future was boundless, it still felt like a distant dream. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Chun Mo and Su-yun arrived in Qingyang County, finally returning home. After a lengthy absence from distant travels, Su-yun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her as she gazed upon the familiar old street. "Boss," Li Lu called out cheerfully to Chun Mo. accompanied by Zhouya and Xinbing. Zhouya exuded her usual elegant demeanor, clad in a knee-length professional skirt and black stockings, radiating the aura of a capable career woman. Xinbing, on the other hand, maintained her high-cold, authoritative lawyer persona, her fitted white trousers accentuating her long, slender legs with an alluring strength. Moreover, her piercing gaze instilled an unsettling sense of guilt, as if one were on the verge of being prosecuted. Yunye, Bing. Xinbing greeted with a warm embrace for Su Yun, noting the latter's radiant complexion and youthful glow, as if she had rejuvenated a decade in just 10 days. Yun Jieyu seem to be in much better shape. Really? I suppose it's all right. Look at your skin. It's so supple. Wasn't it like this before? Yun Jie, be honest, have you been taking any supplements? Flushed, Su Yun lightly retorted, what supplements? Let us just head inside. She discreetly glanced at Chen Mo, both seemingly in sync, as he returned her gaze with a smile in his eyes. Boss, if Yun Jie one tea spill the beans, how about you enlighten me? I promise I'll reward you. Xinbing whispered as she leaned closer to Chen Mo. With a smile, Chen Mo replied, reward? Am I someone who can be easily bribed? Ahem, what exactly is this reward? Su Yun. Xinbing chuckled softly. Let's discuss this privately. We want Yun Jie to overhear. Chen Montag, Allicht. Su Yun interjected, could you two speak a little louder? The people across the street can hear you. Let us go inside. We shouldn't block the customers from getting their milk tea. She gently pulled Chen Mo closer to her, a subconscious gesture that Zhouya observed with a tender expression. Boss, Zhouya said, her gaze softening. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Let us go. The group dispersed, each engrossed in their respective tasks. During Chen Mo's absence in the metropolis, the company had been running smoothly, with the first real estate project progressing steadily. However, the early stages of real estate were akin to a voracious beast, consuming capital. An initial investment of $2 million was necessary to establish a foundation, subsequently supported by land financing and the forthcoming pre-sale, ensuring a stable cash flow before embarking on explosive growth. To swiftly secure a foothold in the industry, one often had to adhere to the unwritten rules of the trade, unless, of course, one possessed the power to shatter those rules and reshape the landscape. Clearly, GKD was not yet equipped with such strength. In the office on the third floor, Zhouya was briefing Su Yun on recent work developments. Overall, Zhouya had performed admirably. Observing their diligence, Chen Mo decided to exit the office. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Yishu Hui, returning from grocery shopping. Yishu Hui had only just awakened from her midday slumber to discover Chen Mo's return, hastily procuring his favorite dishes. Mom, what did you buy? Everything you love. I'll carry it for you. While you were away, Secretary Zhou and Zhouya often helped me with groceries. Just the other day, she even cooked one of her signature dishes, claiming she learned it from you. The taste was decent, I suppose. Chen Mo scratched his head, bemused. His disciple, Zhouya, was truly beyond his teaching. After conversing with Yishu Hui for a while, Chen Mo took a brief rest. Upon waking, he found the night had fallen. Checking the time, it was past 9, and as he stepped out of his room, he saw Yishu Hui engrossed in a television drama. Awake? I'll heat up the food for you. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Enjoy your show. I can manage on my own. Chen Mo prepared the meal himself, feeling ravenous, possibly due to the absence of Yishu Hui's cooking for some time. Mom, you should get some rest early. I'm going to check on the office. All right, you go ahead. Yishu Hui felt completely at ease with Chen Mo now, confident in his capabilities, surpassing both her and her husband. If it weren't for Chen Mo, she would have remained oblivious to Fu Limin's exploitative schemes. Now, Fu Limin's newly opened store faced the embarrassing prospect of closure, unable to compete with the foot traffic Chen Mo attracted. A price war had led him to substantial losses, and most critically, he failed to retain customers. Those who shopped at his store once inevitably returned to the old street supermarket. If this continued, his losses would be catastrophic, and it wouldn't be long before Fu Limin could no longer sustain his business. On the other hand, Chen Mo observed the industriousness of Su Yun and Zhouya and inquired, "Have you both eaten?" "We've already had dinner," both women replied in unison. Bing brought us food. Su Yun glanced at Chen Mo and, after responding, returned to her work. Su An, it's getting late. You should head home to rest early. Okay, I'll finish up shortly. Su Yin nodded slightly, having returned to Qingyang and not yet gone home. She had been occupied with work. In the past 10 days, she pondered how Su Qingxue was faring. Meanwhile, the sound of high heels echoed outside the door. Shen Bing entered, carrying a contract. Boss, you're here. Perfect timing. This is the purchase contract drafted by our legal department for the Oriental Community Project. Please let me know if any modifications are needed. Shen Mo accepted the contract, quickly scanning its contents, trusting Shen Bing's expertise in this matter. Su, Aunt, could you take a look? Shen Mo passed the document to Su Yun, who examined it with meticulous care, as many clauses have been discussed collaboratively with Shen Bing. I'll take it home to review tonight, and we can discuss it tomorrow. Yinjia, let me give you a ride, Shen Bing said with a smile. Linking arms with Su Yun, Chen Montak remarked. Su Yun smiled warmly at Shen Mo. Well, Bing Bing and I are off. Oh, my luggage is still in your car. Shen Mo nodded and addressed the graceful Zhouya. Secretary Zhou, you should also clock out and rest. Zhouya looked up and gently nodded at Shen Mo. The four of them descended to the ground floor, where Chen Mo helped place the luggage into Shen Bing's car. Goodbye, boss. Farewell. As Chen Mo watched the two women depart, he turned his attention to Zhouya, clad in black stockings. Get in the car. Zhouya obediently nodded. As the night deepened, Zhouya settled into the passenger's seat, her figure undeniably alluring. Her long, delicate legs, clad in black stockings, rested elegantly together, and her demeanor bore a hint of resigned submission. It seemed that whatever Chen Mo intended to do at that moment, she would acquiesce without hesitation. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Zhouya spoke first. Before you share your answer, may I showcase my culinary skills? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a touch of warmth. Chen Mo nodded gently. Where to? Zhouya fastened her seatbelt, turning to face him. To my home. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. In Xingyang? Zhouya replied calmly. No, in the county. I have another place, left to me by my parents for my sister and me. Indeed, as a daughter of a wealthy family, she seemed to possess properties everywhere. Let's go. I'll guide you. Zhouya appeared to gain a newfound energy, her gaze shimmering with excitement as she looked at Chen Mo. All right. Chen Mo agreed, pressing down on the accelerator. Do you know the old finance department's residential building? It's the one next to the bridge. Zhouya navigated him through the streets, and in about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a 6-story building. Here we are. Zhouya unfastened her seatbelt and gracefully stepped out, revealing her long legs clad in high heels, a sight undeniably captivating. Second floor, she instructed, leading the way. With every step she took, she exuded an air of elegance. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow as she opened the door and turned on the lights, inviting him inside. Here are your slippers. Zhouya gracefully crouched before him, gathering her skirt as she offered him the shoes she had specifically bought that morning. I thought today might be my last day as your life secretary. Let's see if they fit. This should be size 44, right? Not bad, Chen Mo replied, his heart stirred by Zhouya's gentle attentiveness. What would you like to eat? I bought steak and many other ingredients today. My culinary skills have improved significantly, Zhouya said confidently, eyeing him expectantly. Make something you excel at. I heard you've been cooking for my mother lately? Yes. I believe it's my duty as your life secretary to care for Sister Shui as well. Zhouya retrieved the ingredients from the refrigerator, revealing an impressive array. Among her preparations, she seemed most adept at the two dishes Chen Mo had initially taught her, stir-fried beef and braised pork ribs. As they cooked together, Chen Mo assisted her, and Zhouya watched with admiration as he skillfully chopped the vegetables. Their collaborative efforts were efficient. In less than 20 minutes, 2 savory dishes adorned the table. All done, Zhouya turned to Chen Mo and softly said, I do like a bit of wine. Chen Mo nodded. Help yourself. Zhouya turned to the wine cabinet and retrieved a bottle of red wine, the cork popping out with a satisfying sound. She poured 2 glasses, placing one in front of Chen Mo. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, indicating it was of high quality. This was a gift from a wealthy merchant from Hong Kong to my father long ago. Zhouya sat beside Chen Mo, raising her glass with a smile in her eyes. Here's to you. May your future be bright. Thank you, Chen Mo toasted gently, clinking his glass with hers before taking a small sip. The wine's rich flavor lingered pleasantly, a testament to its quality. While he sipped cautiously, Zhouya finished her glass in one go, her delicate features flushing with a rosy hue. Feeling a bit warm, she unbuttoned her shirt collar, revealing a captivating expanse of porcelain skin. She poured herself another half glass, lifting it towards Chun Mo for the second glass. I toast to you for giving me the chance to be your life's secretary. With that, she tilted her head back and drank heartily. I'm done. You can drink at your leisure. Men from Qingyang don't merely sip wine, do they? Zhouya seemed to liberate herself with her words. Her boldness evident as she gazed at Chun Mo. Chun Mo perceived her intentions. She wouldn't stop until she was intoxicated. Was this a challenge? He recognized her cleverness. I cannot speak for all men of Qingyang. I can only represent myself. Zhouya paused in her pouring, a smile breaking across her face. All right, then for this third glass, I toast on behalf of Lin Hao to thank you. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. Thank me? Of course, she affirmed, nodding earnestly. He has always been domineering, influenced by Lin Fifan, reckless in his actions, fighting, drinking, gambling, walking further down a treacherous path. As she spoke, Zhouya raised her glass once more. Taking a large gulp, the red wine stained her lips, making them appear even more alluring. I've advised him, taught him, scolded him, even hit him to steer him away from mischief, but to no avail. I resent myself for that. Zhouya confessed, downing her wine again, her exquisite face growing even redder. I believe I bear an inescapable responsibility for his transformation. It's all my fault. If only I'd never met Lin Fifan. At that moment, Zhouya no longer seemed to address Chun Mo, but was rather speaking to herself. She reached for the wine bottle once more. Drink any more, and you'll be drunk. Chun Mo attempted to take the bottle from her. Don't mind me. Zhouya displayed her first hint of irritation toward Chun Mo, continuing to pour herself more wine, her eyes betraying a touch of inebriation. Chen Montak, do you know what feelings you evoke in me? She took a sip and leaned closer, whispering, when I first saw you at GKD in Xingyang. You have no idea how troubled I was. But when you walked towards me with a smile, it felt like a warm light enveloping me, and I felt so at ease. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion. After another sip of wine, she sighed, the second time I saw you, that warmth turned into the coldness of a ruthless hell. Zhouya slowly lifted her gaze to Chun Mo. Do you despise me? Chun Mo shook his head gently. A smile graced Zhouya's lips as she nodded softly, murmuring, that's good. It's not my fault this time. With tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls unstrung, she continued to smile. Chun Mo recalled their first encounter. Her poised elegance and striking beauty left a profound impression on him. He anticipated her connection to Lin Hao, and seeing her in this state stirred a mix of emotions within him. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. After finishing, he gazed at Zhouya, who appeared like a delicate flower in the rain, evoking a sense of sympathy within him. You need not feel guilty. Lin Hao's actions are not your fault. Zhouya, with tearful eyes, looked at Chun Mo. Really? He nodded affirmatively. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn closer together, their gazes intertwining with an inexplicable magnetism, pulling them near. Zhouya gradually raised her chin, closing her eyes. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol, or perhaps it was Zhouya's graceful charm, but in that moment, Chun Mo enveloped her in his arms, leaning in towards her rosy lips. In the end, Zhouya was ultimately persuaded. A slight tremor coursed through her as her long eyelashes fluttered gently. The breaths of both individuals became heavy and labored. Chun Mo lifted Zhouya into his arms, and as she stood, her arm inadvertently knocked over a tall wine glass, spilling red wine across the table. Chun Mo, cradling the dignified and elegant beauty, turned and entered the room, the door slamming shut behind them. Simultaneously, at 1 o'clock in the morning in the detention center of Qingyang County, Lin Hao was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he sat up, the remnants of a nightmare still haunting him. In his dream, a divine monkey wielding the legendary Rui Jingu Bang roared, demon, and struck fiercely at his face. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Hao felt an oppressive weight in his chest, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. The inky darkness of his cell filled him with dread. primarily due to the devastating news delivered by Old Hay just days prior. His brother had been sentenced to death, all thanks to that cunning scoundrel Yen Laosi. At that moment, Lin Hao sank into his chair, his complexion ashen. Moreover, according to Old Hay, his former subordinates were now in disarray, some fleeing, others scattering, with a few declaring themselves kings of their own. The most despicable were those who had defected to Yen Laosi's side. Yen Laosi had always been Lin Fei Fan's greatest rival, and now it was evident that he and his backing were exerting their influence. The once loyal followers of Lin Fei Fan were now like lost dogs, struggling to survive under Yen Laosi's relentless pressure. Perhaps Lin Hao was safer staying within these walls. In Zhou Ye's bedroom, a lengthy night unfolded, filled with unspoken tenderness. As the sun's rays bathed the room the following morning, Zhou Ye slowly opened her eyes, a wave of discomfort radiating from her waist and legs, causing her delicate brows to furrow. The person who had shared her bed last night was nowhere to be found. Where was Chun Mo? She attempted to rise, but her body felt utterly drained. Even moving a finger required tremendous effort. Was it the alcohol that had rendered her so weak, or was it the culmination of long-suppressed emotions? Last night had been somewhat wild. With great difficulty, Zhou Ye managed to sit up and donned a black nightgown, her stunning figure fully revealed. Chen Montak, she called softly, her voice raspy. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, awakening her appetite. He can get up by himself? Chun Mo emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of soup, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her. Zhou Ye leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow. It's you who can't seem to manage. Chen Mochakil, nothing repeatedly. All right, no worries. There's still time. We'll continue tonight. I'll try harder. Zhou Ye was momentarily taken aback, regretting her earlier bravado. Hadn't she been quite docile before him? Why was she trying to appear strong now? And what was the point of winning this battle? Yet, having begun this, she couldn't easily concede. Clearing her throat, she replied, if we're continuing, then let us do it. Who's afraid? Perhaps it was the release of all her burdens that instilled in Zhou Ye a newfound courage. Chinamo smiled, fine, but don't say I'm bullying you. First, drink this soup and rest well to recover. As Zhou Ye gazed at the milky bone broth, her heart warmed. It had been ages since anyone had cared for her in such a way, especially since her parents had passed away in a car accident. Not even a simple inquiry had come her way in a long time. With her eyes glistening, she quietly asked, when did you start making this? Shonamo replied with a smile, I woke up at 7 this morning, feeling too energetic, so I thought I'd prepare something. Zhou Ye glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock. She hadn't anticipated sleeping for so long, likely due to her late-night slumber that had only begun around 4 or 5. Carefully, she lifted the bowl of soup and took a sip, instantly enveloped in warmth and comfort. She looked up at Chun Mo, her beautiful eyes sparkling. You should have some too, then go rest. Don't say later that I bullied you. Chun Mo replied with a smile. All right. They shared breakfast together, then lay down to rest. After ensuring Zhou Ye was asleep, Chun Mo quietly left the room, as he had another matter to attend to. During midday, Shun Bing received a call from Chun Mo. After hanging up, she sighed softly, realizing that Zhou Ye had indeed managed to persuade him. Hours later, in the detention center, Lin Hao appeared drained, having not slept a wink the previous night. Lin Hao! The guard's booming voice echoed through the hall. Lin Hao involuntarily jolted, immediately standing up and responding loudly. Here, come out. As the iron door swung open, Lin Hao's heart raced anxiously as he glanced at the guard. He wondered if he was about to receive his sentence. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come out. The plaintiff has withdrawn the case. What? Lin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he dashed toward the door. Here are your belongings. Take them. A bag was tossed at his feet. Overjoyed, Lin Hao felt an immense relief wash over him. Life in here had been unbearable, and he wished to leave this place at once. He swiftly changed his clothes and hurried to the main entrance of the detention center, closing his eyes, waiting patiently for the door to open. Exit this way. The guard's thunderous voice jolted Lin Hao awake. What do you think this is, a movie? Go out through that door. The guard pointed toward a nondescript side door. Lin Hao lowered his head and silently exited through the small door. However, as he stepped outside, he spotted a figure he recognized all too well. Chun Mo. In an instant, Lin Hao's fists clenched. "You bastard! How dare you show your face to me?" As he glared at Chun Mo, he noticed a graceful woman in a red dress standing beside him. "Zhouya!" Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He halted, gazing at Zhouya, then turning to Chun Mo. It was true. Everything Old He had said was accurate. "What is true?" Zhouya looked at him, bewildered. You, and Chun Mo?" Lin Hao shouted furiously at Zhouya. She was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering. Chen Montauk, calm and composed, looked at Lin Hao. "What is wrong with her being with me?" It just to repay the damages for my belongings, to compensate for the house and savings, and to work off the remaining debt? What do you mean? Lin Hao glared at Chun Mo. "Why do you think you're free? Why did I withdraw the case? And that black uncle you mentioned, is he the short, fat thug who bullied your mother?" "What? That black uncle bullied my mom?" Lin Hao was incensed by Chun Mo's words. At the same time, Old He, who had just arrived, trembled at the remark. "How's he?" "Don't listen to that brat-ass nonsense. I saw him go to your house. You've seen the photos." Old He hurriedly protested. Lin Hao glanced at Chun Mo, then turned to Old He, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhouya. "Mom, you tell me." As she emerged and then retreated, all eyes were fixed upon Zhouya. Meeting Lin Hao's gaze, she cast a glance at Lao He and slowly began. "That morning, Lao He knocked on my door bright and early. He brought some local delicacies, asked to come in for a glass of water, and shortly after entering, he lunged at me." Before Zhouya could finish her sentence, Lao He grew frantic. "Sister-in-law, don't say such things. I would never do such a thing. Although my brother went inside, he will always be my brother." In stark contrast to Lao He's desperate attempts to obscure his crimes, Zhouya remained composed. "You may deny it, but are you unaware that I have surveillance cameras at home? Everything you did that day was captured clearly." The mention of the cameras darkened not only Lao He's expression, but also Lin Hao's. Clenching his fists, Lin Hao glared at Lao He, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Lao He, my mother's words are not mere fabrications, are they?" Lao He's eyelids twitched as he instinctively stepped back. Faced with the exposure of his lies, he dropped the pretense. With a grin, he said, "I was just looking out for my brother, fearing that you might be bullied with him away. And instead of gratitude, you're blaming me? Lin Hao, your father has already been sentenced. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. As for your mother, Uncle He will take care of her." Lin Hao roared in fury, his pent-up frustration manifesting in a violent strike towards Lao He. However, Lao He, a seasoned street fighter, easily evaded the blow, seized Lin Hao's wrist, and slapped him across the face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed in everyone's ears, leaving Lin Hao momentarily stunned. "How's he? You've always disrespected Uncle He. Now that your father is gone, you still behave this way? It seems I must teach you some manners," Lao He taunted. Lin Hao looked up, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Lao He, let go. Hey, sister-in-law, stick with me, and Lin Hao might still have a decent outcome otherwise." With a snarl, Lin Hao bit down on Lao He's hand. Lao He yelped, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. He raised his hand to strike Lin Hao again. "Don't just stand there, help me," he shouted to his followers. As Lin Hao was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Zhouya glanced anxiously at Chun Mo, instinctively having come to rely on him after their ordeal the previous night. Chen Montauk sighed, feeling the weight of parental responsibility for the first time. He swiftly moved forward, his speed astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Lao He. With a powerful kick, he sent two approaching thugs flying. He then delivered a resounding slap to Lao He's plump face. The sound was crisp and clear. Lin Hao, still gnawing on Lao He, paused to take in the scene before him, momentarily lost in thought as he looked at Chun Mo. Chun Mo's expression was calm as he addressed Lin Hao. "Release your grip, step back." Instinctively, Lin Hao loosened his bite and retreated behind Chun Mo. Perhaps it was due to the glint of a large knife brandished by Lao He's man. "Be careful," Lin Hao warned. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes. "Using a knife?" Lao He, clutching his swollen face, glared at Chun Mo through gritted teeth. "Kill him." The knife swung towards Chun Mo's face. Lin Hao trembled in fear, while Zhouya shouted from afar, "Chun Mo, watch out!" Bang! A loud crash reverberated as Chun Mo executed a mid-air kick. sending the knife flying before delivering a swift kick to the thug's neck. His movements were fluid and rapid as he landed a punch on the assailant's face. Lao He was sent staggering back several meters, losing his balance and toppling over like a ball. In less than 3 seconds, the initial 3 attackers were incapacitated. "Drop the knives," commanded the officers, who appeared with batons, pointing at the armed thugs. Shen Bing sighed in relief when she saw Chun Mo rescue Lin Hao. She rushed towards the entrance of the detention center. It was evident that these thugs were used to acting without restraint, particularly in recent times as they vied for dominance. Always armed, they hadn't anticipated that Chun Mo would be such a formidable opponent. Upon Lao Hei's command, the thugs, lacking any foresight, immediately brandished their weapons and charged. However, even without the officer's intervention, Chun Mo could have easily intimidated them. "Put down your weapons," the officers shouted sternly. Just then, the doors swung open, and a squad of fully equipped officers rushed out. The thugs promptly discarded their knives, crouching with their hands over their heads. "Are you all right?" the officers inquired, glancing at Chun Mo and Lin Hao. Noticing Lin Hao's swollen face resembling that of a pig, one officer cleared his throat. "You're the one who just got out?" Lin Hao nodded. "Impressive, you're all going back in." Lin Hao had barely emerged before he was to re-enter. Fortunately, this time, he was the victim. Lao He was to compensate for medical expenses, and due to their possession of controlled weapons and their collective assault, they would also face an investigation into organized crime. While Lao He was taken back to the detention center, Lin Hao was sent to the hospital. Both had a promising future ahead. Lin Hao's injuries were manageable, primarily a precaution against a concussion, necessitating a few days of hospital observation. As Zhouya gazed at Lin Hao lying silently on the bed, facing away from everyone, she sighed and turned to Chun Mo and Shun Bing. "You two should head back." Chun Mo and Shun Bing exited the ward, with Zhouya trailing behind, gently closing the door. Chun Mo paused. "Bing Jia, could you please fetch me a bottle of water?" Shun Bing glanced at Zhouya, nodded slightly, and made her way downstairs, understanding that the two needed a moment to converse. Chun Mo and Zhouya moved to a secluded staircase. Zhouya looked at Chun Mo and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Chun Mo shook his head. "Take care of yourself. I'm giving you 2 days off. The work in Xinjiang will be your responsibility going forward." Zhouya was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "All of it will be handed to me?" Chun Mo surveyed the area, ensuring it was deserted, then stepped closer. Zhouya instinctively backed against the wall. Chun Mo lifted her delicate chin with his finger, gazing into her eyes. "From now on, you will be my personal secretary." Zhouya's voice trembled slightly. Didn't he agree to this?" Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. "If you don't agree, then try it." Recalling the events of the previous night, Zhouya's heart raced. She tilted her chin defiantly, exuding the air of a proud lady. "If trying is what it takes, then I'm not afraid of you." Is 097 an evolution or a corruption? Someone is coming. Silently, Zhouya gasped for breath, her delicate hands gripping Chun Mo's shoulders tightly. "Montak, Montak?" Chun Mo could not help but release her grip. "Who call me Mo?" Zhouya's red lips curled slightly. "Of course, it's you." Chun Mo was at a loss for words. "Don't call me. Montak, Montak." "Foya." With her mature and voluptuous figure turned slightly, escaping Chun Mo's grasp. She arched her brows playfully. "I will call you that. She has changed. Perhaps this is her true nature." Meanwhile, someone passed by outside the door, and Zhouya instantly transformed into that dignified and graceful woman. Her alluring curves were unforgettable. Chun Mo looked at her with a threatening gaze. "Go ahead, and I'll make sure you call me that plenty later." Zhouya maintained a safe distance from Chun Mo, her slender fingers playfully brushing a lock of hair at her ear, her eyes sparkling with charm. "All right, I'll be waiting." Chun Mo sighed inwardly. Zhouya had thoroughly evolved into a siren. "All right, I'm leaving." Zhouya smiled. Mo, you haven't told me how much my salary is for the month." Chun Mo gritted his teeth. "You've been fired." Zhouya's beautiful eyes lit up. "Haha, fired? Does that mean I should become your secret lover?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mo stumbled, nearly falling down the stairs. Has this woman evolved or fallen into darkness? Fortunately, there was no one around the stairs to hear such gossip that could spread throughout Xinjiang County. Zhouya, seeing Chun Mo nearly fall, chuckled with concern. "Oh dear, are you so happy to hear this news?" Chun Mo remained silent. After leaving the hospital, Chun Mo drove back to the Old Street supermarket with Shinbing. Su Yin was rushing down the stairs, accompanied by two women. One was Zhou Yin, dressed in her work uniform, exuding a strong professional aura. And the other was a newly hired assistant who previously worked with Zhouya. "Have the matters been resolved?" Su Yin asked Chun Mo with concern. "Yes. Where are you headed?" "To the residential project site, and then I'll check the original factory location." "Shall we go together?" Chun Mo nodded slightly. Due to financial constraints, the factory project had been temporarily halted. After comprehensive consideration and Zhou Yan's suggestion, the factory project would be relocated. This area was to be taken over by Su Yun for the residential project. The group arrived at the residential project first, where the focus was primarily on quality. The first batch of personnel, from on-site construction staff to project managers, strictly adhered to Su Yun's requirements, ensuring that every step was flawless before proceeding, resulting in a slower overall progress. Chun Mo was concerned not only about quality, but also safety. In construction, quality and safety are paramount. Fortunately, the residential project had temporarily adopted a land for capital model, allowing it to continue operating. If it entered the pre-sale phase, there would be no financial worries. And they might even earn their first pot of gold. Such as the real estate business, Chun Mo mused, observing the bustling construction site, where the team was diligently working on everything from demolishing to redesigning and laying foundations. He recognized this was the crucial initial phase of any project. Once the foundation was completed, the visible changes in construction would be remarkable. As long as the site operated normally, a high-rise building could be seen rising within months. Mr. Su. Oh, Mr. Chun, a project manager wearing a white hard hat approached briskly. His name was Zhang Jianya, in his mid-40s, at the peak of his civil engineering career. He had met Chun Mo once, recommended by Zhou Yin, but they had not crossed paths since Chun Mo signed him on. Usually, it was Su Yin who interacted with him for work. Zhang Jianya recognized that behind this project was a significant figure. Between Su Yin and Chun Mo, he naturally assumed that Chun Mo was the one with substantial backing, while Su Yin, the mature and stunningly beautiful woman, might merely be a tool pushed forward by Chun Mo. However, after some time working together, Zhang Jianya began to admire Su Yun's capabilities. She was not merely a flower vase. Her decisive actions to dismiss the first batch of shoddy construction teams and take legal action for damages and lost work time had instantly intimidated everyone. No one dared to underestimate this mature and beautiful woman anymore. Zhang Jianya could not help but hold admiration for Su Yun, yet he dared not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Those who reach his level understood that one misstep could lead to ruin. What is not yours, do not covet it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Chief Zhang. Chun Mo shook hands with Zhang Jianya. "It's rare for you to visit the site. Please, this way." Zhang Jianya warmly led Chun Mo, while Su Yun and the others headed to the office. "I want to go to the office. I'll just take a look around the site." Chun Mo gestured towards the construction area. "All right. By the way, Shaoli, go fetch some hard hats." Zhang Jianya instructed a young man beside him wearing a yellow hard hat. The young man quickly ran off to retrieve 3 white hard hats. "This way, Mr. Chun and Ms. Su. Please watch your step. The foundation work is muddy." Su Yin seemed prepared, having swapped her high heels for a pair of thick-soled sneakers. Now, in front of Chun Mo, she was the supple and graceful Secretary Su, while in front of others, she was the authoritative and commanding President Su. "The foundation work will likely take another half-month. Yes, as long as the progress is within expectations." Chun Mo and the others completed a tour of the site and conversed with Zhang Jianya about the official requirements, applying some pressure. Zhang Jianya responded positively, confidently patting his chest. "Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I understand the significance of this first batch of renovations for our county. We will ensure quality and timely completion. You may continue with your work. We need to head to the next site." "All right, take care." Chun Mo, Su Yun, and Zhou Yin proceeded to the Yiqiao factory. There had been some changes here. It was gradually becoming popular, and it seemed that besides Chun Mo and his group, others were preparing to stake their claim. Rumor had it that a tire manufacturer was planning to construct a large private school in the area. Chun Mo was aware that the establishment of this school would later contribute to the transformation of this locality into a bustling new street in the county, especially after it successfully produced students who excelled in prestigious universities. The land in Chun Mo's possession could potentially become the next school district housing, but first, Suyin needed to complete her initial project. The real estate aspect was finally on the right track. Next, it was Zhou Yin's turn. Chun Mo turned to the elegant Zhou Yin. "Are you ready to head to the Magic City?" Zhou Yin nodded enthusiastically. "I've been waiting for you to say that. By the way, how is Lin Hao doing?" Chun Mo cleared his throat. "You'll have to ask your sister about that." Before departure, a farewell Zhou Yin drove to the hospital while Chun Mo and Su Yun headed back to the old street. Su Yun unfastened her seatbelt and smiled at Chun Mo, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I need to grab something from the office." "All right," Chun Mo replied with a smile. As he awaited Su Yun's return downstairs, he couldn't help but assess his current situation. Host, Chun Mo, age, 18, education, high school graduate, physical fitness, 100 points, perfect, charm, 76 points, remarkable, skills, photographic memory, master-level voice, master-level culinary skills, marketing expert, master-level athletics. Points, 36,000, reputation, 118, notable. Assets, 15,888,000 yuan. Ranked first in Qingyang County, 18th in Qingyang City. Titles acquired, millionaire, 20 boost in commercial popularity. Notable, 20 boost in commercial popularity. It was time to utilize his points in exchange for some valuable items. Chun Mo meticulously browsed through the system's shop, his gaze landing on a tome titled Huangdi Neijing. Huangdi Neijing can be used to harmonize yin and yang, beneficial for beauty and maintaining youth. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a treasure, especially for women. It surpassed any cosmetic by 1,000-fold. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to exchange for Huangdi Neijing? Yes. As soon as Chun Mo completed the exchange, the essence of Huangdi Neijing flooded his mind, the technique's effects becoming instantly clear. He wondered if he could practice with Aunt Su tonight. At that moment, Su Yun gracefully descended the stairs, her long legs moving swiftly. Her ample bosom swayed gently with her movements, a breathtaking sight. She opened the passenger door and slid in. "Let's go home," she said with a smile. Gazing at Chun Mo pressed the gas pedal, and the car swiftly accelerated through the nearly deserted old street. With the windows down, a cool breeze swept in. Su Yun stretched lazily, revealing a glimpse of her flawless waist, and turned back to smile at Chun Mo. "Why are you looking at me?" Chun Mo asked. Su Yun softly replied, "You're going to Shanghai tomorrow. If you don't take a good look now, you might not see it again." Chun Mo parked the car beneath her building. "If you want to see me, just fly to Shanghai. You can see anything you wish then." A smile curled Su Yun's red lips. "All right, I will definitely come. By the way, here, this is for you." She produced a beautifully wrapped small box from her bag. "What is it?" Chun Mo asked, perplexed, as he accepted it from her. "Open it and see," Su Yun said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As Chun Mo opened the small box, he discovered a men's watch, which appeared to be quite expensive. "When did you buy this?" "I got it in Shanghai when I bought my computer. I told you I was going to the restroom, and then went to buy it," Su Yun said with a hint of pride. Chun Mo chuckled. "It must not have been cheap, right?" Su Yun carefully took out the watch, gently fastening it onto his wrist. "The price doesn't matter. I just want you to think of me whenever you see this watch." Chun Mo felt warmth in his heart as he held her hand and embraced her. "Yunjia," he whispered in her ear. Su Yun shivered slightly at his words, her heart stirred by his affection. "Shall we go home? Qingxue is there." She hesitated, her expression conflicted. "We can be quiet. She should be asleep. And the lights are off," Chun Mo reassured her, appearing like a tempting devil. Su Yun bit her red lip, her beautiful eyes filled with indecision. She realized that tonight might be their last night together for a while, and she wanted to cherish the moment. With a meaningful glance, Su Yun whispered, "If we go home, you have to listen to me, okay?" "All right," Chun Mo readily agreed. A moment's hesitation would be a disrespect to Su Yun. He parked the car and instinctively glanced at the watch. Shouldn't he prepare a gift for Su Yun as well? Wait, wouldn't his gift be better than any other? Suddenly enlightened, Chun Mo hopped out of the car, quickly approached Su Yun and took her hand. Su Yun smiled gently, her demeanor calm. If it had been in the past, she would have panicked and fled, but after nearly 10 days in Shanghai, she had grown accustomed to this. Though she still feared being seen, she now prioritized Chen Mo's feelings. "Hurry, let's go upstairs," she said, pulling him along as her lovely legs ascended the stairs. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, making the ascent a visual delight. Chen Mo followed her with a smile. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Su Yun was slightly out of breath. Her recent exercise regimen had been significant, yet she felt no improvement in fitness. Was it because all her energy was spent on Chen Mo? When she returned home, she took out her keys, glanced at Chen Mo, and gently opened the door. The living room was shrouded in darkness. Chen Mo quietly entered behind Su Yun. "You go in first," she instructed, pointing to her room in a hushed tone. Seeing her cautious demeanor made Chen Mo chuckle as he nodded and headed toward her room. Meanwhile, Su Yun quietly approached Su Ying's door. Inside, silence reigned, with no sounds whatsoever. Only then did she exhale a sigh of relief and return to her own room. Upon entering, Chen Mo was seated at the desk, holding a notebook. Su Yun's eyes widened at the sight of it, and she rushed over, blushing. "Don't look." Chen Mo had only opened the first page and had yet to uncover anything suspicious, but Su Yun's plea ignited his curiosity to see more. He grasped her hand to retrieve the notebook, pulling her into his lap. She squirmed slightly. "Chen Mo, don't look, what do you call me?" he teased. Husband," Su Yun whispered shyly, her face flushed. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo maintained a serious facade. "I'm your husband. Can't I look at your notebook?" In contrast to her strong demeanor in public, Su Yun now appeared as a vulnerable, beautiful wife before Chen 99 the situation became unclear. "I had long suspected that Wang Toho harbored nefarious intentions, but I never anticipated his audacity. Fortunately, I encountered my classmate, Chen Mo. Had he not appeared just in time, I might have found myself in peril. While evading Wang Toho, I twisted my ankle, and it was Chen Mo who carried me home. His back felt sturdy, providing a sense of security." As Chen Mo pondered this, Su Yun's cheeks flushed with warmth, her hand instinctively covering her face. "You can look, but don't read it out loud. Be careful not to wake Qingshu." "Su Andi, have you been plotting against me all along?" Chen Mo inquired with a playful smile. Su Yun did not refute him. Instead, she obliquely remarked, "I just think you're a decent person, someone who makes me feel safe." Chen Mo leaned closer, his voice gentle and laced with concern. "Sister Yun, did you used to feel lonely and insecure?" Su Yun slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes meeting his, and she nodded softly yes. "In the past, when I encountered repulsive people and situations, I often wondered what use my attractive appearance served. It only brought me trouble." "No, you mustn't think that way." Chen Mo interrupted her negative thoughts immediately. Su Yun smiled brightly. "Now, I certainly don't think like that anymore. Moreover, I must take good care of myself. Otherwise, who knows when someone might lose interest." Chen Mo regarded her earnestly. "Su Auntie, I admit your beauty is part of what draws me to you, but it is your soul that truly captivates me." Su Yun turned around, a hint of amusement in her gaze as she wrapped her arms around his neck, exhaling softly. "Is that so? Just how much allure do I possess for you?" She let out a soft gasp, quickly covering her mouth for fear of disturbing Su Qingshu. At that moment, Chen Mo was oblivious to such concerns. The alluring Su Yun made him want to cherish her fiercely. He lifted the breathtaking woman into his arms, embarking on a shared journey into the night. The hours slipped by in an instant. Chen Mo was awakened early by Su Yun's gentle voice, donning his clothes beneath her apologetic gaze. Before leaving, Su Yun showered him with sweet words, anxious that he might feel uncomfortable. She was also apprehensive about Su Qingshu waking up early, which would lead to Chen Mo being trapped in the room. Chen Mo understood her unspoken thoughts. At the door, he playfully nibbled on her luscious red lips. Su Yun felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise. But ultimately, she refrained from pushing him away. After all, he was leaving, so she might as well indulge him. Normally, there would be no interruptions at this hour. As Chen Mo departed, satisfied, Su Yun's cheeks burned. Only after seeing him drive away did she slowly turn back into the house. Once the door closed, a soft voice echoed, "Mom, Suyun jumped in surprise. Perhaps it was the guilt of being caught that startled her at Su Qingshue's call. Qingxue, why were you so quiet? You scare me. Suyun gently patted her racing heart. Mom, did you go out? Su Qingxue observed her mother clad only in a dress, revealing a considerable expanse of fair leg. The outfit slightly too alluring for an outing. I thought I heard someone knocking, so I got up to check. Suyun fabricated an excuse. Knocking? I didn't hear anything. Su Qingxue said, her gaze scrutinizing Suyun, sensing something was amiss. However, since Suyun returned from her business trip, her state of health had markedly improved. Her skin glowed with vitality, and her eyes sparkled with charm, exuding an enchanting aura. Together, Su Qingxue and Suyun could easily be mistaken for sisters. You didn't hear? Perhaps I misheard. Suyun deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, have you packed your luggage? Su Qingxue nodded. All set. I have a ticket for 10 o'clock. Suyun turned to retrieve a bank card from her bag, handing it to her daughter. There are 7,000 yuan in this card. 5,000 is for your tuition. After paying that, the remaining 2,000 is for your living expenses. Don't be too frugal. If you run out of money for normal expenses, just call me. With newfound confidence, Suyun made this statement, not only due to her current real estate project, but also because even her salary could sufficiently support Su Qingshue's tuition and living costs. In a sense, this confidence was a gift from Chun Mook. Su Qingxue accepted the card, nodding gently. Mom won't accompany you to school. It's too far. You should reach out to Chun Mo and go together. Suyun had previously discussed this with Chun Mo, subtly hinting. She booked train tickets for them to the provincial capital, followed by plane tickets to the bustling metropolis, urging Chun Mo to keep an eye on Su Qingxue during the journey. After all, it was a long way, and a beautiful girl traveling alone could encounter unforeseen troubles. Chun Mo agreed, but made it clear he would not take the initiative. Suyun hoped Su Qingxue would take the first step to ease the tension between them. Enough of that. I'm going to freshen up, Su Qingxue said, turning toward the bathroom. Suyun watched her daughter's graceful figure depart, letting out a soft sigh. Since entering school, Su Qingxue had garnered admiration from both teachers and peers due to her outstanding academic performance and striking appearance. This had cultivated her proud and aloof demeanor. As others flocked to her, the idea of her reaching out to someone was nearly unthinkable. After washing her face, Su Qingxue gazed into the mirror, admiring her exquisite features. Flawless skin and striking beauty. Suyun's earlier words echoed in her mind. Should she take the initiative to contact Chun Mo? She bit her lip, feeling conflicted and hesitant, ultimately retrieving her phone and locating Chun Mo's contact. She opened the chat window and typed, "When are you going to the train station?" After 3 seconds, she promptly deleted the message, closing the app and stowing her phone away. Meanwhile, after leaving Suyun's residence, Chun Mo drove home, stopping for breakfast along the way. Upon returning home, Yishui was already awake, preparing some of his belongings, mainly outerwear for the cooler weather. She also packed snacks and fruits for him to eat on his way to school. Mom, don't take too many clothes. I might come back for National Day. Chun Mo said, let's worry about that later. The weather there turns cold quickly, so take them, she insisted. All right, Mom, you take care of yourself at home. And if anything comes up, call me. Yes, focus on your studies at school, and now that you're in college. It's certainly okay to date, but remember to stay safe, Yishui said with a serious expression. Cough, Mom. Are you becoming a bit too open-minded? Chen Montak teased it. Little rascal, as if I don't know you have a crush on that Su Qingxue girl. If you like her, go after her. Yishui urgit. Mom, I don't like her. Chen Montak protested. Yishui, with a knowing look, responded, don't be shy. You visit their house every day and try to impress your Suwani. Do you think I'm unaware? Chen Mo sighed. Well, this is truly hard to explain. 100 sending the boss to school, Yishui believed Chun Mo still harbored feelings for Su Qingxue, unaware that he had already moved past her, directly pursuing the beautiful, gentle, caring, and capable Suwani. As for Su Qingxue, even a glance at her felt like a waste of time. At 9 in the morning, the Old Street supermarket opened its doors, and employees began arriving for work. Suyun also came, having arrived in Shun Bing's car, accompanied by the beautiful girl, Su Qingxue. Miss Su, is this your daughter? She's truly stunning. Yes, she's quite all right. Su Yun replied humbly with a smile. Resembling the esteemed Su. With an admirable physique and still a university student, Su Qingxue was showered with compliments from her colleagues. Although she was indeed beautiful, they had encountered numerous stunning women before. Su Yun was an undeniable beauty, and the likes of Bai Ruoxi, who had graced their presence in the past, eclipsed Su Qingxue's allure. Presently, Shen Bing and the Zhou sisters, Zhou Ye and Zhou Yin, were also notable beauties. The flattery directed at Su Qingxue was largely in deference to Su Yun, the chief stewardess, who handled all matters, big and small, within the establishment. Chen Mo, the proprietor, was known for his hands-off approach, only intervening in significant affairs. Everyone, you may disperse, Su Yun smiled, signaling the staff to return to their duties. Estanding beside Su Yun. Su Qingxue felt a twinge of discomfort until she spotted Chun Mo's arrival. Boss off to school? They exclaimed, Boss, may your studies be fruitful. Boss, once in college, you can find a girlfriend. They joked if the boss finds a girlfriend, our young ladies here might just weep. Huh. The room erupted in good-natured laughter, with some of the younger female staff blushing, perhaps struck by the truth of the jest. Chen Mo chuckled, just wait until I bring back a formidable lady boss. Then we shall see if you can still laugh so heartily. The staff quickly waved their hands. Let us not go there. Focus on your studies, and please, avoid romantic entanglements. Su Yun gazed at Chun Mo, her eyes brimming with affection. Shall we? Indeed, Chun Mo replied, placing his luggage in the trunk of Shen Bing's car. By the way, where's your mother? Isn't she seen you off? Su Yun inquired, noticing the absence of Yishu Wei. Chun Mo lowered his voice, audible only to Su Yun. Mom said there would be many to see me off this time. She didn't want to join the fray. What do you mean, Mom? Just get in the car, Su Yun replied, momentarily taken aback by the term, feeling as though she were on the cusp of becoming Yishu Wei's daughter-in-law. Chen Mo waved goodbye to the building. Su Yun instinctively followed his gaze upstairs, where Yishu Wei peeked out from the third-floor corridor, beaming and waving